In the northern domain, the most formidable prodigy, Su Wanqing, in her fervent quest to transcend her limits, has tragically lost all her cultivation. Thunder roared ominously, illuminating the mournful scene with serpentine flashes of lightning, as countless disciples gathered before the Little Bamboo Peak of the Taishan sect. Little Bamboo Peak, one of the 8 peaks of the Taishan sect. A multitude of disciples knelt in reverence, bowing their heads, and subsequently brandished their daggers. Their gaze was fixed upon a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in azure garments, now drenched by the torrential rain, her complexion as pale as death. She was the peak master of Little Bamboo, Su Wanqing. Master, this shall be the final time we address you as such. One voice rang out, clear and resonant, yet tremors of sorrow reverberated within Su Wanqing's heart. At that moment, as she beheld her numerous disciples, her eyes betrayed a profound sense of loss and despair, coupled with an unyielding bitterness. A suffocating sensation enveloped her entire being, rendering her breathless. Beside the kneeling disciples stood several venerable elders of extraordinary cultivation, their hands clasped behind their backs, exuding an air of indifference, untouched by the rain that seemed to avoid them altogether. Su Wanqing, you have lost your cultivation, one elder proclaimed. The sect has granted you a month, yet your efforts to restore your power have yielded no results. The calamity of the saintly thunder is such that failure results in death. You have been granted a reprieve, yet what did I previously state? To survive is a remarkable fortune. To aspire for restoration is folly. The time of reckoning has passed, and the many disciples you once gathered are now unworthy of your guidance. Upon this declaration, the foremost among the kneeling disciples, Su Wanqing's eldest apprentice, rose and clasped her hands in salute. Master, the realm of cultivation has always revered strength. In our youth, we esteemed you as the most gifted swordswoman of the northern domain, and thus we entered the sect. Now that you have lost your power, it is feared you lack the ability to teach us. The sect leader, in recognition of your years of service, is willing to preserve your title as the peak master of Little Bamboo and will care for you in your later years. However, we, still in our youth, are the future the sect has placed its hopes upon, and we must strive to ascend. Thus, at the behest of the sect leader, we must seek instruction from other masters. We apologize for the disappointment we bring upon you. The other disciples echoed her sentiments. We are ashamed to have let you down, Master, and we implore you to grant us your understanding. The elders wore expressions of amusement. These gifted disciples are no longer within your capacity to teach. Do not let your obsession lead our sect to ruin. Su Wanqing, if you acquiesce today, it will spare everyone's dignity should you refuse. Amidst their gazes, the once resplendent beauty trembled, her countenance growing increasingly haggard, utterly devoid of color. Beneath the relentless downpour, the glistening tears in her eyes mingled indistinguishably with the rain. After years of imparting knowledge, her disciples were now departing, and only one had shown concern for her current plight. Yet this was the harsh reality, for as her disciples articulated, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. She was once the most gifted swordswoman in the northern domain. At a tender age, she had already reached the pinnacle of the 6th realm, on the verge of breaking through to the saint level. Should she succeed, she would not only be the fastest to achieve such a feat in history, but also the second saint of the Taishan sect, aside from the sect leader. Yet, it was perhaps her relentless pursuit of swifter breakthroughs that led to an imbalance in her Tao heart, resulting in a catastrophic failure of her advancement and severe injuries. Upon realizing her plight, the sect promptly provided her with numerous elixirs, assuring her that recovery was possible. However, 7 days passed without any sign of improvement. For a sect, resources equate to life itself, and the sect leader granted Su Wanqing a month's grace, considering that surviving the tribulation of breakthrough was, in itself, a miracle. Yet miracles happen, but once her survival was a great blessing, but the anticipated miracle of recovery did not manifest. Thus, it was no wonder the sect felt aggrieved. At this point, can I still stop you all? A youth in the crowd gazed with a complex expression at the nearly broken-hearted woman before him. Chuning took a deep breath. 18 years ago, he had been rescued by his master and had since been cared for at the Little Bamboo Peak. However, his talent was lacking, and he now stood at merely the 3rd layer of body refinement. Talent is undoubtedly the foremost element in the realm of cultivation. Surrounded by disciples of the 3rd and 4th realms, as well as formidable elders from other peaks, what could he possibly do? Currently, the disciples were pressuring her. It was not merely the will of the sect leader. These disciples had realized that remaining here served no purpose and had chosen to leave in droves. So, humans are not mere grass or wood who could be devoid of emotions. Yet, those before him were indeed heartless and ungrateful. Was it true that all cultivators become so callous, even refraining from uttering a single extra word? Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu Ning spoke up. Fellow disciples, your master has imparted much to you over the years. Is it not excessively heartless to depart now for the sake of some so-called sect righteousness? Moreover, esteemed elders know well that my master has contributed significantly to the sect in its earlier days. The establishment of the 7 great sects of a human domain owes much to his efforts. Such actions now seem inappropriate and may invite ridicule from the world. Though his cultivation was lowly, merely at the 3rd layer of body refinement, he could not hold his tongue. He wished to vocally condemn the heartlessness of these individuals, be they disciples or elders but lacking the strength. He could only speak a word of justice on behalf of Su Wanqing. One elder scoffed disdainfully. Chu Ning, you a mere waste. Do you even deserve to speak? A failure stuck at the 3rd layer for 18 years dares to be arrogant before us? Your words, while not entirely without merit, do not hold weight. The Taishan sect has retained her status as the master of Little Bamboo Peak and is willing to support her for the remainder of her life. Is that not enough? As his words fell, a sudden reprimand followed. Speak again, and you shall be expelled from the Taishan sect. Your qualifications do not merit your presence here. Previously, they had refrained from harsh words out of consideration for Chu Ning being Su Wanqing's disciple. Yet now, should they wish, no one could stop them. Chu Ning's gaze trembled as he clenched his fists. Just as the elder had said, the weak are often denied even the opportunity to voice their thoughts. A disciple grasped a dagger, resolutely severing his ties to his master. Today, I part ways with you, master, and from this moment forth, we shall have no further connections. Witnessing this act, Su Wanqing, whose heart had already been shattered, displayed a profound bitterness upon her visage. Qingwei, you are my first disciple. Do you truly have nothing else to express? The woman knelt, bowing deeply. Elder Su, from this day forth, I shall be a disciple under the sect leader. Su Wanqing seemed to have anticipated this, casting her gaze upon others. Miaoyin, you have been my most cherished disciple over the years. You. Elder Su, we have now severed our ties. There is no longer any connection between us. The pain was excruciating, tearing, suffocating. She felt on the brink of collapse, helplessly watching her long-taught disciple depart. The elders who gained disciples now wore smiles upon their faces. Thanks to Elder Su's teachings over the years, I have acquired a fine talent. Rest assured, under my guidance, you shall fare far better than remaining at Shaozhu Peak. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Only Chu Ning remained. Overlooked due to his inferior aptitude, no one desired to take on another burden like Su Wanqing had. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing appeared lost, standing in a daze. With her cultivation lost and her disciples gone, it felt as though everything had vanished. She had utterly failed. Yet without experiencing such tribulation, how could she truly perceive the disarray of her sect? At this moment, Chu Ning approached her slowly, clasping his hands in respect. Master, please return to your chamber. Your health may be at risk. Su Wanqing was devoid of any spirit now. What difference did a storm make? She gazed at her sole remaining disciple, her emotions growing more complex. Had Ninger possessed better aptitude, perhaps he too would not have stayed today. A bitter smile appeared on her lips as she retrieved a storage pouch. Inside are some spirit stones and my sword techniques. Ninger, seek your own path. She was well aware that without her cultivation, she could no longer qualify to be a teacher to these disciples. Such was the nature of the cultivation world. Yet, she had not anticipated that these disciples would offer not a word of gratitude. They spoke fervently of sect, loyalty, and righteousness. But who ever considered her feelings? Even if they had uttered a single kind word, she would not have barred them. She understood her own circumstances. Before her stood Chu Ning, the abandoned infant she had discovered during her travels beyond the sect, whom she had since taken in and cared for. Over the years, she had not been a parental figure in the truest sense, yet she had looked after him, ensuring he was fed and warm, while also imparting her knowledge of cultivation. Each time she looked upon him, she felt a headache. His talent seemed woefully inadequate. Yet, despite this, she wished to offer Chu Ning a chance for a different life. As for herself, it seemed she had lost her worth to continue living. Go, seek a better path. Even if the road of cultivation appears hopeless, With these resources, you can still live well. Chunning shook his head, inhaled deeply, and bowed profoundly. Disciple was immensely grateful for Master's acceptance. Otherwise, I would have surely perished at the jaws of ferocious beasts back then. The kindness bestowed by Master is indelible in my heart, and I wish only to remain by Master's side. Ultimately, my path in cultivation appears to be devoid of hope. Since there are no opportunities for advancement, I would rather dedicate the remainder of my life to serving Master, as a means to repay the nurturing and teachings I have received. The debt of nurture surpasses all else. As a transmigrator, he possesses a deeper understanding of moral matters and does not confine his thoughts to this realm alone. Should one abandon their elderly parents when they are no longer useful? Should a master be forsaken simply because they have lost their powers and can no longer provide? Human hearts should not be so merciless. At least, Chunning's heart is not so. He cannot bear to see Su Wanqing alone and without companionship. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's heart, which had been laced with bitterness, suddenly felt a warm current. Yet her smile remained profoundly melancholic. Ninger, what good is it to follow me further if I cannot even protect the bamboo peak in the future? Continuing to accompany me will yield no benefit to your cultivation. Without hesitation, Chunning responded, the grace Master has shown me is unforgettable. I wish only to stay by your side, regardless of wealth or poverty. At these words, Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself and embraced her only disciple tightly. In her moments of despair, other disciples had feigned concern, questioning when she might regain her powers. Only this disciple had once assured her that she would surely recover her abilities and urged her not to lose hope. Now, the only one remaining was this disciple of the lowest aptitude. How could this not stir emotions within her? Chunning, momentarily taken aback, spoke again. Master, as the saying goes, where there is life, there is hope. Surviving great calamities surely brings forth future blessings. In time, Master will undoubtedly restore her powers and reach the pinnacle once more. As for those senior and junior disciples, they lack the fortune to witness it. Su Wanqing's heart trembled at his words. Indeed, there is no path utterly devoid of hope. Cultivators defy the heavens. As long as one survives, new opportunities will arise. She should not succumb to despair. She should not entertain thoughts of ending her life. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanqing had not shed a tear throughout this ordeal, but at this moment, her eyes reddened at Chunning's words. Very well, Ninger, I understand now. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to regain my cultivation. I will not allow us to become like stray dogs on the roadside. I will compel the elders to once again witness my resurgence. Chunning smiled and offered comfort. Disciple believes in Master. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of adversity. Do not underestimate the young woman in her plight. Hearing this, Su Wanqing couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What do you mean, young woman? Chunning was about to say something when, suddenly, a sound resonated in his mind. The host has comforted his despairing wife, soothing her suicidal thoughts, rewarding contribution points, 1,000. The pet wife system has been activated. Cherishing your wife will yield contribution points, which can be exchanged for various items. Please indulge in your devotion to your wife for countless years. At this moment, Chunning was taken aback. Another thunderous sound echoed. Was it an illusion? No, it was real. And before him, a system panel appeared. Chapter 2. The System. What on earth is the wife pampering system? For Chuning, the concept of a system was not entirely foreign. After all, in his previous life, he was an avid reader of novels, many of which featured similar themes. He had initially believed that after the rebirth of the mud truck Chuangfei, the absence of a system meant the absence of any extraordinary abilities. To his astonishment, however, he activated one on his 18th birthday. Truly, the great tomato deity did not deceive him. Yet, Chuning quickly realized the implications, a tremor at the corner of his mouth. What on earth is this? A wife pampering system? But this system. Chuning hesitated, nearly losing his composure. What nonsense! Su Wanqing was his esteemed mentor, the one who had nurtured him for 18 years. Although his mentor was breathtakingly beautiful and possessed an enchanting figure, every time he laid eyes on her, he felt nothing but respect. At this moment, his embrace was solely to alleviate her sorrow. To claim she was his wife. What nonsense! Could he not comfort his mentor instead? Moreover, upon activating the system, why was it not something empowering, like bestowing him with unparalleled talents? Instead, it was a wife pampering system. How utterly absurd. Yet, no matter how much Chuning was in turmoil, he could not alter the reality before him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sighed softly. In that instant, he held Su Wanqing in his arms, offering her solace while his gaze fell upon the system panel that others could not perceive. Wife pampering system, binding target, Su Wanqing age, 112 years, talent, supreme heavenly spirit root, cultivation, pinnacle of the sixth realm, cultivation lost, contribution points, 1,000 points. As he beheld the system's description, Chuning felt his mouth twitch. It seemed that during the activation, the system had directly bound them together upon sensing their embrace. Oh, this wife pampering system. Chu Ning was utterly distressed, nearly on the verge of cursing. Su Wanqing had watched him grow up. He had long wished to regard her as a mother figure. This system was certainly troublesome. Such an extraordinary existence warranted a thorough examination of the actual circumstances. His mentor, now devoid of her cultivation and with her Tao heart shattered, had only one remaining disciple, not out of genuine concern for her, but rather out of covetousness. If she were to learn of this, she would likely plunge into despair and consider taking her own life. According to the system's prompt, she was likely on the brink of self-destruction that day, and it was only through Chu Ning's words that she was dissuaded. But this. Post information, Chu Ning age, 18, talent, ordinary spirit root, cultivation technique, ethereal sword art, not yet initiated, realm, body refinement level 3, binding target object gains wife pampering contribution points, which can be used to purchase various items from the system mall. Please strive to pamper your wife, host. Chu Ning remained silent for a long while. Initially, he had simply embraced Su Wanqing as a disciple seeking comfort. Yet, due to the system's declaration, his emotions had become strange. In every aspect, Su Wanqing was undeniably perfect. Her figure was alluring, her temperament exquisite, and at this moment, amidst the torrential rain, she was without cultivation, her clothes drenched. He could even feel the warmth and softness of her body in this figure. Chu Ning nearly slapped himself in disbelief. What on earth? The original thought process remains quite normal, embodying the bond between master and disciple. However, once one's mindset begins to shift, it becomes akin to a runaway truck on a national highway, impossible to rein in. At this moment, Su Wanqing, puzzled, released Chu Ning and inquired, "What just transpired?" Chu Ning gazed at Su Wanqing, but it seemed his targeting mechanism had not been deactivated, fixating directly on her chest. How could the system betray me like this? He had previously been a paragon of virtue. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning dared not utter a word regarding the system. Such matters were certainly not to be disclosed to others. He could only let out a resigned sigh. "Master, your health is not well, and after enduring such an ordeal, it would be wise to return to your chamber and avoid the rain." Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, warmth flooding her heart, and she merely nodded slightly. "Yes, Ning, are you too? But fret not, for I shall remain diligent in my self-care. However, if you truly wish to stay by my side, you may soon find yourself wandering the world aimlessly." She offered a bittersweet smile. The sect leader had promised to preserve my position as the master of Shaozhou Peak, yet it seemed unlikely. He was far from benevolent. If I were to lose my cultivation and become a liability to the sect, he would not hesitate to discard us. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's expression suddenly turned cold. Those wretches. How much has Master sacrificed for the Taishan sect over the years? Now, not only do they kick us while we're down, but it seems they will not grant either of us a chance at survival in the future. Rest assured, Master, I will strive to cultivate diligently and ensure that neither of us falls to such depths. I will also seek a way for you to restore your cultivation. Su Wanqing remained silent at this declaration. How could I, as your master, find a solution when you were still so young? Yet, she did not wish to dampen Chu Ning's goodwill. After all, he was the only one considering her well-being at present. Very well. She said no more and turned to return to her cave dwelling. Chu Ning also intended to head back, but then he caught sight of her delicate figure, drenched by the rain. Of course, he was not gazing at his master in such a manner. He was not so base, though it was undeniably enticing. What caught his attention more was the tremor of her body. As the elders had stated, after the tribulation of the sage, Master had lost all her cultivation and could hardly withstand even the rain. At that moment, a chime sounded. Persuade the wife to return to her chamber to avoid the torrential downpour. Reward contribution points, 100. Contribution points balance, 1,100. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned. So this is how it works? Previously, it was 1,000. This time, it was 100. Rewards are determined based on the nature of the actions, are they not? He ceased his complaints, feeling that the system was indeed formidable. Speaking of which, does this system grant contribution points for being a doting husband that can be exchanged for items? Perhaps I should brew a bowl of ginger soup. Yet, this system is rather peculiar. Is she truly my wife? Is this correct? Never mind, I shall explore the system further. Moments later, in the kitchen of Shaozhou Peak, Chu Ning gathered brown sugar and ginger chunks, simultaneously delving into the intricacies of the system while preparing the ginger soup. Contribution points can be exchanged for treasures from across myriad realms. Though skeptical, he still opened the system marketplace. At this moment, a dazzling array of martial arts techniques unfolds before my eyes. Ranging from the Emperor level, the Celestial King level, to the Supreme level, all manners of skills are available. However, the prices seem exorbitantly high. How many zeros are there? Let me count. Goodness, 18 zeros. Is this even a feasible exchange? Furthermore, there are restrictions on the realms. Only those at the Emperor level may redeem them. This feels rather exploitative. I cannot afford it. I possess merely 1,000 contribution points. After perusing the extensive selection, Chu Ning realized the sheer volume of techniques rendered it impossible to find one suited for him. System. Is there a technique that fits my qualifications? A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, responded. Retrieving data, please hold on. Detected host's exceptionally poor aptitude and low cultivation level. Unable to practice the majority of techniques in the system's marketplace, suitable technique found. Heaven-eating demon art. Heaven-eating demon art, an unparalleled technique created by the ancient ferocious beast. Taotai, suitable for practitioners of any realm. This art enhances oneself through the consumption of all things, elevating one's cultivation while simultaneously refining one's aptitude. Price, 1,000. 000 contribution points. Detected host novice status. Purchasing items from the system marketplace allows for a 99.9 discount. Price, 10,000 contribution points. Purchase not possible. Insufficient contribution points. Please engage in the act of doting on your wife to acquire more contribution points. Upon seeing this, Chu Ning felt hesitant. So, the only technique suitable for me is this heaven-eating demon art? To devour all things and enhance my cultivation? It can even refine my aptitude? What a terrifying art. So I just need to eat, and eat, right? I must have it. Elevating my cultivation is the first step, and it is certainly not something to be overlooked. However, acquiring contribution points must come from my master, Su Wanqing. Doting on my wife? I regard her like a mother. Chu Ning sighed helplessly. The gap in contribution points is still far too vast. Without it, cultivation is impossible, and I fear I won't be able to protect myself. Yet, an idea suddenly struck Chu Ning. The system sells various techniques from all realms. Could it recommend something to aid in restoring my cultivation? Surely it does not only cater to others. He is not foolish, and after all, one must pay for their gains. Although this analogy may not be entirely fitting. If I were to purchase a technique from the system and use it on my master to earn contribution points, then continue to buy more, this could create an infinite cycle. Enlightened by this strategy, Chu Ning's spirits lifted. System, please assist me in finding a technique or elixir that can restore cultivation. Beep. Searching. Recommended product. Everlasting Vitality Pill. Upon consumption, can directly break through to the Celestial King realm and attain the Everlasting Vitality Body. Price, 10,000. 000 contribution points. Chu Ning, do you truly expect me to possess such contribution points? However, this system is exceedingly overpowered. It can even offer Celestial King level elixirs. What is the Celestial King realm anyway? Goodness. Recommend something appropriate, attainable, and usable. The system loaded for a moment and continued its search. Recommended technique. Eternal Spring Hands. Eternal Spring Hands. An unusual technique, utterly ineffective for oneself. Yet when applied to others, it may induce a sense of ease throughout their limbs, accelerate the flow of vital energy, and possibly nurture the essence of eternal spring, thereby restoring damaged spiritual meridians. Creator's assessment. A technique of no merit, unworthy of even a dog's attention. Price, 1 contribution point. Chu Ning was elated. If even a dog would not learn this, then it was precisely what I needed. She made an immediate purchase, aware that missing the opportunity for a discounted selection would be a grave misfortune. Acquiring technique, Eternal Spring Hands, assisting the host in cultivation, learning successful. In an instant, an abundance of knowledge flooded into Chu Ning's mind. She grasped the intricacies of the human body's 7 channels and 8 meridians, understanding that by pressing the appropriate acupoints, she could invoke the essence of eternal spring. What a treasure! Yet, how could she reasonably ask her master for a massage? After all, this technique seemed to require hands-on guidance. Chu Ning found herself in a moment of indecision. It would be inappropriate to go at such a late hour. What if her master was in the midst of a bath? At that moment, the pot before her bubbled gently. The ginger soup was ready. Chapter 3. The breakthrough of cultivation in the secluded cave of Shaozhu Peak. Su Wanqing immersed herself in the warm waters of the bath. Previously, the pool had been filled with medicinal liquid for body tempering. but she could no longer withstand the potency of the herbs, necessitating a switch to the spiritual spring. Her gaze was hollow, yet the words of Chu Ning echoed in her mind. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Rekindling a flicker of determination within her spirit. Throughout history, countless individuals have fallen victim to the tribulations of saints. She had once believed herself sufficiently talented to transcend these trials, but had been overly confident. Now, after a month of recovery and consuming various elixirs, she found herself still unable to condense spiritual energy. She was acutely aware of her predicament. Her spiritual abode lay shattered, and the meridians for circulating spiritual energy were likewise broken. Her body was in a state of disrepair, and she feared that her lifespan was severely limited. Not long ago, she had been a prodigious cultivator, potentially the fastest sword practitioner in the realm. Now, she felt reduced to a mere invalid, unable to summon even a trace of spiritual energy. Anger had long since coursed through her veins, and despair had settled into her heart. Leaning against the edge of the bath, she felt the warmth of the spring water, clinging to the last words of her only remaining disciple. Heaven does not forsake humanity. It was because of these sentiments that, despite Ning Er's modest talents, she persevered in her daily training. She had never experienced such feelings before, and now she could fully comprehend the resolute state of mind that Chu Ning possessed. Her disciple was indeed extraordinary, yet she felt powerless to guide him to greater heights. Even this Xiaozhu Peak, which seemed to be her sanctuary, would undoubtedly be reclaimed within a month or even half a year. With a deep sigh, a sudden knock resonated at the door of her cave. Instantly alert, Su Wanqing rose and donned her outer garments, grasping her sword tightly. She was acutely aware of her striking beauty, having attracted countless admirers over the years, including the sect leader. However, her sole focus lay on the path to enlightenment and mastery of swordsmanship. She held no interest in romantic pursuits. Now, having lost her cultivation, she feared that someone might take advantage of her vulnerability. The malevolence of humanity is indeed abhorrent. She dared not relax, not even for a moment. For if any threat were to arise, she would rather perish than endure humiliation. At that moment, she swallowed a medicinal pill. Should her visitor possess superior cultivation, she would ingest it to meet her end instantly. Her honor was far more precious than her life. Master, have you rested? Your disciple has prepared a bowl of ginger soup for you, came the voice from outside the cave. Chu Ning, holding an umbrella, stood before Su Wanqing's abode. Truth be told, visiting at night seemed rather suspicious. Anyone would suspect ulterior motives. He harbored no such intentions, but wished to contribute in some way. Genuinely concerned for Su Wanqing's current state. Despite the system being somewhat troublesome, he remained a man of integrity. Before he could speak further, the cave door slowly creaked open, revealing a dimly lit interior and a woman draped in a thin outer garment, gripping a sword with a wary gaze. Chu Ning immediately averted his eyes, presenting the bowl of ginger soup he had brought. Only then did Su Wanqing relax. It is you, Ning Er. Come in and speak. Chu Ning disowned the source of her worries. A mere mortal, a delicate maiden. He smiled softly, placing the umbrella at the door before approaching the table to set down the ginger soup he had prepared for Su Wanqing. Yet, as he turned to offer her the bowl, he found himself utterly captivated by her appearance. Clad in a cerulean outer garment, the fabric merely draped around her bosom, leaving her long, fair legs exposed to the air, rendering him almost parched with desire. Her damp, cascading locks still glistened with droplets, and her exquisite, well-defined features were mesmerizing, making it difficult for him to avert his gaze. Today, Chu Ning realized that he was far from the virtuous gentleman he had believed himself to be. Had he been born under more favorable circumstances, he surely would not have been so virtuous. However, he quickly averted his eyes. Master, the ginger soup. Su Wanqing assessed the offering and felt reassured. With her disciple's word, there was no cause for concern. Discreetly, she expelled the medicinal pill she had consumed earlier, encased in a special garment that would only dissolve in her stomach, leaving no reason for worry. Ninger, you are thoughtful. Su Wanqing accepted the ginger soup, settling beside Chu Ning. As anticipated, a chime echoed. Detected that the host has provided timely assistance, soothing his wife's heart, rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Chu Ning's heart soared with joy. Clearly, delightful actions yielded greater rewards. However, his smile immediately caught Su Wanqing's attention. Ninger, what brings you such mirth? Chu Ning hastily composed himself, shaking his head. It is nothing, merely some thoughts I had. Su Wanqing sighed softly, continuing to sip her ginger soup. She had faith that her disciple would not harm her, hence she did not test for poison, having watched him grow. Why do you sigh, master? Su Wanqing offered a wry smile, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of bitterness. In these times, should one not sigh? Chu Ning shook his head, speaking earnestly. Master, although you have lost your cultivation, You have gained clarity regarding the true nature of your peers and the practitioners around you. From birth, you were endowed with unparalleled talent, shining brightly through the ages, entering the Taishan sect at the tender age of 7, achieving the title of prodigy, and experiencing a smooth journey in your cultivation. You have only encountered flattery from others. Forgive my impertinence, but a month ago, when you broke through to the pinnacle of the 6th realm, you should have focused on stabilizing your cultivation. Yet, within the sect, regardless of the sect leader, elders, or fellow disciples, all urged you to advance further. Your original intention was likely to deepen your practice, but was it not their flattery that led to your loss of focus, resulting in a failed breakthrough? Now, witnessing these realities may prove beneficial. The path of cultivation may yet be reclaimed. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Ning's face. Ninger, how could you possess such profound understanding? Chu Ning sighed, shaking his head. Though my aptitude is lacking, I grasp the complexities of human nature, envy in their hearts, mockery behind their smiles, and superficial flattery veiling their true intentions, such as the nature of humanity. My experiences in the lower strata of life have granted me insight into these matters. A complex expression gradually took shape on Su Wanqing's face. If even an 18-year-old disciple could fathom such truths, why had she clung to her own stubbornness? As the disciple remarked, in this moment of clarity, one perceives the disarray of human hearts and discerns the duality of good and evil. If given the chance to begin anew, it would undoubtedly be a boon. But can a master truly start afresh? With unwavering resolve, Chu Ning declared, Master, have you forgotten the essence of who you are? The master I know is not one to passively lament the injustices of fate. Historically, how many sages have traversed the path of righteousness without encountering adversity? You must reignite your inner conviction. If the Taishan sect cannot achieve this, I shall accompany you on a journey across the world, even if it leads to our demise. We will have made an earnest effort. To abandon hope now would signify the end of everything. Su Wanqing's pupils dilated in shock. Yes, what manner of person was I before? Even amidst trials and tribulations, I had never faltered. Yet, the current blow is overwhelming. You cannot fathom my plight, master. Nevertheless, Chu Ning's tone softened as he gently spoke. Yet, the disciple understood that these words could only serve as a temporary motivation. They did not resolve the underlying issues. Having spent considerable time among the lower echelons, the disciple, despite the master's protection, had faced many disdainful glances and understood well that what those individuals longed for most was for the master to cease struggling and willingly surrender all. Ironically, if the master were to resume her cultivation, it would only incite their displeasure. Su Wanqing felt a tremor in her heart. Indeed, the disciple comprehended this aspect far more than she did. The master's current state of mind was undeniably heavy, feeling life to lack value. Yet to the disciple, the master remains an omnipotent figure, and even if in this lifetime the master has no opportunity for breakthrough, the disciple vows to stand by her side, serving faithfully until the end, without regret. Upon hearing these words, Su Wanqing's pupils quivered intensely. Truly, as the world says, one's true sentiments are revealed in times of adversity. They do not come seeking you at your zenith, but remain steadfast during your nadir. She should not be this way. Ding. The system detects the host's wife's resolve has been restored, rewarding 10,000 contribution points. Triggered a critical affection event. Awarding a random upgrade of cultivation method, elevating Changchun hand to Changchun indestructible secret technique. System evaluation. The host truly excels in expressing affection. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. He was somewhat surprised. These words were indeed heartfelt, spoken to dissuade the master from contemplating such despair. But could this be considered an unexpected delight? Changchun indestructible secret technique. Practitioners can cultivate the essence of eternal spring within, healing their own and others' injuries with this essence. The speed of cultivation is similarly enhanced, and at its pinnacle, one may achieve the body of eternal spring. Creator's evaluation. The method devised is fairly competent, but lacks substantial utility. Further development is necessary. Remaining contribution points. 10,100. At this point, the contribution points required for the swallowing heaven evil technique were fully gathered. This truly was an unexpected boon. And even Chu Ning was puzzled as to why such a significant reward mechanism had been triggered. Yet, in the next moment, Su Wanqing suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Chu Ning was left utterly stunned. Hadn't it been said that the restoration of her resolve had been achieved? What had caused the master to lose her composure? Master, what is the matter with you? Su Wanqing rose with a smile, her head tilted back as she burst into hearty laughter. After a century of cultivation, it was far more enlightening to experience a sudden fall in realization. It is you, Ninger, who has enabled me to comprehend the true essence of my Tao heart. Fear not, Dear Ninger, for I shall devote my entire life to discovering a way to restore your cultivation. I will undoubtedly ensure that you once again encounter the Su Wanqing of your dreams. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in relief. Ah, so this was the release of pent-up emotions, was it? As long as she hasn't lost her sanity, that's a relief. However, speaking of which, with the recovery of her meridians, could the upgraded version of the Eternal Spring technique possibly? The crucial point is that the Eternal Spring unyielding art might even allow one to cultivate the Tao body. The Tao body appears to be attainable only by those with innate talent. Can one truly achieve it through acquired means? This technique's rank is certainly extraordinary. Perhaps there is a chance. Master, I wish to speak of something that may or may not be appropriate to share. Su Wanqing's gaze sharpened, imbued with pride. Her renewed Tao heart exuded an impressive aura. Speak. There is nothing between us that cannot be discussed. The disciple has studied a certain technique, obtained by chance, which can not only heal one's own injuries, but can also assist others in repairing damaged meridians. Su Wanqing shook her head. It is not merely the restoration of meridians that pertains to the shattering of the spiritual abode. Unless the spiritual abode is mended, one cannot repair the damaged meridians. Very few possess the ability to achieve this, and none that I know of. Chu Ning hesitated for a moment, pondering that the creator of this technique must be quite remarkable. What if? What if I were to attempt it? If there is indeed a chance? Su Wanqing contemplated for a moment. Her disciple would not harm herself. Very well, let us give it a try, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. So, Ninger, how shall we proceed? Master, first you must remove your clothing. Su Wanqing was taken aback. The atmosphere within the cave abode grew tense in an instant as she looked at her disciple, bewildered. Ninger, what did you just say? Chapter 4. Is it not acceptable to refrain? Is comfort not sought? Sensing the atmosphere shift and perceiving the wariness in Su Wanqing's gaze, Chu Ning hastily spoke. This technique employed by the disciple is a method of external massage derived from a martial art, channeling the essence of Eternal Spring into Master S body through external manipulation. Upon uttering this, he activated the Eternal Spring unfading technique. Eternal Spring remains. The essence of spring persists. Spring embodies the vitality of all creation, the harmonious intertwining of life. The unyielding nature of Eternal Spring corresponds to timeless existence, and thus it is. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief. She had feared that the disciple harbored ulterior motives. It was her own dark thoughts that led her astray. With a playful glare at Chu Ning, she chided. Next time, be more explicit, lest you lead me to misunderstand. Chu Ning could only smile wryly. After nurturing her disciple for so many years, how could she ever engage in ignoble acts? Well then, what should I do? Su Wanqing inquired. Chu Ning candidly replied, You need only to leave it to me, master. There is no need for you to exert yourself. The more Su Wanqing listened, the more uneasy she felt. These words, why did they provoke a desire for violence within her? Nonetheless, after a brief hesitation, she drank the final sip of ginger soup. She scrutinized the essence of Eternal Spring. Indeed, it was vibrant, imbued with a faint hint of revival. Prior to this, she had never encountered such a method of cultivation. Ninger, how did you acquire this technique? It was obtained by chance, but regrettably, it bears no efficacy for cultivation enhancement. It merely aids in recovery from injuries. Su Wanqing could not help but marvel, even so. This is already formidable enough. However, whether it possesses any true efficacy remains unclear to me. Seeing this, Chu Ning promptly urged, Then master, please lie down. I shall attend to you immediately. Su Wanqing's lips twitched. The more she listened, the more peculiar it sounded, leaving her feeling quite bewildered. However, considering the disciple's youthful exuberance and eagerness to assist, she decided to overlook it. Yet, was it truly impossible to refrain from disrobing? That is acceptable. It poses no issue. Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Then why insist on having me undress? Chu Ning queried in confusion. Isn't it easier to massage without clothing? Isn't that the standard practice in such establishments? Su Wanqing could hardly suppress a twitching smile. The disciple truly needed to learn how to articulate his thoughts more gracefully. Alas, with no further qualms, she laid herself upon the bed. After all, she had never witnessed such a technique. It was worth a try, after all. Chu Ning chuckled softly, ready to approach, when he suddenly felt a sense of disquiet. Are my words not too peculiar? Just moments ago, he had genuinely been eager to assist, wishing to try it out. Yet, reflecting on it, Chu Ning could not help but facepalm and sigh. What on earth have I said that was so strange? Especially in this moment. Within the exquisite chamber, every detail was meticulously arranged, particularly the bed. Draped upon the silk quilt was her almost flawless figure, her thighs exposed to the air, leaving one parched and yearning. I am truly here to assist the master. not to pursue her. Ninger, are you not ready yet? I am coming, master. Chu Ning stepped forward without hesitation. Lying on the bed, Su Wanqing felt quite peculiar. It was only due to her familiarity with Chu Ning, having watched her grow up, that she understood the girl's limited verbal skills. Otherwise, she might have acted more decisively. At this moment, Chu Ning had approached Su Wanqing, her heart racing. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance in the air, momentarily rendered speechless. Noticing the prolonged silence, Su Wanqing turned in confusion. She had trusted Chu Ning enough to allow her entry, believing that her gratitude for raising her would ensure no impropriety would occur. Yet, at this instant, she noticed something unsettling in Chu Ning's gaze. Indeed, the dynamic between a teacher and a student of the opposite sex was inherently awkward. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanqing sighed, suggesting they postpone until tomorrow. As she felt rather fatigued, Chu Ning realized that if she hesitated any longer, the opportunity would slip away. The mention of tomorrow was merely a pretext. She too sensed the tension in the air. With her mind solely fixated on the diagram of human meridians, she recalled that the Changchun technique was foundational, while Changchun Immortal was an advanced cultivation method, and healing still required the activation of the Changchun technique. With determination, she pressed her thumbs forcefully against Su Wanqing's back. Su Wanqing could not contain a soft gasp, her face flushing as she turned to glare at Chu Ning. Had she not just suggested tomorrow and requested a gentler approach? Chu Ning said nothing, focusing instead on channeling the essence of Changchun, allowing its spirit to surge forth. She pressed down, guiding the energy through the meridians into Su Wanqing's body. The technique of Changchun was meticulous. The massage would begin by opening the meridians along the spine, applying pressure to critical acupoints on either side, then using her palms to expand the pressure from points to areas. With this, the meridians in Su Wanqing's back began to open, enabling the infusion of Changchun energy into her body. Initially overwhelmed by discomfort, Su Wanqing was suddenly enveloped by a sensation of tingling warmth that coursed through her, rendering her weak yet blissful. Though she felt no significant internal changes, she acknowledged that her disciple had indeed honed some skill, as the massage technique was surprisingly proficient. Relishing the rare moment of relaxation, she merely tilted her head to observe Chu Ning. Ninger, if you are tired, you may rest. Your technique is commendable. Chu Ning remained silent, wholly engrossed in her practice. The meridians in Su Wanqing's back were now open. In an instant, the previously dormant Changchun energy within Su Wanqing stirred, as if it had found its guiding force, swiftly entering her body. This time, it was not a cry of pain, but a soft sigh of relief. Su Wanqing lost herself in the moment, her mind a blank slate, her back feeling an unparalleled comfort, her expression transforming into one of pure enjoyment. What astonished her further was that a portion of her internal meridians, infused with the essence of Changchun, began to coalesce. Although the gathering was minuscule, merely a tiny segment, akin to a 1-meter distance in 100 kilometers, it filled Su Wanqing, who had exhausted every means to recover her cultivation, with an exhilarating tremor. Ninger, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Chu Ning uttered not a single word, wholly engrossed in his task. His cultivation was meager, and exerting himself to channel the essence of Changchun was already his utmost limit. There was no room for distraction. Even the intermittent soft hums from Su Wanqing barely registered in his consciousness. At that moment, the essence of Changchun indeed continued to mend within Su Wanqing's being. Although the progress was fleeting, she was genuinely witnessing results. Overwhelmed with emotion, she nearly shed tears of joy. She had truly achieved it. The prospect of rekindling her cultivation had emerged. When the time came, she would ensure that those who had scorned her would open their eyes wide in astonishment. She was not a failure, and neither were her disciples deserving of such a label. Suddenly, Chu Ning's body collapsed, falling directly onto Su Wanqing. She was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. Hadn't he stated that he would merely restore his cultivation? Yet here they were, alone in the cave at the witching hour. Even as a disciple, in that instant, she was at a loss. Did her disciple harbor intentions towards her? Yet his earlier words had been filled with concern, and despite her desperate calls, he had shown no response. But why now? Just then, she sensed something. Her disciple had no ulterior motives. He had merely succumbed to exhaustion. Before losing consciousness, Chu Ning had heard the system's notification. Ding. Assisting wife in restoring her cultivation, progress 0. 1. Reward contribution value 5,000. System commentary. True devotion to one's spouse is not merely verbal but demonstrated through action. Triggered system critical hit reward, enhancing aptitude once. Successfully elevated spiritual root quality to medium-grade spiritual root. Chu Ning was left utterly distraught. In that moment, he lost control and fainted. This endeavor had indeed taken a considerable toll on his body. Meanwhile, Realizing that her disciple was not plotting anything nefarious but had merely fainted, Su Wanqing quickly rose to assess the situation. Cradling her disciple and checking his pulse, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was unharmed, merely exhausted. Her gaze was now tinged with complexity as she looked down at her disciple. His efforts had proven effective, yet he had overexerted himself to the point of unconsciousness. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Uncertain whether her emotions stemmed from the excitement of witnessing a breakthrough in cultivation or the relief of feeling her disciple's genuine concern for her well-being. At least in this vast world, there was someone who cared for her feelings and her every circumstance. "Oh, foolish child." Su Wanqing's expression softened as she gently stroked Chu Ning's head, tenderly embracing him in her arms. "Next time, don't be so reckless. Your teacher is truly happy. Let us rest here for today." Chapter 5. Just lie down and truly restore. At first, Su Wanqing held little apprehension toward Chu Ning. However, as she realized her current state of lost cultivation, her foremost concern became the preservation of her integrity. Within the sect, the elders displayed faces like beasts, adulating one in times of peak, only to mock and scorn during the valleys of misfortune. Even if she had truly committed transgressions, her only recourse would be to sacrifice her life to safeguard her honor. Su Wanqing had prepared herself for such an eventuality. Indeed, her initial desire for a life of ease stemmed largely from this plight. To endure humiliation merely to survive was not the path she, Su Wanqing, sought. She would rather shatter into countless pieces than live in shame. Yet unexpectedly, a disciple could genuinely aid her in restoring her form. Though progress was minimal, it was nevertheless a glimmer of hope. Upon the bed, Su Wanqing gazed tenderly at the unconscious Chu Ning, gently covering him with a quilt. "Ninger, you have grown." As Chu Ning initiated the long spring immortal technique for the first time, he lost control, captivated by the progress and eager to achieve more. To his surprise, he became utterly exhausted and fell into a faint. However, when he awoke once more, the sight before him was not his familiar cave dwelling. Instead, he found himself upon a finely crafted wooden bed, the air suffused with a subtle, enchanting fragrance that instantly roused him from his stupor. He sat up abruptly. Where was he? A glance revealed it to be none other than his master's cave. He had lost consciousness last night in Su Wanqing's chamber? As he reached out to touch the silk quilt, its exquisite smoothness reminded him of a woman's skin, akin to how he had caressed Su Wanqing the previous day, stirring a profound allure within him. Chu Ning drew in a sharp breath. His heart was undeniably unsettled. With a resigned breath, he checked the system panel. Chu Ning, talents, medium quality spiritual root. It seemed that aiding his master in recovering her cultivation had yielded a critical hit, subsequently enhancing his own talent. The system was truly remarkable. Cultivation, body refinement level 4. Chu Ning paused at the sight of his cultivation level. It must be the enhancement brought about by the long spring immortal technique, right? This technique was indeed extraordinary. It possessed the potential for complete mastery, leading to the attainment of the long spring Tao body. His master, Su Wanqing, was an embodiment of the heavenly Tao, an innate Tao body, poised to ascend to sainthood after a century of cultivation, a veritable prodigy. He had never heard of anyone achieving a Tao body through postnatal cultivation. The technique was no trifling matter. Remaining contribution points, 16,000. Chu Ning was taken aback, a smile spreading across his face. Would you like to spend 10,000 contribution points to exchange for the devouring heavenly demon technique? Without hesitation, Chu Ning agreed. Exchange successful. Devouring heavenly demon technique, a method derived from the ancient ferocious beast, Tao Tai, allowing practitioners to enhance their cultivation by consuming all things, even purifying and elevating their talents. To consume all things, spiritual energy, spirit stones, blood essence, living beings, and even humans. Chu Ning's gaze sharpened, revealing a hint of ferocity. The cultivation world was inherently predatory. It may not appear overtly sanguine, yet it was far more brutal than the mere act of consuming flesh. Even if he were to absorb the vitality of others in the future, what could he possibly fear? Countless words were being etched into his mind, and the system status bar underwent a transformation. Cultivation method, eternal spring unyielding art progress, first layer beginner, heaven-swallowing demon technique, ethereal sword art, not yet initiated. It appears that the heaven-swallowing demon technique does not conform to the typical progression of cultivation methods, and it does not conflict with the eternal spring unyielding art or the ethereal sword art. His spirit surged with excitement. Merely glimpsing the introduction of this technique made him nearly leap with joy, for he had now mastered it entirely. He decided to give it a try. As he activated the heaven-swallowing demon technique, a crimson glow enveloped his eyes. He took out his spirit stones, of which he possessed only a few hundred low-grade ones. accumulated over the years due to his poor aptitude and slow refinement speed. In the next moment, Chu Ning devoured all the spirit stones without leaving a trace. The tyrannical nature of the heaven-swallowing demon technique lay in its ability to directly refine and transform the absorbed energy into cultivation power. Chu Ning's cultivation soared in leaps and bounds. In an instant, his aura elevated step by step. Refinement stage 5, refinement stage 6, refinement stage 7, refinement stage 8, refinement stage 9. He felt a profound connection with the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The first realm of cultivation, spiritual movement, achieving the 9th refinement stage, which typically requires decades of effort for ordinary cultivators, was now effortlessly surpassed. This technique was undeniably overbearing. However, just as Chu Ning was about to rejoice, a surge of discomfort welled up within him, and he felt a sweetness in his throat. Spurt. A mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly expelled. Meanwhile, his internal organs endured immense pain. The rapid breakthrough in cultivation was too much for his 5 viscera and 6 bowels to bear, but it mattered not. For the eternal spring was here. Within the cave dwelling, the essence of spring was vibrant. Chu Ning closed his eyes, focusing intently as he sat in meditation. The spring essence had the power to restore damaged spiritual veins. The rupture of his internal organs was merely a trifling matter. When Chu Ning opened his eyes again, he sensed that the world before him had transformed. Inside the cave, the spiritual energy was incredibly abundant, a sight that had previously eluded him. Moreover, Shaozhu Peak was one of the 8 peaks of the Taishan sect, renowned for its rich spiritual energy. Thus, his master, Su Wanqing, had said this place would inevitably be coveted. But that would not be the case any longer. Chu Ning. Age. 18. Cultivation. First realm spiritual movement. Progress. 15. Cultivation methods. Eternal spring unyielding art. Progress. First layer. Heaven-swallowing demon technique. Ethereal sword art. Furthermore, it seemed that due to his practice of the demonic technique, his physical strength was now extraordinary. This time, when giving his master a massage, it would certainly not be like before. Wait, where was his master? Chu Ning casually wiped away the bloodstains, feeling refreshed, and was about to call for his master to assist him. Just then, the door to the cave slowly opened. A woman clad in azure, possessing an unparalleled beauty and a graceful demeanor, entered. Upon seeing Chu Ning, her gaze softened instantly, adorned with a gentle smile. Ning, are you awake? Yet she quickly noticed Chu Ning's reaction and felt her cheeks flush, discreetly averting her eyes. For a man, such a response in the morning was entirely normal. Chu Ning immediately became aware of it, and hastily grabbed a blanket to cover himself, offering an awkward smile. Master, I may have been too fatigued yesterday and inadvertently dozed off. Su Wanqing shook her head, producing a pill from her hand and presenting it to Chu Ning. I visited the pill peak and procured a spirit-nourishing pill for you. Your spiritual essence has been excessively depleted, so you should consume it. Chu Ning was taken aback. A single pill? It couldn't possibly be that Master exchanged her own resources for it. In the current state of the Taishan sect, who would still care for Master's reputation? Chu Ning lifted his gaze, slowly parting his lips. After all, the medicine was offered right before him. Su Wanqing hesitated, her expression tightening. The woman pursed her lips, ultimately placing the pill into Chu Ning's mouth. Given your severe exhaustion, do you truly claim you cannot even lift your hand? Noticing the shift in Su Wanqing's demeanor, which carried a hint of playful reproach, Chu Ning belatedly realized. No, I thought Master intended to feed me. After swallowing the pill, Chu Ning was engulfed in a mix of sorrow and indignation. Yet, it was not something he could vocalize, as it was a mutual understanding. Since Master had already fed him, how could he appear ungrateful? Yet, Master truly did feed him. However, soon after, waves of spiritual energy began to ripple within him, rejuvenating his body and replenishing his spirit. Surely, Master must have exchanged a significant amount of resources for this. His gaze fell upon Su Wanqing, who also sensed the anomaly and quickly smiled, attempting to divert the conversation. Ninger, that cultivation method is indeed remarkable. I genuinely feel revitalized. Chu Ning shook his head. Master, the rate of recovery is still insufficient. I have now reached the first level and can assist you in recovering more effectively. Thus, I humbly request that you allocate some resources to me. The higher I cultivate, the more I can offer assistance. Su Wanqing had no objections to this. After all, she had watched Chu Ning grow up, and over the years, resources had not been a limitation for him. Although Chu Ning's talent was somewhat lacking, even refining a low-grade spirit stone took him a month. Over time, he had refrained from asking, yet Su Wanqing continued to seek resources for him, though to no avail after many years. But this statement, Su Wanqing was taken aback. gazing at Chu Ning before her. You have reached the first level? Just last night. Were you not still at the third layer of body refinement? Chu Ning pondered briefly before providing a plausible explanation. In truth, while healing master, I discovered that I could benefit as well. Practicing that cultivation method revealed that it could assist me in elevating my own prowess. Su Wanqing inhaled deeply. Had you discovered the wonders of that method sooner, your cultivation might now rival mine. This could allow someone to traverse years of progress in a single day, without hesitation. Su Wanqing retrieved her storage ring. Yet, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Within this storage ring lies my own resources, but due to my current low realm, I cannot access it. If you, Ninger, can manage to unlock it, feel free to take whatever resources you find. After all, they are of little use to me now. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned. Su Wanqing selflessly offered her resources, treasures accumulated over many years, without uttering a single superfluous word. Even though they might not be immediately necessary, their worth could undoubtedly purchase half of the Taishan sect. Chu Ning, lacking any convoluted excuses, nevertheless inclined himself in respectful gratitude. At this moment, he was in dire need of resources, for such assets were essential to ensure the survival of both him and his wife, as well as their master-disciple bond. He, of course, was unable to access them. The system, however, might be able to assist. He silently focused his thoughts, urging the system, "Please help me find a way to unlock this storage ring." Ding. High-grade storage ring, formidable restrictions, can only be opened by a practitioner of the sixth realm, or it can be directly unlocked by expending 6,000 contribution points. Chu Ning, the sky-devouring magic art cost me 10,000, and you expect me to part with 6,000 for a mere storage ring? What a blatant robbery. The system, devoid of any emotion, merely presented the information before Chu Ning. It seemed to be asking whether he would unlock it or not. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ning realized he had exactly 6,000 points left. Was this a ploy to make him spend all his points and then pamper his wife? Very well, I see your game. Exchange. The restrictions have been lifted. The host may retrieve the items. Chu Ning swiftly stored the items away, of course intending not to reveal the resources in plain sight, as it would be too complicated to explain. He did not wish for others to know about the system. After all, an innocent man may suffer for possessing a gem. At this moment, he merely gazed at Su Wanqing and expressed his gratitude once more. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your trust. The resources you have provided today will be repaid tenfold in the future. A drop of kindness deserves a gushing spring in return. Su Wanqing smiled slightly. Even if she could not find a method to restore her meridians, she was willing to offer assistance, especially since he needed it now. Seeing that he had hope in his cultivation brought her great comfort. Chu Ning nodded, saying little more. Disciple is currently at the first realm, but I can assist Master in restoring your cultivation. Please, Master, lie down. I shall begin. At this, Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself, her face flushing as she tugged at Chu Ning's ear. Was this intentional or merely a slip of the tongue? Did he think she was oblivious to the lightness of his words? What did he mean by lie down and begin? Such phrases were hardly befitting of a disciple addressing their master. Yet, Chu Ning appeared utterly bewildered. If not lying down, then standing? Standing was also an option, but that was not what the master meant at all. Just as Su Wanqing was about to clarify, a commotion outside interrupted them. Elder Su, this is your disciple Wang Tianyi, come to pay my respects. Both were taken aback, and Su Wanqing's demeanor instantly darkened. Chu Ning's expression also turned grim. Wang Tianyi, the youngest disciple of Su Wanqing, had entered the first realm within a year. Last night, he had also been among those who severed ties. To Chu Ning, those who were ungrateful deserved nothing less than death. Master, please wait. I shall handle this matter. Having spoken, he turned and departed. Chapter 6. The concern of the disciple and the gratification of Su Wanqing at Taishan sect on Little Bamboo Peak. The landscape is adorned with verdant bamboo, the mountains are lush, and the skies are expansive. This place, characterized by clusters of small bamboo, has rightfully earned its name. In front of the main hall of Little Bamboo Peak stands a young man in a resplendent purple robe, smiling gently with his hands clasped behind his back. However, the Taoist robe should be green. Having just arrived, he has changed into a different attire, which certainly does not align with the identity of a disciple of Su Wanqing. Moreover, he still refers to her as Elder Su. As Chu Ning stepped out, Wang Tianyi was momentarily taken aback. He recognized Chu Ning, yet wondered why he emerged from Su Wanqing's dwelling. Nonetheless, he refrained from speculation, for despite Su Wanqing's loss of cultivation, she held her reputation in high regard and would not easily consort with just any disciple. Although he was the youngest disciple of Su Wanqing, addressing Chu Ning as senior brother felt awkward given his 20 years of age. A lingering resentment brewed within him. Why should someone like Chu Ning, devoid of any aptitude for cultivation, gain entry to Little Bamboo Peak and be acknowledged as a disciple of Su Wanqing? Even the senior brothers and sisters refrained from openly criticizing him, opting instead for covert derision. Chu Ning, an orphan taken in by Su Wanqing, had enjoyed countless resources over the years, yet he remained self-aware and did not overindulge. Envy and jealousy swirled within Wang Tianyi, but at that moment, all that remained was disdain. Su Wanqing was now incapacitated. No one could protect Chu Ning any longer. As he gazed at the approaching figure clad in green, Wang Tianyi offered a slight smile. Is Elder Su not present? He inquired. Chu Ning, his expression devoid of emotion, advanced without uttering a word. Observing this, Wang Tianyi decided to forego subtlety. It seems you no longer dare to show yourself. I shall be direct. My master, Zhao Feng, is willing to offer 30,000 spiritual stones annually to rent the land of Little Bamboo Peak for cultivation. Little Bamboo Peak is renowned as the most spiritually enriched locale within the Taishan sect. Even though Su Wanqing is now powerless, no one would dare openly seize control of Little Bamboo Peak. Her contributions to the sect are well known, and should they betray her, the world would mock them, and other sects would look down upon them. However, refraining from open betrayal does not preclude them from employing other means, as long as they maintain a faade of propriety. Wang Tianyi wore a smile, having some acquaintance with Su Wanqing. He believed negotiations would be simpler now that she had lost her powers. Surely, she would understand that seizing the spiritual stones would benefit her the most. Chu Ning, did you hear that? Hurry and inform Elder Su, and do so promptly. Suddenly, a swift kick landed squarely on Wang Tianyi's face, infused with the overwhelming force of the heavenly demon art, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Chu Ning's countenance darkened as he showed no hesitation. His fingers curled into a claw, seizing Wang Tianyi's head and forcefully slamming it into the earth. In an instant, chaos reigned, blood flowed, and amidst this turmoil, Wang Tianyi had merely completed the 9th level of body tempering, while Chu Ning had already mastered the current prowess of the 9th level, augmented by his foundational techniques. How could this individual possibly be his rival? Fear and astonishment intermingled within him. A seemingly useless man had rendered him nearly immobile. In a state of panic, Wang Tianyi cried out, Chu Ning, what are you doing? Do you believe I won't summon my master to slay you? Chu Ning paused, a cold smile gracing his lips as he placed his foot upon Wang Tianyi's head. Brother Wang, have you forgotten that even with a new teacher, you must still address me as your senior brother? To call me by my name directly, do you not regard me as your superior? What should you call me? As intense pain surged through him, Wang Tianyi howled in agony, yet he refused to plead for mercy. My master is at the peak of the 6th realm. Now that Su Wanqing has lost her strength, she cannot protect you. If you dare to kill me, you will all perish. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning chuckled derisively, fixing a scornful gaze upon Wang Tianyi. Oh, allow me to inquire why your master, Zhao Feng, has not come himself, but rather sent you to trespass upon my Little Bamboo Peak's territory? The territory is theirs now. At the very least, as a reputable sect, they would not dare act so precipitously. Many covet Little Bamboo Peak for its spiritual essence, yet they maintain the facade of righteous beings, fearing to act. Wang Tianyi was merely a pawn in Zhao Feng's game, strutting in arrogance, foolishly attempting to threaten Chu Ning. It was no wonder Chu Ning acted with such decisiveness. Yet Wang Tianyi remained oblivious, merely sneering despite his inability to escape. Fine. You, Chu Ning, have concealed yourself well. I did not foresee you being at the 1st realm, but do not regret this. With that, he produced an elder's token and shouted for help. Master, I have been wronged. Come and save me. However, there was no response. Only silence and Chu Ning's mocking laughter. Fool, the sect leader is watching, the elders are observing, and even the outside world is paying attention. Those outside are observing how Taishan sect treats Su Wanqing, the so-called useless one, assessing how they handle someone who has lost their capabilities after once being of merit. A poor handling of this situation could serve as a pretext for attack from other sections. The other elders were also watching, gauging Su Wanqing's intentions, only to find Chu Ning standing in her stead. Had Su Wanqing shown the slightest inclination, they would have rushed to contest without hesitation. Such is human nature. The sect leader was undoubtedly observing as well, determining when and on what grounds to collect and to whom to bestow it. Though they were currently in decline, their reputations still lingered. Who would dare to act brazenly? Chu Ning said nothing, merely applying pressure with his foot, his expression dark as he stared at Wang Tianyi, who lay like a defeated dog. Where is your master? Come, let me see him. In that moment, sensing the intent to kill, Wang Tianyi could no longer maintain his composure. His master had not arrived. How could this be? Clearly, during this morning's discussion, it was indicated that he would intervene. Why was this happening? Yet the weight upon his head grew ever more oppressive, nearly overwhelming him. Senior brother Chu, I beg you spare me. With a cold smirk, Chu Ning delivered a heavy kick to Wang Tiany's face, rendering him unconscious. The youngest disciple of Su Wanqing was the first to take a stand. Did he truly believe that he and his mother could be easily bullied? As long as righteousness prevailed, they would not dare to act recklessly, even if they did. He possessed absolute confidence in ensuring Su Wanqing's safety. At that moment, Chu Ning raised his head and called out into the void. My master has contributed immensely to the Taishan sect. Which elder dares to claim greater contributions than my master? Since the sect master has spoken, wishing to retain my master's position as the head of Shaozhu Peak, I hope the elders will manage their own subordinates wisely. Should any fool dare to provoke me again, they shall first have to contend with me. Chu Ning. Ding. Protecting the distressed wife grants you 5,000 contribution points. System evaluation. Your audacity is truly unparalleled. Your devotion to your wife knows no bounds. Upon hearing the system's comments, Chu Ning couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It is not that my courage is extraordinary. Had he refrained from uttering those words, troubles would only escalate. He could only muster some reckless bravery, after all. Even a prestigious sect would not dare to act so ruthlessly. Wang Tiany's unconscious body was dragged away by an unseen force. Chu Ning turned around and caught sight of Su Wanqing, who stood at the entrance of the cave, staring at him in a daze. A smile spread across his face. Master, the troubles have been resolved. Your disciple has taken care of it. Earlier, you bore the burden for me. Now it is my turn. With that, he respectfully bowed. At that moment, he did not dare approach Su Wanqing's cave, knowing full well that someone was watching over the mountains and rivers. Speaking out could tarnish his master's reputation. I shall come back later. I need to focus on my cultivation first. Master, please rest. I will return shortly. Su Wanqing stood in stunned silence for a long while before finally breaking into a smile. In her time of distress, it was unexpectedly Chu Ning who had come to her aid. A warm feeling blossomed within her, and her eyes sparkled with joy. Watching his retreating figure, she whispered softly, Thank you, Ninger. Chapter 7. After the meal, can you continue to assist me in restoring my cultivation? Once renowned across the realm as the youngest pinnacle sword cultivator of the 6th realm, I was widely celebrated and held in reverence by all who beheld me. Yet, time has passed, and now I find myself forsaken, my cultivation utterly lost, like a withered leaf abandoned by the wind. Su Wanqing's heart is shattered and engulfed in despair, for she has made countless attempts, each yielding no opportunity. To her astonishment, she discovers a glimmer of hope in Chu Ning, whose cultivation can be revived. Furthermore, she is now under the protection of a disciple like Chu Ning. Her heart swells with countless emotions, genuine sentiments spilling forth. If she could reclaim her former strength, she would fight valiantly for her disciple without a second thought. At this moment, within the confines of Chu Ning's cave abode, the contribution points have refreshed once more. The current balance stands at 5,000. The significance of these contribution points cannot be overstated. Yet, a thought crosses Chu Ning's mind. Exchange for 2 runes that allow for an immediate escape, sufficient to evade the pursuit of saint-level cultivators. No need for anything extravagant. Ding. 2 void escape runes have been exchanged for the host. By utilizing these runes, the user can teleport to a location up to 100,000 miles away, unaffected by any control or harm during the process. Contribution points consumed. 2,000 contribution points balance, 4,000, with 2,000 contribution points spent. He has secured a vital escape mechanism. There remains much to accomplish within the Taishan sect. This endeavor is not solely for Su Wanqing. It is also for himself. He accepts the runes, intending to later give one to Su Wanqing. At this moment, Chu Ning also retrieves the storage ring bestowed upon him by Su Wanqing. The ring is now devoid of any spiritual consciousness barriers, allowing him to freely access its contents. As he gazes inward, he is taken aback. The quantity of spirit stones alone exceeds several million. An array of medicinal pills, herbs, protective gear, and magical artifacts dazzles the eye. He nearly drops his jaw in disbelief. Did Su Wanqing truly give all this without hesitation? With these resources, Su Wanqing could indeed lead a comfortable life in the future. This is precisely what Chu Ning needs at present. His gaze is complex as he glances towards Su Wanqing's cave. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Rest assured, Master, your cultivation will be restored by your disciple. Without a hint of hesitation, he extracts a portion of spirit stones and immediately employs the devouring sky demon technique for refinement. The demon technique is strictly forbidden within the righteous sections. He cannot allow outsiders to discover it. Therefore, he intends to acquire a more suitable practice manual. After all, the devouring sky demon technique is merely for cultivation. The ethereal swordsmanship requires an extensive amount of time to master, and Chu Ning is disinclined to undertake such arduous training. The everlasting spring technique belongs to the restoration category. Now that he possesses a cultivation skill and a means of recovery, he must seek a suitable and exceedingly domineering technique to wield. Yet for now, the focus remains on cultivation. The devouring sky demon technique offers an almost terrifying speed of cultivation enhancement. However, such rapid advancement inevitably harms the internal organs and may even disturb the meridians. Fortunately, the essence of the everlasting spring technique perfectly compensates for these drawbacks. Madly absorbing spiritual energy, at this moment, foul and impure substances continuously emanated from his body. This was a means of merging the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his own, aiding Chu Ning in expelling impurities from within. At the first realm, one becomes agile and attuned to the spiritual essence of the universe, achieving a complete harmony with it, thus reaching the pinnacle of the first realm. Upon realizing that his cultivation had hit a bottleneck, he promptly activated the Immortal Ascension technique to begin mending his injuries. The enhancement through absorption was rapid. Yet the healing of his wounds would require a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, he had ample time. At Taishan sect, on the Su Dao Peak, numerous disciples gazed upon Wang Tianyi, dragged back like a lifeless dog, his once handsome visage now battered and bruised. Outrageous! How dare a mere disciple of a useless elder lay hands upon the direct disciple of the master? What audacity! Master, leave the matters of Shaozhu Peak to us. What trouble could two useless individuals pose? We could simply seize them. Upon hearing this, the elder at the forefront's expression darkened suddenly, rebuking, nonsense. How could Su Dao Peak engage in such despicable deeds? The disciple, momentarily perplexed, thought, but isn't the proposition of renting equally unscrupulous? 30,000 spirit stones for a cave dwelling. Not even a dog would exchange that. Isn't that quite underhanded as well? At this moment, Zhao Feng's expression softened slightly as he calmly explained, our Taishan sect is one of the 7 major sects in the human realm, and Su Dao Peak is one of the 8 peaks of Taishan sect. How could we stoop to such vile actions? The disciples comprehended. On the surface, they could not forcibly take it, for the other party had merits to their name. To seize it would be viewed as disgusting and despicable by the world, and could even be used against them in the future. Thus, today, they allowed Wang Tianyi to approach under the guise of renting. But master, a disciple questioned in confusion. Although Chu Ning's realm is low, he has made it clear that Shaozhu Peak will not be given to anyone. If we send someone else, it may be inappropriate. We must devise another plan. Hearing this, Zhao Feng scoffed. What is there to fear? Didn't this person claim he would protect Su Wanqing? I am curious to see if a mere one-realm cultivator can truly provide protection. Speaking of which, didn't this lad previously claim to be at the 3rd level of body refinement? He must be concealing his true cultivation. Yet what does it matter if he hides at the 1st realm? Meanwhile, several other elders were contemplating the events of the past few days. A change in strategy was certainly necessary. As for whether the sect master would intervene, if the sect master truly intended to protect, Wang Tianyi would not have gone to Shaozhu Peak, because the sect master, while reluctant to give, was constrained by face. Yet, is this merely a matter of formality? Now, this master and disciple pair find themselves surrounded by enemies on all sides, merely fish on the chopping block. At Taishan sect, within the cave dwelling of Shaozhu Peak, spiritual energy surged wildly, and the speed of cultivation for those with medium-grade spiritual roots had significantly increased compared to before. Chu Ning was no fool. Using the heaven-swallowing devil technique to break through was too perilous. One misstep could lead to his destruction. This technique was excessively violent. Although it augmented physical strength, it was wiser to proceed with caution. Despite this, the devouring demon technique has propelled Chu Ning's cultivation progress to the pinnacle of the 1st realm. He has consumed over a dozen breakthrough pills, yet has failed to advance despite numerous attempts. His mediocre aptitude indeed poses a challenge. However, each failure can be mended with the essence of eternal spring, allowing for another attempt at breakthrough. It is uncertain how much time has passed, but suddenly, Chu Ning's eyes flew open, sharp and piercing. He has entered the 2nd realm, the realm of subtlety. At this stage, he can harness the cosmic energy within himself and wield celestial techniques. This is what the world perceives as a celestial being, ordinarily. One must endure 3 years of body refinement, 3 years in the 1st realm, and at least a decade in the 2nd realm. Yet, for Chu Ning, it has taken merely a day. Chu Ning, aptitude, medium-grade spiritual root. Cultivation, 2nd realm, subtlety, progress. 1. Technique, devouring demon technique. Eternal spring, indestructible method, 2nd layer. Ethereal sword technique, not yet learned. Due to the lack of practice, he has not yet entered the path. He plans to ask Su Wanqing for guidance later that evening. It appears that the eternal spring indestructible method has ascended to the second layer due to frequent usage. As he senses his transformation, he perceives within his spiritual abode the budding growth of a small tree, continuously emanating the essence of eternal spring. He wonders how much he can assist his master in her cultivation today. Speaking of which, he should probably seek a technique for himself as well. At the very least, a trump card like the devouring demon technique should remain undiscovered. If revealed, he can only flee. For those of the righteous path are most adept at punishing the wicked and eliminating evil. He does not wish to be branded as a practitioner of demonic arts. He requests a technique suitable for his cultivation, one that possesses formidable lethality and overwhelming power. The system, devoid of emotion, is merely a tool for utilization. He has grown so apathetic that he no longer bothers to summon the system. Yet the system, indifferent to his sentiments, continues to operate, exchanging contribution points for items. Searching. Successful retrieval of technique. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Cultivating the essence of the dragon and elephant. It is an overwhelmingly powerful technique for physical prowess, though exceedingly difficult to master, requiring constant refinement of one's body. However, upon achieving great success, one can transform into the form of a dragon or elephant, rendering all deities, demons, and spirits of no consequence. Creator's evaluation, truly ferocious. Price, 100,000 contribution points. Chu Ning was taken aback. He had heard of this technique before and was astonished to find it available. The creator's evaluation, truly ferocious, seems quite fitting. Although this price is considerably lower than astronomical figures associated with other techniques, Chu Ning possesses merely 4,000 contribution points, clearly insufficient. What to do? Spoil his master? The mere thought of that title made Chu Ning's lips twitch. Alas, he is not truly a wayward disciple, although his master does seem to provoke such thoughts. With a deep sigh, Chu Ning lamented his own internal struggles. Perhaps he could indulge his master, considering her as well? Just as this inexperienced young man was lost in contemplation, a knock echoed at the door of his cave dwelling. As Chu Ning glanced around, he realized that night had already fallen. How swiftly time had passed. Ninga? A gentle voice drifted in from outside the door. It was Su Wanqing, continuing softly. After a day of cultivation, it is time for a well-deserved rest. I have prepared the meal. After we dine, could you assist me a little? Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ning replied, whatever master requires, I am at your service. Outside, Su Wanqing felt a flush rise to her ears. Though she had expressed her wishes before, her disciple never heeded them. Why did the disciple's noble intentions to aid in the restoration of her cultivation evoke such thoughts? In truth, it was she who was overthinking, her own heart in turmoil. Chapter 8. Su Wanqing's concern. She felt that her problems were far more significant. For Su Wanqing had lost all her cultivation. She was not afraid of losing everything again, as she had already become destitute. What she feared most was the loss of her purity, and she had even prepared herself for the possibility of taking her own life should such circumstances arise. However, the unexpected opportunity to restore her cultivation through Chu Ning ignited a flicker of hope within her, filling her heart with renewed determination. Yet, she remained a frail and powerless woman, inevitably plagued by chaotic thoughts. As Chu Ning stepped outside, Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at the disciple before her, wishing to correct some of Chu Ning's words. Yet, upon seeing the disciple's sincere gaze, filled only with respect, she was taken aback. The master can even cook? Just when I was hungry. Thank you, master. The disciple's expression was flawless, leaving no room for doubt. Had she truly overthought the matter? A faint sigh escaped Su Wanqing's heart. The disciple harbored no ulterior motives, yet her own mind was in disarray. Suddenly, she noticed that Chu Ning's aura seemed to have intensified, perhaps even surpassing that of the daytime. Had her cultivation level truly risen? Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Wanqing inquired, Ninger, your aura, could it be at the second realm? Chu Ning regarded Su Wanqing with a composed expression, a smile gracing her lips as she quietly replied, this matter is not to be taken lightly. Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned. It truly was the case. The disciple's aptitude had not been lacking, yet today she had experienced a continuous breakthrough. Chu Ning continued with a smile. Those from the Tai Xian sect will undoubtedly resort to other means to annex Shaozhu Peak and exert pressure on us. Therefore, it is imperative that I elevate my cultivation while keeping my advancements discreet. After all, one must play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. As the saying goes, they believe I am merely at the third layer of body refinement, but in truth, I am at the first realm. They think I am at the first realm, but what if I have reached the third realm? The disparity in information will thwart their plans, allowing me to buy time, enhance my cultivation, and safeguard Shaozhu Peak while protecting Su Wanqing. At this moment, his gaze grew solemn as he surveyed the world before him. Beneath the night sky, the tranquil Shaozhou Peak, adorned with lush bamboo, exuded an otherworldly serenity. The whispering wind rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a symphony of silence that soothed the soul. Su Wanqing instantly comprehended without voicing her thoughts. Could it be that the shackles of cultivation had been lifted after 18 years, leading to a sudden enlightenment? Such occurrences were not unheard of. Yet what was the disciple contemplating at this juncture? Su Wanqing gazed at Chu Ning, still astonished but remaining silent. Suddenly, Chu Ning could not help but express, "I grew up on Shaozhou Peak, witnessing my master continually shatter boundaries, truly deserving the title of prodigy. Yet, I never imagined my master would find herself in such a predicament. I never anticipated that the Shaozhou Peak I had called home for so long would now attract the attention of others, with even the sect masters secretly acquiescing. The transformation of our two realms has led to such a disheartening state." Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "This is all due to my inadequacies in guiding the way and my loss of cultivation. Had I chosen to enter seclusion and cultivate my essence, it would not have come to this." Chu Ning shook her head. "The vicissitudes of life and the capriciousness of the human heart serve as a test from the heavens for the esteemed master, refining her resolve and fortitude. Now that her cultivation has the potential for restoration, is this not a testament to that truth?" Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of realization crossed the woman's countenance. Indeed, having lost her cultivation, she has gained insight into the nature of humanity and the path of Tao, and now even has the chance for revival. Chu Ning continued, "When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their spirit, toil their muscles, starve their body, and expose them to hardship, thus stirring their will and bolstering their capabilities." Her heart quaked once more. Throughout history, how many have achieved sanctity? And how many have traversed the path as smoothly as she has? Certainly, all that she currently endures is orchestrated by the heavenly laws to augment her strengths. This affirmation from her disciple only fortified her aspiration to once again embark upon the path of cultivation. In the next moment, she suddenly noticed the talisman that Chu Ning had extended towards her. Su Wanqing hesitated momentarily, puzzled as she accepted it. This did not appear to be a talisman from her master's storage ring. It contained a hidden spatial power. Should danger arise, or if someone harbored ill intentions towards her master, this talisman could be activated to facilitate an instantaneous escape without detection. There was no need to make it visible, for a grand cultivator would seldom afford one such an opportunity. With a drop of blood and a mere thought, it could be employed. "Let us partake in a meal first. After dining, I shall assist you in mending your meridians, as you once sheltered me in my youth. Now it is my turn to safeguard you. You need only entrust this to me." Su Wanqi accepted the talisman, silently stowing it away, and nodded slightly. Yet, the emotions reflected in her gaze seemed to deepen into melancholy at Chu Ning's words. She contemplated the serendipity that had recently graced her path. The speed of her cultivation's enhancement was swift, and with such a treasure in her possession, the exhaustion from reconnecting her severed meridians was immense. Who could predict how long it might take? If only Chu Ning's extraordinary talents were devoted solely to her own cultivation rather than her own, the heights she could reach would be far greater. As a mentor, she felt she had become a burden to her disciple. This was precisely why she hesitated to seek Chu Ning's aid in repairing her meridians until after preparing dinner, when she finally came to greet him. She felt like a shell of her former self, unworthy of wasting Chu Ning's time, energy, and effort. What she could offer had grown increasingly meager. At the dinner table, the few dishes she had prepared were a testament to her limited skills. Chu Ning, having restrained his hunger all day without partaking in fasting, could no longer contain himself. "Master, if there are no objections, I shall begin to eat." With her affirmation, Chu Ning wasted no time in diving into the meal with fervor, relishing every bite. It was in this moment that he could momentarily cast aside the weight of responsibility, the burdens that weighed heavily upon him, and immerse himself fully in the act of dining. The flavors were exquisite. His master's culinary skills remained unmatched. As the sensation of fullness washed over him, it was evident that it was still insufficient, and he devoured his meal with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing gazed upon this scene with a gentle, affectionate expression. The disciple has indeed matured, standing before her today, in response to what appeared to be Wang Tianyi but was, in fact, the elder of Shu Dao Peak's scrutiny. He exhibited an almost cold-blooded demeanor. Such an attitude towards the malice of adversaries is truly appropriate. Yet, in facing oneself, he is filled with profound respect. Having been a teacher for nearly 60 years and cultivating for a century, he has never experienced the sensation of being shielded by another. Although his heart is imbued with considerable security, it is overshadowed by a greater sense of unease. This is because the disciple's rapid progression in cultivation and the time and energy required to assist her in mending her meridians will inevitably demand a significant portion of Chu Ning's dedication. Presently, she fears she has little to offer. This mindset of a teacher who cannot provide any tangible benefits to their disciple renders her exceedingly conflicted. She seems to believe her worth has diminished. Even as a mentor, she is reluctant for her disciple to invest all their energy solely in her. At this moment, Su Wanqing is not bowing her head to eat, but rather her expression is one of hesitation, her gaze distant. It is not until Chu Ning has nearly finished his meal and lets out a satisfied burp that she speaks. "Take your time, master. I wish to inquire about certain matters." Su Wanqing readily responds, "No problem. Ask away, I shan't delay you." Chu Ning nods and then inquires, "Master, you previously imparted the ethereal sword technique to me for quite some time, yet I have remained unable to comprehend it. Is this due to my spiritual root, or some other reason?" The swordsmanship, the romance of men. Countless times, witnessing fellow disciples soar through the skies on their swords, Chu Ning has felt a surge of envy. To wield a sword that can split the heavens, command cities, and part rivers, crying out in exhilaration as the sword comes forth, what ecstasy! If there exists a means to attain such prowess, it is indeed the sword he yearns to master. The critical aspect is, it is magnificent. However, his previous aptitude was woefully inadequate. Yet now, with a medium-grade spiritual root, and the swallowing heaven demonic art continuously refining his innate qualities, his aptitude has improved to above average. He has barely met the qualifications for entry as a disciple of the Taishan sect. Thus, he seeks clarity. Without hesitation, Su Wanqing provides her answer. The spiritual root, the innate talent, determines one's cultivation. This is an undeniable truth. No other reason exists, no matter how hard one toils. If the spiritual root is lacking, cultivation remains impossible. The spiritual root is not merely a matter of practice. It is akin to the roots of a great tree, profoundly influencing one's thought processes and the speed of spiritual energy absorption and transformation. Those with exceptional spiritual roots, like myself, can wield sword intent with ease. Yet, for ordinary individuals, it takes over a decade of practice to grasp such concepts, and therein lies the disparity. Chu Ning reflects for a moment upon her words. If my spiritual root were somewhat superior, would I then be able to practice swordsmanship? Su Wanqing nods in agreement but narrows her eyes slightly, smiling at Chu Ning. "What? Are you eager to continue your sword practice?" Chu Ning chuckles. "To soar on my sword, wandering freely across the world, the hearts and minds of all turn towards the heavens, and I too share this aspiration." Suddenly, Su Wanqing is struck by a thought. Although she may have lost her powers, her insight and knowledge remain intact. Since her disciple wishes to practice swordsmanship, she can certainly impart her teachings. At that moment, it seems as though a heavy stone has been lifted from Su Wanqing's heart, and she smiles once more. "In her early years, your progress in the art of swordsmanship was rather sluggish. Out of necessity, I had no choice but to guide you in other methods of physical refinement. Otherwise, you would have been unable to even embark on the path of cultivation. If the opportunity truly presents itself now, I shall teach you tomorrow. However, the essence of cultivation lies in diligent perseverance. Even if the results may not be as splendid, there is no need for despondency. Now, please demonstrate the ethereal sword technique, so that I may assess your current advancement in swordsmanship." "Understood, master." Upon uttering these words, Su Wanqing felt an unmistakable lightness in her heart. She cast aside her worries and began to tailor a path for Chu Ning's swordsmanship training. Though his aptitude may be lacking, it can be compensated for, albeit it may not yield significant results. Nonetheless, she could still offer guidance to her disciple, which in itself holds value. Having once ascended to the pinnacle of power, her fall to the depths has affected her resolve. Moreover, she felt a sense of inadequacy in front of others, particularly her disciples, as she had little to offer. Yet now, she could provide what her disciple needed, which significantly alleviated her spirits. Chu Ning nodded. After all, swordsmanship, in its essence, is not inherently weak. Challenges are merely part of the journey. What endeavor is devoid of difficulty? At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Successfully comforted the disheartened wife, rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. Chu Ning was taken aback. When did I comfort her? I merely inquired about my own cultivation. He suddenly raised his head to gaze at Su Wanqing, who now wore no trace of hesitation or conflict, but rather a look of joy accompanied by a hint of a smile. Despite her current loss of cultivation, her grace remained irreplaceable. Under the moonlight, her exquisite features complemented by that smile rendered her extraordinarily beautiful. Yet, Chu Ning was utterly oblivious to her beauty. He was perplexed. What did I say that comforted master? This is absurd. Chapter 9. He had an unpleasant odor, quite off-putting. Absurd as it may seem, Chu Ning accepted it with great reluctance. His wife. The system's prompt altered the way Chu Ning gazed at Su Wanqing. Her smile was undeniably captivating, evoking memories of the previous night. Alas, he was indeed no paragon of virtue or a true gentleman, and the system was quite relentless. Though he might jest, Su Wanqing was truly breathtaking. Yet, in her current state of vulnerability, she had lost all trust in others, save for him. Should her plight be revealed, it would surely crush the spirit of such a proud woman, leading her to believe he spoke merely to win her affection. Those words were indeed uttered by a disciple who felt the weight of despair in not wanting to burden his master. In her youth, she had imparted wisdom to him, igniting a yearning for longevity despite his mediocre talents. Back then, Su Wanqing had tenderly stroked his head, smiling as she reassured him that even if his path to cultivation was fraught with challenges, as long as he followed her, no one could harm him. That unwavering confidence and the concern of a mentor were the very reasons for Chu Ning's current inner turmoil. Alas, ultimately, indulging her was the right course. Assisting in restoring her vitality was indeed a facet of cherishing his wife. Once, his master stood before him. Now, it was his turn to shield her from the storms of life. Chu Ning rose and accepted the flying sword that Su Wanqing offered. Do you still remember the mysterious sword technique? Su Wanqing's demeanor grew serious, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Ning. In matters of swordsmanship, she was exceedingly strict, her demeanor shifting in a manner that belied her singular identity. She embodied the swordsmanship prodigy that once overshadowed the world, a figure that rendered others pale in comparison. The mysterious sword technique was an evolution of the original sword arts, a blend of resilience and ethereal grace. Upon achieving enlightenment, one could ascend to the heavens. Mastering 81 chapters of swordsmanship, Ninger, demonstrate the basic techniques of thrusting, slashing, flicking, and cleaving for your master. Swordsmanship, akin to spellcraft, relies on fluidity among strokes and points, with these fundamentals being paramount. Mastery of these basics is essential to truly grasp the essence of the sword. Chu Ning promptly began to wield the sword, recalling the teachings from his memory. With his current cultivation at the second realm, his strikes were fierce and powerful, and he felt confident they could serve as lethal techniques. However, Su Wanqing observed, and the sight was nothing short of distressing. He exhibited numerous flaws. His stance was flawed, treating the sword as a mere dagger. The way of the sword emphasizes the principle of yielding to overcome strength. Even the mightiest of swords relies not solely on brute force, but on the sword's essence. Alas, it was indeed wise for his master to teach him other refining techniques. Had he pursued this path, even refining his body would have proven challenging. Su Wanqing had discerned Chu Ning's innate talent for swordsmanship, as well as the depth of his understanding. Even with greater cultivation, his aptitude for the sword could hardly be deemed high. If one were to commence their cultivation now, the expenditure of time and effort would be considerable. However, it is preferable to face the arduous path of cultivation later, rather than to find oneself devoid of insight into the way of the sword. The young woman's demeanor was frigid, her gaze serious, as she fixed her eyes intently on Chu Ning. Is it truly the path of the sword that you wish to pursue? Chu Ning immediately clasped his hands in respect. As a disciple, I am willing to inherit the ethereal sword technique from my esteemed master. Similarly, I yearn to attain mastery in the art of the sword. Is this sincerity genuine? My devotion to you, master, is witnessed by heaven and earth. Su Wanqing's lips twitched slightly, and she spoke with a hint of resignation. What I speak of pertains to the way of the sword, not to you as an individual. You have already shown great respect towards me, and I am aware of it. Wasn't it about the way of the sword? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning offered an awkward smile and quickly replied, the heart devoted to the cultivation of swordsmanship is indeed more sincere. Su Wanqing nodded, her expression serious as she inquired further. If so, then what is your purpose in cultivating the way of the sword? Without hesitation, Chu Ning declared with unwavering conviction, to wield this sword and rectify the injustices of the world. Su Wanqing's gaze sharpened. Has the disciple always possessed such ambition? No. Her words had always harbored a hint of doubt. An individual of ordinary spiritual roots reaching the third level of body refinement was deemed impossible by societal standards. After years of enduring the elements, persevering in the pursuit of strength through training, to arrive at this stage, could one's resolve truly be deemed insufficient? It appeared his aspirations were grander than she had anticipated. Had his aptitude matched hers, he would undoubtedly rival her as a formidable swordsman. Su Wanqing found herself convinced in her heart that even if his talents were lacking, he would steadfastly traverse the path of swordsmanship. Tomorrow, I shall revise the sword technique you previously demonstrated. You are to practice it at least 1,000 times each day. Chu Ning sheathed his sword and bowed. Thank you, master. There is no need for gratitude between us. After all, I too have desires regarding you. Chu Ning's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Su Wanqing and then at the cave dwelling. In that fleeting moment, memories of the previous night flooded his mind, leaving him parched. Despite the age difference, Su Wanqing's appearance was undeniably captivating to Chu Ning, mature, intelligent, beautiful, with an exquisite figure. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumult of his thoughts. Su Wanqing, meanwhile, began to rise slowly. Come with me. There is no need for you to tidy up here. Chu Ning hesitated briefly but ultimately followed. Indeed, his resolute heart was to restore his master's cultivation. If his master regained her strength, he could finally find peace. A pinnacle sword cultivator of the sixth realm, even the sect leader would not dare to challenge her. The path of the sword is fraught with difficulty, demanding immense resources, innate talent, and relentless effort. First, I must assist my master in regaining her power. Before long, the two arrived within the cave dwelling. At that moment, Su Wanqing felt a peculiar stirring within her, her complexion slightly flushed, yet she exhaled a long breath. How could she harbor such base thoughts about a disciple who was there to aid her in recovery? Chu Ning also inhaled deeply. The subtle fragrance wafting from the cave was utterly enchanting. I have come to restore master's cultivation. How could I entertain such base thoughts? A man and a woman stood in silence, clearly unsettled. It was Su Wanqing, slightly older, who broke the silence. Ninger, I trust you were not overly fatigued yesterday while assisting me in regaining my strength. Today, there is no need to exert yourself excessively. Simply do your best. Chu Ning regained his composure and smiled, replying, at that time, my cultivation was somewhat lacking, but now I have a better grasp of the situation. So master need not worry. Su Wanqing nodded and approached the bed without hesitation, followed closely by Chu Ning. Just lie down, master. Ninger, there is something I wish to convey to you. The woman's gaze turned peculiar as she looked at Chu Ning, her cheeks flushing. Chu Ning, puzzled, inquired, what is it? Master? Su Wanqing clenched her fists, her lips trembling as she spoke, though I understand you did not mean it. When conversing with a woman, it is best to refrain from such behavior. Chu Ning was taken aback. Refrain from what? Suddenly, Su Wanqing halted mid-sentence, contemplating whether to continue. The disciple had come solely out of affection for his master, to assist in her recovery. If she spoke further, would it not imply she believed he harbored ulterior motives? Thus, she decided against it. It sufficed that they understood each other. After all, the atmosphere was serene and bright, a tale worthy of admiration. However, as they were in close proximity, Su Wanqing suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Ninger, do you smell something? Chu Ning was startled and quickly regained his focus. Oh no. After my practice today, I expelled impurities, but I thought I had cleaned myself adequately. It smells unpleasant. He turned swiftly. Master, wait. I will take a bath and return. The more he spoke, the stranger it sounded. Su Wanqing felt her ears redden at his words. Yet she called out to him. That odor is a result of impurities. Ordinary water will not suffice for cleansing. There is a spirit spring in this room. It will serve perfectly for your needs. Chu Ning paused, glancing at the spirit spring and then at Su Wanqing, whose face was slightly flushed. Is that appropriate? Their relationship, pure and unblemished. Suddenly, Su Wanqing interjected, there is no need for formality. I have watched you grow. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, daring not to say more. In truth, he thought, she had only seen him as a child, never as an adult. Oh, how foolish. Without hesitation, Chu Ning leapt into the spring. Stripping off his clothes would be too awkward. Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh at his action. If you want to remove your outer garments for a proper cleansing, then I shall simply retrieve some clothes from your room. Yet, as she was leaving, her gaze lingered a moment longer. How many years had passed for him to become so robust? Quickly averting her eyes, she departed with haste. Chapter 10, Garments, a reward from the master? Then I shall accept it. Chu Ning's physique is indeed robust. His wheat-colored skin and remarkably smooth muscle contours present an air of refinement in attire. Yet once the garments are shed, the definition of his muscles comes to light. This is the fruit of years of arduous training, resulting in commendable physical strength. However, due to his recent breakthroughs in cultivation and the expulsion of impurities, his skin has become even fairer. His appearance, already quite appealing, is further enhanced by this newfound paleness, which obscures any flaws and exudes greater poise and elegance. As he gazes at Su Wanqing's retreating silhouette, Chu Ning does not hesitate. He promptly cleanses himself. Although it is indeed the master's bathing chamber, such a pristine spring is hard to come by at this moment. Ah, there is even soap used by the master nearby? Never mind, that would not be appropriate. Within the spring lies an abundance of gentle spiritual energy. Merely rinsing away, the faint odor on his body dissipates. Even after washing his hair, it feels remarkably softer. This surpasses any shampoo or body wash. Chuning also removes his garments, deeming them unwearable, and discards them. However, this spring, rich in spiritual energy, considering the time, Su Wanqing has likely just arrived in her room. The devouring heaven demon, Art, seems capable of consuming everything. What about this? Chuning immediately channels his power to absorb some. Indeed, it is possible, yet it pales in comparison to spirit stones. Chuning, age, 18, cultivation, second stage, subtlety, progress, 7. The third stage, knowing destiny, is just around the corner. The categorization of cultivation realms is quite stringent. The 9 layers of body refinement allow the physique to accommodate spiritual energy. In the realm of martial arts, achieving the 9th layer of body refinement makes one more formidable than the masters of martial arts in mortal dynasties. The first stage of spiritual movement signifies the understanding of spiritual energy and the perception of the world. The second stage nearly signifies entry into the hall of mastery. The next realm, knowing destiny, entails recognizing one's insignificance in the universe, fostering a determined heart to ascend and defy the heavens. Progress shall not be slow. Knock, knock. Knock. The door of the cave dwelling is rapped upon. Perhaps concerned about witnessing something inappropriate, Su Wanqing gently knocks and inquires, "Ninger, your master is coming in." Chuning nods as his lower half is submerged in water. Only then does Su Wanqing enter, holding a set of disciple robes from Zai's Hufeng, found in Chuning's room. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she is met with the exquisite muscular lines of Chuning's upper body. This marks her first close encounter with a man. Su Wanqing's heart flutters, and she takes a deep breath to steady herself, maintaining her composure as she approaches. "Ninger, your clothes." "Thank you, master." Chuning feels no particular discomfort, merely eager to don the garment swiftly. However, he asks, "Master, could you please turn around?" It wouldn't be appropriate to emerge directly. The system may deem her his wife, but Chuning knows otherwise. Should the massage still proceed? Su Wanqing, somewhat embarrassed, regains her composure. Moments ago, she found herself lost in thought, but swiftly turned to grant Chuning some space. Soon after, she heard the sound of water splashing and the rustle of garments being donned. Her heart raced, for a living man stood behind her, despite being a disciple. How could she remain composed? Once Chuning finished bathing and donned fresh attire, she appeared revitalized and invigorated. Indeed, the spirit spring here is truly remarkable. "Master, we should not delay. Let us begin without further ado." Su Wanqing acknowledged with a sound and approached the bed. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Chuning spoke up. The disciple's methods, it seems, may not be easily executed given the layers of clothing master wore. This was no mere jest. With fabric as a barrier, the essence of spring might not flow as freely. Just yesterday, Su Wanqing had worn a thin outer garment, thus the impact was minimal. Yet today, she was layered in multiple garments, leaving Chuning with little confidence in her abilities. Su Wanqing paused at his words, saying nothing. Chuning quickly sensed the shift and continued, "Master, please endeavor to retain your garments as much as possible and cover yourself with a quilt. I assure you, I shall not look excessively." After all, he would certainly respect the dignity of his master. In such moments, it was not the time to take advantage. The master's honor must be preserved. Without uttering a word, Su Wanqing proceeded to remove her outer and inner garments, leaving only a blue belly band secured by a few straps at her back. Her expression remained calm as she covered her chest and cast a glance at Chuning. When illness strikes, modesty is cast aside. "Ninger, come forth." The disciple complied, urging, "Master, please bear with me." Originally striving to maintain her composure, Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself upon hearing his words. She promptly tossed her outer garment towards him, blushing fiercely, and without a word, she lay down. "I should rightly admonish you." Chuning was left bewildered. He held Su Wanqing's clothing, feeling even more perplexed. "Is this a reward? I never requested it." Nevertheless, he decided to accept it, tucking it away before stepping forward. However, upon catching sight of her flawless back, he was momentarily stunned. What a shame it would be not to use cupping on this smooth skin. Unbeknownst to Su Wanqing, she remained prone, awaiting his touch. In the next instant, 2 calloused hands, not as smooth as those of youth but rather rugged, settled upon her shoulders. Yet, despite their roughness, the experience of the massage was not painful. Rather, it heightened sensation and felt exquisite. With sudden strength, he employed the technique of spring hands, opening her back and seeking the meridians. A sound of delight and allure escaped her lips, causing Chuning to break into a cold sweat. "Master, why so unexpectedly bold?" At that moment, Su Wanqing turned back, puzzled. "What is it, Ning?" Chuning felt a warmth creeping to his face. "What is it, master?" "It's nothing, disciple." Please continue. She paid little heed, for she had already expressed herself quite vocally the previous night. At that moment, Chuning was indeed bashful, but noticing the disciple's lack of reaction, she gradually accepted the situation. Why was it so different today? Chuning soon recalled. Oh, you had quite the joyous outburst yesterday, didn't you? Was it truly so delightful? Ah, never mind, let us proceed. Without a hint of hesitation, she continued to channel the eternal spring, and the essence of spring surged forth instantly. Now, Chuning had reached the second realm, and her mastery of eternal spring had also progressed to the second tier. Naturally, the possibilities expanded. In an instant, spiritual energy flowed into her body, and the boundless essence of spring awakened, flooding into Su Wanqing's being. At this moment, the already fatigued Su Wanqing offered only soft, delicate sounds in response, which were exceptionally enchanting, sending shivers down Chuning's spine. With her heightened cultivation, she was no longer as singularly focused as before. Her mind could now wander. Little Chuning began to lose her composure, yet Chuning had to maintain her posture, for the scene was overwhelmingly alluring. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing, infused with the essence of longevity, experienced a rapid recovery of her meridians. In mere moments, her progress surpassed that of the previous night. The woman's voice, laced with allure, floated through the air. Ning. Ninger, is there more? Yes, master. There is, came the reply. A little more, and once my strength is restored, I shall definitely provide you with even more. Chuning's lips twitched. How was she to manage all this energy? With utmost focus, she channeled her full strength, determined to avoid any wandering thoughts. In that instant, Chuning truly left no energy unspent. She offered everything she could, of course. This referred to her vitality, not anything else. Within the cave, the sounds of enchantment echoed continuously. Should a blind person pass by, they would undoubtedly inquire about the activities within. However, the cave was sealed off, preventing even saint-level cultivators from prying. Thus, from a distant mountaintop, several elders from nearby sects gazed curiously at the small bamboo peak. What on earth are those two doing? Chapter 11. Concealed garments of the disciple. At this moment, the esteemed elders gathered in unison beneath the moonlit sky. Within a pavilion, their expressions bore an air of perplexity. Why had Chuning ventured into Su Wanqing's abode? Moreover, why had Su Wanqing provided garments for this individual? Could it be? Zhao Feng let out a cold chuckle, speaking with a hint of disdain. The Shaozhu Peak now has but one man left, Chuning. With Su Wanqing's cultivation now diminished, she likely seeks solace in his presence, does she not? The assembly of elders shook their heads, dismissing this notion. Elder Zhao, you perhaps underestimate Su Wanqing's integrity. Despite her loss of power, I firmly believe her heart remains untainted by matters of romance. Furthermore, within our sect, who is unaware of the sect leader's affections for her? He has long wished to pursue her. Even if she can no longer be his wife, she certainly qualifies to be a concubine. Do you think Su Wanqing is oblivious to this? Would she rather choose a worthless disciple over securing a life of comfort and security under the sect leader's wings? In truth, these elders had ulterior motives for pressuring Shaozhu Peak. It was a subtle hint from the sect leader. He intended to make his move at the opportune moment to win Su Wanqing's heart. However, the timing was not yet right. Yet today's actions of Su Wanqing and Chuning had sparked their curiosity. Esteemed colleagues, Su Wanqing possesses profound mastery in the sword arts. Years ago, she unhesitatingly shared the ethereal sword techniques of her foundational sword path. Do you truly believe a cultivator would be so generous? Zhao Feng hesitated at this remark. To directly reveal her foundational sword technique seems unlikely. Surely she possesses even greater secrets. Indeed. And now, with her other disciples having departed, to whom could she pass on her legacy? Furthermore, her secluded abode remains inaccessible even to the sect leader. Do you not find today's Chuning rather peculiar? A mere third-layer body refinement disciple, yet he nearly vanquished Wang Tianyi in an instant. The elders were taken aback. Are you suggesting that Su Wanqing harbors a legacy intended for Chuning? Absolutely. This could spell trouble. If she chooses to conceal it, we shall find it utterly unattainable. That audacious woman, to possess a legacy and yet hoard it for a mere useless disciple. Let us ponder how we might acquire her legacy. To untie a knot, one must locate the one who tied it. We should consult the sect leader on this matter. After all, Jiang Qingyue, being Su Wanqing's foremost disciple, would be ideal for such affairs. Indeed. As time stretched on, it felt as though today lasted a full hour longer than yesterday. Only when Chuning found himself utterly exhausted and unable to move did he finally pause. With a chime, a notification from the system resonated. Detected. Host has restored one of wife's meridians. Reward, 10,000 contribution points. Detected. Host has restored one of wife's meridians. Reward, 10,000 contribution points. The comprehensive assessment indicates that the host wife's meridians have been restored to 10. It has been detected that the host wife is currently in high spirits, accumulating a contribution value of 100,000. The system remarks, without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. The road ahead is long and arduous. However, this time, there was no critical hit triggered. Chuning forced himself to take a breath as he gazed at the system panel. Chuning cultivation, second realm. Subtle entry, progress, 67. Chuning was taken aback. How is it possible that my cultivation has improved without any practice? The eternal spring unyielding method. Technique, eternal spring unyielding method, third layer. Indeed, utilizing the eternal spring unyielding method is essentially practicing with it. At this moment, the sapling in his dantian has grown taller, showing signs of robust development. Once fully matured, it might even lead to the attainment of the eternal spring Tao body. Truly, it is a worthy endeavor. Contribution value, 124,000. The exchange for the dragon elephant suppression technique is certainly sufficient. The surplus can be considered for magical artifacts, attack talismans, or life-saving measures, and perhaps even seek out suitable techniques for Su Wanqing. Yet today, the gains are substantial. It is merely the overwhelming sense of physical and mental depletion that requires a lengthy respite. A good sleep is imperative. The eternal spring unyielding method alone cannot replenish it. Su Wanqing is indeed demanding. At this moment, Su Wanqing, reclining on the bed, displayed a rosy complexion, her eyes reflecting the satisfaction that follows indulgence. Her meridians have truly been restored. 1/10. The speed is astonishing. It appears her cultivation is indeed recoverable. All of this is attributed to her disciple. She turned to gaze at Chuning, noticing his eyes had darkened. Startled, she swiftly rose and embraced him. Ninger, you've exerted yourself so greatly? Did I not instruct you to do only what you can? Without delay, she produced medicinal pills, 3 in total, obtained by exchanging her resources. Having consumed 1 in the morning, she promptly placed the remaining 2 directly into Chuning's mouth. In an instant, the medicinal power surged forth, and the utterly exhausted Chuning felt an overwhelming urge to sleep. What bliss! It was not his intention to deplete himself so drastically. The essence of the matter is that the experience was rather overwhelming. Without full concentration, it would have been impossible to manage. Master, do you have any idea how alluring you were just now? Chuning sighed helplessly. It is only right for the disciple to assist the master in recovery, and I have indeed gained substantially, hence my exertions. Su Wanqing gently caressed Chuning's head, immediately signaling him to lie down. Although he initially wished to refuse, the fatigue rendered him incapable of movement, and he succumbed to the bed. Su Wanqing quickly brought over her own pillow and blanket, covering him. Her gaze a blend of exasperation, joy, and deep affection. If you were to gain nothing from your master, I would truly hesitate to allow you such indulgence again. Yet I have noticed your cultivation has improved. It appears this truly benefits the disciple. Only then did she feel at ease. At this moment, Su Wanqing's gaze was fixated upon Chuning's face, almost unable to tear away from it. During the most arduous times, when her heart was shrouded in despair, it was her disciple who accompanied her, allowing her to glimpse the possibility of restoring her cultivation. Now, indeed, she had witnessed the fruits of her labor, as her meridians had recovered by 10%. With this progress, it seemed she might fully regain her cultivation in less than half a month. A smile graced her face as she softly spoke. My dear disciple, my current recovery is all thanks to you. Gently caressing Chuning's hair, she acknowledged that although the process of restoration had its challenges, the outcome was undeniably positive. The fact that her disciple held no ulterior motives was what truly moved Su Wanqing. Chuning, feeling somewhat powerless, replied, if my cultivation were higher, I could restore even more. In the future, I could practice during the day and come to help you in your cave at night. How does that sound? Ninger, my recovery is of little consequence. Your cultivation is far more important. If you can truly unlock that storage ring, you may use whatever is within freely, not just for me. A smile crept onto Chuning's lips. What does of little consequence even mean? If my master rises in cultivation, then I can follow closely behind her. After uttering these words, she succumbed to a deep slumber, her final gaze lingering upon the majestic curves concealed beneath her master's garment. Truly, her master possessed remarkable qualities. It was unfortunate that her master believed her disciple to be innocent, a state that was impossible to uphold. Alas, the rebellious thoughts persisted. Unaware of these musings, Su Wanqing merely tucked the blanket around Chuning. Rest if you are weary. Sleeping on my bed is no issue. I have no reservations. Even if I must lie upon the floor, Naturally, men and women should not share a bed. Su Wanqing intended to sleep as she had the previous night, rising to find her clothes. However, at this moment, only an undergarment remained, while her outer garment had mysteriously vanished. Su Wanqing could not help but feel perplexed. Where had her clothing gone? Had it been pressed beneath Chuning? After tossing and turning, she found no sign of her attire, leading her to question the situation. She hadn't exited the room, nor was she being pressed down by Chuning. How could her clothes simply be missing? How strange. Nevertheless, her body was steadily recovering, which was a positive development. As for her clothing, she could simply change into another. Just as Su Wanqing prepared to rise, she suddenly caught sight of a corner of her outer garment. The woman froze in astonishment, reaching out to grasp it. Then, she pulled her outer clothing from beneath Chuning. It had been secretly hidden by Chuning all along. Su Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she stared at her disciple. Chapter 12. The past of Su Wanqing at this moment. Within Su Wanqing's cave dwelling, the sound of a needle dropping could be distinctly heard. The gentle trickle of the spiritual spring from the bath nearby resonated with exceptional clarity. Aside from these external sounds, there was also the deep snoring of Chuning before her. He was utterly exhausted, lost in a profound slumber. Su Wanqing stared blankly at the outer garment, tightly clenching it in her palm. How could this be? Could it be a misunderstanding? Perhaps this garment had inadvertently rolled into the disciple's robes, and she had unwittingly entered the storage layer of Chuning's outer garment. The design of the disciple's robe was rather straightforward, lacking the inner pockets typical of scholarly robes, as such designs would be overly cumbersome for a cultivator wielding a sword. Instead, there was an inner pocket located at the heart, intended for holding simple items. Yet, that pocket had to be unfastened to place anything within it. Could it be that she had unfastened her outer garment, neatly folded it, and placed it inside Chuning's robe? Su Wanqing's gaze became increasingly peculiar, her lips trembling. It was indeed possible, after all. In the realm of cultivation, the world was filled with wonders. But how could such a consolation be credible? Not even a ghost would believe it. Who would accept such an absurdity? It was as if the garment had been meticulously folded and placed there by Chuning himself. What could he possibly want with her outer garment? Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, Su Wanqing realized she had not noticed anything unusual about Chuning. All he had displayed was an awareness of the distinction between genders, as he had endeavored to allow her to focus solely on healing, assisting her in restoring her meridians. Su Wanqing was keenly aware of this, which was why she had dared to turn her back to him to remove her outer coat and inner garments. Yet at this moment, could it be that the disciple? Su Wanqing covered her chest, her face flushing, her gaze fixated peculiarly on the disciple. Surely not. He was quite respectful of his teacher. Moreover, should this matter become public, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. It must be that she was overthinking, after all. A mere outer garment should not be of significant concern. However, how should she handle this coat? Should she retrieve it? If she did so, what would happen when the disciple discovered it tomorrow? Surely an explanation would be required. But how would she respond to such an explanation? Ultimately, this was uncharted territory for her. She had been pursued by men before, but if this man was her disciple? After a moment of hesitation, Su Wanqing hastily rose, and with a near-gritted teeth, she stuffed the outer garment into Chuning's embrace, as if taking it out once more. She would pretend she had not seen it, and would not address the matter. It was best to rest early. Tomorrow would surely bring no complications. She spread out a mat and lay beside the bed. After extinguishing the candle, she listened to the sound of Chuning's snoring. Yet sleep eluded her for a long while. The heart is in turmoil, filled with mixed emotions. It reflects on how the disciple has assisted her in regaining her cultivation, witnessing her growth. Is it the reality of her steadily recovering powers, enabling her to once again stand at the pinnacle? Or has she discovered her disciple secretly hiding her garments, leaving her to ponder their purpose? Youthful exuberance often leads to reckless actions. What if that were the case? Such thoughts leave her restless, and it takes a considerable time before she finally drifts into a deep slumber. The night swiftly passes, and at dawn, Su Wanqing awakens. Glancing over to see Chuning still resting. Whether it be relief or something else, she exhales a sigh of relief, hastily changing into a red outer garment before stepping out. Her current cultivation level clearly necessitates sustenance. Fasting is no longer an option. The disciple, having exhausted himself the previous night, seems to need to contribute more. As the first rays of sunlight grace the earth, they filter through the lush bamboo of the small bamboo peak, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the ground. Inside the small bamboo peak, the woman in red busily toils, beads of sweat adorning her brow. The perspiration glistens as it trickles down her smooth neck, creating an allure that would captivate any onlooker. Yet, at this moment, Neither the sect leader nor the elders of the sect pay heed to Su Wanqing's presence, as they strategize to unveil her final legacy, engrossed in meticulous planning. Oblivious to the fact that she is capable of preparing her own meals. She had always possessed this skill, for her origins were humble. Not from a prestigious lineage, but rather from poverty. In her early years, her family comprised only her parents, living in a rural area of the Dacian dynasty. Rising with the sun and resting at dusk, her father diligently farmed while her mother tended to pigs and sheep at home and wove cloth daily. Despite their tireless efforts, they barely managed to sustain their family of 3, with no surplus by the year's end. From a tender age, she took it upon herself to alleviate her family's burdens, often preparing meals to deliver to her father in the fields. Yet, her father would often sigh, lamenting that she was not a boy and could not share in the toil of farming. Su Wanqing would remain silent, her thoughts solely focused on making the meals more delicious. As she grew older, her father unilaterally arranged a marriage for her with a local scholar, a man in his 50s, leaving her with little room to object. However, on the day of her intended marriage, she fled, pursued by those who sought to bring her back. It was not until she encountered a woman whose mere gaze was enough to deter her pursuers that she was asked whether she wished to pursue immortality and enlightenment. At that moment, all Su Wanqing desired was to escape the marriage with the elderly man. Thus, she joined the Taishan sect and became a disciple at the small bamboo peak. Unfortunately, her master, having reached an advanced age, could only teach her for a decade before passing away, entrusting the small bamboo peak to Su Wanqing. Fortunately, she proved to be exceptionally talented, rapidly advancing her cultivation to a level that deterred others from coveting her position. Later, having achieved success in her practice, she returned to visit her parents. Though she could not reveal herself, instead, she discreetly sent silver and provisions to ensure their well-being. In the present day, with her mentor having passed away and her parents peacefully departed, Su Wanqing finds herself alone at the current Zayashufeng. Once, she possessed remarkable cultivation with a promising path ahead, and an abundance of disciples under her wing, leading a life of great contentment. Yet, her spiritual prowess has inexplicably vanished. In the absence of her cultivation, she is reminded of her mortal existence, where many matters cannot be resolved with ease. Even the act of kindling a fire proves to be a troublesome endeavor. Nevertheless, she recalls the past with remarkable clarity, quickly regaining her bearings. Thus, cooking and preparing meals have become some of the few pursuits that provide her with a sense of worth. Consequently, her diligent figure appears particularly earnest, as she feels that the experiences she is undergoing are akin to a dream. How could a prodigious sword cultivator find herself in the kitchen? Yet, in the act of cooking, although she has occasionally indulged in the whim of culinary creation, never before has she approached it with such seriousness and devotion. After all, it is said that when heaven bestows great responsibilities upon a person, they must first endure trials and tribulations to temper their spirit and strengthen their resolve. Her disciples' words ring true. Therefore, whether as the illustrious sword cultivator or the seemingly powerless Su Wanqing, akin to a woman of frail stature, both are indeed authentic. All of this serves to refine and forge her resolve, and her path remains one of promise. Regardless of Zayashufeng or her own integrity, she must earn the right to make choices, rather than remain in her current state. After preparing 4 or 5 dishes, with a pot of congee simmering, Su Wanqing's spirits are high, her lips curled into a smile. Yet, as she turns to return to her cave abode, she suddenly recalls the events of the previous night. In that moment, her heart becomes tumultuous. Well, it is best to treat it as if it never occurred, as long as her heart is unburdened. What is there to fear? After all, she is no longer young and possesses a wealth of experience. It is only natural for Chu Ning, being relatively youthful, to take an interest in women, especially since there are no other women around him. He would naturally regard her as such. Yet, there is no harm. When the time is right, she shall offer him some guidance. Indeed, that is the way to proceed. Having never encountered such complex matters before, Su Wanqing purses her lips, preparing to knock upon the door. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly arises behind her. Master, this disciple, Jiang Qingwei, pays her respects to you. The instant Su Wanqing hears this, her expression shifts. The complexity of her feelings toward Chu Ning turns into a cold indifference, and she turns to face the newcomer with an impassive countenance. She feels no emotion, only a sense of detachment. Have you not already pledged yourself to the sect master as a disciple? What brings you here now? Chapter 13. Techniques suitable for Su Wanqing? Within the cave dwelling, sunlight cascaded through the window, casting a warm glow upon Chu Ning's face. The piercing light swiftly roused him from his slumber. A dull ache throbbed in his head, a clear remnant of overexertion. However, it was of little consequence. Moments after awakening, He realized his spiritual energy was abundant and his mind was sharp. Turning his gaze, he noticed a straw mat and a pillow on the ground. It seemed his master had spent the night there. Chu Ning could only manage a wry smile. His intention had been to refrain from sleeping in this place again, feeling it was somewhat improper. Yet, here he was for a second time. The events of last night had been exceedingly provocative. He had to remain fully alert, but had inadvertently drained himself entirely, nothing left to spare. Reflecting on the previous night, Chu Ning couldn't help but lift his head. He was certain of his moral standing, yet some urges were undeniably absent of restraint. These feelings disregarded the mentor-student bond and the nurturing kindness bestowed upon him. As long as there was vitality, one could not help but gaze. Alas, Chu Ning felt no remorse for yesterday's occurrences. After all, he had done nothing wrong, and his master had willingly participated. Now, the restoration of his master's cultivation was one matter, while his own advancement was another, until his master regained her strength. It was imperative for Chu Ning to protect Su Wanqing, just as she had once safeguarded him. Chu Ning, qualification, medium-grade spiritual root, cultivation, second realm, progress, 67. Technique, eternal spring indestructible formula, third layer, devouring heaven demonic art, misty sword technique, not yet initiated. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Ning extended his consciousness and discovered Su Wanqing was preparing a meal. Within the cave, the spiritual energy was far more abundant than in his own dwelling. Thus, it would be prudent to fully replenish his cultivation in this place. He immediately retrieved a spirit stone and initiated the devouring heaven demonic art. Dark energy enveloped him, not only saturating him with spiritual energy, but also intensifying the formidable force derived from it. At this moment, the cultivation derived from the demonic art nearly threatened to tear apart his very organs. Yet, he was undeterred. Eternal spring was indomitable. The synergy between these two techniques was extraordinary. Cultivation, second realm, progress, 100 complete. In less than a quarter of an hour, not only had he reached full cultivation, but the eternal spring technique also mended the injuries within him. A breakthrough to the third realm was imminent, to be realized today. In the third realm, one attains an understanding of their own insignificance, fostering a sense of reverence for the cosmos, thereby paving the way for immortality and enlightenment. This awareness was innate to Chu Ning. He was destined for longevity. Upon reaching the third realm, his lifespan would extend significantly, at least to a century. The prospect of immortality was tantalizingly close. However, rather than pursuing an immediate breakthrough, Chu Ning intended to consult Su Wanqing regarding pertinent details and considerations. As his master had guided many in the past and had herself achieved breakthroughs, her insights would prove invaluable. Contribution points, 124,000. With a sum of 124,000 contribution points at his disposal, he hesitated not for a moment and promptly exchanged them for the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. His cultivation required a means of manifestation, and the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique was the most fitting choice. After all, the creator of this technique had provided glowing evaluations, truly formidable. I shall observe how formidable this so-called power truly is. Having consumed 100,000 contribution points, I exchange for the technique Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, to embody the Buddhas in the Dragon Elephant. One must first endure the plight of the common beasts, in the humble corners of the mortal realm, to grasp the profound essence of existence. A cultivator must possess the extraordinary will to defy fate and alter destiny. The cultivator's journey is fraught with hardship. The greater the suppression of their spirit, the more intense their inner turmoil. Yet, within every cultivator resides a fervent desire to unleash their true energy upon the cosmos. This embodies the spirit of both the beast and the dragon elephant. Upon reading the introduction to the technique, Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. This method was perfectly tailored for him. 18 years of meager cultivation, enduring countless scorn. Even with words festering within, he found himself unable to express them. That day, when Su Wanqing was coerced by numerous elders and betrayed by disciples, he yearned to unleash a tirade. Yet his lack of strength compelled him to temper his words, for fear of death. But who does not harbor a lingering resentment? To embody the Buddhas in the dragon elephant, one must first endure a lifetime of servitude. For years, the life of a beast had swelled his indignation to an unbearable extent. In that fleeting moment, as the technique imprinted itself upon his mind, Chu Ning felt a surge of exhilaration and grandeur, erupting in a roar. That cry was laced with defiance and resentment. Had I possessed strength, my master would not have fallen to such a plight. Were the elders of Tai Xian sect to regard their disciples as individuals, then neither would they have found themselves in such circumstances. This life's outcry resonated like a dragon's roar. Technique: Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. Progress: second level acquired. The path of cultivation has directly advanced to the second level. This is indeed a bespoke technique. Within his mind, the formidable attributes of the Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength were also inscribed. A martial artist cultivates their energy. A single breath of true energy. The spirit of the dragon elephant within the chest. With the might of the physical body, one can forge the heavens, as long as the true energy remains intact. Each strike will become swifter and fiercer. At this moment, he sensed a faint glimpse of a breakthrough, yet Chu Ning restrained it. There can be no haste. Stability must be sought. Progress through steadiness is the true path of cultivation. The experiences of his master, Su Wanqing, remained vividly etched in his memory. Chu Ning could not afford to tread the same path as her. He lifted his gaze towards the window, a smile gracing his lips. He was destined to grow ever more powerful. The grievances of that day: you had no opportunity, but I shall seize the chance to avenge you. Oh, I still have 24,000 contribution points. Let me see what can be offered to Su Wanqing. Assist me in searching for pills or techniques that can aid in restoring cultivation. Be mindful, I possess only 24,000 contribution points, so find something practical. I understand the system is devoid of emotion, thus there is no need for further pleasantries. The system, after all, remains indifferent to such titles. Searching. Successfully retrieved technique. Martial reversal of all attacks. Martial reversal of all attacks. A dual cultivation method of both technique and body. While both paths adhere to the great way of cultivation, the progress of body cultivation is slow, necessitating considerable resources to refine the physical form. This method forges the spirit with true energy and the body with vitality, achieving dual cultivation. Creator's evaluation of the technique. Quite suitable for prodigies who have lost their cultivation. However, for an average individual, it is best to reconsider. The price is set at 30,000 contribution points. How frustrating it is to encounter yet another unattainable purchase. However, the difference between 24,000 and 30,000 is negligible. A simple massage from a devoted spouse to the master would suffice. The massage contributes to progress, with roughly 1% of progress equating to about 10,000 points. This is quite promising. A single massage could yield 100,000 contribution points, opening a realm of possibilities. Moreover, this technique appears to align perfectly with Su Wanqing's current situation. Nevertheless, Chu Ning feels the need to inquire further. The dual cultivation of law and body will undoubtedly lead to significant complications later on and demand substantial resources. Presently, Su Wanqing's cultivation can be restored. But should she continue along her original path or pursue this new practice, which currently provides her with a measure of self-preservation? Thus, it ultimately hinges on Su Wanqing's intentions. For now, it may be prudent to hold off. Yet, something suddenly dawns on Chu Ning. He perceives the sound of two women conversing outside, one of whom is unmistakably familiar to him. Senior sister. No, she is no longer that, Jiang Qingwei. Chu Ning's gaze turns icy. She is Su Wanqing's eldest disciple and the first to sever ties with her in a moment of betrayal. Has she come now to mock his master? If that is indeed the case, he shall not show her any mercy. Chapter 14. Is suicide a proof of innocence? Then go ahead and end your life. With a resounding thud, Su Wanqing gazed in astonishment at her former disciple, Jiang Qingwei, who knelt before her, clad in a blue robe. The young woman from Shaoju Peak displayed an earnestness that was utterly sincere. As she spoke, she produced a pill from her hand. Master, this is a treasure I acquired from the sect leader. I have heard tales of this elixir, but it is a privilege that only the sect leader's direct disciples may receive. Jiang Qingyue's eyes shone brightly as she fixed her gaze upon Su Wanqing. Bowing deeply once more, you have imparted your teachings to me, Master. How could I disregard the kindness you have shown me in the past? Now, with the sect leader's gift, I hope you will accept this pill for my cultivation. In the past few days, she had striven to obtain this elixir, even going so far as to align herself with other disciples under different elders, yet her heart remained with Shaoju Peak for life. Upon finishing her words, she presented the pill with both hands, her gaze unwaveringly locked onto Su Wanqing. At this moment, Su Wanqing was rendered speechless. What? To seek the sect leader's favor for this elixir? Was that the true intention? Could it truly be so? The young woman in blue radiated a pure smile as she continued. Master, you have hidden your struggles from me for far too long. The mysterious sword technique I once believed to be your ultimate skill, yet I was unaware that you had more to conceal. Had it not been for the astute observations of junior brother Wang Tianyi regarding the sudden rise in the abilities of that worthless Chu Ning, and the elders noticing her nightly visits to your quarters, I would have remained in ignorance. She had followed Su Wanqing for 30 years. 30 years. Reaching the pinnacle of the third realm, she was among the first to learn Su Wanqing's foundational sword arts, even teaching many disciples in her stead. Yet, to her astonishment, after 3 decades, the depths of Su Wanqing's prowess had remained undisclosed. Never had it been revealed, and now she chose to pass it on to a mere wastrel. Chuning, a cold laugh echoed in Jiang Qingwe's heart, though her face maintained a facade of delight. This was merely an explanation to absolve herself from the sin of leaving her master's teachings, reframing the dilemma as a quest for her master's benefit. Having grown under Su Wanqing's guidance for 3 decades, would her master not take that bond into account? Now, with all matters laid bare, she had feigned compliance to the sect leader solely for the sake of her master's cultivation. In such a moment, could Su Wanqing harbor any reservations? Indeed, she stood there, utterly taken aback. Her gaze was fixed on the elixir, sensing its profound energy. A 7th-grade pill, the Yinyang Profound Dragon Pill, could only be crafted by a sage. This elixir, undoubtedly sourced from another sect, was kept by the sect leader as a life-saving treasure in times of dire straits. Furthermore, upon absorption, it would cultivate the essence of the true dragon within, greatly enhancing one's capabilities. Jiang Qingwe. Had she truly sought the sect leader's favor for her sake? Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. She looked at the disciple before her, identical to the one she once knew, and saw the anticipation and sincerity in her eyes, yet something felt amiss. On that fateful day, her expression was so cold that it nearly severed Su Wanqing. Without the comfort of Chuning, Su Wanqing might have succumbed to despair. Could it be a conspiracy? Yet, she seemed to possess nothing of value anymore. The only storage ring, which no one could open but her, was now in Chuning's hands, who appeared to have found a solution. What was the motive behind this intrigue? Was it for the storage ring or for the Zai's Hufing? Yet, this elixir seemed genuine. At this moment, Jiang Qingwei spoke with a smile. Master, I nearly wore my lips thin in pursuit of this elixir. The sect leader, seeing my divine root, reluctantly bestowed this precious pill upon me. It is undoubtedly authentic. Master can verify with others. Now that you find yourself in dire straits, this elixir can surely assist you. I implore you to accept it. My loyalty to you remains unwavering. Once a master, always a master. Su Wanqing hesitated for a long time, not accepting the offering, but instead regarding Jiang Qingwei with a stoic expression. She had been hurt once before and had come to understand many truths in recent days. Moreover, she no longer felt qualified to teach others. Indeed, she had lost that right. So why did Jiang Qingwei still approach her? And would the sect leader truly part with a 7th-grade elixir? Su Wanqing was no fool. The sect leader would never relinquish such a treasure, nor would it be given to Jiang Qingwei. There must be ulterior motives at play, though the specifics eluded her. It certainly would not be as Jiang Qingwei claimed. A faint smile graced Su Wanqing's lips, as if she had seen through the intentions of her disciple. I have no use for this elixir. The Yinyang Xianlong pill is meant for those on the brink of extinction. I have suffered a complete loss of my meridians due to my breakthrough. Since the sect leader has gifted it to you, you should consume it yourself. Jiang Qingwei was taken aback. How can you say it is of no use? How do you know without trying it? This is the highest quality elixir the Taishan sect can offer. It cannot simply be dismissed as useless. The sect leader has declared it effective, which is why it was offered to gain your trust. As for consuming it, I would never dare, if I did. The sect leader could easily refine me into an elixir and extract its potency. Yet, such a trivial matter would not reveal any hint of flaw in Jiang Qingwei, who merely smiled. I worry for your well-being, master. If it is effective, why not give it a try? Moreover, this elixir has been procured through immense hardship. If you refuse it, then I shall relinquish my claim. Su Wanqing chuckled softly, her hands clasped within her sleeves as she scrutinized the kneeling Jiang Qingwei, her indifference towards the elixir evident. Qingwei, if you were to give this to me and the sect leader inquired about you, what would you say? Without hesitation, Jiang Qingwei replied, I am prepared. I have fabricated the appearance of having consumed the elixir. Even if the sect leader discovers the truth, she would not dare to execute me. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. Such a decisive response suggested that someone had prepared a narrative in advance. But what else could you possibly scheme for here? She did not sigh, but her smile deepened, remaining silent. Jiang Qingwei observed this scene, hesitating for a moment. Master, could it be that you do not trust your disciple? Indeed, there is a lack of trust. The woman was taken aback and immediately spoke. The affection I hold for you, master, is akin to the vastness of the galaxy towards the sun and moon, clear as the heavens. Now that you lack a method for restoration, I have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, merely to avoid exposure. Hence my failure to inform you in advance. Su Wanqing continued to smile. I no longer concern myself with these matters. Ultimately, my cultivation is hopeless. Take the elixir back and use it for yourself. After all, I am but a useless body, capable of nothing, merely awaiting the approach of my lifespan's end. Destined to fall. At this moment, Jiang Qingwei was suddenly bombarded by a thunderous noise in her ears. I must earn her trust. She undoubtedly possesses a legacy. If I handle this well, the Yin-Yang mystical dragon pill could be entrusted to you without hesitation. Jiang Qingwei gritted her teeth and abruptly drew her sword, placing it against her neck. Master, if you do not trust your disciple, I can readily die to prove my innocence. I only wish for your trust, that I may die with a clear conscience. Even in death, I can still regard myself as the disciple of Su Wanqing, the ethereal sword fairy of the northern region. Su Wanqing remained unfazed, leaving her with no alternatives. Now, this is the only way to prove my innocence. After all, I have been your disciple for 30 years. After all these years of kindness, how can she not believe? Yet at this moment, Su Wanqing seemed to smile with a hint of joy. Is there someone urging her? As expected, there is certainly a scheme at play. Though she smiled outwardly, her heart was increasingly filled with desolation. Haha. After 30 years of master-disciple bond, it has come to such a dire state. How can one not laugh at the absurdity? At this moment, Su Wanqing merely gazed at Jiang Qingwei with a smile. Oh, to take your own life to prove your innocence? Very well, then you may proceed. Not only Jiang Qingwei, but even the elders and the sect leader observing from behind were taken aback. This, Su Wanqing, when did she become so heartless? 30 years of master-disciple bond, and now disregarded? Jiang Qingwei was suddenly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at the seemingly unfeeling Su Wanqing, struggling to comprehend. Master, what do you mean? You are not jesting? Su Wanqing replied with a smile. Did you not say you would take your own life? If you die, I shall surely find a beautiful resting place for you, inscribing that you were my most exceptional disciple. Master, cold sweat broke out on her brow, her lips trembling. Could it be that you truly distrust your disciple? You will only believe when I am dead. But master, do not hesitate to act. Chapter 15, The Battle of Beasts and Dragons. Upon utterance of these words, not only Jiang Qingwei, but also the elders and the sect leader behind her were left in shock. Inside the grand hall of the sect, all eyes were fixed upon this unfolding scene. Truly, how heartless could one be? Was it that they deemed their own cultivation hopeless and intended to take their disciples away? Zhao Feng spoke solemnly. Sect leader, this course of action is ill-advised. Are we truly to allow Jiang Qingwei to end her own life? She possesses a divine-grade spiritual root, second only to Su Wanqing, and is destined to attain sanctity. The price for such an act is far too steep. The presence of a sage is a crucial asset for the future elevation of our Taishan sect. We cannot allow this to transpire. Indeed, sect leader, this decision appears to be misguided. Su Wanqing is far too vigilant. Before the assembly, a middle-aged man with a dark countenance suddenly shattered the table before him, reduced to a state of uselessness, yet still putting on a fade. That wretched harlot. However, at this moment, he still conveyed his thoughts in a hushed tone. Enough. Return, and do not allow her to perceive any flaws. If one attempt fails, let there be another, and if that too fails, let there be a third. Within the confines of Shaozhu Peak, Jiang Qingwei gazed at Su Wanqing with a complex expression, slowly lowering her longsword and kneeling once more. The disciple understood that her master no longer trusted anyone, yet her sincerity towards her master was as steadfast as the heavens bear witness. This time, she would not resort to self-destruction. Instead, she vowed anew. Su Wanqing's heart was on the verge of collapse, though her face bore a smile. Her spirit was steeped in despair. 30 years of nurturing a disciple, and now she found herself being schemed against by her own sect. What was the purpose of it all? Jiang Qingwei spoke again. I shall not come only once. Next time, I will. Sister? A voice interrupted, and Jiang Qingwei turned in confusion. She beheld Chu Ning, clad in a blue Taoist robe, approaching with a smile. Upon seeing the red-clad Su Wanqing, Chu Ning paused momentarily. The demeanor of the red-robed master seemed more graceful, yet her gaze appeared askew. Chu Ning had heard everything that transpired. At this moment, her master's mind must surely be unsettled. Chu Ning promptly stepped forward to support Su Wanqing and took a seat beside her, speaking softly. Master, leave this to me. Su Wanqing felt her composure nearly shatter. Her face was devoid of mirth, only a complex expression directed at Chu Ning. Ninger. She now needed to shoulder everything for her disciple. Though the path of cultivation still held promise, each incident eroded her spirit further. This Shaozhu Peak. Perhaps it was better to leave, yet after a century of life here, she still held her teacher's parting words close, to safeguard Shaozhu Peak. Moreover, the sect would not easily allow Su Wanqing to depart, especially with the ever-watchful sect leader, Chun Xiantian, lingering in her thoughts. How could this be? She fought back the tears of despair, gripping Chu Ning's hand tightly. Now, her only solace lay in her disciple. Chu Ning said little, simply rising to gaze at Jiang Qingwei. His expression grew increasingly cold as he approached slowly. Hadn't his sister already become a disciple under the sect leader? What was her purpose in returning now? Jiang Qingwei cast a venomous glance at Chu Ning. I have no desire to engage with such worthless individuals. However, since she is from Zai's Hufeng, she must not reveal her true identity. Junior brother, you may be unaware, but my senior sister has gone to the sect leader to resolve our master's troubles. You are still young and do not comprehend these matters. Jiang Qingwei forced a smile as she watched Chu Ning approach step by step. Being at the pinnacle of the third realm, she had no fear of Chu Ning taking action. Yet, Chu Ning did not strike. Instead, he smiled and bent down to retrieve Jiang Qingyue's long sword. The woman immediately became vigilant, unwilling to relinquish it. Chu Ning, with a smile, spoke. Junior brother wishes to learn about the sword path and see what makes senior sister's sword unique. Is that not permissible? Haha, of course it is. Chu Ning finally acquired the flying sword, gazing at the exquisitely crafted long sword, a pinnacle spirit-grade flying sword. He could not help but exclaim, a treasure sword for a hero. Junior brother, do you remember that this flying sword was personally forged by our master for senior sister? Jiang Qingwei maintained a forced smile. Yet for some reason, she felt an ominous shadow emanating from Chu Ning, leaving her unable to discern his true intentions. Moreover, she could not perceive his cultivation level. Her junior brother actually remembered this flying sword. He was indeed thoughtful. Haha, certainly. After all, our master has seldom crafted flying swords for anyone else, and initially, there were two of them, one for senior sister and one for junior brother. However, it seems that the one meant for junior brother was inadvertently severed by senior sister during a spar. Out of jealousy, Chu Ning gripped the flying sword, gazing at her with a smile. Jiang Qingyue's expression stiffened at those words, and she hurriedly replied, in a spar, what does it matter whether it was intentional or not? Besides, how could senior sister possibly be jealous of junior brother? Chu Ning nodded earnestly. Indeed, that makes sense. However, I just heard that senior sister came here to prove to our master that she has not betrayed him and intends to take her own life to demonstrate her innocence. That is indeed the case, but I believe that if she were to die just like that, it would not aid our master. No worries, no worries. Our master is beyond help now. All that is needed is for senior sister to prove her innocence. Jiang Qingyue's expression suddenly stiffened. Her gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare on Chu Ning. Junior brother, do not jest. Chu Ning looked at Jiang Qingyue with a smile, his expression gradually growing colder. I am not joking. Is this not what senior sister herself wishes to say? Upon finishing his words, he unleashed the dragon elephant suppression technique and swiftly attacked with the sword. If senior sister is unwilling, junior brother can assist in your self-termination. The ferocity of his assault with the pinnacle spirit-grade flying sword posed no challenge in overpowering Jiang Qingyue. However, Jiang Qingyue was not foolish. She had long been prepared and retreated at that moment. Chu Ning, you are quite bold. No matter what, I am still your senior sister. Do you wish to harm your fellow sect member? Chu Ning rose with a smile, suddenly exerting force, shattering the pinnacle spirit-grade flying sword in an instant. At that moment, blood dripped from his palm. Not far away, Su Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. Ninger, there is no need for concern, master. It is of no consequence. Some individuals do not deserve to wield this sword. Chu Ning slowly rose, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Jiang Qingyue. Even with the enhancement of the dragon elephant suppression technique, his body still bore injuries. Yet, it mattered not. The eternal spring shall not be extinguished. Sister, does your junior brother not assist you in self-termination, helping to vindicate your innocence, not constitute a fortuitous turn of events? Why, dear sister, do you resist? At this moment, Jiang Qingyue seethed with rage, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Ning. Chu Ning, do you truly intend to disregard the bonds of master and disciple? What purpose did I serve in coming here today? My master is aware, yet does not trust me. What can be done about that? If you have intentions to act, you could have easily informed my master in advance. Moreover, the flaws in your sister's approach today are glaring. Do you genuinely believe I am oblivious to them? Without the slightest hesitation, the dragon elephant suppression technique surged forth, enveloping her being in a torrent of formidable power. Jiang Qingyue, seeing this, said nothing further and immediately summoned another flying sword. However, the damage to her pinnacle spiritual sword made her heart bleed. Since you insist on this course, allow me to demonstrate the disparity in our strengths. She was at the pinnacle of the third realm, with all of Chu Ning's heritage. How could she possibly contend with her now? In an instant, their figures clashed fiercely. Su Wanqing's heart raced in turmoil. She attempted to rise, but suddenly darkness enveloped her, and she fainted, seemingly devoid of any will to fight. Chu Ning need not intervene on her behalf. If she were to be overpowered, she would undoubtedly face demise. With no one to shield her, even if she could hold her own, the sect master would surely intervene. There was simply no necessity. Before her vision faded entirely, tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Those tears embodied her despair and indignation toward the other disciples, as well as her profound gratitude for Chu Ning's intervention. How could a disciple achieve such a feat for her? In their brief encounter, Chu Ning was struck and sent flying. At the pinnacle of the third realm, on the verge of breaking into the fourth, how could she, who had received the sect master's favor and 30 years of swordsmanship teachings from Su Wanqing, be compared to Chu Ning at this moment? Nevertheless, the essence of the dragon elephant allowed Chu Ning to withstand that strike, her chest now drenched in blood. Jiang Qingyue soared into the air with her sword, her countenance icy. She had long harbored disdain for this useless individual. Why should a mere disciple, who is deemed worthless, receive the same treatment as herself? Why should the master's sword also belong to you, simply because you were found? The master, seeing you without support, treated you as a child. Today, Su Wanqing could not protect Chu Ning, and years of accumulated resentment need not be suppressed. Jiang Qingyue scoffed and declared, "Disciple Chu Ning of Little Bamboo Peak, today, I shall take advantage of this young sect master's unguarded moment to strike and slay you. Today, I announce to my fellow disciples that Chu Ning bears grave sins. Our sect shall uphold its regulations." Chu Ning's expression remained unchanged. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. If one possesses strength and lowly status, the power of speech lies within their grasp. As for others, they are akin to mere cattle and horses. Yet, should a commoner rage, blood may spill 5 paces, and the aspirations of the cattle and horses may yet slay the Buddhas and dragon elephants. In that instant, the dragon elephant suppression technique ascended to a higher tier, amplifying her physical prowess. Today, she had already broken through to the pinnacle of the second realm, suddenly achieving a breakthrough into the third realm of fate. Chu Ning. Realm. Third realm of fate. Progress. 1. Technique. Everlasting spring decision. Third layer. Vitality flourishing. Dragon elephant suppression technique. Third layer. Cattle and horse dragon chi. Without the slightest hesitation, she surged forward, channeling all the hatred within her chest, and delivered a mighty punch. At this moment, Jiang Qingyue's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. The breakthrough in her realm was a manifestation of the third stage. As a fist hurtled toward her, a wave of unease engulfed her spirit, prompting her to raise her sword in defense. Yet, the blood-soaked Chu Ning before her resembled a deity of slaughter. With a resounding crash, his fist shattered her flying sword, only to be followed by an even more powerful blow. He possessed no other techniques, relying solely on the formidable dragon elephant suppression technique, engaging in a brutal contest of physical strength. The aura of the dragon elephant lingered, and in the future, each strike would be more devastating than the last. At the instant her flying sword was obliterated, Jiang Qingyue felt as though she had encountered a specter. There was no time for a gasp before a fist struck her chest. Her vital energy surged, and her spiritual essence was obstructed, only to be met with yet another punch. The essence of the dragon elephant. Indeed, even if you truly embody the essence of the Buddhas and the dragon elephant, before me, you shall know no fear. The mountains fractured instantaneously. A body crashed within. Jiang Qingyue's spiritual energy was scattered, and before she lost consciousness, all that remained were shock and despair. A sudden breakthrough in battle, the third stage of destiny. At 18, she was no mere wastrel. She was a prodigy. Within the sect, all the elders and the sect master were witnessing this scene, each wearing expressions of astonishment. After a brief hesitation, the sect master turned to an elder, his countenance darkening as he spoke with a grave tone. "Bring Jiang Qingyue back. As for the matters concerning Xiaozhu Peak, no one is permitted to interfere for the time being. Until Su Wanqing surrenders the inheritance, no one shall act. This matter will be handled by our sect personally." The third stage at 18. It is evident that her earlier suppression of her realm was due to Su Wanqing's secret teachings that have remained with her. Su Wanqing undoubtedly possesses a legacy, and it must be significant. Chun Xiantian stared intently at the image of Chu Ning. How dare he strike at a disciple of our sect? You are doomed. Once our sect uncovers your inheritance, you shall face a fate most gruesome: bone extraction, muscle removal, and skinning, followed by a thirst for your blood. Now, it is time for him to take action. Chapter 16. A lifetime together, battling all adversities. Jiang Qingyue was once again taken away. Compared to Wang Tianyi's arrival yesterday, his condition was even more tragic. His chest was caved in from blows, and several of his teeth lay scattered on the ground. However, Chu Ning was not in a better state. He had forced a breakthrough amidst the chaos, and combined with his chest injuries, he was in excruciating pain. Yet, The situation was not dire. His resolve remained unbroken. Damn, the resolve was insufficient, as the wounds were too severe. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the healing elixir from Su Wanqing's storage ring, immediately stabilizing his injuries. His internal organs were indeed ruptured, but the situation was manageable. All he needed was to channel the essence of Eternal Spring to aid in his recovery. Little did he expect to encounter such distressing circumstances early in the morning. Chuning fixated his gaze on the elder who had come to take Jiang Qingwei. The elder's expression was dark, but his eyes betrayed a strong desire as they lingered on Chuning. He said little, directly escorting Jiang Qingwei away, as he could not allow the newly appointed young master to perish here. At Little Bamboo Peak, tranquility returned once more. Chuning glanced over at the kitchen not far away, where Su Wanqing had just prepared breakfast. Originally, she intended to call him for the meal, but instead, she encountered this disheartening event. How utterly revolting. Chuning spat out a mouthful of blood, and without hesitation, he cleaned away the traces before carrying Su Wanqing back to their cave abode. The delicate woman, now pale as a ghost, had clearly succumbed to unconsciousness, evidently due to excessive blood loss. Having already sustained severe injuries from her failed breakthrough, any delay in her recovery could lead to dire consequences. Chuning promptly checked the system. Binding object. Su Wanqing cultivation level. Pinnacle of the 6th realm, depleted. Recovery progress. 10. Seeing that the recovery progress was not at a standstill, Chuning finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly searched for a pill to stabilize Su Wanqing's spirit. Presently, he rushed to Lingchuan to cleanse his wounds. And after changing into a fresh set of garments, he took his place by Su Wanqing's side. One part of him monitored her condition, while the other focused on mending his own injuries. At this moment, Chuning pondered deeply. It seemed that the Taishan sect was no longer a safe haven. Jiang Qingyue's visit today was surely for a specific purpose. Was it to obtain Su Wanqing's storage ring? However, such items are typically inaccessible to the average person, and they would not be so brazen as to pursue it openly. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that they had already set their sights on it. Alternatively, it could be due to Su Wanqing herself. The sect leader had always held an interest in her, and such tactics might be intended to coax Jiang Qingyue into negotiations, softening their relationship. Su Wanqing certainly harbored no fondness for the sect leader, and whatever displeased her master, Chuning would undoubtedly shield her from. Practicing here was becoming increasingly troublesome. Once his master awakened, he would inquire about the possibility of leaving the Taishan sect. Remaining here was untenable. However, departing would mean voluntarily relinquishing their identities as the master of Little Bamboo Peak and disciples of the Taishan sect. What awaited them would likely be the relentless pursuit of rival sections. The human realm was vast, with the 7 major sects each claiming their own territories. Unless they could escape, the current state of their cultivation left them with little hope of evasion. Only the teleportation talisman remained, yet these options felt utterly unreliable. The looming crisis overhead was simply overwhelming. Chuning gazed with compassion upon the unconscious Su Wanqing upon the bed, taking a deep breath. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated in his mind. Host maintains a wife on the brink of despair. Reward contribution value. 10,000. System commentary. Though surrounded by thousands, I shall proceed. Triggered reward critical hit. The system shop has newly introduced an option for cultivation advancement. The host may expend contribution points to elevate their practice techniques. Note: only techniques marked for advancement may be upgraded upon receiving the system's feedback. Chuning's expression remained devoid of elation or sorrow. Though surrounded by countless individuals, I shall proceed. Currently, he was merely a disciple of Su Wanqing. Yet, the elders of the 8 peaks were all at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. The sect leader was a sage. If these individuals were to act without hesitation and sought to eradicate them, they would be rendered utterly defenseless. How could one truly embody the spirit of those surrounded by thousands? I shall proceed. He clearly could not replicate the protective stance Su Wanqing had once taken for him. All he could do now was his utmost. The only one his master could rely upon was him. Sensing the restoration of his internal injuries, Chuning began to explore the newly developed features of the system. Advancement of techniques. Technique. Everlasting Spring Technique. Upgradable. Cost to advance. 100. 000 contribution points. Heaven Eater Demon Technique. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Upgradable. Cost to advance. 1,000 contribution points. Misty Sword Technique. Upgradable. Cost to advance. 10,000 contribution points. Chuning was momentarily taken aback. Why was there such a disparity in the required contribution points? He quickly surmised that the Everlasting Spring Technique initially had a price of only 1,000. The system had previously triggered a random technique advancement, elevating it to a secondary level with an associated cost of 10,000. Now, to advance further would require 100,000 contribution points to reach the tertiary level. As for the Dragon Elephant Suppression technique, being a third-level technique, its advancement would elevate it to fourth level, necessitating 1,000,000 points. That was certainly unnecessary. The current Dragon Elephant Suppression technique sufficed. At most, he could elevate the Everlasting Spring technique, but it held little immediate utility. On the other hand, the Misty Sword technique. Once purchased from the system, it could be learned directly without comprehension. Would advancing it allow him to grasp a more profound level of the Misty Sword technique? However, his mind was still preoccupied with the martial reversal technique, a dual cultivation method deemed suitable for Su Wanqing, which would not hinder her recovery progress. Thus, the Misty Sword technique could wait. With only 34,000 contribution points at present, the 30,000 required for the martial reversal technique evidently aligned better with their current circumstances. As he pondered meticulously on how to survive, Su Wanqing's fingertips suddenly twitched. Chuning immediately noticed, swiftly grasping her hand, and gently inquired, "Master?" The unconscious Su Wanqing felt a surge of medicinal energy coursing through her body, though she was unaware of its origin. She had just experienced a dream in which Chu Ning was slain. Jiang Qingwen knelt before her, clutching Chu Ning's severed head, murmuring her innocence, desperately urging Su Wanqing to believe her. In that moment of regained consciousness, Su Wanqing was jolted awake, and upon seeing Chu Ning, tears streamed down her face as she embraced her tightly. It was as if the weight of suppressed emotions over many days had finally broken free in her despair. The presence of her disciple was a source of solace, yet she worried that Chu Ning might act out of a desire to protect what little dignity she had left. How could she suppress her feelings any longer? Ninger, Chu Ning, taken aback by the sudden embrace, initially intended to pull away, but upon seeing her master's distress, she sighed and returned the embrace. "Master, I am here." Su Wanqing said nothing, merely holding Chu Ning in a tight grip. She could not bear the thought of losing one of the few people who still cared for her in this world. With her parents gone and her teacher deceased, if her disciple were to perish as well, what meaning would her restored cultivation hold? The foundation of her resolve had been rebuilt by Chu Ning. Though she had seen her former disciple Jiang Qingyue plotting against her without shedding a tear, the sight of Chu Ning safe and sound overwhelmed her heart. "Ninger, we must leave Taishian sect. Surely we have the teleportation talismans." She could no longer remain at this small bamboo peak. For the safety of her disciple demanded they depart. However, uttering these words only deepened her despair. "Ninger, you must escape on your own. Even with the teleportation talismans, I am of no use to you. I would only be a burden. Do not perish here. They will not let us go. Absolutely not. We do not yet know their plans, but when the time is right, no one will be able to stop them." Chu Ning remained silent, her voice steady as she declared, "Wherever Master is, I shall be. I will not forsake you to survive alone." Su Wanqing released Chu Ning. Her eyes red-rimmed as she gazed at her, softly murmuring, "Ninger, I understand your intentions. Yet, you possess an opportunity now. Perhaps one day you may return to this place. When that time comes, a simple offering at my grave will suffice. I have given you all I can. Remaining by your side would only hinder you." Chu Ning shook her head. "Master, your cultivation can be restored soon. I have reached the third realm of destiny, and moreover, I possess a technique that harmonizes both law and body. This method is perfectly suited to your current circumstances, but it comes with challenges, as subsequent cultivation requires the simultaneous mastery of both aspects, which is far more arduous than ascending previously. If you are willing, I can share this technique with you. If not, I will break through to the sixth realm soon, and I will have the strength to protect us both. No more than half a month, no? Just 10 days. In that time, you will surely recover, and there is no need for self-pity. If someone like you were to rebuild your cultivation, what obstacles could possibly remain before you reach the pinnacle of the Tao once more?" At this moment, Su Wanqing appeared dazed, realizing that, at such a critical juncture, her disciple had not abandoned her. This sentiment transcended mere teacher-student affection. Without further contemplation, Su Wanqing tightly grasped Chu Ning's hand and inquired, "Is there a chance that the technique I cultivate could provide me with some means of self-defense?" Chu Ning nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, your cultivation will ensure that I am not a burden to you. As you have aptly stated, heaven often bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, testing their resolve and fortitude, exhausting their bodies. Now that I possess a technique for self-preservation, how could I possibly refrain from cultivating it? Would I allow my disciple to confront the malice of the world alone? Absolutely not. Moreover, the path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges. Yet I possess the confidence to overcome those thresholds. Chu Ning's gaze sharpened as he recognized Su Wanqing's determination, promptly exchanging and retrieving the technique. The art of martial reversal. Upon seeing the technique, Su Wanqing's expression shifted, her grip tightening around it. The Taishian sect was not a place to linger. And with the 7 major sects controlling the human realm, escape seemed futile. We shall go to the chaotic heavenly domain. Ninger, let us venture there. This place is devoid of any legal constraints or rules. Only strength and power prevail. The sects of the human realm dare not enter, and though perilous, it is far preferable to the treacherous beings that inhabit this land. Chu Ning inhaled deeply. The chaotic heavenly domain, you say? It must be hundreds of thousands of miles away, and even the teleportation talismans cover only up to 100,000 miles. No matter. I shall utilize several talismans to approach as close as possible and devise a plan from there. Regardless of the trials that may lie ahead, I will not abandon you. My esteemed master, I only wish to accompany you throughout my life as we confront the adversaries together. This declaration left Su Wanqing momentarily stunned, her eyes reflecting disbelief as she gazed at Chu Ning. She overlooked other words spoken and fixated instead on the phrase throughout my life. In this moment, her emotions were tumultuous, yet she understood that she must not exhibit any semblance of feminine fragility, even if it meant a lifelong companionship. Where could one find those who truly understand and share in the trials of existence? With resolute determination, Su Wanqing embraced her disciple, her eyes shining with an unprecedented resolve. Ninger, together for a lifetime, we shall confront all adversities. Chapter 17. Has he grown up? There was no trace of shyness on Su Wanqing's face. She possessed a keen awareness of the gravity of the situation. At this moment, regardless of the intentions behind her disciple's confession, the fact that someone was willing to support her during her perilous times, to stand by her through thick and thin, was more than enough. She understood Chu Ning well. Once these words were spoken, he would undoubtedly take responsibility. With such reliance, her trust was sufficiently placed in him. Soon, Su Wanqing released Chu Ning's hand, fixing her gaze upon his eyes. Ninger, I must inquire, what transpired during your encounter with Jiang Qingwei? Without hesitation, Chu Ning recounted everything that had just occurred. Su Wanqing was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment as she looked at Chu Ning. Jiang Qingwei was also one of her disciples, a peak practitioner of the third realm at 50 years of age, on the verge of breaking into the fourth realm. With extensive combat experience in the fourth layer of the ethereal sword technique, she had actually been defeated and rendered unconscious by Chu Ning. What of your injuries? Chu Ning smiled and shook his head, still holding Su Wanqing's hand. The disciple is unharmed. The essence of Changchun can heal both the master's wounds and my own. However, it would be misleading to say I am entirely unscathed. I will need a little time to recover, though it does not impede our current actions. Su Wanqing's countenance grew complex as she regarded Chu Ning before her, at a loss for words. His growth had progressed to such an extent that it was beyond her comprehension. The fact that he could now vanquish Jiang Qingwei assuredly marked him as a swordsmanship prodigy destined to surpass her. Such a practitioner, how could Su Wanqing remain here? If he could depart, it was only natural that she would follow suit. Yet, Su Wanqing soon sensed something amiss. Logically speaking, this should have been their chance to eliminate the two of them decisively, yet there was no sign of movement from the sect. Something was off. They could not possibly have had a change of heart, but they were certainly not the kind to do so. There had to be another reason. At that moment, Chu Ning inquired, Master, what was Jiang Qingyue's purpose in seeking you out to prove her innocence? Su Wanqing shook her head. I suspect it may pertain to my storage ring, but even I cannot access it now. Even if the sect leader, Chun Xiantian, were to forcefully break it, everything within would be lost to oblivion. This is unlikely to be the case, since they have intentions toward us. It is puzzling that they remain so inactive during such a prime opportunity. As Su Wanqing pondered this, her gaze fell upon the puzzled expression of Chu Ning, and she was momentarily taken aback. No, she seemed to have realized something. No one in the sect knows your cultivation level, right? At least, prior to this moment. No one did. Suddenly enlightened, Su Wanqing grasped the situation. I understand now. With your cultivation at the third realm, you were able to contend with, and even surpass the 50-year-old Jiang Qingwei. The sect must surely suspect that you possess something extraordinary, or rather, they suspect you hold something that I have given you. This could explain why Jiang Qingwei sought me out, to get closer to that object. However, they have no idea that I do not possess such a thing, and that it is only you, Ninger, who holds it. At this moment, Su Wanqing's expression was exceedingly grim as she clenched her fists and let out a cold laugh. Such disciples indeed evoke a sense of desolation, yet as a teacher, she found herself bereft of everything, lacking the qualification to utter a word. Should her cultivation return, the first to meet her wrath would be her. Collaborating with tyranny. She sought to deceive Su Wanqing of her legacy. Even if it existed, there was no way she would relinquish even a fragment. At present, Su Wanqing trusted only Chu Ning. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning exclaimed, "No wonder that Jiang Qingwei would come. It seems the sect believes Su Wanqing still possesses a trump card. Thus, they entrusted this legacy to me. It makes sense. After all, just days ago, she was at the 3rd level of body refinement, and the next day, she nearly defeated Wang Tianyi, followed by nearly vanquishing Jiang Qingwei on the 3rd day. All while at the 3rd realm, anyone would suspect something amiss. They aimed to extract the last vestige of value from Su Wanqing before entirely peeling away her facade." Chu Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. The absurdity of her fellow disciples was indeed laughable, even in such circumstances. Her master was still being exploited. The Taishan sect? Let it be. Master, we can depart at once. Once your strength is restored, we can return to the Taishan sect for vengeance. Su Wanqing wholeheartedly agreed with this notion. This was no time for nostalgia. In her despair, it was her disciple who had rekindled her hope, granting her the opportunity to ascend once more to the pinnacle. There was no way she could perish so easily. She must return. But Ninger, consider this. The sect has yet to act because they have not acquired the legacy. If that is the case, why not take advantage of it? Besides, your talisman can assist us in leaving directly. Furthermore, before we depart, I must not remain idle. At the very least, I need to cultivate the martial reversal arts for self-defense, so as not to become a burden to you. Upon hearing the term burden, Chu Ning immediately opened her mouth to protest, but was silenced by Su Wanqing's finger. The woman's face bore a reassuring smile as she gazed at Chu Ning and softly said, "Do not claim that I am not your burden, as I am now. If I can do nothing but rely on your protection, it is no different from being dead." Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, not solely due to Su Wanqing's words, but also because of her gesture. She pondered, what if I were to kiss my master's finger? Ugh, wouldn't he that earned me a slap? Feeling inexplicably flustered, Chu Ning awkwardly chuckled and changed the subject. "So according to your meaning, master, the sect might still extend an olive branch to us." Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. "Indeed, they have likely deduced that you hold my legacy, and they certainly desire to obtain it. Human nature is such. Even if we are mistaken, we can always utilize that talisman to leave. It might be better to ensnare them once more, for instance, by acquiring resources. You are in dire need of such things, and while I possess ample resources, external resources are there for the taking." Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's gaze turned somewhat peculiar. One cannot help but feel that such matters concerning dogs are uncharacteristic of a person like my esteemed master. Yet, here she is, actively proposing to take advantage of others. Su Wanqing, sensing Chu Ning's peculiar gaze, sighed and remarked, "Do not look at me in such a manner. After all, I am older than you, having consumed more salt than you have rice. If I wish to engage in such schemes, they would have to be on guard." Chu Ning pondered this and conceded the point, though he wondered whether the two of them were plotting against the Taishan sect. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. They immediately began to strategize, covering every detail meticulously, from the inner workings to their choice of words. It was certain that someone from the sect would come, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, or even at this very moment. Yet, this matter required foresight and preparation. After absorbing all that Su Wanqing had conveyed, Chu Ning was left in a daze. It turned out that his master was far more adept at these schemes than he had anticipated. In that case, they would proceed as she suggested. Su Wanqing smiled faintly, a hint of shadow crossing her eyes. If they had not considered all these factors, she might not even have the opportunity to regain a semblance of her former strength. But now, it was they who had overthought the situation. "Master, do have something to eat. Your constitution may not withstand much longer." By now, they had come to a decision. The Taishan sect could not be allowed to remain. Before their departure, they would exploit their resources. Furthermore, Su Wanqing must attain a certain level of cultivation. That should not pose much difficulty. "Master, please rest. I shall fetch you some food." Su Wanqing shook her head, preparing to rise. "No need. I am not so weak as to require assistance." However, before she could move, Chu Ning pressed her back down, leaving her astonished and puzzled. Chu Ning maintained a stoic expression and calmly stated, "Given your current condition, should you sustain further injury, my ability to mend your meridians would be severely hindered. Just rest. Besides, what is it to serve a meal?" With that, he turned and walked away. Su Wanqing was left speechless. To be treated with such firmness by her disciple did not anger her, but instead warmed her heart. She said little, merely smiling at his retreating figure. Ningyo has grown. Yet, just as Chu Ning stepped out, he encountered a figure standing resolutely before the cave. Clad in a white robe, The man appeared to be a middle-aged individual in his 40s or 50s, yet the overwhelming aura emanating from him rendered Chu Ning breathless. It was Chen Xiantian, the sect leader, a transcendent being of the seventh realm, a saint. Chu Ning froze, a chill running down his spine. He arrived so swiftly, and it was the sect leader himself. Even at her peak, Su Wanqing had not reached the level of a saint, while the man before him had cultivated for 2 millennia to attain this state, if he were not here for the inheritance mentioned by his master, but rather to seek vengeance for Jiang Qingwei. However, in the next moment, Chen Xiantian smiled gently, his expression kind, akin to a benevolent elder concerned for his descendants. "Chuning," he said, before tossing a pill towards him. It was a 7th-grade pill, the Yin Yang Shenlong pill. "I have heard that this may be beneficial to your master's cultivation. I only learned today of Qingyue's intentions." The man let out a resigned sigh. Under such circumstances, she could have simply spoken up, yet she allowed discord to fester among her disciples, leading to this dire situation. "I do not hold you responsible for this matter. If blame must be assigned, it should rest upon Qingyue's limited understanding. Do not take it to heart. Please accept this elixir for now. I shall take my leave." With that, Chen Xiantian uttered not another word, merely sighing as he departed. Meanwhile, Chu Ning stared in astonishment at the elixir in his hand, lost in thought for quite some time. Finally, he managed a wry smile and spoke. "Master, you have indeed perceived everything correctly. Your arrival was so swift. And it is the sect leader in person. This clearly demonstrates the immense significance of the inheritance Su Wanqing bestows upon me in their eyes." Chapter 18. The Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill. "Ninger, it is more suitable for you to consume." Outside the cave dwelling, Chu Ning listened to the continuous notifications from the system. Ding. Caring for your frail wife. Reward contribution value 1,000. Ding. Comforting your frail wife. Reward contribution value 1,000. Ding. Accompanying your frail wife. Reward contribution value 1,000. At this moment, however, he tightly gripped the pill. The Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill was the very item Jiang Qingwei had intended to use to deceive Su Wanqing into trusting her. Chen Xiantian had directly handed it over. The Taishan sect lacked 7th-grade alchemists and could not produce this pill. It must have been procured at a high price. The pill emanated the forces of Yin and Yang, swirling with dragon energy, its medicinal potency formidable and terrifying. Yet, it could be consumed by practitioners of any realm, as its strength was activated in tandem with the cultivator's continuous advancement. This was precisely why Chen Xiantian valued it so highly. Furthermore, in times of peril, this item could reverse the forces of Yin and Yang, allowing one to rise from the brink of death, an unfathomable power. Indeed, the sect now believed that Chu Ning possessed a legacy. Chen Xiantian had personally intervened. They were in grave danger, and a single misstep could lead to their demise. Yet, there was no fear. As long as they maintained this belief, they would face no immediate threats. However, this system was entirely focused on his wife. Chu Ning was exasperated. The infernal system was playing such tricks. Well, he was accustomed to it. Su Wanqing was only aware that someone had arrived, but she did not know who it was, continuously calling for Ninger. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ning chose to disregard her calls and immediately summoned the system. Could this pill restore the injuries of one whose cultivation was damaged? 7th-grade pill, Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill, with profound medicinal power, when consumed by an ordinary cultivator. It can enhance a portion of their cultivation. Before the medicinal power is entirely expended, it will respond to the practitioner's realm increase, allowing them to obtain a portion of dragon energy, most suitable for those on the brink of death. Binding targets Su Wanqing in a near-death state. The Yin-Yang Mysterious Dragon Pill can be utilized to restore her meridians. Progress unknown, similar conditions not detected, however. The pill is inclined towards breakthroughs at the verge of death. Its use for restoring cultivation is not advised. Chu Ning paid no heed. If it could restore her, that was sufficient. Yet, were there any hidden dangers? There is a restriction within. Upon consuming the pill, the restriction activates, rendering one a mere shell of their former self. Chu Ning's expression turned icy. Such meticulous planning? Indeed, trust within the sect was a luxury. Could the mark be erased? 1,000 contribution value expended, mark erased. Chu Ning smiled faintly. Playing mind games with us, are you? We have anticipated your intentions. You wish to engage in schemes? But alas, I possess advantages. With this, there would be no issues. Chu Ning chuckled. If Chen Xiantian were to discover his hidden advantages, it would likely drive him to despair. Having expended a considerable amount of contribution value, it was said that one should reap what they sow. Time to recoup from his master. Such menial tasks as feeding her should never fall on his master's shoulders. That was one of Chu Ning's rare opportunities to gain additional contribution value. He quickly made his way to the kitchen. The dishes still exuded warmth. Chu Ning immediately infused them with spiritual energy to heat them further, then directly lifted the table. Within the cave dwelling, Su Wanqing remained seated upon the bed, her focus quickly returning upon Chu Ning's arrival. Ninger, your master truly could have come alone. But who was it that visited just now? Her voice was frail and faint, clearly at odds with her current condition, and she attempted to rise. However, Chu Ning firmly pressed her back down. First, let us dine. We shall discuss matters afterward. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. With her current lack of cultivation, she feared she could not retaliate against her disciple's advances, yet she had faith in Chu Ning. Nevertheless, it was unnecessary to underestimate her. Eating was certainly permissible. Your master is still in the process of recovery, and it poses no issue for me to care for her. Su Wanqing chose not to elaborate further, simply nodding and allowing a smile to grace her lips. With you by my side, I can rest assured. Chu Ning smiled back, lifting a bowl to feed Su Wanqing spoonfuls of porridge. It was evident that her complexion grew rosy, yet Chu Ning remained silent. Only when they had nearly finished half a bowl did Chu Ning reveal the identity of the visitor. It was Qin Xiantian. Su Wanqing's expression suddenly sharpened. Qin Xiantian has come. In that case, it seems my assumptions were correct. What did he say? Chu Ning smirked, merely assisting Jiang Qingyue in proving her innocence. Did he truly believe we were oblivious? He produced the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan and presented it to Su Wanqing's lips. This is the Yin Yang Xianlong Dan, the very one Jiang Qingyue brought today. Your intuition was indeed accurate. They now truly believe we possess a legacy. Chu Ning continued. After all, it was brought by Qin Xiantian. Why not partake? I have inspected it, and there are no issues. Upon seeing the pill, Su Wanqing recognized it at a glance. Indeed, it is genuine. Yet she shook her head. This pill is merely rumored to enhance meridian recovery, but not by a significant margin. Otherwise, Qin Xiantian would have presented it long ago. It is precisely for this reason that he hesitates to offer it, as he believes that even if given, I would be unable to restore my cultivation. The sect values profit above all, now that we possess greater worth. It is only natural for Qin Xiantian to act as such. Ninger, you should take it. At present, both of us can only rely on you, as we cannot depend on anyone else. This pill will greatly bolster your cultivation. Chu Ning furrowed her brow. Master, your recovery is of utmost importance. Even if there is little hope, it will still benefit your future. However, Su Wanqing understood well, knowing there were others who needed it more. She had faith that her disciple could go further than she, and at this moment, she needed it more. Yet, gazing at Chu Ning's almost solemn expression, Su Wanqing recognized the futility of refusal. With a smile still adorning her face, she inquired, Ning, do you realize that upon using this pill, each level prior to the 6th realm can be directly elevated to the mid-tier? In times of adversity, what may be offered to you is an opportunity to alter your fate, granting you a chance. Chu Ning shook his head. Yet, I am aware that I am endeavoring to defy destiny for my master. As a disciple, I shall not squander any opportunity. As for my cultivation, I require no assistance from this elixir. The swallowing heaven devil art will serve as my guide. Realizing that explanations bore little significance, Su Wanqing's countenance grew bitter as she slowly opened her mouth. Without hesitation, Chu Ning placed the elixir into her hands, his expression brimming with anticipation. Master, how do you fare? Su Wanqing nodded with a smile. The medicinal properties have already manifested. They are quite beneficial for me, and I sense my meridians healing. However, as she spoke, her visage gradually revealed a complex emotion, followed by a resolute gleam in her eyes. Chu Ning was unaware, as if she had made a monumental decision. At that moment, he exhaled in relief, immediately focusing his mind to summon the system. Let us assess the progress. Bound object, Su Wanqing, realm, peak of the 6th stage. Wangchuan, now rendered ineffective. Talent, supreme, ultimate celestial root. Cultivation recovery progress, 11. Was it not also 11 before? Why does it remain unchanged? Did it not state that recovery had commenced? Just as he pondered, a face suddenly drew near. Then, he felt a gentle grip around the back of his head, and in the next instant, Chu Ning's eyes widened in shock as he felt the soft lips of the woman before him brushing against his own. What? Master, MMM. A pill imbued with a hint of kanji's fragrance was placed into Chu Ning's mouth, and Su Wanqing swiftly pressed against his throat, compelling him to swallow uncontrollably. Once she had completed this act, the woman released Chu Ning, a tender smile gracing her features. Ninger, hasten your progress. I believe your advancement is the key to restoring my own cultivation. Bewildered by the unexpected loss of his first kiss, the sudden ingestion of the elixir, and the overwhelming surge of power radiating within him, Chu Ning's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him no opportunity for speech as he promptly settled into meditation to assimilate the medicinal energy. It was uncontrollable. The crux of it is, Master, are you not rather cunning? Chu Ning found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet before entering seclusion to absorb the elixir's power, he cast a glance at Su Wanqing, whose cheeks were flushed, but whose eyes shimmered with tenderness and hope. Ninger, this elixir is better suited for you than for me. Chapter 19. The Master's First Kiss? No worries. The disciple will take responsibility. Su Wanqing was acutely aware of her actions. In the bond between master and disciple, such a dynamic was unprecedented. Within the realm of humanity, the importance of the teacher-student relationship was paramount. It was defined solely by the affection they held for one another. Should this incident be revealed, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. How could a master dare to kiss their disciple, even if it was merely to administer medicine? Who would care for such nuances? The laughter would still ensue. Yet, Su Wanqing understood the true essence of the matter. The elixir bestowed upon her held little value. It would scarcely aid in her recovery. Rather, the elevation of her disciple was of utmost significance. His advancement would safeguard her and assist in restoring her strength. Not to mention the tremendous benefit this elixir would confer upon Chu Ning's future. This was a treasure that even Qin Xiantian would hesitate to consume. The young woman gazed upon Chu Ning, who was seated in meditation, his aura pulsating with a formidable dragon energy, tears glistening in her eyes. Dear Ning, I am aware of your affection for me, but how could I bear to see you forsake such an opportunity? Refine it well, and grow swiftly. Such genuine emotion transcended all considerations of gender, leaving Su Wanqing indifferent to the societal implications. Ding. Feeding your wife earns you 1,000 contribution points. Ding. Making your wife as heart flutter earns you 5,000 contribution points. System commentary. In subtle moments and times of adversity, true human emotions are revealed. Chu Ning registered the system's responses, yet remained engrossed in the process of refining the elixir. The potency of the 7-rank pill was overwhelming, while it could nurture quietly. It was not something that could be assimilated swiftly, especially given that Chu Ning's physique had not yet fully recovered. He needed to employ the eternal spring indestructible technique to expedite his cultivation. An endless torrent of power surged through him, and the complete refinement would require considerable time. However, at that moment, he was not inclined to focus solely on the elixir. He yearned to inquire of Su Wanqing why she had resorted to such means to administer it to him. He had nearly been frightened to death. His heart had raced uncontrollably, and he had barely managed to restrain his emotions. Chu Ning couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. His master was far too cunning. He, the disciple, had been caught in her web, losing his first kiss in the process. Yet, a lingering sweetness remained on his lips. Ahem, no time for joy. He must continue refining. Time passed, and Chu Ning had thoroughly digested that wave of medicinal energy. The benefits of the Yin-Yang Xian Dragon Pill were evidently far from over. He sensed a new essence of dragon energy burgeoning within him. Was this a gift from the elixir? Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity to cultivate it. At that instant, magnificent patterns began to coalesce around his body, exuding an extraordinary mystery. Breakthrough in the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. 4th layer, Dragon Form Manifestation. Upon reaching this realm, dragon energy can manifest in nascent form, augmenting physical strength. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one can condense into the form of the dragon elephant. Chu Ning. Age, 18. Aptitude, medium-grade spirit root, cultivation. 3rd stage of destiny, progress, 87. At this moment, Chu Ning suddenly opened his eyes. A formidable aura erupting around him, accompanied by a furious roar that resonated like the sound of a dragon's roar in an elephant's trumpet. The Yin-Yang Profound Dragon Pill had bestowed upon him a trace of dragon energy, enabling Chu Ning's Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique to break through to the 4th layer. His cultivation had ascended to the late stage of the 3rd realm of knowing destiny. Filled with joy, Chu Ning immediately sought out Su Wanqing to share his good fortune, only to find her absent from the cave. A sudden anxiety gripped his heart as he recalled Qin Xiantian's intentions towards Su Wanqing and his plans to employ a slave brand to acquire resources. This urgency propelled him to venture out in search of her. Master, Master. He pushed open the door, revealing the night enveloping the surroundings. Chu Ning, in a frenzy, was about to rush out when a gentle laughter drifted from nearby. In the kitchen, Su Wanqing, with a warm smile, had just finished preparing a meal. A few beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, indicating the exertion had taken its toll. Did the aroma draw you here? What a coincidence that you awakened just in time for dinner. Come and eat. Upon seeing Su Wanqing, Chu Ning dashed forward and embraced her tightly. Master, I thought something had happened to you. This sudden action startled Su Wanqing, causing her to instinctively attempt to break free. However, realizing he was her disciple, she refrained from doing so. At that moment, a rosy hue spread across her face, and with a hint of exasperation, she comforted him. There is no need to fear. Ninger. The sect will not act against us lightly as we have not yet received their inheritance. Now, please loosen your hold. I can hardly breathe upon hearing this. Chu Ning promptly released her, while Su Wanqing took several deep breaths, her expression tinged with lingering resentment. At your age, what is there to be so frantic about? Do not be so impulsive next time. A smile spread across Chu Ning's face, though he could not help but scratch his head. I was just worried about you. Master, by the way, I am now at the late stage of the third realm of knowing destiny. I am not far from the fourth realm. Su Wanqing was not surprised. It was within her expectations. The effects of the yin-yang profound dragon pill will only improve for you. Ning-er, just take your time to comprehend it. However, the moment the pill was mentioned, the smile on Chu Ning's face turned awkward. His gaze fixated on Su Wanqing, who seemed to sense something was amiss, her cheeks flushing even more. As she began to turn away to shift her focus, Chu Ning seized her hand. This action startled Su Wanqing, already flustered, causing her to quickly retract her hand. Ning-er, what are you doing? Given the urgency of today's matters, you must understand that without your cooperation, I cannot consume the pill, as it does not work as effectively for me. Chu Ning, unfazed by her concerns, spoke candidly. That was my first kiss. Master, what should we do about it? The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. Is that something you can just say outright? It must be acknowledged that you are my disciple, and thus, there remains a distinction between master and student. However, Chu Ning had no intention of foolishly contemplating other matters. A kiss is a kiss. The system has declared you to be my wife. Shouldn't there be some responsibility that comes with that? Noticing the gaze of Chu Ning, Su Wanqing understood that evasion was futile. With a modest gaze cast downward, she responded through gritted teeth. Is it only you who? Am I not your master? Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by her words. This does hold some truth. His master had dedicated a century to her cultivation. Remaining a solitary practitioner without a partner, though she had many admirers, all kept at bay. Had he truly taken her first kiss? No. It was she who had bestowed it upon him. Then, should the disciple bear some responsibility? Suddenly, Su Wanqing lifted her head, gripping Chu Ning's ear with a fierce reprimand. I have told you repeatedly that in urgent matters, one must act decisively. If you do not heed your master, what can be done? You stubbornly ignore every word I say. This was precisely the case. If she had not acted thus, Chu Ning would surely not have partaken. Nor would he have advanced in cultivation as he had. I do not require you to take responsibility. If you truly wish to assist, simply focus on restoring my cultivation. She could only express herself in this manner, for it was inappropriate for a mentor to discuss such matters with a disciple. It was, after all, exceedingly improper. Chu Ning, with his ear in her grasp, whimpered in a comical manner. Though there was no pain, he played along with the situation. Indeed, it was rather awkward. Yet, having crossed this threshold, Chu Ning had no intention of remaining overly compliant. After all, Su Wanqing was undeniably beautiful, and he had dreamt of her on numerous occasions. Now, those dreams had materialized. Hurry and finish eating. Do not dawdle. Chu Ning exclaimed with a grin. Yes, esteemed master. Yet, at that moment, his gaze remained fixated upon the enchanting visage before him, adorned with a hint of rosy hue, her beauty all the more captivating under the veil of night. Chapter 20. Hypocritical and Two-Faced. Within the grand hall of the sect, the esteemed elders from various peaks gathered, with the sect leader Chun Xiantian seated prominently at the forefront. Alongside the now-recovered Jiang Qinghua, one elder clasped his hands and spoke. Sect leader, the young sect master has sustained grave injuries. Her internal organs have been severely displaced, and she ought to rest. Yet, Jiang Qinghua wore a face filled with animosity, gritting her teeth as she declared, it matters not. Since my master has summoned me, we must deliberate on how to deal with that wretch. I shall strip him of his skin and draw out his tendons, rendering him unable to live or die. A collective breath was drawn by the elders, a shiver running down their spines. For Jiang Qinghua, the situation was indeed unbearable. She had been struck into unconsciousness, her Dao heart nearly shattered, all at the hands of an erstwhile weakling, who could remain unperturbed. However, the sect leader had already provided the yin-yang Xin Long pill. What could they possibly do if he still withheld the inheritance? Qin Shianian smiled subtly, a shadow crossing his features. Do you take me for a fool? Naturally, I have tampered with the yin-yang Xin Long pill. Once Su Wanqing ingested, I shall employ my means to discern her essence and thus gain complete control over her. Not only her inheritance, but even that of her, remains mine. On that day, he would turn Su Wanqing into his plaything. Aren't you so proud, Su Wanqing? When the time comes, you shall truly find yourself unable to live or die. The elders rejoiced, their approval evident, while Jiang Qinghua exhaled in relief, though a hint of regret lingered. That pill would have allowed her to break through to the fourth realm. Alas, it was not meant for her. Esteemed elders, Is there a practitioner within the human realm who has achieved the third realm of destiny by the age of 18? Chen Xuantian's spirits soared, and he laughed heartily. Indeed, the disciple of Tianxian sect's Taoist Tianxian achieved the third realm at 16, possessing a spiritual root even more formidable than Su Wanqing's, being a natural Tao body. Yet, what of Chu Ning, a waste who lacked the qualifications to enter the sect due to a spiritual root test, merely a third-tier body refinement practitioner after 18 years? Even if he has been hiding and biding his time, Su Wanqing's covert nurturing of him still attests to the magnitude of that inheritance. This despicable woman has concealed everything from everyone, not revealing the inheritance even to her disciples, underscoring the depth of her cunning. Yet, how shall we acquire this inheritance? Jiang Qingyue chimed in immediately, echoing the sentiment. Chen Xiantian nodded in agreement, then surveyed the gathered assembly. Although our sect has already devised measures concerning that pill, I still find it lacking in security. What do you all propose as a means to obtain that inheritance? One among them spoke up. Soul-searching and seizing it would be ideal, yet Su Wanqing would not be oblivious. Her inheritance may not even reside with her. Another confirmed, in that case. Even if we were to soul-search Chu Ning, it would likely prove futile, only instilling further caution in both of them. An elder chuckled and remarked, I believe that Su Wanqing's mentor is also from Shaozhu Peak. Her reluctance to leave is likely due to her teacher's presence, as she wishes to coexist with Shaozhu Peak. As for this matter, we shall adhere to the arrangements of the sect leader. Let us refrain from interference. Regarding the inheritance, acquiring it will not be a simple task. First, we must ensure that those two individuals from Shaozhu Peak lower their guard against us. The crowd exchanged glances, and Chen Xiantian found the matter intriguing. Oh? Does the third elder concur? He proposed a strategy. By leveraging their interests, we can encourage them to relax their vigilance. And then we can strategically withhold the resources they require for cultivation. If they desire the resources, they must be willing to exchange them for techniques. The elder clasped his hands behind him, smiling as he elucidated. In this manner, a fair trade is established. Should we worry about their wariness towards us? We can gradually exchange items, ensuring that the interests of our Taishian sect remain intact. As for the inheritance, once obtained, those two will serve no further purpose. The assembly nodded in agreement, and Chen Xiantian couldn't help but express his admiration for this plan. Indeed, it is a commendable strategy. We shall proceed accordingly, and send some resources tomorrow as a gesture of goodwill. At that moment, Chen Xiantian, leading the group, allowed a smile to grace his lips. Once they are rendered valueless and this turmoil subsides, it will be their demise. The sect eagerly anticipates this outcome. Meanwhile, within Shaozhu Peak, the master and disciple had evidently discerned the true nature of their sect. They were duplicitous and hypocritical. If Su Wanqing were to consume a certain elixir, she would find herself with no chance to escape her fate. Fortunately, Chu Ning had a contingency plan. As for now, their intention was undoubtedly to exploit the situation to their advantage. However, due to the kiss shared earlier in the day, Chu Ning could no longer conceal his feelings. During meals, he fixated on Su Wanqing, frequently engaging her in conversation. Master, the moonlight is quite lovely tonight. Do take a look. Why had I not noticed how beautiful Shaozhu Peak is before? Also, Master, your cooking is rather delightful. Su Wanqing chose not to respond, burying herself deeper in her thoughts. Is your discourse truly about the moonlight and the bamboo grove? How is it that a disciple, so earnest during the day, now seems inclined to seek a more intimate connection? He was indeed transparent in his intentions. Yet, as Su Wanqing reflected on Chu Ning's previous actions, his theft of her garments and his confession, she could surmise his underlying motives. She had sensed his interest long before, and now it manifested in that one kiss. But how could she explain the situation to him, so that he might believe it was a matter of urgency? She found herself at a loss, for even she struggled to accept the rationale behind it. In times of urgency, why resort to such direct measures as a kiss? Was it not the shift in Chu Ning's demeanor over this period, coupled with his unexpected confession today? Su Wanqing had acquiesced at the time. Yet, at present, she found herself in a rather awkward predicament, feeling as though she was caught in a situation where retreat was as difficult as advancing. She merely hastily finished her meal and rushed back to her cave, claiming she needed to cultivate. Yet, in truth, she had no inclination for such pursuits. She sought merely a place to hide from her fellow disciples, unable to face them. Meanwhile, at the dining table, Chu Ning observed the figure making a hurried escape, a faint smile gracing his lips. His master appeared quite charming in such a flustered state. Was he genuinely devoted to respecting his teachers? Undoubtedly, for he clearly understood the weight of gratitude bestowed upon him by his mentor. Nevertheless, he could not deny the stirrings of desire within him. After all, it was a palpable yearning. With an attractive physique, a lovely appearance, and a gentle demeanor, coupled with remarkable culinary skills, she embodied the ideal of a virtuous wife. However, Chu Ning would certainly refrain from any inappropriate actions that might provoke Su Wanqing's disdain. Yet, he realized he need no longer hide his feelings. System, you have indeed forged an excellent bond, he mused with a grin, checking his contribution balance. Previously, he had amassed 124,000. After spending 100,000 on the dragon elephant suppression technique and acquiring some additional points, and after spending 30,000 on the martial reversal techniques, he had used a bit more since, leaving him with a remainder. Contribution points balance, 16,000. With 16,000 points, should he contemplate upgrading the ethereal sword technique? The path of swordsmanship had always fascinated Chu Ning. To ride the winds on a sword, vanquishing evil across the realms. He had envied his fellow sword cultivators in the past. Yet, due to his limited aptitude, he had resigned himself to the belief that mastering the sword would forever elude him. But now, such aspirations seemed entirely attainable. Once he progressed, he could assist his master in healing his injuries. Although he sensed that his master might be inclined to avoid him and might even refuse entry. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. A suitable excuse would suffice, for the restoration of one's cultivation was of paramount importance. System, assist me in advancing the ethereal sword technique. Chapter 21. Accessing the Master's abode is quite challenging. The Eternal Spring Unyielding Technique and the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique are both capable of advancement. The Eternal Spring Unyielding Technique requires a contribution of 100,000 points, while the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique demands a staggering 1,000,000 points. In contrast, the Mysterious Sword Technique necessitates merely 10,000 points. This amount, neither excessive nor insufficient, benefits not only Chu Ning but also facilitates Su Wanqing's further mastery of the sword arts once she restores her cultivation. However, a lingering doubt arose within Chu Ning as he sensed something amiss. What form does the advancement of techniques take? System, does the advanced technique still retain its original essence? Or is it an adaptation of the mysterious sword technique that my master has refined from the future? The way of heaven is imperfect, thus, all things possess flaws. The purpose of technique advancement lies in compensating for the deficiencies of the original technique through the advantages of others, akin to the study of technique derivation. With this, Chu Ning began to comprehend. The Eternal Spring Unyielding Technique was conceived by an individual. The system merely acquires and sells these techniques. If something is lacking, it serves to fill the gaps. This is indeed commendable. Mysterious Sword Technique, created by the illustrious sword cultivator Su Wanqing of the Northern Domain as Taishian sect. This technique is characterized by its ethereal grace and unparalleled fluidity. Creator's evaluation, my lifelong insights into the sword are encapsulated herein, an unmatched form that overwhelms pure talents, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Truly, these words reflect the zenith of my master's prowess. As Chu Ning awaited the advancement of his technique with curiosity, he was soon informed. Consuming 10,000 contribution points, the mysterious sword technique has advanced to the vast sword chapter. Vast sword chapter. This chapter compensates for the principles associated with the mysterious sword technique, further developing the advantage of its ethereal intent. It offers a glimpse into the profound concept of the way of heaven, aiming to elucidate the essence of the mysterious sword technique, aiding practitioners in harmonizing with and comprehending its ethereal intent while integrating aspects of the way of heaven's vastness. The culmination of the sword entails the unity of body and sword, achieving a state of ethereality. Chu Ning stared at the convoluted text for quite some time, unable to grasp its meaning. Clearly, he found himself struggling with such complexity, his intellect insufficient for the task. To put it simply, what does advancement entail? Ding. Simplification for the host has been executed. A higher level of understanding of the sword path is achieved, allowing practitioners to grasp the concepts more readily, with the potential for perfect etherealization after reaching advanced cultivation. At that moment, Chu Ning understood. Astonishing. Perfect etherealization. Although the advancement appears to primarily assist in comprehension, the enhancement seems minimal. Yet, to catch a glimpse of the vastness of the way of heaven, culminating in perfect etherealization, when others unleash their full power, he can achieve perfect etherealization with a mere gesture. How exquisite. Chu Ning was elated. Assisting the host in comprehending the vast sword chapter, Chu Ning already remembered the mysterious sword technique. The modifications following the advancement were minimal, as it was already remarkably effective. The change lay in the fact that Chu Ning had yet to fully comprehend the sword intent. However, due to the transformation brought about by the advancement, he had begun to grasp the essence of ethereality. His understanding of sword intent had indeed improved, albeit slightly. Chu Ning. Age, 18. Qualification, medium spiritual root cultivation. Third realm of destiny, progress, 87. Techniques, Eternal Spring Technique, Third layer, life unceasing, dragon elephant suppression technique. Fourth layer, dragon elephant manifestation, vast sword chapter. Fourth layer, entering the threshold, Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. He had a grasp of the ethereal sword intent, able to wield it, akin to experiencing a state of profound stillness. However, he had yet to fully comprehend the sword intent, and here he was, already at the fourth layer? This was astonishing. Chu Ning quickly came to an understanding. The essence of this technique likely lay in the ethereal sword intent. One must first cultivate the fundamental sword techniques, then advance to the mastery of sword arts. Once proficient in sword arts, one could elevate to the realm of sword intent. Upon honing the sword intent, the next step was to glimpse the elusive ethereal essence. Jiang Qinghua had spent 30 years at the third layer, having reached the pinnacle of sword intent and sword arts, yet was unable to perceive that intangible quality, let alone the ability to integrate a portion of the heavenly Tao to explore the vastness of the cosmos. This was a gradual progression, while Chu Ning had, through extraordinary means, leaped straight to the final layer. How enviable! Chu Ning had no fondness for prodigies, as they were often overwhelmingly powerful. However, if one were to be a prodigy oneself, how delightful! Feeling elated, he slowly rose and made his way to Su Wanqing's cave abode. The time had come. The day was waning, and it was time to assist his master in restoring her cultivation. With a smile, Chu Ning approached and knocked on the door, refraining from mentioning cultivation matters. After all, they had shared a moment of intimacy earlier, and as a woman, Su Wanqing might be quite reticent about such affairs. If she did not allow him to assist her recovery, it would be a significant loss for him. Thus, he adopted a serious tone as he spoke. Master, did you not previously mention teaching me the sword path? I wish to inquire about some details regarding swordsmanship. Soon, a voice emerged from within the cave. Let us speak of this tomorrow. Chu Ning was taken aback. His assumption had proven correct. His master likely felt too shy to face him now. With a resigned smile, he mused, if swordsmanship cannot be taught, surely assisting my master in her recovery is a request you cannot refuse? Let us speak of this tomorrow. Chu Ning's lips twitched. So it was indeed tomorrow. It seemed today's events had left Su Wanqing quite embarrassed. If a solitary man and woman were to share a room, she might very well lose her composure. With a sigh, Chu Ning lamented, does my master avoid me out of concern that I might tarnish her reputation? But today's incident was entirely her doing. You cannot blame me. I did nothing. You were the one who fed me the elixir. As expected, Su Wanqing erupted inside. You said tomorrow, so go sleep. You've exhausted yourself today, yet still possess such vigor. Within the confines of her chamber, Su Wanqing, her face flushed, clutched the technique that Chu Ning had given her, yet found herself unable to concentrate on it, as her thoughts were consumed by the recent events. We are master and disciple, not involved in any other relationship. If it were otherwise, it might be more acceptable. Chunning has been raised by her, transforming from a child who once trailed behind her to a fully grown adult. This transition stirs a melancholic unease within her, leaving her at a loss on how to navigate such feelings. While growing up is a natural progression, the prospect of him seeking to share her bed is quite another matter. It is easy to dismiss the present, but if left unchecked, it is an inevitability. Men, after all, often dwell on such matters. Moreover, her disciple seems indifferent to her explanations, perhaps because he has not only matured physically but also developed affections for someone, specifically her. Thus, her heart is in turmoil, rendering her hesitant to meet him at such a time. At that moment, Su Wanqing spoke in a cool, calm voice. Ninger, it is getting late. You should rest early, and we shall discuss this tomorrow. Outside the door, Chunning let out a soft sigh. Was this not a sign of her lack of trust in him? What do you think? Do I trust you? If I did, and you were to act upon your feelings, who would bear the responsibility? Are you truly mature enough to handle such matters? Su Wanqing scoffed lightly, choosing to disregard the conversation, as she needed to delve deeply into the intricacies of her cultivation method before addressing anything else. Yet, in the next moment, Chunning spoke with a hint of resignation. He admitted to having feelings for his master for some time, drawn not only to her formidable skills, but also to her unparalleled beauty. However, harboring such feelings does not necessitate action. Merely liking someone does not compel one to act upon it. Has he ever committed any impropriety against her? The events of today cannot solely be attributed to her, yet they are undeniably intertwined with her influence. Nonetheless, should he allow this to hinder his own path of cultivation? Before the cave, Chunning waited patiently. However, after a prolonged period without a response, he found himself at a loss. Well then, this is a disaster. Not only can I not see my master, but I also lose a source of contributions. He sighed, recalling how they had shared a moment only during the day, yet now, she was nowhere to be found. The intricacies of a woman's mind are indeed difficult to decipher. Just as Chunning was about to depart, the cave door creaked open. Su Wanqing appeared, draped in a simple outer garment, revealing a smooth neck with no undergarments beneath, clearly clad only in a belly wrap. At that moment, the woman cast a composed glance at Chunning before stepping inside to speak. Chapter 22. An open and honest discussion within the cave of Xiaozhu Peak. Su Wanqing and Chu Ning found themselves in a moment of contemplation. One sat gracefully upon a chair, while the other reclined upon a bed. The man bore an expression of anguish, contrasting sharply with the woman's demeanor, which was cold and composed. They did not meet each other's gaze. It was Su Wanqing who refrained from looking at Chu Ning. Inviting Chu Ning in was a recognition of the validity in his words. Yet, her master had insisted that it was merely a misunderstanding. How could one expect to consume without proper sustenance? Did that substance hold any benefit for her? Look, you are already at the late stage of the third realm. Your cultivation remains remarkably stable. Surely, that is a positive outcome? Yet, she chose to jest about this matter? How amusing. When it came to mind games, Su Wanqing was adept long before Chu Ning's arrival into the world. Wasn't there a question about the sword path? Why the hesitation? At this, Chu Ning snapped back to reality, managing an awkward smile. He couldn't help but admire her. She was indeed captivating and possessed depth. Master, I wish to inquire about the mysterious sword technique. Su Wanqing responded with a simple, go ahead. Does the essence of the mysterious imply the quintessence of the mysterious sword technique? Indeed, but there is no need for you to dwell upon it. Simply follow the method I previously outlined and practice your swordsmanship. Do not be overly ambitious. Although this may not greatly enhance your current abilities, it will certainly prove beneficial in the future. What if I manage to comprehend it? There is no need to use the profundities of the Great Way as a pretext. I am well aware of your understanding. Jiang Qingyue has practiced the sword path for 30 years and has yet to grasp the essence of the mysterious, remaining at the third level. If you claim to comprehend it so easily, does that not make you exceptionally talented? In response to such an absurd notion, Su Wanqing remained discerning. It was simply an excuse. You merely wished to enter. It was already stated that the events of the day were but an accident. Seeing Su Wanqing's skepticism, Chu Ning did not rush to assert himself. After all, he had not practiced swordsmanship in years. Displaying it now might seem exceedingly peculiar to Su Wanqing. Shall I take my time? Chu Ning could only manage a wry smile as he gazed upon Su Wanqing, who appeared ever so vigilant, leaving him in a state of resignation. Master, why must there be such doubt between us as master and disciple? Should you not harbor some suspicion towards me? Surely, I have no ill regard for you. Su Wanqing chuckled lightly, crossing her legs, her fair limbs exposed to the air, alluring in their elegance. Yet, upon realizing this, she quickly concealed them. Did you not just gaze upon them? Were you attempting to hide? Had you not spoken those words today, I would not have acted thus. If I had remained silent, would you have permitted me entry? Certainly not. Thus, it implies that you do not truly mistrust me, knowing that I would not act improperly. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly. That is indeed the case. You possess the intention but lack the audacity. Otherwise, would you have dared to steal my outer garments? Then allow me to ask you. Do you remain by my side because I am your master, or for some other reason? Chu Ning did not shy away from the truth, as it was unnecessary and would appear insincere. He recognized her as his master, and that was absolute. The bond of master and disciple was something he would never forget. That was the greatest of all. Upon hearing these words, Su Wanqing felt a sense of satisfaction. At least this rebellious disciple had not strayed too far. Is there anything else? Chu Ning replied with candor, of course, I also regard my esteemed master as a woman. I do not wish to conceal this. And the benefits of healing my master's injuries are substantial for me as well. All of this is true. Speaking frankly, Chu Ning appeared unperturbed. Yet Su Wanqing found herself inwardly questioning. Are you aware that we are teacher and student? Given that you know this, do you not realize that such a relationship is rare in the world? To regard a teacher as a woman so boldly. How audacious of you. However, since he had spoken so openly, Su Wanqing found no reason to dwell on it. Your limited experience with women renders your understanding of this matter rather naive. When you encounter more women in the future, your feelings may very well change. But what if these feelings remain steadfast? Is it the bond of teacher and student that is unwavering, or is it your unyielding desire? Esteemed master, he replied, to call it desire seems rather harsh. Can liking someone really be described in such a derogatory manner? Su Wanqing scoffed. Is there truly a difference? Chu Ning pondered for a moment. Desire is a mere lustful inclination, but I am not solely driven by lust. Uft. Su Wanqing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at Chu Ning, seeing only sincerity in his eyes. You were quite bold to say such a thing. Chu Ning shrugged. Since you asked, I answered honestly. Would you believe me if I claimed I did not like you? Why not just be forthright? Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, fists clenched. Do you not realize that this act contradicts all moral principles? If others hear of this, they will mock us. I merely like you, he countered. But you have acted upon it. Does that not make you more excessive? As your teacher, I have said that in urgent matters, one must act according to necessity. Chu Ning smiled slightly. Even disregarding this, should my cultivation reach a sufficient height, who would dare to utter a word against me? Su Wanqing was taken aback. Such audacity was indeed striking. Chu Ning's forthrightness was captivating. His nature was straightforward, never one to beat around the bush, expressing affection when warranted and vengeance when necessary. Yet, his bluntness left Su Wanqing at a loss. Though she had seen far more than he, she was no expert in such matters. She merely wished to retort and divert the conversation, reminding him of their roles as teacher and student, fearing what he might do during her healing. But Chu Ning was entirely unambiguous, laying everything bare. What could she say or do? Tell him to leave and keep his distance? That was preposterous. Setting aside her complex emotions toward him, she also harbored an undeniable bond with him. To speak frankly, she felt she could never repay the favor of having her injuries healed by him. Yet, if these feelings were to be laid bare, while he might remain indifferent, she could not. He was someone who had grown up before her eyes. Should he truly attempt to cross that boundary, she would not easily cast him aside. Instead, she would simply take flight, reluctant to sever ties, as there were feelings involved. Yet if she were to contemplate matters of intimacy, how could she dare? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Wanqing merely sighed. In ire, I do not wish to place you in a difficult position, she expressed. Chu Ning smiled and replied, what predicament could there be for master? Is it merely the notion of forming a bond with a disciple that troubles you? If I were to harbor feelings without taking any action, would that not alleviate your concerns? He understood well that the kiss had been nothing more than an accident. To truly deepen their relationship was a matter not to be trifled with. It was far too premature. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. Ah, have I misinterpreted? He indeed harbors feelings, yet has no intention of pursuing anything further? Chu Ning continued to smile. If master is unwilling, I shall certainly not impose. After all, in my heart, master remains the omnipotent figure capable of subduing all, and I yearn for that master to return. Should I act inappropriately? You would undoubtedly strike me down, and that would be a grave loss. At this description, Su Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. You are quite eloquent. If you truly wish to act, you would not be waiting for me to regain my strength. You would have already made your move. Chu Ning stood up and nodded. Thus, I harbor no thoughts of advancing toward master. Only the desire for master to reclaim her former glory. If we are to discuss this matter, it must be when master stands tall at the pinnacle of this realm, is it not? Su Wanqing remained silent, merely gazing at her disciple as he approached. He indeed held feelings for her. Her assessment had not been mistaken. His confession earlier that day had made that clear. She accepted it, unable to sever the bond. Her emotions tangled. Yet, to truly navigate this situation proved challenging, for her perspective could not shift, not now, at least. However, her disciple had provided her with an escape. This affection now resided solely within the realm of teacher and student, devoid of romantic entanglements. Her internal struggle was perhaps unnecessary, as her disciple was not like others. He was one who genuinely respected her views and did not seek to exploit her vulnerability due to his strength. In that moment, Su Wanqing felt a tremor of her heart, her defenses completely lowered. The kiss from that day could be regarded as a thing of the past. She bore no resentment, for she had witnessed her disciple's growth. He had matured into a being truly worthy of reliance. At that instant, Chu Ning stood before Su Wanqing, his hands resting gently on her shoulders. Shall I assist master in shedding her garments to expedite the healing process? Su Wanqing chuckled with resignation, aware that Chu Ning was seizing the opportunity to sneak a glance. Yet, having already begun her healing, what harm could a few more glances do? I can manage this myself, she replied. Chapter 23. Healing once more. Chu Ning, devoid of any suspicion, was aware that her disciple harbored feelings for her that transcended mere admiration. Yet, he had never acted upon those sentiments before. She placed her trust in him completely. If he truly intended to pursue something more, why had he not done so earlier? Instead, he chose to assist her in restoring her cultivation. This unwavering bond surely encapsulated the essence of a master-disciple relationship. While reclining upon her bed, clad only in a simple undershirt and undergarments, Su Wanqing suddenly chuckled. The notion of being companions for a lifetime, whether as master and disciple or as partners, was indeed comprehensible. However, to regard her disciple as a man in the truest sense felt peculiar to her. After all, she still remembered what Chu Ning looked like as a child, dark and undeniably adorable. Now that he stood at her bedside, could she truly dare to suggest that Chu Ning join her? Would he genuinely dare to climb into bed? It seemed he had cast aside the gravity of their roles. Yet, Su Wanqing found no offense in being admired by such a disciple, who even praised her beauty. Secretly, she felt a small thrill of joy. This affection was pure, a rarity in the ruthless world of cultivation, and she found it acceptable. However, embracing her disciple's feelings was quite a headache. Nevertheless, it appeared that he was about to begin. His calloused hands rested upon Su Wanqing's back, and the tingling sensation was extraordinarily comforting. The calluses did not diminish the experience. Rather, they enhanced it. As for Chunning, why was he not utilizing his full potential in the realm of everlasting life? He could have long since transmitted energy from a distance. Yet, he was reluctant to squander his abilities. How could he forget his origins simply because he had progressed in his cultivation? Su Wanqing had long since discerned Chunning's methods of healing, channeling the essence of longevity into her. However, this time felt markedly different. Chunning immediately began to circulate his cultivation energy. With the third layer of eternal life and advanced mastery, the essence he could generate was incomparable to what had come before. In an instant, a tremendous surge of this essence coalesced and surged through Su Wanqing's meridians. If the previous flow had been but a trickling stream, this was akin to an ocean. A sudden exclamation escaped Su Wanqing. She had not anticipated such a vast quantity, though she was already attempting to control it. She was taken aback by the enormity of the influx. Ninger, wait. She realized she must refine this essence before addressing anything else, lest she be overwhelmed and risk collapse. Su Wanqing immediately rose, leaving Chunning momentarily stunned. Couldn't we proceed gradually? Clearly, that was not an option. The volume was too great. It required a careful and measured approach. Without further ado, Su Wanqing sat cross-legged, disregarding whether Chunning could see her. She directed the essence within her to repair her damaged meridians. This time, the progress was remarkably significant. Detected that the host, as a wife, has restored 5 of her cultivation. Reward, 50,000 contribution points. Chunning stared in astonishment, realizing he had previously overlooked this remarkable development. The master is indeed quite extraordinary. Even while being shielded, what would happen if that barrier were to vanish? At this moment, Su Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment, a smile gracing her lips. Ninger, the progress this time is remarkably swift. Could it be that I am? Yet before she could finish her thoughts, she noticed Chu Ning equally astonished. Su Wanqing froze, her lips twitching. Are you truly not contemplating anything else? Is it merely to gaze upon the opportunity? Chu Ning remained oblivious. Her eyes filled with an insatiable yearning for indulgence. Chu Ning. Su Wanqing admonished sharply, causing Chu Ning to snap back to reality. Faced with Su Wanqing's flushed and indignant expression, Chu Ning offered an awkward grin. Su Wanqing, uninterested in further engagement, discreetly draped her outer garment in front of herself. Continuing her meditation should pose no issue, should it? Dare you claim otherwise? Chu Ning refrained from commenting. It was all too evident. The master had noticed without uttering a word. As long as there was sustenance, she could afford to indulge, but did she intend to be fully satiated? Everything seems fine. It appears the master is recovering quite well. Su Wanqing finally acknowledged with a slight nod. The progress had accelerated, surpassing her expectations. Chu Ning's spirit soared. Then let us proceed. Once more, the profound essence of spring surged forth, prompting Su Wanqing to bite her palm to stifle any peculiar sounds. She resumed her seated posture, continuing her recovery. System notifications chimed. Detected that the host's wife has recovered 5 of her cultivation, awarding 50,000 contribution points. Detected that the host's wife has recovered 5 of her cultivation, awarding 50,000 contribution points. Detected that the host's wife has recovered 4 of her cultivation, awarding 40,000 contribution points. Detected that the host's wife has recovered 3 of her cultivation, awarding 30,000 contribution points. Detected that the host's wife has recovered 2 of her cultivation, awarding 20,000 contribution points. Su Wanqing transitioned from initial displeasure to a growing sense of satisfaction. Having raised a disciple truly proves beneficial. In a brief span, the majority of her meridians had been restored, and she could once again sense the flow of spiritual energy. The next step involved mending her damaged spirit abode. She even ceased to conceal herself, thinking it only fair to allow the bull some sustenance. After all, it had witnessed her before. However, she sensed the essence of spring diminishing. Additionally, her disciple's gaze grew increasingly listless. The first time she had observed Chu Ning, she was nearly drooling. Yet gradually, the allure faded. Eventually, she found herself in need of rest, as the essence of spring continued to wane. With a thud, Chu Ning collapsed to the ground. Detected that the host's wife has cumulatively recovered 20 of her cultivation, awarding 200,000 contribution points. Cultivation recovery progress. 31, 1/3 of her training had been restored. Yet, Chu Ning had exhausted herself completely. My goodness, the consumption has been overwhelming. Chu Ning was utterly exhausted, feeling as though darkness was closing in around him. Suddenly, Su Wanqing sprang to her feet. Why had he fallen to the ground this time instead of onto the bed as before? It didn't even matter if he fell onto her. He wouldn't speak ill of her. She hurriedly approached to assist Chu Ning, her expression filled with remorse. Ninger, perhaps I have demanded too much from you. Chu Ning had little energy to engage in witty banter. At that moment, he felt utterly drained. The toll on his master was significant. This experience was akin to the plight of a man, vigorous in youth, yet helpless in old age, ultimately devoid of any ambitions. Within the span of an hour, he sensed the profound transformation of a man from youth to old age. Despair washed over him. Recovering only 20% was woefully inadequate. At this rate, how long would it take for his master to regain her strength? With great effort, Su Wanqing lifted Chu Ning onto the bed. Ninger, most of my meridians have been restored. The next step is to recover my spiritual abode. It will likely take a few more days. Chu Ning shook his head. Though he lacked strength, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness, a testament to his newfound resilience. Gazing at the woman beside him, her face aglow with joy, Chu Ning felt a deep sense of comfort. It had been rare to witness such a radiant smile on his master's face. She gently brushed his hair and tucked him under the covers, whispering, "Without you, Ninger, I would not be this way." Chu Ning managed a smile. Disciple hopes master finds joy every day. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, her lips curling into a smile. With you here, how could I not be happy every day? Yet you still guarded against me today, not allowing me to enter. With playful indignation, Su Wanqing pinched Chu Ning's cheek. What is this? My little disciple thinks he can grow bold now that he has done well? I would like to be bold, but I find myself too weak, he replied. Su Wanqing huffed lightly and playfully pressed her finger to his forehead. Still harboring mischief? Sleep now. Chu Ning struggled to keep his eyes open, yet he inquired, Master, will you still sleep on the ground? No, I am quite invigorated and will meditate on my techniques. Very well, Master, please take your time. By the way, I have unlocked the storage ring. You may use anything you need. He trailed off, his hand resting on Su Wanqing's leg, silence enveloping the chamber. In that serene space, Su Wanqing's gaze held no other presence, only tenderness. Perhaps it was only when Chu Ning was asleep that she felt emboldened to look upon him this way. From initial worry and apprehension to a state of unguarded openness, her heart had undoubtedly transformed. Otherwise, how could her disciple have witnessed so much? Indeed, it seemed her disciple was simply a source of comfort to her. Sleep now, sleep. You've labored all day. It is time to rest. Chapter 24. To let you see the master, not just to stare at the figure. After her wounds were healed, Su Wanqing felt her strength returning significantly, even possessing the vigor to commence her cultivation anew. She gazed at Chu Ning for an extended period, so long that she lost track of time. This world felt almost cruel to her. She had lost her cultivation, faced opposition from her sect, and her disciple had turned away in rebellion. Yet, at the very least, there was someone who cared for her. This individual, however, seemed to harbor some unconventional thoughts regarding her. Su Wanqing found herself at a loss on how to respond. Yet, she did not dislike these sentiments. They were remarkably pure. Regardless of the circumstances, she had already made her promise. In this moment, perhaps she sensed that Chu Ning truly wished to walk alongside her in pursuit of the great Tao. Could she truly view him as a man? His appearance as a disciple was quite commendable, his physique admirable, and he had undeniably matured into a fine young man. What should she do with her troubled heart? The answer was simple: cultivation. Taking out the manual of the martial reversal techniques, Su Wanqing's eyes flickered with interest. This tome was undoubtedly well suited for her at this juncture. She did not wish to be treated as mere decoration, nor did she desire to be perpetually cared for. She had always been strong-willed. Now, as her resolve was being reforged, she would naturally strive to embody that strength. Her disciple should not be tasked with protecting her. He was still young, unworthy of enduring the world's malice. At the very least, she ought to share the burden with him. Though her cultivation had been obliterated, Su Wanqing remained a rare prodigy within the human realm, possessing extraordinary innate talent and a guaranteed path to the saint realm. She even had the potential to contend for the title of the world's foremost expert in the future. Her understanding had not diminished, and her gifts still resided within her. With just a glance at the manual, she immediately grasped its intricacies. The dual cultivation of methods. The spiritual cultivation focused on internal refinement of the spirit and soul, attaining the means of an immortal. The physical cultivation involved the external honing of muscles, skin, and vital energy. The martial reversal techniques distinctly separated these two paths, subsequently outlining the approach for dual cultivation. The details were nearly flawless. She needed only to focus on the physical cultivation methods. Before long, she comprehended it well. The martial reversal techniques were ideally suited for someone like her, who had lost their cultivation. Drawing upon her original understanding of cultivation, she could swiftly gather her vital energy to refine her physical body. Without hesitation, she realized that this moment was akin to life itself. How was the storage ring opened? She was uncertain. Her disciples' methods were now beyond her knowledge. As it was a shared possession, she felt no reluctance. After searching for a while, she found several types of first-grade medicinal herbs. Arriving at the bath, she prepared the medicinal solution and, after much mixing, sat cross-legged within it. In an instant, the potency of the herbs began to scorch her skin. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Wanqing immediately mobilized her inner vital energy, commencing the breakthrough process according to the martial reversal techniques to sculpt the most suitable path for her physical cultivation. Reconstruction required realigning the meridians and the positions of the organs to facilitate a swifter circulation of vital energy. Mastering this was not overly complicated. Yet the accompanying pain was excruciating. Can any corporeal pain truly compare to the searing anguish of a heartache? How could one possibly endure? After what felt like an eternity, the excruciating torment subsided, and throughout this ordeal, she remained almost entirely silent. Her entire being was suffused with dark, stagnant blood, an indication of internal bruising. She gradually rose, acutely aware that her essence had undergone a profound transformation. It was now capable of nurturing both corporeal and spiritual cultivation. This, indeed, was the dual cultivation of the physical body. As anticipated, this technique was extraordinary, allowing for profound progress, and in terms of its intricacies, it was even more formidable than the secret arts of the Taishan sect. The origins of this technique mattered little to her. Her sole concern was its efficacy in aiding her disciples. She continued her secluded practice, her physical realm advancing at an almost uncanny pace to the first stage of the copper skin realm. Yet, her internal vitality remained abundant, even capable of further enhancement. Having already traversed the 9 layers of body tempering and possessing the remarkable physique of a 6th-stage cultivator, ascending to the first stage was hardly a challenge. In an instant, the power of her vitality surged forth, propelling her to the 2nd stage of the Iron Bones realm. There was still some vitality left, though it was dwindling, barely propelling her into the mid-2nd stage. Her strength had grown, albeit modestly, yet sufficient to accomplish certain tasks. Time slipped by unnoticed until Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. Her body was already marred by dark bruises, yet she felt invigorated, no longer as helpless as before. This was ample. Today, Su Wanqing had reclaimed her cultivation, achieving the 2nd stage of body refinement in a single day. Even as she faced future challenges in her path, she remained undaunted. Su Wanqing was undoubtedly a prodigy of the northern region, and now, even as she retraced her steps on the path of cultivation through her physical form, she would progress with unprecedented rapidity, surpassing all others. With this thought, she felt a slight relaxation within, a smile gracing her lips. However, it would be best not to let her disciples witness such a display. With that in mind, she rose to change into more appropriate attire. Presently, her bloodied appearance was hardly presentable. Upon entering the spirit pool once more, the stagnant blood dissipated. Once again, her delicate form emerged, graceful and ethereal. The practice of body refinement had not endowed her with bulky muscles. Rather, it had enhanced her physical prowess. What was meant to be remained intact. Still as tumultuous as the waves, akin to a solitary plum blossom defying the chill atop a towering snow-capped mountain, now exposed to the air, leaving her momentarily entranced. She had never noticed before. Perhaps this was a considerable allure for men. Was that why her disciples gazed so intently? Su Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. They were still quite young. With time, such innocent reactions would surely fade. Chu Ning remained deep in slumber, undisturbed. Su Wanqing quickly found a set of clothing, a golden belly wrap and white robe. Once attired, she felt utterly revitalized. The sensation of possessing self-defense capabilities was exhilarating. Cooking, cooking, cooking. Her disciples had not eaten the previous night, so they would undoubtedly awaken ravenous. With this in mind, Su Wanqing hummed a cheerful tune as she prepared the meal, her spirits evidently high. On the bed, a certain part of Chu Ning gradually stirred to life. It was time to rise. Undoubtedly, someone had already awakened. Currently, practicing the dragon-elephant suppression technique was quite intense. Such is the advantage of youth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The 4th layer of everlasting spring. Chu Ning abruptly rose. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped outside, oblivious to Su Wanqing calling him for breakfast from behind. Su Wanqing had intended to mention her recent transformations, no longer merely a decorative vase. Yet, it seemed Chu Ning was deaf to her words, as he immediately sought out a nearly withered blade of grass. Everlasting spring. A stream of pure essence of spring enveloped the desiccated grass. Chu Ning took a deep breath. This technique was not merely a simple restoration method. Everlasting spring embodies the essence of spring, the vitality of life. Such a cultivation method is unparalleled in this world. For those who reach its pinnacle, perhaps even resurrection is achievable, capable of rejuvenating the elderly and revitalizing withered organs. This is the very essence of life. How formidable must be the creator of this technique? Such a ruthless method is not to be trifled with. Yet here I am, eager to learn. Master. Chu Ning turned and beamed at Su Wanqing, who was busy cooking. She glanced back, puzzled. What? Master, you look splendid. The corners of her mouth twitched, and without further ado, she grabbed a spatula and approached. Early in the morning, with no time for frivolities. Focus on this. With such intentions, devote yourself to your training. Su Wanqing emphasized each word, her gaze filled with irritation. Though she refrained from exerting force, still, she delivered 3 solid taps on Chu Ning's head, which he welcomed with enthusiasm rather than annoyance. He quietly remarked, Master, my abilities have grown stronger. Tonight, I shall begin with at least 2 hours. At his words, Su Wanqing paused, taken aback by his rapid progress. Just last night, he had managed only an hour. How confident he was. Su Wanqing chose not to pursue that topic further, a smile unexpectedly gracing her lips. How many days did it take you to reach the 3rd realm? I barely took half an hour. Now, with the techniques of martial reversal, I have means to protect myself, and of course, I must share this with my disciple. Ninger, have you noticed anything different about me? Chu Ning regarded Su Wanqing before him, hesitating for a moment. Did you change your clothes? Su Wanqing wore a mysterious smile and shook her head. Can you not discern my cultivation level? Take another look. Chu Ning felt perplexed. Why ask such a question? Why not just say it directly? Ah, I understand. Women enjoy having men discover their changes themselves, rather than stating it outright. It provides a sense of accomplishment, does it not? Is it your hairstyle? Su Wanqing stifled a laugh, unable to contain her amusement. Are you merely observing my exterior? Certainly not. It pertains to something deeper. Chu Ning felt a bit of a headache coming on. Not clothing, not hairstyle, and not even the exterior. It must be something internal? At this moment, Chu Ning was taken aback, unable to suppress a gulp, his gaze slowly drifting downward. Master, this cannot be the case. Su Wanqing furrowed her brows. What do you mean by this or that? You cannot even discern my cultivation level. I have certainly not concealed it. Following her gaze downward. Su Wanqing, who had initially worn a smile, suddenly froze, her expression becoming rigid. Traitor. Chapter 25. The boldness of the traitor in the kitchen. Su Wanqing firmly grasped Chu Ning's ear, her face flushed to the roots of her hair. Did you not see my cultivation level? What are you staring at? Chu Ning felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. But you did not make it clear. I thought you were going to demonstrate. He quickly added, Congratulations. Master, I never expected that after your recent recultivation, you would already possess such formidable energy. Surely, you have made significant progress in your physical cultivation. Tell me, Master, is this the 2nd realm? Su Wanqing let out a cold laugh. So now you can see it? Chu Ning scratched his head and chuckled. I only slept for a night, and your progress is astonishing. I truly did not anticipate this. Do you think I could have guessed your advancement to the 3rd realm? I too have been focusing on my cultivation, yet here you are, seemingly oblivious to my thoughts. Must I spell it out for you? With that, Su Wanqing let out a soft, delicate hum. Chu Ning thought it best to change the subject. Otherwise, the awkwardness would become unbearable. Master, may I assist with the cooking? Once the meal is ready, we shall eat. Go wash your hands. Yes, Master. The awkward conversation finally subsided. At the dining table, the two sat across from each other. A sumptuous spread of dishes, replete with various meats and vegetables, adorned the table. Little Bamboo Peak certainly did not lack for good food. Chu Ning relished every bite, having gone hungry the previous night. Su Wanqing, however, remained focused on Chu Ning's cultivation. His progress appeared to rival her own. When had he become so talented? This was indeed a delight. She would not burden her disciple excessively now. Moving forward, his cultivation would rely on refining body with medicinal herbs. By the way, has anyone from Tai Xian sect arrived yet? They should have been here by now. Ninger, I am now at the 2nd realm, and I have concealed my aura as much as possible. You must also strive to master cultivation breakthrough. If your opponents are unaware of your true capabilities, your chances of victory will be greatly enhanced. It suddenly dawned on Chu Ning. The rapid advancement of his cultivation had made him overlook this detail. He resolved to acquire a means to disguise his cultivation level from the system later. Nodding, he inquired, Master, what is the difference between the realms of physical cultivation and magical cultivation? Lacking experience in the latter, Chu Ning was somewhat perplexed. Su Wanqing reflected on her own experiences before offering her insights. Before the 3rd realm, physical cultivators dominate their peers. However, upon reaching the fourth realm, one is often subdued. By the third realm, a cultivator can command the wind and the sword, exhibiting agility that far surpasses that of a physically reliant practitioner, she elucidated. Understanding dawned on Chuning. So, the dual cultivation of physical and magical arts essentially combines the strengths of both, albeit at a slower pace of advancement? Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, before the sixth realm, with my aptitude, the difference should not be too pronounced. However, beyond the sixth realm, it may become quite challenging. Fear not, master. I shall assist you in enhancing your cultivation. Just eat yours then. Can these be finished? Chuning nodded immediately. No problem. Because they are delicious, how could one not finish them? Su Wanqing smiled gently, her charm particularly captivating. She pondered. It seemed her disciple had not changed much. Aside from becoming more eloquent, he was not too different from before. This was akin to having the heart of a thief without the courage. Thus, he merely spoke flamboyantly. Su Wanqing found this rather intriguing, considering Chuning quite amusing. The two continued their meal when a figure suddenly appeared. Elder Su, Chuning. The master and disciple exchanged glances, each bracing themselves. The newcomer, clad in a yellow Taoist robe, was Li Sheng, the peak master of the Danfeng at Taishan sect. At the pinnacle of the sixth realm, the elder wore a smile as he approached the two, noticing they were dining, and couldn't help but engage in conversation. The aroma of this meal is delightful. Might this old man also partake? Su Wanqing squinted with a smile. Hearing her laugh, the elder assumed she had granted permission and was about to sit down. However, Su Wanqing's subsequent words followed swiftly. Who do you think you are? Get lost and don't obstruct our view. You think you deserve to eat? The elder's expression suddenly froze. He had never anticipated Su Wanqing to utter such words with a smile. His eyes instantly filled with murderous intent. But upon recalling Su Wanqing's status and the heritage behind her, he restrained himself. You wretched woman, now merely dare to act so presumptuously? Once you consume that Yinyang Xianlong Dan, I shall personally witness the sect master deal with you. You disgrace. He loathed individuals like Su Wanqing, who, with a century of cultivation, had surpassed their nearly 1,000 years of Tao practice, all while being exceptionally arrogant. Now that she had fallen from grace, he reveled in her downfall. High places are lonely. Can you withstand it? Yet, at this moment, his face still bore a smile as he produced some pills. Elder Su, a few days ago when you visited my Danfeng to purchase pills, I may have overcharged you. I did not recall that the medicinal materials were not so costly. Here is some extra compensation for you. I hope you do not mind these trifles. Chuning cast a glance, barely paying attention. A mere nourishing spirit pill. Something they were reluctant to exploit. Su Wanqing held a similar attitude, continuing her meal with a smile, though her mocking remarks never ceased. What are you? Do you think I am unaware? You merely wish to curry favor now that my disciple has gained strength. Let me tell you, take these worthless items back. Who would covet your offerings? Upon hearing this, Chuning felt a thrill. Yes, exactly. This is how it should be. His master's spirit seemed exceptionally buoyant. The elder, currently under the order of sect master Chen Xiantian, had to deliver this gift. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his attempts at alliance. Yet, this woman clearly held a grudge. Was it necessary to be so venomous over a few disciples? After hesitating for a moment, he smiled at Chuning. Ah, I heard yesterday that you have reached the third realm. Indeed, a prodigy in youth. Coincidentally, I have plenty of pills here. Why not come to my Danfeng today and see if there is anything suitable for you? Chuning turned to Su Wanqing and spoke with a smile. Third elder, my master holds a certain disdain for you, as you have taken his disciple. I am now the sole disciple of my master, and I certainly cannot follow you. Even if I were to go, I must first seek my master's permission. Su Wanqing let out a cold laugh. What nonsense. Are my resources insufficient for your needs? Is my inheritance not enough for your advancement? How can a decrepit old fool who has spent a millennium in cultivation without attaining sanctity persuade you to leave? If that is the case, why don't you simply accompany him? Chuning's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily shook his head. Master, you misunderstand. You have bestowed your greatest inheritance upon me. How could I not serve you faithfully? My loyalty is unwavering. Su Wanqing's demeanor remained icy as she replied. It is best that it remains so. Do not let me discover any connections between you and others, or else. She paused momentarily, seemingly at a loss for words. Observing this exchange, elderly Xing from the Pill Peak felt a surge of delight. What could she do otherwise? You are an incompetent. Even if he truly departs, what power do you possess? Indeed, there is an inheritance at play. Moreover, there appears to be some discord between Su Wanqing and Chuning. This is a potential breakthrough. After all, Chuning is a prodigy. Such scorn must surely leave him displeased. This can be exploited. The old man felt a thrill of excitement, but still addressed Su Wanqing. Elder Su, it seems you are unable to even open your storage ring now. And no one else can either. Those resources, no matter how plentiful, are of little use at present. However, my pill hall possesses many suitable resources for Chu Ning's cultivation. Even if you are strict with your disciple, you cannot neglect his training. Consider this a compensation from me for taking away your disciple. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's face lit up with eagerness, nodding vigorously. Yes, master, this is beneficial for me. Let us go. Su Wanqing's expression grew complex, her fists clenched tightly. Alas, he speaks the truth, but you must understand. This old fool offers you elixirs only to make amends for me. Thus, we shall visit later. Li Sheng was overjoyed, yet inwardly he sneered. What are you, Su Wanqing, to demand such regard? It is merely the prestige of your inheritance that he seeks. With a chuckle, the old man concluded, I eagerly anticipate your visit, Chu Ning. I have high hopes for you. With that he departed, his last words laden with meaning. To the untrained eye, they appeared as a mere master and disciple. Yet there existed a rift, an opportunity for exploitation. If successful, it would indeed be a significant achievement. Unbeknownst to Li Sheng, had Su Wanqing truly harbored ill intentions towards Chu Ning, she would not have prepared such an elaborate feast. After their scheming, the master and disciple exchanged knowing smiles. Today, I shall lead you to a grand deception. Chu Ning, observing Su Wanqing's demeanor, felt a smile tugging at his lips. His master, with her cunning, suddenly seemed rather endearing. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed, and she gripped her chopsticks tightly. Is it appropriate for a disciple to speak of their master in such a manner? This rebellious disciple has grown increasingly audacious. Chapter 26. The journey of master and disciple at Danfeng at Taishan sect, atop Taishan Peak, where the sect leader Chun Xiantian resides. A figure hastily approached, Li Sheng, who had just departed from Shaoju Peak. Upon seeing Chun Xiantian, Li Sheng immediately clasped his hands in respect, greeting the sect leader. I have visited Shaoju Peak today. Did you glean any insights? Li Sheng nodded affirmatively. Chu Ning has already attained the third realm of the destiny knowledge cultivation, and his foundation is solid. Unlike the fleeting breakthrough he experienced yesterday, it is evident that his training is advancing rapidly. Moreover, I managed to extract information from their conversation. It seems that Chu Ning possesses a legacy left by Su Wanqing, and he appears to harbor some trepidation towards her. There seems to be a rift between them. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiantian narrowed his eyes slightly. A rift, indeed. Su Wanqing, having lost her cultivation, does she now believe that everyone in the world bears animosity towards her? Apart from her prowess and strength, she possesses nothing to retain those around her. A person devoid of virtue. No wonder the sage's tribulation ended in failure, becoming a subject of ridicule. And then, Li Sheng inquired with a smile. The old man indicated that he could procure some elixirs from Danfeng. Lacking resources, Su Wanqing would surely be envious of Chu Ning, making him a potential ally. Chun Xiantian nodded in satisfaction. In that case, let us focus on Chu Ning. Inform the other elders that if he requests anything, they should comply, thereby gaining his trust. Later, at a critical juncture, we shall withhold the resources he requires. If he wishes for them, he must present the legacy. This approach seems more prudent. Truly worthy of being the sect leader. I understand. At Taishan sect, within Danfeng, as one of the 8 peaks. While the density of spiritual energy may not rival that of Shaoju Peak, the number of disciples here far exceeds that of Shaoju Peak. After all, Shaoju Peak only accepts prodigies, like Jiang Qingyue and others, who can all be deemed exceptional. Here, the number of disciples is at least in the thousands. As the two made their way, Chu Ning muttered along the journey. Now that I have reached the third realm, does that mean I can wield a sword? Su Wanqing paused, contemplating this matter as well. Indeed, I shall teach you when we return. Wonderful, master. I adore you, master. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth. If you utter such ambiguous words again, I shall ensure you learn a lesson. Do not think your third realm allows you to show off before me. Chu Ning was unfazed by this threat. What's wrong? Can your second realm compete with my third realm? Shall we have a spar later? Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow, chiding him with a laugh. It seems you've grown quite bold. Very well, we shall see when we return. At last, they arrived at Danfeng, a place of grand scale, starkly contrasting with the serene Shaoju Peak, adorned with opulent constructions at every turn. The disciples of Danfeng donned yellow robes, and the appearance of the two immediately captured the attention of countless onlookers. Who was that woman? She is extraordinarily beautiful. Is she here to learn from us at Danfeng? Are you blind? That woman is Su Wanqing, the master of Shaoju Peak, the foremost prodigy swordswoman of the northern domain. Do you not recognize her? You mean the legendary sword saint Su Wanqing? I have only been initiated into the sect for a year, yet I recall this individual's cultivation has been utterly ruined. Indeed, she is now a mere shell of her former self, but do not provoke her. This woman is not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a figure emerged, and upon seeing the two, a mocking expression appeared on her face. Oh, what a surprise. It's you, junior brother Chuning. A woman in a yellow robe approached gracefully, directly blocking their path. Yi Miaoyin, once a disciple of Su Wanqing, she is now the favored disciple of Wang Sheng, the esteemed master of the Pill Peak. She had heard of the events from the previous day, but could the senior sister really be defeated by Chu Ning? What a joke. Upon seeing her, Su Wanqing maintained her composure, having already seen through the situation. Chu Ning merely smiled faintly. Hee hee, senior sister Yi? Yi Miaoyin scoffed. You? A mere wastrel, dare to call me senior sister? If it weren't for Su Wanqing taking pity on you and taking you in, you would never have stepped foot into the Taishan sect. She continued. So, have you come to flaunt your might at my Pill Peak today? Chu Ning, still smiling, replied, though senior sister Yi has sought greener pastures, is it not proper to at least honor our elder? You do not even address her as elder? Su Wanqing shook her head, not wishing to squander time here. Ninger, go find the Peak Master. There is no need to pay heed to this. Seeing this, Chu Ning did not engage further, yet Yu Miaoyin coldly obstructed their path once more. Did I permit you to leave? I demand to know why you have come to my Pill Peak. She now held the status of a prominent figure at the Pill Peak. I have the authority to decide whether you can remain here. If you refuse to speak, then depart. Countless disciples looked on. Others dared not provoke Su Wanqing and Chu Ning. Even a starved camel is larger than a horse, yet this individual was bold enough to do so. Her status was high, her talent exceptional, and her cultivation at the third realm quite remarkable. She had entered as a favored disciple of the Pill Peak's elder, destined to become the future leader of the Pill Peak. Su Wanqing's expression grew increasingly rigid. Why did it seem she was incapable of teaching her disciples? The ones she produced seemed to lack any sense of morality, not to mention the Yi Miaoyin before her, along with Jiang Qingwei and others. However, Chu Ning perceived it all in an instant, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Senior sister Yi, flaunting before your master should have its limits. Do not overstep your bounds. She had not come here to stir trouble, but rather to delineate the boundaries. It was a declaration to those of the Pill Peak that she was no longer a member of the Shaozhu Peak. She wished to inform her new teacher that her loyalty lay firmly with the Pill Peak and the Taishan sect, not with Su Wanqing. A cold smile crept across Yi Miaoyin's lips, yet she did not retreat. Oh, junior brother Chu Ning, why can't I comprehend your words? Let me be more explicit. Little brat, get lost. At her words, Yi Miaoyin suddenly erupted in fury, drawing her sword in a flash. However, Chu Ning's aura surged, and with a single punch, he struck her wrist, the sound of bones shattering echoing in an instant. In a mere moment, Chu Ning's expression darkened, his fingers curling, and he seized Yi Miaoyin's head. With a sudden crash, blood gushed forth as her skull cracked, just as she let out a pained wail. Another sound of bones fracturing followed. The wrists of both hands shattered in an instant. With a sword? Have you forgotten your sword, and who taught you? Countless onlookers were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the alchemy hall, they dared to lay hands on Yi Miaoyin. What audacity! The current little bamboo peak is no longer the same. In the distance, a figure swiftly descended upon them. The master brother of Danfeng. You beast! How dare you insult my junior sister? Chu Ning recognized the newcomer, whose cultivation was merely at the early stage of the fourth realm. Yet his aura radiated the unmistakable legacy of Su Wanqing. The dragon elephant suppression technique. Enormous dragon patterns instantly enveloped him. And facing the magical artifact hurled by the man before him, he shattered it effortlessly with a single punch. Then, he seized the neck of the flying man and slammed him down to the ground. In but a few moves, he had subdued them. The two fell to the ground, howling in agony, while Su Wanqing, noticing the fierce gaze from Chu Ning, finally came to her senses, realizing they needed to maintain their pretense. She immediately broke into a triumphant smile. Aha! My disciple is indeed formidable. Ninger, your future reputation will surely restore my glory. Do not disappoint me. As she spoke, Su Wanqing felt an urge to slap herself. It seemed she had lost her mind, and indeed, someone was watching. A figure appeared with great authority. It was Wang Sheng, the peak master of Danfeng. Yi Miaoyin, with her shattered wrists, immediately cried out upon seeing Wang Sheng. Master, master, kill them. They bully your disciple. The man who had been subdued also cried out in fury. Teacher, kill this man. He has harmed our fellow disciples. However, to their astonishment, Wang Sheng did not side with them, but rather rebuked them coldly. You two are the ones I specifically invited. How dare you act so brazenly? What a disgrace. Get lost at once. After saying this, he turned to the two. Haha, Elder Su, Chu Ning, you honor us with your presence. Su Wanqing coldly replied, Today, your disciple has offended me, so you might want to prepare some elixirs for my disciple. As you know, he is in dire need of them. After saying this, Su Wanqing glanced at Chu Ning with a faint expression. I am asking for elixirs with a stern face. Do not let me down after your cultivation. Chu Ning bitterly responded. But master, am I only cultivating to meet your expectations? I have fallen to such a state, and you want me to restore your reputation. What else could it be for? But master, enough. Do not speak so much nonsense. The elderly man before him, catching a glimpse of the disappointment on Chu Ning's face, felt a surge of joy in his heart. Haha, rest assured, Elder Su. Foolish woman. If I truly reveal their intentions, would they still come? They want to see your disciple's strength, after all. Indeed. Indeed. It's utterly terrifying. Ha ha ha. This is my opportunity. As the objective was achieved, the two exchanged a brief glance. How well did I play my part? Chu Ning expressed his utmost approval. The old man appears quite cheerful, doesn't he? It's wonderful to see him in good spirits. Chapter 27. A preliminary deception with elixirs. Amidst the gazes of countless disciples from the Pill Peak, Su Wanqing walked proudly at the forefront, her head held high. The expression on her face seemed to proclaim, Behold my disciple, you blind fools. My current disciple surpasses all those before her, and although she possesses nothing now, she is still capable of revitalizing our sect's prestige. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng and Chu Ning walked side by side, the elder's face beaming with a smile. He chuckled softly. Foolish woman. Do you truly believe that your radiance is of your own making? It is, in fact, due to Chu Ning. He discreetly scrutinized Chu Ning, occasionally glancing in her direction. The more he observed, the greater their opportunities seemed to grow. Within the great hall of the Pill Peak, junior disciples promptly offered seats. Su Wanqing and Chu Ning took their places, while Wang Xing, the peak master, maintained his smiling demeanor. Elder Su, your disciple is truly enviable. Achieving the third realm of destiny at merely 18 years of age, she might even surpass your own accomplishments in your youth. Chu Ning chuckled. Elder Wang, you are too kind. It is all thanks to my master. Su Wanqing snorted dismissively, casting an unkind glance. If I can teach one Jiang Qingwei, I can certainly cultivate even better talents. Even without my current cultivation, there will be those who will uphold the banner of our little bamboo peak. As for you lot, who dares to covet what belongs to my little bamboo peak? Elder Su's words suggested that previous misunderstandings had been just that, misunderstandings. With a grand gesture, the elder continued. Little Chu. He addressed her with great familiarity, as at that moment, dozens of disciples within the hall approached, each bearing elixirs. A purple sandalwood box revealed a superb quality third-tier elixir upon opening, its fragrance wafting enticingly, immediately capturing Chu Ning's attention. Elder, so many elixirs. Wang Sheng spoke calmly, explaining. This is a third-tier destiny-peering elixir, which will significantly aid you in establishing a solid foundation in the third realm, greatly benefiting your cultivation. This one is a third-tier healing elixir, capable of swiftly mending common injuries. And this is the true essence vitality powder, once ingested. It will continuously replenish your inner energy, immensely useful in battle. With that, he produced a storage ring and placed the 20-odd third-tier elixirs within it, subsequently handing it to Chu Ning. You require abundant resources for your cultivation, and Elder Su is currently unable to provide these. As elders of the sect, it is our duty to care for you. Accept this. Chu Ning, filled with joy and excitement, exclaimed, Elder Wang, I did not anticipate your generosity. Today, I regrettably underestimated your disciple. I am truly grateful. After receiving the elixirs, he looked at Su Wanqing with envy. Haha, master, we now possess elixirs. He appeared as if he had never encountered such wealth in his life. Su Wanqing coldly snorted, her face reflecting disdain. If it were an earlier master, I could provide you with something better. However, since this old fellow has given it, take it back and cultivate. Do not let it go to waste. Thank you. Elder Wang. At this moment, Wang Sheng sighed deeply. Ordinarily, I should not interfere in this matter, as a disciple's resources are typically bestowed directly by their teacher. Our Taishan sect does not follow such customs, but I cannot bear to see a talent like Chu Ning squandered. It truly seems a lamentable waste. Which is why I intervened. Elder Su, I do not mean to criticize you, but it is rather unreasonable that a disciple's resources now rely on others. Su Wanqing's smile abruptly stiffened, her fists clenched tightly. If I could open my storage ring, would I need you at all? What do you mean by this statement? I certainly harbor no ulterior motives. I merely feel that Elder Su's current situation is somewhat pitiable. Chu Ning's expression grew complicated as he hastily said, Elder Wang. If my master had not suffered a decline in cultivation, she would not. Wang Sheng sighed, speaking earnestly. Yet, her cultivation has indeed suffered, and it is unlikely to recover. I do not intend to say more, but I feel it is a great pity for you. No, Elder. How could I have my current achievements without my master? I do not feel it as a pity. Haha, I was merely expressing this thought. After saying this, He smiled at Su Wanqing. As for you, Elder Su, do not take it to heart. It is not a significant matter. However, now, with her cultivation completely lost, Su Wanqing's face turned ashen with anger, and she suddenly stood up. Back in my prime, you would have eagerly offered me pills, begging me to accept them. Now, merely requesting some pills from you has led to such a condescending attitude towards me. Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. Chu Ning, return those pills to this old dog. We do not want them. Yet, upon hearing this, Chu Ning looked regretfully at the pills, hesitating. But, Master, I lack the cultivation pills. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is far too slow. Are you disregarding your master's words now? Wang Xing spoke sternly. Chu Ning, keep them. These pills are meant for you, not for Su Wanqing. She has lost her cultivation. Should we delay you further? Where will she procure these pills? I am also considered your master uncle. These pills should be regarded as a consideration for your cultivation. If they are insufficient, come to me again. Do not mind her feelings, for what aids you is ultimately beneficial. At this moment, Su Wanqing glared at Chu Ning with fury. Have you heard your master's words? Return. Chu Ning felt particularly conflicted, glancing between Su Wanqing and Wang Xing. He ultimately surrendered the pills. Yes, I'm sorry, Elder Wang. I will listen to my master. His voice was faint, weak, and upon witnessing this, Su Wanqing seemed to find a sense of relief. Good. Chu Ning, well done. Rest assured, I will certainly help you find these pills. As he spoke, he rose impatiently and immediately called for Chu Ning to leave. However, Wang Sheng merely smiled with narrowed eyes and, taking advantage of Su Wanqing's momentary distraction, flicked his fingers to discreetly pass the storage ring to Chu Ning. Subsequently, a voice transmission followed. Little Chu, take this. Be careful not to let your master discover it. She is quite proud and will make you suffer for it. I have high hopes for you. Should you require anything, come seek me secretly, but do not let her find out. Upon receiving the storage ring, Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with joy, and he nodded eagerly. Wang Sheng watched the departing figures of the two, a smile gracing his lips. The first step had been accomplished. Haha, a few third-grade elixirs are nothing. You may think little of it now, but what about in the future? What he can offer is indeed plentiful. Meanwhile, outside, Su Wanqing and Chu Ning walked side by side. Although they appeared silent, they were quietly exchanging cautious whispers. It seemed this old fellow believed he could win me over. He might even offer more elixirs in the future. Hearing this, Su Wanqing maintained her angry demeanor, but her words soon followed. They are all watching us. Later, we shall put on a show. Perhaps you will be caught secretly cultivating with these elixirs, and I will feign fury, prompting those onlookers to intervene. Chu Ning could hardly contain his laughter, his mind racing through all the potential miseries. Yet he was almost unable to suppress his mirth. Master, you are quite the actress, portraying the already crumbling phoenix woman to perfection. What is a phoenix woman? Simply a beast. Su Wanqing. A swift kick followed. Chu Ning chuckled as he dodged. Just a jest. Master, you are acting, but these people are genuine. Su Wanqing snorted lightly, a smile finally gracing her lips. At present, those elixirs are insufficient. We require many more, not just elixirs but also magical artifacts. Perhaps we should visit the artifact forging peak next, to select a couple of suitable magical items. In truth, even if I do not go, they would send them over. Just as Chu Ning was about to agree, a middle-aged man approached, his face alight with excitement. Ah, Elder Su, Chu Ning. I have been searching for you both for quite a while. The newcomer was Su Hu, the peak master of the artifact forging peak. At the pinnacle of the 6th realm, his face bore a sincere smile. Little Chu, now that you have reached the 3rd realm, you need a capable magical artifact. Why not come explore my artifact forging peak? The two exchanged glances. Had the opportunity presented itself on a silver platter? Yet, according to the script, the presently irate Su Wanqing should be furious. You, Wang Xing, both of you have come to witness my humiliation. Chu Ning, we do not covet their charity. Let us depart. With that, the two turned to leave, casting out a bait. Su Hu stood stunned. While not far off, Wang Xing soon arrived, recounting the earlier events. Only then did realization dawn upon him. So that is how it is, ha ha ha. Su Wanqing still clings to her pride, while Chu Ning, a feeble individual, lacks any true grace despite having gained an inheritance. Just right, I shall select a fine gift to present to Chu Ning at an opportune moment. In doing so, won't we be paving the way for a significant achievement? Wang Sheng also laughed heartily. Hee, this merit shall undoubtedly be ours to claim. Chapter 28. A distressing loss of kinship. The master and disciple returned to Little Bamboo Peak, filled with mirth. Chu Ning meticulously assessed the elixirs, over 23rd grade pills that nourished the soul, enhanced cultivation, and healed injuries. Though they bore little practical value, possessing them was certainly better than lacking them. Su Wanqing's storage ring was brimming with such treasures. Indeed, a veritable wealthy lady. Yet, outsiders might presume that a wealthy woman could not withdraw her funds. Nevertheless, Chu Ning had already cracked the password. With just a slight exertion, the master skillfully maneuvered them around, earning the disciples' admiration. Chu Ning immediately began to lavish praise, emphasizing emotional value. Typically, Su Wanqing found such flattery tedious and devoid of interest. However, hearing Chu Ning's words now brought a faint smile to her lips. What was this? The two of them would soon join forces to ensnare their adversaries on a grand scale. This was merely the beginning. Within the Taishan sect, there existed a spirit sword, yet its spirit had yet to recognize a master. The master was confident in her ability to acquire that artifact. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, then leaned in closer. Seeing this, Su Wanqing's face flushed, and she hastily retreated. What are you doing? Noticing her heightened wariness, Chu Ning grinned. What are you afraid of, master? I wouldn't he dare do anything inappropriate. The woman clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. What am I afraid of? His intentions were all too clear, and in broad daylight. He dared to be so audacious? Just moments ago, the master had claimed she would teach her disciple swordplay and engage in sparring. He simply wished to ascertain her current level of prowess. I am at the late stage of the third realm. Even though Su Wanqing advanced rapidly, she was still only at the second realm of physical cultivation. Could she truly contend with him? Chu Ning felt quite indignant. He simply had to test it. After all, this was a matter of familial standing. How could he not care? Su Wanqing smirked, glancing at Chu Ning with a cold huff. Next time, just speak plainly. Don't lean in unexpectedly. Was the master concerned that her disciple might do something untoward? Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners of her mouth lifting. Oh, what do you wish to do? You want a kiss? He was rather candid. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting from shock to amusement. It seemed none of her disciples were truly virtuous. While the other disciples departed upon losing their cultivation, Ninger remained, but he was contemplating something else. Though Su Wanqing felt a mix of indignation and sorrow, her expression remained unchanged, simply smiling at Chu Ning. If you have the courage, then come forth. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned, hissing softly. Really? Or shall we return to the cave abode? Su Wanqing's smile broadened. No worries. After all, there is shade here. And no one can see. Come forth, Ninger. Her tone took on a peculiar edge, sending shivers down Chu Ning's spine. Yet, he could not fathom Su Wanqing's intentions. However, since the master had permitted it, did that not mean? Chu Ning stowed away the storage ring, his face alight with anticipation. Since the master had spoken. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air as a powerful kick hurtled towards Chu Ning's face. Yet, Chu Ning had anticipated this. He knew such fortune would not befall him. With both arms raised to defend, he was still sent flying by a powerful kick. The strength of a practitioner at the second realm of body refinement is formidable, far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Even Chu Ning, at the third realm, could feel the immense pressure. Master, Chu Ning staggered back, a smile gracing his lips. The disciple understood that such favorable circumstances were rare. Indeed, his master had accepted his fate without hesitation. A similar smile adorned Su Wanqing's face as she casually snapped a 3-foot-long green bamboo behind her. If she could surpass her master, perhaps there was a chance? To kiss him? How dare you utter such words? Previously lacking in cultivation, she now possessed it. Did she still have the audacity to be presumptuous? Today, she was determined to teach this rebellious disciple what it meant to respect one's teacher. Upon hearing these words, Chu Ning's gaze suddenly turned cold, and an aura of formidable energy erupted from his body. The fourth layer of the dragon elephant prison suppression technique, the dragon energy manifested. Since his master had spoken thus, there would be no room for regret. Su Wanqing's smile faded, her expression turning serious as she held the bamboo as if it were a sword, embodying the spirit of a green-clad sword saint. In an instant, Chu Ning surged forward, launching an attack. However, the green bamboo struck like a sword, aimed directly at his face, forcing him to defend himself. As he did so, Su Wanqing discerned the flaw in his defense, and with a sudden surge of strength, she struck him sharply on the backside. Chu Ning's face turned pale. What? You really hit me. Though it didn't injure him, it certainly stung. Su Wanqing let out a light huff, saying nothing as she took the offensive. And although she lacked spiritual energy cultivation, her understanding of the sword path remained intact. With the bamboo in hand, it was like wielding a sharp blade. The green shadows of the sword before her were dazzlingly vibrant, exuding an incredibly fierce aura. Chu Ning was left dumbfounded. What? Has your cultivation truly not been depleted? Before he could comprehend, another sharp smack landed on his left backside, followed swiftly by one on the right. The pain caused him to retreat, rubbing his sore spots vigorously. Su Wanqing, this is going too far. What is this, hitting my backside? Su Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, you called me by my name? It seems I haven't been harsh enough. With that, she continued her onslaught, forcing Chu Ning to cover his head and flee. With your skills? How dare you show off in front of your master? What real combat experience do you possess? Just because you've crushed a few sheltered disciples. You think you're special? In shouting your master's name, how bold of you. Smack, smack, smack. Chu Ning was utterly exasperated. Master, I really want to fight you. Though he uttered these words, he found no opportunity to close the distance. His entire body was riddled with weaknesses. Once exposed, he would be struck at his vulnerable points. To avoid severe pain, he had to defend, but every time he did, he felt another sharp sting on his backside. If Su Wanqing were using a sword, he would have been knocked senseless by now. He even attempted to conjure a spell, but before he could act, he was interrupted. How could one play like this? Had his master's cultivation truly been rendered useless? How could she still employ such tactics? No wonder she dared to agree to such matters. While Su Wanqing had lowered her guard against Chu Ning, she had not agreed to be his partner. Yet, since Su Wanqing had acquiesced, how could Chu Ning retreat? Wasn't it merely the sword path? At this moment, a smirk adorned Su Wanqing's lips, her expression one of disdain as she looked down upon Chu Ning. Young one, you still need to practice for a few more years. Since I have some free time, it would be beneficial for me to impart some practical techniques to you. Are you not going to study diligently? Chu Ning remained silent, his mind awash with the profound principles of the sword. In an instant, he discerned the flaws in Su Wanqing's ethereal sword technique. Standing upon the shoulders of giants, he observed that her swordplay resembled a novice attempting to showcase their skills in front of a master. There existed a chink in her defenses. Suddenly, Chu Ning launched a punch, and Su Wanqing, unfazed, wielded her bamboo whip to strike downward, yet he effortlessly evaded. After dodging, he seized the opportunity to exploit her opening. With the full force of the dragon elephant suppression technique, he attacked. Su Wanqing's expression changed abruptly. Could she have revealed her flaw? How could this be? His fist descended upon her face with tremendous force, akin to a mountain being cleaved asunder. It halted just before her visage, the overwhelming wind ruffling her hair, leaving her wide-eyed in astonishment as she gazed at Chu Ning. How did you see through it? This blow, if it landed, regardless of her formidable physique, would surely render her unconscious. Today, a single strike could topple the four realms. That was sufficient strength. Chu Ning remained silent, retracting his fist, and calmly inquired, Master, do your previous words still hold true? The corners of her mouth trembled before she suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. In my mastery of the sword, I possess only 4 flaws, and I never imagined you would uncover one today. Chu Ning chuckled. Pure coincidence, merely coincidence. After all, we have advanced your ethereal sword technique, so one cannot blame the disciple, can they? Otherwise, I would have been subjected to relentless beatings. Who could endure that? At this moment, Su Wanqing appeared lost in thought, unable to suppress her gaze downward. It seems that I am no longer capable. Chu Ning was taken aback. What? Why has Master fallen into despair again? He hastily offered words of comfort. It is only because I have gained some understanding of your swordplay that I was able to do so. You are by no means incapable. Enough. Su Wanqing sighed heavily. Ninger, there is no need for further words. I must return to my studies of the sword. You two should strive diligently in your training. You have indeed become quite formidable. Her tone was somber, clearly indicating her discontent, as if she had genuinely been struck down. In that moment, Chu Ning was momentarily stunned, his heart tightening. He was evidently unwilling to witness his master in such a state. He had thought, as he watched Su Wanqing sigh and depart. He bit his lip, wishing he had known earlier. Yet, suddenly, he realized something. What had she said before their duel? That if he could best her, there might be an opportunity? No, wait, had he not yet kissed her? However, considering her current mood, perhaps it would be best to refrain. But the next moment, as Su Wanqing had walked only halfway, she abandoned all pretense. She dashed into her cave dwelling and slammed the door shut. Chu Ning stood there in bewilderment. What? He rushed forward, beginning to pound on the door. Had he been duped? Su Wanqing had tricked him. Yet, within the cave, Su Wanqing simply chuckled in delight. Ninger, you should practice for a few more years. I shall focus on my own training for now and teach you the art of sword wielding later. Outside the door, Chu Ning wore an expression of indignation. He had clearly possessed the opportunity to seize her directly, yet she managed to escape. Is this how it shall be? Just wait until nightfall. You shall not elude me then. Su Wanqing, 30 years on the east bank of the river and 30 years on the west. Do not underestimate the youth and their struggles. Outside, Su Wanqing's complexion flushed as she heard his words, merely offering a disdainful snort. The rebellious disciple, could he truly dare? Had I known better, I would not have acquiesced. I never anticipated that my flaws would be discerned. How arrogant. My disciple has indeed become a prodigy. It seems that escape will be impossible come nightfall. The woman leaned against the door, cradling her forehead in pain. Alas, all these rebellious disciples. And he's the most defiant of them all. Chapter 29. When one has intentions, they are no longer a disciple. Chu Ning felt a twinge of annoyance. Having been deceived. Yet, he was not overly disheartened. After all, Su Wanqing could escape, but the temple remained. You promised me that if I triumphed, there would be an opportunity. Just tell me whether I have won or not. However, his backside still ached tremendously, which was quite absurd. No matter. The eternal spring remains. The external injuries were not severe, and Chu Ning swiftly returned to his cave abode. This cave also possessed the ability to conceal against prying eyes, alleviating any concerns about information leakage. System, check the balance of contribution points. Contribution point balance, 213. 213,000. Just for restoring his cultivation, he could obtain 1,000,000 contribution points from his master, not to mention other benefits. Such an abundance of contribution points must surely be valuable. However, Chu Ning was no fool. He understood that not all gains should be expended at once, particularly since his current cultivation techniques were already quite commendable. The 4th level of Eternal Spring, the 4th level of Dragon Elephant Suppression, and the 4th level of Vast Sword Chapter, he knew the wisdom of not overindulging. In confronting Su Wanqing, he recognized his shortcomings. If he were truly faced with someone possessing such practical combat experience, he would be utterly outmatched. Moreover, Su Wanqing had merely wielded a bamboo stick, primarily to impart a lesson to him. In a real confrontation, he would undoubtedly end up bloodied and still might not prevail. Practical combat experience could only be honed by sparring with Su Wanqing when time allowed. Seeing this, Chu Ning did not hesitate. Help me find some techniques or elixirs that can conceal my cultivation. System is searching, please wait. Having reached the 3rd realm of cultivation was already formidable. He did not intend for the sect to discover his level. It was best if they only knew he was at the 3rd realm. The 4th realm was within reach. Progressing 1 realm per day. This pace was quite impressive, was it not? Yet, such matters were to be kept as trump cards, undisclosed to others. Recommended, concealment pill. Capable of hiding cultivation below the 7th realm saint. An opponent must possess the strongest cultivation of the era to accurately gauge the host level. Price, 100 contribution points. That is rather inexpensive indeed. A mere 100 is quite reasonable. Presumably, it holds little value, hence the low price. Chu Ning promptly purchased 2 pills. For now, he resolved to focus on his training, aiming to reach the pinnacle of the 3rd realm first. After consuming the elixirs, with his cultivation concealed, Chu Ning immediately began to voraciously consume resources. Subsequently, he continued to practice the Eternal Spring, compensating for the damage inflicted by the Celestial Devouring Demon technique. With every advantage comes a disadvantage. If I can resolve the latter, I shall truly be a prodigy. First, I shall train. Later, I will seek my master to learn sword control. In the adjacent cave, Su Wanqing found herself lacking the spirit to train. She felt a tinge of discontent. Why is it that all the disciples I teach are not exemplary individuals? Is there truly something amiss with my teaching methods? Su Wanqing sighed helplessly, her heart heavy with bitterness. Jiang Qingyue, Yi Miaoyin, and their ilk, such a bunch of miscreants, she thought, wanting to put them to the sword. But killing them would certainly lead to troublesome consequences. Unless she waits for her cultivation to recover, they are significantly constrained and thus intend to depart, seeking freedom from others' constraints. As for Chu Ning, she has little to say. Her character is somewhat slow and indecisive, with a stubborn streak. However, what need does a man have for such intricacies? A clear distinction between right and wrong suffices. Yet, this disciple was raised by her. How could he regard her as merely a woman? Logically, it should not be so. Troubled and agitated, she felt an urge to reprimand him, yet she found it hard to do so. Alas, how does one navigate such a predicament? Ultimately, there is no profound aversion in her heart, but discussing such matters causes her heart to race uncontrollably. After resting for a moment, she glanced at the time and then set out to prepare a meal. Just as Su Wanqing stepped outside, Chu Ning noticed her immediately. Chu Ning promptly sprang forth, a radiant smile gracing her face. Master, I told you, you can run from the monk, but you cannot escape the temple. Su Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ning and replied dully, in these times, perhaps someone is watching you. It is best not to be too reckless. After dinner, I shall teach you how to wield a sword. Chu Ning, fully aware, dared not act frivolously. At the pinnacle of the 3rd realm, Chu Ning immediately approached with a smile, while Su Wanqing had already grasped the spatula. What? You don't understand what your master is saying. Still daring to come closer? However, Chu Ning remained composed, producing a pill and presenting it to Su Wanqing's lips. A pill meant to conceal one's cultivation. Su Wanqing's expression sharpened. There is such a thing? She recalled that there seemed to be no such pills in the storage ring. Do not mind it. It is merely a stroke of fortune for the disciple. Please, master. Eat. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing returned to her senses and accepted the pill, though she would never allow Chu Ning to feed her. Yet, after receiving the pill, she could not resist teasing. Is it truly a concealing pill? You haven't added anything peculiar, have you? Chu Ning chuckled. I added a hint of some peculiar euphoric powder. You shall know once you consume it. Naturally, Su Wanqing did not believe her, merely shooting a glare at Chu Ning before swallowing the pill. As the medicinal effect spread to Chu Ning's eyes, Su Wanqing's cultivation fluctuations had seemingly vanished. Ninger, how is it? The effect is remarkable. Even the sect master cannot discern your current realm. The woman nodded, feeling gratified. If that is the case, then it is splendid. It can serve as a trump card. Shall you teach me swordsmanship afterward? At your current cultivation level, wielding a sword poses no problem. However, later I shall spar with you, for your current skills are insufficient to fully control your realm. Do you understand? Chu Ning eagerly leaned closer, grinning. What I wish to say is this. Master, may I assist you in preparing the meal? Can you? I can chop vegetables. He certainly would not miss the chance to be alone with Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing did not refuse, despite sensing his ulterior motives. She merely pointed to the ingredients not far away. Do you know how to handle these? Chu Ning nodded vigorously. I do. In the distance, there were still onlookers. Many places remained out of sight, yet the actions of the two individuals were clearly visible. Why did it feel to me that these two resembled a married couple? Isn't it normal for a master and apprentice to share a good rapport? Moreover, although Su Wanqing had lost her cultivation, she was not someone just anyone would dare approach. Their closeness was merely a reflection of familiarity. Besides, that young man had been raised by Su Wanqing since childhood. How could there be any inappropriate relationship? TSK. Indeed, I shall continue to observe, and when the opportune moment arises, I will notify the elders. As noon approached, the sun blazed overhead. In the kitchen, Chu Ning squatted quietly to the side, refraining from disturbing Su Wanqing as she prepared the meal. He could chop vegetables, but was inept at cooking. He was only skilled at eating. Su Wanqing remained focused on her task, appearing industrious. Chu Ning gazed intently, showing no intent to hide his interest. Since his master was already aware of his thoughts, what was the need for pretense? Wouldn't he come across as hypocritical? I shall look unabashedly. At present, both his spiritual awareness and intuition were remarkably keen. Even from several meters away, he could distinctly see the beads of sweat glistening on Su Wanqing's neck. The sweat itself was inconsequential, yet at this moment, it was trickling down her neck towards the alluring valley of her chest. Chu Ning, who had already found Su Wanqing's beauty captivating, was immediately ensnared. He fixated on that droplet of sweat. From 4 centimeters to 3 centimeters, it was on the verge of falling. However, a hand suddenly wiped away the sweat, leaving Chu Ning filled with regret. It felt akin to striving for a lifetime, only to fall short at the final moment. Alas, a look of discomfort crossed Su Wanqing's face. She was feeling somewhat warm. Previously, she hadn't realized how bothersome the lack of cultivation could be. Now, without her powers, she could not evade the heat or cold. Even cooking could leave her drenched in sweat, sticky and clammy. She abruptly sensed something and turned her head sharply. She caught sight of her disciple staring intently at her. Su Wanqing momentarily froze, her face flushing crimson. And in that instant, she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Does it look good? Chu Ning was taken aback and replied, Yes, it looks good. A spatula was hurled directly at him. The meal is ready. Serve it. Chu Ning dared not delay. He immediately sprang to assist, though he could not suppress the urge to swallow hard. Overcome by an inexplicable dryness in his throat, he hastily took a sip from the water jug. A celestial being should not perspire. After all, perfection is expected. Yet the sweat adorning Su Wanqing, along with her sleeves rolled up as she cooked, appeared to Chu Ning to possess an alluring charm, quite captivating. It felt as if every aspect of Su Wanqing exuded a unique grace. Was this the allure of a mature master? Seemingly ordinary, yet impossible to ponder deeply. The more one thinks, the more the heart stirs. Yet, the more she thought about it, the angrier Su Wanqing became, and she could not help but kick Chu Ning twice. What kind of disciple had she raised? Keep those inappropriate thoughts to yourself. Later, I shall teach you to wield a sword, and if you misbehave, I shall strike you down. Would the master be willing? If you were truly my disciple, I would undoubtedly be reluctant. But are you truly now? When one is disinterested, it may be so. When one is engaged, it may not be. Such is the nature of discernment. Do you truly have a clear understanding of it? Chapter 30. Half an hour of sword control, astonishing Su Wanqing. In a moment, she found herself at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. Su Wanqing was uncertain whether to weep or to smile. How could she describe her feelings at this moment? Did she find her disciple amusing? His words were undeniably sincere, devoid of any pretense. Initially, she should have felt embarrassed. Yet strangely, the awkwardness had lessened. Had this matter remained unspoken, she might have deliberately avoided it, perhaps even reduced her encounters with Chu Ning. However, now that it was laid bare, it afforded Su Wanqing a sense of ease and an escape route. After all, she was considerably older than Chu Ning. If she truly wished to toy with him, she could easily manipulate him. At the dining table, Chu Ning had become quite subdued, preoccupied with his meal and speaking little since he found little purpose in talking with his mouth full. Indeed, her honest disciple was rather pleasing to her eyes. She appreciated the moments when Ninger was asleep and silent. Should she seal his lips? Su Wanqing mused, her spirits lifted. After a brief interval, Su Wanqing finished her meal and turned to the small bamboo peak to procure a flying sword of decent quality. Chu Ning, clutching a large bowl of rice, looked on in confusion. "Master, what is this for?" "For sword control," she replied. "But don't we have better options?" In a hushed tone, Su Wanqing explained. "This is for others to see. We should avoid taking the best from the storage ring." Chu Ning understood and nodded vigorously. "Master, could you share the essentials of sword control while I eat?" That was precisely her intention. With his current mastery at the third realm, Chu Ning had no difficulty with controlling spirits and objects. Sword control was merely a form of object manipulation, however. It required the sword to bear the weight of its master, demanding more energy and spiritual essence. Conventionally, the spiritual energy consumed during a 100-mile flight was far beyond what an ordinary third-realm practitioner could sustain, yet a sword could resonate with spiritual essence. Embodying the way of the sword in the essence of sword intent, Su Wanqing seated herself nearby, wielding the long sword to demonstrate. "When you were young, I taught you the ethereal sword technique. How much do you still recall?" Chu Ning promptly replied, "I remember everything you taught me, Master." Su Wanqing sighed. "This is not the time for jest. If you've forgotten, I shall teach you again. It is merely 9 chapters and 181 swords. How could one forget?" Chu Ning's previous aspiration was to become a sword immortal. After all, he had watched Su Wanqing, the sword saint in her azure robe, traverse the world with grace. And who could not feel envy? Yet, he truly lacked talent. Mastery of the sword was solely reliant on innate ability. Even diligent practice would not suffice. One could train for a century without grasping sword intent and remain a novice. Su Wanqing, however, could perceive sword intent the moment she gripped the sword. How could he compare to her? Thus, despite years of cultivation, Chu Ning found himself unable to enter the body refinement stage, resorting instead to practicing fist techniques for physical conditioning. Nevertheless, he still remembered the swordsmanship taught by Su Wanqing. For despite any complications in their relationship, the master-disciple bond remained paramount, at least most of the time in the first position. The young woman's enchanting eyes flickered, and a smile graced her lips. "It appears she still remembers. Has T forgotten her roots? I had thought the rebellious disciple had forsaken her origins. If that is the case, do you recall what I once taught you, my dear disciple? A swordsman must first master the technique, then comprehend the essence of the sword, and ultimately grasp the profound truth of its origin. It is a gradual ascent to the pinnacle. One must first cultivate the foundational sword techniques, understand the sword seals, then seek the sword's intent, culminating in the ethereal essence. This is a process of methodical progression. But what of Su Wanqing? She has derived the ethereal sword technique after comprehending its essence. A legacy passed down due to the sect's favor. This is the mark of a prodigy. She has bypassed the convoluted paths others must tread." Chu Ning nodded in acknowledgement. What Su Wanqing does not realize is that his ethereal sword technique has already evolved into the vast sword chapter, reaching the level of comprehending the ethereal essence. He simply has not found the right moment to express it. What do these teachings have to do with sword control? Su Wanqing inquired with a smile. The sword's intent is the essence of sword control. Ning, consider this. If you were to expend spiritual energy solely to lift yourself, a figure weighing nearly 200 pounds, wouldn't that deplete your energy rather quickly? I don't weigh 200 pounds. I'm not even 150 enough of that trivial talk. Please continue. Master Su Wanqing huffed lightly. Once a swordsman comprehends the sword's intent, its true essence allows the sword to bear greater power, making sword control much easier. As of now, you can learn the basics of sword control. Then continue to practice and understand the sword's intent. Eventually, you could traverse thousands of miles with hardly more energy expenditure than a single spirit stone. Do you comprehend? Chu Ning understood, taking a deep breath. Indeed, after grasping the true essence, there is so much more one can achieve. Some wield a sword, yet cannot even split bamboo, while others can cleave mountains and topple cities. This is not solely a matter of cultivation but also of mastery over the sword path. Why are sword cultivators formidable? With an ordinary sword, one could deliver a fatal blow before you even begin to cast a spell. Yet, cultivation remains a challenge. Jiang Qingwei, as Su Wanqing's foremost disciple, with her divine root, has only mastered 3 layers of the sword technique after 30 years of practice. Chu Ning, who has yet to harness his full potential, progresses at a faster pace each day. Having finished his meal, Chu Ning accepted the flying sword from Su Wanqing as she took his bowl to clean. She regarded this as a commonplace occurrence. Her disciple's cultivation journey required much, and having him perform such tasks seemed illogical. It was merely a trivial effort. Meanwhile, Chu Ning grasped the flying sword, attempting to control it with his spiritual energy. He would stabilize it soon. It posed no significant challenge. But what if he were to place someone upon it? Without hesitation, Chu Ning leaped onto the sword, pressing it to the ground. Clearly, the spiritual energy was insufficient. He then directly infused spiritual energy into the sword, attempting to lift himself off the ground. However, the energy expenditure was rather excessive, channeling his entire reservoir of spiritual energy. He concentrated it upon the sword, barely managing to elevate himself. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as he successfully ascended half a meter off the ground. Haha, I did it. I have succeeded. With a sudden thud, an unbalanced figure collapsed. Not far away, Su Wanqing was elated, unable to resist teasing, "Don't be impatient. First, master your balance. Take it slow. Otherwise, who will save you when you plummet from the sky? But can't I just ride the wind?" The reasoning held some merit. Having just experienced the exhilarating sensation of being airborne, though it felt perilous, Chu Ning was filled with excitement. The novelty of cultivation brought immense joy. After numerous attempts and falls, he finally managed to stabilize his ascent, uncovering the key to maintaining his balance. However, moving forward doubled his energy consumption. Chu Ning's spiritual energy was swiftly depleted, prompting him to reluctantly retrieve a pill to replenish his true essence. Nearby, Su Wanqing sat with her legs crossed, observing with a hint of amusement. The general principle was clear: to reduce consumption, one must comprehend the essence of the sword. Ninger, the road ahead is long and arduous. Practice diligently with your sword. Chu Ning nodded with a smile. It was indeed comforting to have a teacher by his side. He thought to himself that he had already grasped some sword intent, albeit limited. Yet, he had certainly mastered the ethereal essence. According to Su Wanqing, with this understanding, the effort would lessen, and sword control would not be overly taxing. Thus, Chu Ning focused his gaze, commanding the flying sword to hover before him. As spiritual energy surged around him, the vast sword chapter was activated, and waves of profound heavenly intent flowed through him. In that moment, he grasped the flying sword with a fluidity that embodied a seamless sword technique. The 181 sword forms were executed without difficulty. Yet Su Wanqing's expression suddenly shifted as she rose to her feet. That was the ethereal essence. She had meticulously derived this path. Yet why did it feel even more refined? As the sword technique concluded, Chu Ning could distinctly sense the unity of man and sword. The sword hovered effortlessly, his steps light and graceful. This time, lifting the sword was nearly effortless. He felt as though he and the sword were one, easily manipulated by a mere thought. In Su Wanqing's astonished gaze, Chu Ning, having studied sword control for less than half an hour, suddenly soared towards the heavens. "Ninger, be careful." However, Chu Ning had no need for caution. It was time to embrace his prowess. The wind howled in his ears as he ascended beyond towering mountains. The little bamboo peak lay beneath him, followed by the majestic Taishan sect as he broke through the cloud layers. The sect below appeared diminutive, while in the far north loomed a colossal, snow-capped mountain, standing grandly against the sky. In every direction, he could see other sects of the human realm, the 6 major sects of Qing, including the Taishan sect, renowned throughout the realm. As Chu Ning pierced through the clouds, he beheld the vast expanse of sky and earth, riding the sword on the winds, vanquishing evil across the world. This exhilarating freedom was unparalleled. Yet, he suddenly thought of Su Wanqing and swiftly descended. At this moment, Su Wanqing could no longer see Chu Ning's figure, her face etched with shock and awe. To her astonishment, the disciple grasped the art of sword control in less than half an hour, seemingly employing it with an ethereal grace. Yet, his progress was astonishingly rapid. One day, he would undoubtedly surpass her speed. In that moment, Su Wanqing found herself unable to discern whether to feel joy or sorrow, her gaze gradually dimming. It appeared she too must continue her training, however, at present. For a sword cultivator, being unable to even master the simplest form of sword control was indeed disheartening. Nevertheless, it would not be long before she could. A figure suddenly appeared, moving with unparalleled swiftness. In an instant, he came to a steady halt before Su Wanqing. Clad in a flowing azure robe, the young man, though not possessing an otherworldly appearance, exuded an increasingly palpable celestial aura. With his sword poised before him, how could he fail to captivate Su Wanqing's attention? Yet, in the next moment, she beheld Chu Ning extending his hand towards her. Since my esteemed master cannot wield the sword, let the disciple be the sword of the master. Su Wanqing froze, her heart trembling at this revelation. He was her sword. Chu Ning spoke with a smile. Disciple wishes to show you something, though, of course. If you are afraid. With a fierce glance, Su Wanqing shot him a look of defiance and firmly grasped his hand, stepping behind him. Afraid? When had she ever known fear? For her own sake, she had never feared any existence. Now, for Chu Ning, she would equally remain unafraid, seeing his plan succeed. Chu Ning's speed suddenly surged. Su Wanqing's delicate face paled in an instant. She was incapable of sword control now, being a body cultivator, unable even to manipulate the wind. Terrified, she clung to Chu Ning's back, softly admonishing Ninger, slow down. But it was impossible to slow down even a fraction. Su Wanqing was at a loss for words. Was it necessary to flaunt one's newfound strength before the master? Yet, the disciple was indeed quite powerful now. Her eyes softened as a faint smile graced her lips. Chapter 31. The cunning Chu Ning, ever vigilant. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the sect, the responsible attendants monitoring the two swiftly reported to the sect leader. Master, today, we witnessed that Chu Ning, under the tutelage of Su Wanqing, mastered the art of sword control in merely half an hour. Half an hour. To fully grasp sword control is truly remarkable. We have seen it with our own eyes. The master may survey the mountains and rivers to verify this claim. This individual is indeed a prodigy defying the heavens. His progression in cultivation is astonishing. And we implore the master to take decisive action regarding this matter. Upon hearing this, the hall fell into a profound silence. Sect leader Qin Xiantian furrowed his brow in contemplation, while the young sect leader Jiang Qingwei wore an expression of disbelief. Half an hour to master sword control? I attained this level only at the age of 30. Wasn't Chu Ning considered a waste back then? Is it due to innate talent? No, absolutely not. The sect had already conducted root tests, and his spiritual root is merely the most inferior mortal grade root. Jiang Qingyue clenched her fists, harboring increasing animosity toward Chu Ning. Yet she understood that this was not the opportune moment to act. This matter was under the direct supervision of the sect leader. A flicker of murderous intent danced in Qin Shuantian's eyes as he beheld the image of Su Wanqing nestled behind Chu Ning, filled with jealousy and resentment. Although he was aware that Su Wanqing could not currently wield the sword, thus experiencing the essence of sword control anew, Qin Xiantian had long regarded her as his possession. How could he possibly endure such intimate displays between her and another? When Su Wanqing lost her cultivation, Qin Xiantian had visited her, assuring her of a life free from worries, provided she pledged her allegiance to him. Yet her response had been that after years of serving the sect, should she not be granted a mere sanctuary without having to barter for it? This left Qin Xiantian, the leader of one of the 7 major sects of humanity, at a loss for words. In terms of emotions and reason, he dared not act too excessively, lest he draw the ire of other sects and tarnish the sanctity of righteousness. Even knowing the relationship between Su Wanqing and Chu Ning was that of mentor and disciple, jealousy brewed within him. This was not a matter of love, but rather the displeasure of seeing his possessions usurped by another. It would not be long now. He had meticulously planned every arrangement. His strategies were numerous, one concerning the yin-yang xianlong pill, which Su Wanqing had yet to consume, and another involving Chu Ning. This individual was one to be courted, once the inheritance was secured. Wang Xing, what transpired at the pill peak today? Wang Sheng promptly replied with a smile. This person is not a paragon of righteousness. Although he possesses integrity, he cannot resist the allure of resources for cultivation. He then recounted all the events that transpired between Chu Ning and Su Wanqing at the pill peak. A shadow lifted from Qin Shuantian's countenance, revealing a smile. Oh, in that case, let us continue to observe. We may offer him any elixir, but prior to that, he must present a portion of his own resources, particularly at critical junctures, to hinder his breakthroughs. If it concerns other matters, he may receive them freely without concern. We must simply earn his trust. Wang Sheng. Should this matter be successfully accomplished, our sect shall take you on a journey to the celestial mystique sect to comprehend the will of the sage. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was enveloped in envy, and Su Hu, the head of the forging peak, hurriedly interjected, "It is not merely elixirs that are required. They also seek magical artifacts. Our forging peak possesses an abundance of such artifacts, which could be leveraged. Even I, from the Void Path Peak, can contribute resources." In response, Qin Xiantian refrained from making any specific arrangements. The one who merits the greatest credit will earn the opportunity to discern the sage's intent. It is up to all of you. The eyes of those present gleamed with fervor. The will of the sage, the chance to transcend into a sage. Thus, they were all the more eager to accumulate merit. However, the sect master, I have a query. If they were to take the items and discover our intentions, and then flee, that would be the worst-case scenario, yet they cannot escape. The sect's grand array encompasses a vast expanse. They are unable to depart. I see. Then we can indeed rest easy. After all, what is sent forth can still be reclaimed. In the heavens above, a woman clutched the man before her tightly, her face initially adorned with warmth and gentleness. Yet in that moment, it transformed. She began to feel a creeping sense of shame. It was not the embrace of a disciple that incited her embarrassment. It was certainly not for that reason. It was because Chu Ning insisted on showcasing his prowess, abruptly soaring high before diving down. This sensation of weightlessness was unbearable for Su Wanqing, who could not wield her sword. She had to cling tightly while ascending. And when diving, she was pressed closely against her disciple. If it were once or twice, it could be excused. However, their trajectory was consistently one of ascension followed by a plunge. She suspected no. There was no need for suspicion. Chu Ning was clearly not harboring any modesty. Su Wanqing ground her teeth, her voice low and resolute. Ning-er, I have practiced enough sword control. It is time for me to return to my cultivation. Please set me down. Chu Ning, steady in his sword control, replied earnestly. Master, as I grow at such a rapid pace, the one I yearn to share my sentiments with most is you. Let us soar a while longer together, to once again experience the magnificence of this world. It is my heartfelt wish. Would you deny me even this opportunity? Turn your head and gaze into my eyes as you speak. Your lofty rhetoric belies your ludicrous actions. Look into my eyes and repeat that. Let me discern your true intentions. Chu Ning, feeling guilty, dared not turn away, only managing to explain, Master, it is difficult to turn while wielding the sword. You dare not. I fear nothing. Su Wanqing chuckled in exasperation, suddenly pinching the soft flesh at Chu Ning's waist. Indeed, there is nothing you fear, for you are bold enough to engage in such audacious acts. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning realized he could no longer maintain the facade. Softness was indeed softness. He stifled a smile, clearing his throat. Master, is it not permissible for me to seek a bit of interest for what you owe me? Su Wanqing, no fool, instantly grasped the implication of Chu Ning's words, and with a cold smirk, she retorted, You claim I owe you? Are the resources for your cultivation provided by your master? Is the food you eat prepared by your master? Is the sword you wield a gift from your master? Since childhood, let us recount the events of the past 18 years concerning Chu Ning, one by one. The discourse has left Chu Ning speechless, unable to interject. How can one even begin to argue? It is a futile endeavor. Observing that Chu Ning still retains some sense of conscience and has fallen silent, Su Wanqing immediately declared, Return to Zai's Hufeng, this instant. Chu Ning let out a lament. Such a rare opportunity. Oh, master, do not pinch me. I shall bruise. Isn't someone harboring intentions of longevity? This minor injury is inconsequential. Perhaps it is because I have not been reprimanded enough that emboldens such audacity. Su Wanqing huffed lightly. Yet, in the next moment, she felt herself diving downwards, her body pressed firmly against Chu Ning's. Instantly, Chu Ning's spirits lifted. The contours of her figure, even through fabric, exuded warmth and softness, a joyous manifestation of the path of cultivation. Without the ability to wield a sword, how could one experience such sensations? In that moment, Su Wanqing was truly infuriated. She could simply leap off, considering how Chu Ning had taken such liberties. One should have anticipated that even swordplay could lead to such impropriety. However, soon they landed smoothly. Without a word, Su Wanqing leapt off the sword and turned to seek a bamboo stick. Chu Ning, feeling a surge of guilt, hurriedly grasped her hand. Master, what transpired just now was a misunderstanding. Please do not be angry. Seeing Chu Ning's jovial demeanor, utterly devoid of remorse, Su Wanqing's fury intensified. Release me. We are master and disciple. What you have done is utterly unacceptable. Realizing their current situation was under scrutiny, Chu Ning understood that their freedom of movement would be limited once they left the cave. Yet, if he were to let go, he would undoubtedly face a reprimand. His master was clearly incensed. After much contemplation, Chu Ning finally devised a solution, lowering his voice. Master, you mentioned that even for the sake of inheritance, the sect would not easily part with their treasures. If they truly intended to bestow something valuable or seek that celestial sword, would the sect truly relinquish it so readily? Su Wanqing furrowed her brow upon hearing this. I had not considered that aspect. Chu Ning, noticing her response, felt a wave of relief. It seemed he would not face retribution. After all, this matter warranted contemplation. Could it be possible to offer them a taste of sweetness, leading them to believe this was the genuine inheritance thereby motivating them further? Once the scheme was set in motion, it would undoubtedly require thorough execution. To outsiders, he would appear as one who had received Su Wanqing's legacy. Yet, his nature was gentle, a treasure to his master, obedient to her every word. And devoid of any voice of authority, he was perfectly suited for manipulation, even betrayal. If this matter could be considered further, would it not render everything more convenient? Su Wanqing immediately took note, her desire to reprimand Chu Ning dissipating. The issue is not significant. My master possesses numerous exceptional techniques within her storage ring. Yet the difficulty of mastering them is quite high. Bestowing them upon others would be a regrettable loss. Surely, she would not truly give them away. She is not foolish. Chu Ning replied with a cheerful demeanor, Master, you may entrust this matter to your disciple. I will handle it appropriately. The day is drawing to a close, and it is time to make arrangements. After saying this, she could not resist gently massaging her delicate hand, causing Su Wanqing's face to flush once more. Rebellious disciple, are we to commence with the arrangements? Continuing this charade, are we? Very well, I shall persist in portraying the dissatisfied master. With that, she unleashed her pent-up frustration, delivering a swift kick to Chu Ning. Chu Ning, now that you can merely wield a sword, you believe yourself invincible? Let me enlighten you. I, Su Wanqing, comprehended swordsmanship directly in my youth. If you do not continue your cultivation and strive for excellence, who shall avenge the humiliation I have endured? This time, Chu Ning did not evade. She had fully immersed herself in the role, her expression one of palpable grievance as she gazed at Su Wanqing. But master, I have worked diligently. Not enough. Far from sufficient. You are still greatly lacking. Return to your cultivation. But I lack elixirs, master. Upon uttering these words, Su Wanqing seemed to have struck a nerve. You insolent wretch, do not dare mention elixirs. If I do not witness your progress in cultivation, then depart. With that, she stormed off in a fit of rage. Chu Ning wore a look of dismay, yet at that moment, she retrieved a storage ring filled with elixirs bestowed by Elder Wang. Her face lit up with excitement. Fortunately, Elder Wang provided me with some elixirs, otherwise, I would not be able to meet Master S' expectations. Those who had been watching from a distance immediately reported the unfolding events. While they did not comprehend why Chu Ning had dared to take Su Wanqing's hand, such trivial matters went unnoticed. Their focus was solely on Chu Ning's current response. Without delay, Chu Ning stealthily set off to cultivate. Chapter 32, The Dragon and Elephant Town Prison Techniques, the Mad Version. Upon returning to her cave dwelling, Su Wanqing's first act was to vent her frustrations vocally. Rebellious disciple, how could this happen? After nurturing him from childhood, providing everything he desired, one would expect even a disciple to show respect and reverence. Yet, to her dismay, her male disciple displayed disdain upon witnessing her loss of cultivation, rather than any semblance of concern. The role of a mentor should not be diminished by gender. A teacher is esteemed for their prowess, and without it, they are deemed worthless, free to leave as they please. Such acts of defiance against moral and ethical norms are inevitably met with scorn and ridicule, and even unwarranted attacks from fellow cultivators. In the realm of mortals, there exist rules, a code of conduct between teacher and student, and moral obligations. Yet, it seems Chu Ning disregards these principles entirely, fixating instead on how to exploit Su Wanqing's vulnerabilities. Previously, he had covertly observed her, discreetly handling her belongings. However, after that fateful kiss, the situation had spiraled out of control. Clearly, she had lost her grip on the matter, especially since the implications of her circumstances would be laughable if revealed. Once a teacher, always a father, the saying goes, and as a woman, she should embody maternal qualities. Yet, the reality was far more complicated. Su Wanqing felt utterly helpless, torn between laughter and tears, unable to push her disciple away. After all, his intentions were transparent, and should he decide to act on them, he would only do so surreptitiously. The thought of him crossing a line was laughable. Would he dare? Contemplating this, she let out a cold huff. She had no desire to toy with Chu Ning, but if things continued as they were, he might just invade her space uninvited. Determined, she resolved to seize the initiative next time, to intimidate Chu Ning. Otherwise, he would surely find himself in her bed tonight. After a brief moment of reflection, she clarified her thoughts and took a deep breath. Su Wanqing promptly retrieved her cultivation techniques, focusing on refining her own physique. During the day, it was unwise to restore her powers, as she needed to maintain the pretense of her situation. She would perform for the outside world and strive for her own benefit. Achieving progress of a day's worth or even two was already commendable, and she felt quite satisfied, considering there had been little opportunity before. She could not afford to be lax, so she closed her eyes and concentrated, channeling her energy. Countless eyes were fixed on Xiaozhi Peak. As moments ticked by, the sunlight gradually descended, casting elongated shadows of the bamboo stalks. while the horizon blazed with hues of crimson and orange. At that moment, Su Wanqing stepped out, making her way to Chu Ning's cave dwelling. I wonder how far Ning has progressed in his cultivation. But suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. She kicked the cave door open with force. Chu Ning, what are you doing? She caught the scent of medicinal herbs. Behind her, Wang Sheng's expression stiffened in shock. This woman had discovered them. Her keen senses were indeed formidable. As expected, her cold voice echoed through the cave. Beast! Scoundrel! Who allowed you to take their elixirs? You no longer hold me in esteem, nor do you heed my words. Had I known, I would never have passed my legacy to a worthless individual such as yourself. Without your master, how could you have reached this point? This concerns my reputation. Do you comprehend? Voices echoed, stirring a commotion among the crowd, yet the words were indistinct. Soon after, they witnessed several elixirs being hurled away. Enraged, Su Wanqing seized a stone and charged forth. Behind her, Chu Ning's eyes glistened with tears, droplets clinging to the corners of his eyes. Master, please don't. I only wish to consider your interests. Without these elixirs, how can I cultivate? However, Su Wanqing paid no heed, ruthlessly trampling the elixirs beneath her feet, raising the stone to shatter them. Waves of spiritual energy rippled as Su Wanqing crushed them beneath her soul. Scoundrel! Ungrateful disciple! Onlookers were moved by the spectacle. This woman had truly lost her mind. Logically, Su Wanqing should have accepted the elixirs since she could not produce any. Yet, in a fit of pride, she chose to obliterate them all. Indeed, she had gone mad. Meanwhile, the two individuals atop Shaozhu Peak exchanged glances. Chu Ning, tell me, are you not still my soul disciple? Chu Ning bowed his head and murmured, if I am not, then who else could be? But master, then do not accept their goodwill. Unless you, as my disciple, wish only to deceive me regarding my legacy. You think solely of your own advancement, never considering anything else. For what purpose would I pass on my legacy to you? You must heed my words. Chu Ning's face paled, and he dared not speak further. I understand, master. Fuming, Su Wanqing stormed away. I shall resolve your elixirs. I will ensure it. Countless onlookers observed this scene in silence, before erupting into laughter. Ha! Su Wanqing is indeed a farce. Is this not the perfect opportunity to further alienate Chu Ning? Esteemed elders, shall we not seize this chance together? A splendid opportunity, indeed, the crowd concluded, affirming that this was the ideal moment. Meanwhile, Chu Ning returned to his cave dwelling, his head bowed, wearing a sorrowful countenance. Clearly, he yearned for a compassionate elder to reassure him that Su Wanqing was a failure, offering him comfort. Yet upon entering the cave, Chu Ning's expression shifted. He brushed away the tears at the corners of his eyes, then cheerfully inquired about the progress of the system. System, my dear brother. How's the disassembly of the dragon elephant suppression technique coming along? It needs to be divided into segments, each capable of being cultivated independently, yet when combined, they must lead one to the brink of madness. Would the host like to spend 10,000 contribution points to purchase the dragon elephant suppression technique? Madness? Is this what I desire? The system confirmed. Chu Ning grinned widely. Let us provide them with something substantial. However, they must initiate it. The elders will surely not act out of kindness. Purchase. In his mind, a frenzied version of the Dragon Elephant Town prison technique suddenly emerged. Chu Ning felt that this technique was hardly worth the 10,000 contribution points. It seemed as though the system was playing a trick on him. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as 10,000 was not a substantial amount. He was wealthy now, a person of considerable means. He would only accumulate more in the future. The technique had been divided into 8 segments, allowing for independent cultivation of each part. Chu Ning even attempted to practice them. He even tried the frenzied version, which started off smoothly, but soon nearly caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Continuing to cultivate would undoubtedly lead to a reversal of spiritual energy, and falling back in realms was merely a trivial matter. Well, then, let us consider the blood spitting a normal reaction, given Su Wanqing's extraordinary legacy. Wouldn't it be unreasonable not to spill some blood? How else could one cultivate against the heavens? After an afternoon of contemplation, Chu Ning had thoroughly traversed the path of the 3 realms of knowing destiny. At this moment, he concealed his cultivation, unafraid of breaking through. Thus, he would embark on the journey to break through to the 4th realm, ascending to the tower to gaze upon the sea, yearning for immortality. The first stage of the Immortals' 3 realms. The Tower of Eternal Life. Chapter 33. The Elder. Chu Ning is indeed a remarkable child. He is agile, perceptive, and possesses an understanding of fate, embodying the 3 realms of cultivation. Although cultivators possess inherent abilities, they remain bound by the limitations of humanity. The 3 realms of understanding fate may extend life by only a few decades, and it is not uncommon for 3-realm cultivators to perish by the age of 100. However, once the Eternal Life Tower is established, The path to immortality is opened. 4-realm cultivators can expect a lifespan of at least 300 years, while 5-realm cultivators begin at 600. Upon reaching the 6th realm, living to 2,000 years becomes quite feasible. The many elders of the sect are predominantly at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, with the oldest among them exceeding 1,900 years. Cultivation seeks longevity. To attain eternal life is to transcend the mortal coil and become divine. At last, we have arrived at this moment. At this moment, within the Dantian and spiritual abode, a sapling has grown considerably. This is a result of the eternal spring unyielding technique and does not hinder progress. As Chu Ning stirred the spiritual energy to ascend in realm, the entire spiritual abode trembled. An intense pain surged within him. The eternal life tower is truly being constructed within the small realm of the spiritual abode, akin to forming a new organ. Yet, it manifests solely through spiritual energy, which serves as the foundation. Chu Ning gritted his teeth to endure, but the pain intensified, compelling him to utilize the essence of eternal spring to mitigate the suffering. Cold sweat beaded on his brow, but with the influence of eternal spring, it gradually subsided. The cornerstone of the tower is forged within the spiritual abode. Boundless spiritual energy surged forth, and Chu Ning was compelled to employ the devouring heaven demon art to absorb it. The consumption was immense, indeed, several times greater than the resources required to progress from the 1st to the 3rd realms. Fortunately, Su Wanqing possessed ample resources. Alleviating his immediate concern regarding the availability of spirit stones, matters pertaining to the future could be addressed later. The devouring heaven demon art continued to absorb energy. While the essence of eternal spring repaired his damaged organs, this was a process of destruction followed by rebirth. After a considerable duration, the tower was finally completed. It resonated with his heart and spirit, as the spiritual energy and dragon energy seemed to find their rightful place, while the sapling continued to flourish upon the tower's foundation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, having evidently experienced another breakthrough. Chu Ning. Talent. Superior spiritual root. Was this enhancement of talent a result of the devouring heaven demon art? Indeed, it is no wonder his gaze appeared significantly clearer just moments ago. This technique is truly exceptional. Cultivation level. Ascended to 4th realm. Progress. 1. Technique. Eternal spring unyielding technique. Progress. 4th layer. Dragon elephant suppression technique. Progress. 4th layer. Vast sword chapter. Progress. 4th layer. Devouring heaven demon art. Chu Ning slowly rose, sensing the transformations wrought by his cultivation. His senses were heightened, the strength of his physique increased, and he could command a greater volume of spiritual energy. The establishment of the Eternal Life Tower imbued him with a newfound vitality. Even without relying on the essence of eternal spring, as long as he was not completely incapacitated, his recovery rate would far surpass that of a 3-realm cultivator. At this moment, even if he ceased his cultivation, he would still possess a lifespan of 300 years. For him, acquiring such fortune is already a tremendous boon of destiny. Every step taken is a gift from fate. In the past, immortality seemed a distant dream, yet now, one finds oneself transformed into a 300-year-old specter. Gazing upwards, the night envelopes in profound darkness. Chu Ning realizes that it is now time for Emo and the others to come and offer their solace. They must be under close watch. The methods of cultivators are formidable, their senses acutely refined. Conversations with Su Wanqing are conducted in hushed tones, but soon, thoughts may be conveyed through soundless communication. Alas, the master cannot transmit thoughts. As he steps through the door, the once-spirited 18-year-old cultivator Chu Ning is immediately beset by a torrent of emotions, lamentation, resentment, sorrow, and confusion. He casts a lingering gaze at Su Wanqing's cave abode, his eyes reflecting a mix of bitterness, indignation, and deep sorrow. Softly, he murmurs, "Master, I only wish for our lives to improve." With that, he retrieves a gourd of wine. A solitary soul seeks the solace of sorrowful spirits to mend a fractured heart. With no one to comfort him, he must drink alone beneath the moonlight. He arrives at a cliff, where tranquility reigns. The moon shines brightly above, and the occasional call of a nightingale mingles with the persistent chirping of crickets. As the fiery liquid courses through him, the burning sensation brings forth tears. Yet, the agony brought by the wine pales in comparison to the anguish stemming from his devotion to his master. "Master, your disciple merely desires a better life for us. If you cannot provide resources, why should I not accept those offered by the elders? In the realm of cultivation, power dictates the terms. Without strength, one is doomed to be oppressed. Once I possess strength, will you not feel more secure?" As he speaks, he takes another hearty swig of the wine, sobbing quietly. "Where are they?" Chu Ning muses, feeling the need to amplify his act. He raises his voice to the heavens in a passionate cry. "I am not a mere puppet of my master. I yearn to carve my own path. I do not wish to remain in this state. Master, Why can you not comprehend my plight? In this world, no one understands me. His voice rings out, filled with fervor. At 18, he feels as though his achievements are regarded as nothing more than refuse in Su Wanqing's eyes, nothing ever satisfactory. He is engulfed by sorrow and despair, yearning for compassionate elders to offer comfort. Yet, after a lengthy wait, the wine is depleted. His thoughts swirl, and still, no one appears. Damn it! Was my act in vain? Frustrated, he shatters the wine gourd with a decisive motion. Regardless, his master has bestowed upon him life and the opportunity for cultivation, and he is determined to strive. Just as he turns, he suddenly perceives several figures standing nearby, causing him to tremble in shock. Goodness, how fortunate he was not to reveal himself. The presence of 6 stage cultivators is imperceptible to him, highlighting the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Among them stands Wang Sheng, the master of the Pill Peak, Su Hu, the master of the Forging Peak, and Zhao from the Void Path Peak. Leading them is Wang Sheng, who had garnered Chu Ning's favor earlier that day. The elder, with a smile, produces a wine gourd. Chu Ning, come, let us fill your cup. Taken aback, Chu Ning's expression shifts to one of complexity. Elders, why are you here? Detected, celestial brew. Non-toxic. Only then does Chu Ning feel at ease, accepting the gourd and taking a hearty drink. What a splendid wine. With a smile gracing his face, Wang Xing approached and gently patted Chu Ning on the shoulder. In truth, we have always been watching you. Why, esteemed elders, do you gaze upon me so? Because. Chu Ning, you are remarkable, your accomplishments are significant, and you possess the potential to go far. The little bamboo peak you once knew is no longer what it was. One elder explained with a smile. Do you know why all of Su Wanqing's disciples have departed? It is because she is devoid of virtue. We are aware of today's events. You sacrificed the resources of Elder Wang in an effort to protect her, yet Su Wanqing remains ungrateful, even scolding you and damaging the elixirs. In this world, who does not recognize that resources are paramount? Without elixirs and spirit stones, how can one absorb the essence of heaven and earth? She is hindering your progress. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning immediately shook his head. No. My master has always treated me well. Without her, I could not have achieved any of this. Foolish child, this has nothing to do with your master. She merely seeks to exploit you, for her days are numbered, and she wishes to see you avenge her. Indeed, why has Su Wanqing fallen so low? Because she deserves it. For years she has been arrogant and oppressive towards us. This is divine retribution. Cursed divine retribution. Did you not extol your master as the greatest sage of all time upon her entering the sacred realm? If it were not for your current inability to defeat us, our heads would surely rest upon the altar. Yet, Chu Ning revealed no sign of his inner turmoil, merely displaying disbelief. Is this truly the case? The elders nodded in unison. Your current achievements are solely your own, independent of others. Although you lack resources, we can provide them. Yet you must remain vigilant against being exploited by others. With that, Wang Sheng generously produced an abundance of pills, transitioning from the 3rd to the 6th realm, over 100 in total, and handed them to Chu Ning. These elixirs will suffice for your protection. Su Hu, the peak master of the Forging Peak, presented a flying sword, a pinnacle-grade spirit weapon, superior to the one Chu Ning had shattered. As a sword cultivator, how could you not possess a fine sword? The other peak masters swiftly followed suit, offering their resources. Here are the talismans from my peak. Take them for your defense. Young Chu, I have high hopes for you. Do not be complacent. This artifact will aid in your cultivation. This is a martial technique. Rest assured. While Su Wanqing may overlook you, we believe in your potential. If you require more resources, come to your Uncle Zhang. The sheer abundance of resources left Chu Ning, a cultivator who had endured poverty for most of his life, utterly astonished. His eyes glistened with the threat of tears, though he could not cry. Thank you, esteemed elders. I am in dire need of these. The elders, upon hearing his words, beamed with utmost satisfaction. Chu Ning was filled with excitement. Realizing that the peak masters were not as his master had portrayed them, they were even more benevolent. However, he hesitated to accept such overwhelming generosity. Haha. Simply take them. But there is one matter we must discuss, they said, their expressions turning serious. Chu Ning promptly nodded. Esteemed elders, please speak. Su Wanqing lacks virtue. Yet our sect has only just ascended to become one of the 7 great sects, precarious in its standing. At this moment, we require many cultivators like you. We recognize your talent. Though not exceedingly high, you have nonetheless achieved remarkable accomplishments. If you could consider our needs, for the sake of the sect, I implore you. Chu Shitzi, assist us. Please, help Taishian sect stabilize this current situation. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Esteemed elders, are you suggesting that Master is to bestow upon me his legacy? The crowd was filled with joy, though they dared not display it openly. Our sect possesses resources, but lacks disciples. We yearn for more extraordinary cultivators to emerge, so that we may ascend to greater realms. Chushitsi. This is for the sake of our sect. You would not intend to decline. Chuning immediately shook his head. As a disciple, I am indeed a member of the sect, and I shall certainly consider its welfare. Although my master has forbidden me from casually dispensing his teachings, I am willing to share them, for the sake of the sect, and for the esteemed elders. With that, he began to gather resources and present the techniques. But master has only taught me this much. Wang Sheng smiled as he received the materials, glancing at them with a chuckle. Very good, very good. Tai Xian sect shall not forget your kindness. And in the future, let us assist one another, for the sake of the sect, and for your advancement. In this way, Su Wanqing shall also be pleased for you. Chuning nodded vigorously, exclaiming, for the sect. For the sect. Yet one elder questioned, can a mere portion of techniques enable you to reach such heights? Chuning resolutely nodded. Indeed, even a fraction has brought me this far. I will seek additional techniques from my master. Esteemed elders, rest assured. Excellent. A good child. Yes, I am a good child, and I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that said, I will seek out my master. Wait, do not reveal today's events, otherwise, Su Wanqing will surely be displeased. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Go forth. The numerous elders gazed at Chuning's departing figure, filled with excitement. Silly Chuning, effortlessly acquiring a portion of techniques. As for the authenticity of these techniques, only experimentation will reveal the truth. Chapter 34. After much contemplation regarding his relationship with her, his heart found tranquility. A multitude of elders soon arrived at the entrance of the sect leader's cave dwelling to report on the events of the day. Upon receiving the news, Chun Xiantian smiled faintly, realizing that the assertions made by the sect were indeed accurate. Chu Ning, it appeared, feigned loyalty to Su Wanqing, yet internally remained unsettled. One elder spoke with a chuckle. I believe the matter is less about that disciple and more about the flaws inherent in Su Wanqing herself. Her approach to teaching lacks consideration for the disciple's inner thoughts. She merely provides resources and imparts techniques for cultivation. Her methods border on harshness, rendering the disciples unable to endure. They arrived here from various regions as prodigies, yet now, at Shaozhu Peak, they find themselves in such dire straits. How could they possibly trust her? Enough said. Sect leader, this is Chu Ning's technique. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiantian narrowed his eyes slightly. As he examined the technique, its exceptional nature became immediately apparent. This single scroll was sufficient to rival typical second-tier techniques, indeed remarkable. Yet, would there be issues with it? Which elder would dare to attempt cultivation first? No one in attendance hesitated. They eagerly seized the opportunity to cultivate. This was pivotal for their potential to accompany the sect leader to Tianqian's sect and make contact with the saints. None wished to be left behind. Qin Shuantian's smile broadened. Having such a group of elders truly brought him great comfort. Since this is the case, shall we all engage in cultivation together? Soon, the assembly settled into meditation, following Qin Shuantian's guidance to practice. Dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. What a remarkable method. It sounds extraordinary. Yet, they were clearly unaware that while this technique could stand alone and match second-tier methods, when combined, surely, it could not be revealed so soon. Suddenly, one elder exclaimed with delight, feeling his physical strength surging. Sect leader, please observe. I have made progress. This technique, even in its limited form, is quite impressive. I too have made advancements. Indeed, it is excellent. He laughed heartily. This is a fine treasure. How could Su Wanqing conceal such a technique? Yet, why does it feel as though something is missing and the operational pathways seem rather peculiar? That's obvious. It is incomplete. Chu Ning has yet to fully acquire it. Indeed. Indeed. Seeing no complications, Qin Xiantian felt reassured and accepted it. Esteemed elders, this is a matter that will influence the honor and disgrace of our Taixian sect for the next 1,000 years. I implore you all to be diligent. The one who contributes the most shall accompany me to Tianqian's sect. Meanwhile, within Shaozhu Peak, Chuning hurriedly approached Su Wanqing's cave dwelling. Before long, Su Wanqing opened the door and gestured for Chu Ning to enter. With a beaming smile, Chu Ning presented all the resources he had gathered, brimming with excitement. Master, look. Ha! So many resources, what a windfall. Magical tools, elixirs, talismans, protective artifacts. Although they pale in comparison to what you possess, one should not refuse a gift freely given. Su Wanqing glanced at the resources without much interest. These items were of little use to her. Simply accept it. If you find it unnecessary later, you may sell it to exchange for spirit stones. Chu Ning nodded vigorously. However, at this moment, Su Wanqing appeared somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend a particular matter. Ninger, How did you ascertain the techniques to counter them? I've activated a cheat, Chuning replied with a cheerful smile. It was merely a matter of casually modifying some aspects. The techniques can be practiced independently by volume, but the progress will be minimal. However, once practiced as a whole, the meridians will inevitably flow backward. At that point, falling into demonic cultivation is a trivial matter. The likelihood of descending in realm is far greater. Su Wanqing was taken aback and took a deep breath. The notion of casual modification, the ability to practice in volumes, and the potential for demonic cultivation from overall practice. Was this truly something he accomplished himself? If so, to what profound level must one understand the techniques to achieve such a feat? She stared at Chu Ning in astonishment for a while, before finally breaking into a beaming smile, unable to resist reaching out to ruffle his hair. Yet, after a couple of strokes, she suddenly noticed the glimmer of amusement in his eyes and hesitated, retracting her hand. This was all too strange. Even a simple act of ruffling his hair left her flustered. Her thoughts were not entirely unfounded, as she was aware that her disciple held her in high regard. Let us put these items away for now. When the time comes, we can use them. If that technique earns their trust, we shall head directly to the Forge Peak tomorrow, and I will teach you how to claim the sword's spirit as your own. The Celestial Sword. There is only one in the Taishan sect, yet it has never acknowledged a master. No one has been able to wield it. Currently, it resides at the Forge Peak of the Taishan sect, serving as the treasure of the temple. Chuning nodded and promptly began to gather these resources, though he couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. Master, I have heard about that celestial sword. It is said to possess spiritual intelligence, and I fear that ordinary methods may be insufficient to reclaim it. If even someone like you is unable to subdue it, what chance do I have? Do you intend to intervene personally? Su Wanqing shook her head, and the two of them took their seats, with Su Wanqing pouring Chu Ning a cup of tea. You reek of alcohol. Let that dissipate first. Chu Ning chuckled. One should sing while drinking. How else can I convey the inner turmoil and indignation of a disciple? Mentioning this caused Su Wanqing a headache. I fear my acting may be too exaggerated. My image in their eyes has changed drastically. I worry they might discern something amiss. Ninger, I did not intend to speak in such a manner. It was merely to better illustrate my character. Do not take it to heart. Chu Ning was well aware of this. In times of urgency, one must adapt. Isn't it just a matter of scolding him a bit? He'll come to his senses by nightfall, won't he? Your demeanor fits your character perfectly. They would likely prefer to see you in such a desperate state. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's gaze flickered, her eyes resting on Chu Ning's face, and a smile crept upon her lips. Were it not for you, I fear I might truly descend into madness. How shall you repay me, master? Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she immediately felt compelled to caution Chu Ning against such audacity, pondering over this matter since today. Yet, given that this young man had never interacted with many women, she surmised he was likely inexperienced, and thus, perhaps not so well versed in such matters. Once a woman's confidence wanes, a man, regardless of his experience, can readily advance. However, once she seizes the initiative, she truly possesses the freedom to both advance and retreat. With this thought in mind, Su Wanqing crossed her legs and narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a hint of alluring smile gracing her exquisite features, leaving Chu Ning momentarily stunned. What does this expression mean? Ninger, how would you like your master to proceed? Her soft, beguiling voice startled little Chu Ning. Without hesitation, he grinned widely. Well, the kiss promised during the day is about to be fulfilled, master. That was what he had been anticipating. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, but managed to suppress her urge to curse. She maintained her smile. After the kiss, what else do you desire? Chu Ning hesitated, pondering. After the kiss? Is that what we are doing? Observing Su Wanqing before him, he felt a twinge of confusion. Had they truly reached such an open conversation today? Hadn't he always been the one to take the initiative before? After the kiss, shall I help restore your cultivation? The question momentarily left Chu Ning at a loss. Restoring cultivation typically left one in a weakened state, which naturally leads to sleep. But why was Master asking so many questions today? Surely she would expect anything else from him. Would she agree if he suggested they sleep together? Su Wanqing nearly choked on her own breath. What nonsense! He dares to say anything. Yet she strove to maintain her composure. This was not at all what she had envisioned. Logically, she should have held the upper hand. Such words should have made a disciple blush. Yet here he was, so nonchalant. However, Chu Ning was not one to dwell on such intricacies. Why was Master asking about this? Could it truly be feasible? He simply answered her queries candidly. After all, they had already kissed, so what was there to hold back? With a smile still gracing her lips, Su Wanqing suppressed her inner turmoil and continued. If all these things have been done, is there nothing else you wish to pursue? For instance, what, master? This time, Chu Ning was genuinely perplexed. Su Wanqing, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, what else could he possibly mean? She inhaled deeply, determined to assert her dominance over him. At that moment, her skirt subtly lifted, revealing her fair, elongated legs before Chu Ning, instantly capturing his attention. Is this what you mean? Chu Ning's gaze fixated upon her, recognizing this as an opportunity from his master. He felt emboldened to seize it. In the next instant, Su Wanqing was taken aback. Her legs were remarkably smooth, and for Chu Ning, it was his first experience touching a woman's leg. Thank you, master. The woman stared in disbelief as Chu Ning continued to caress her thigh. Unable to maintain her composure any longer. Why was this so different from her expectations? How could he remain so composed? Su Wanqing gritted her teeth in frustration. Suddenly rising in anger, rebellious disciple, followed by a swift kick aimed at him. Today, having reached the late stage of the second realm, she felt it imperative to teach this rebellious disciple a lesson. Chunning smiled and looked up, a single glance commanding a surge of spiritual energy that immobilized Su Wanqing's thigh, rendering her unable to move. At that moment, his grip remained firm, continuing to caress. The spiritual energy solidified, capable of transforming all things. This was indeed the method of an immortal. Chunning spoke with a smile. I cannot let go of the opportunity bestowed by my master. However, I sense something peculiar about you today, master. Are you attempting to toy with me, to seize control, only to find that I am impervious to such tricks? Only a Na'vi young man would blush. Though I am inexperienced, I am not innocent. As for what Su Wanqing might do, I need not hesitate to take action. Su Wanqing's face flushed crimson, realizing that her innocent provocation had been seen through. If she remained silent, Chunning would not act. Yet once she spoke, it would provide him the perfect excuse to do as he pleased. Release me, master, she implored, struggling fiercely, yet found herself unable to break free from the binding energy. The reason why practitioners of the four realms could easily overpower those of the physical realm lay solely in their mastery of spiritual energy. Su Wanqing soon recognized something was amiss with this technique. She gazed incredulously at her approaching disciple, her mind blank with disbelief. Ninger, you have reached the fourth realm. From the third layer of body tempering to ascending the fourth realm, your progress in strength, sword intent, and cultivation is astonishingly rapid. Yet she sensed something was off. What was his intention in closing the distance? Chunning offered no reply, merely drawing closer. Su Wanqing felt a sense of foreboding. Ninger, please don't do this, I implore you. Chunning paid no heed, planting a kiss on Su Wanqing's lips. The promise made by his master had been fulfilled, serving as a reward for winning her favor today. Initially, Chunning had contemplated waiting until he had healed before making his move, but since the opportunity had presented itself, he decided to seize it without further ado. At that moment, Su Wanqing felt as if her mind was on the verge of malfunction. The remnants of his breath lingered near her lips, marking the impression left by Chunning's kiss. She wished to be angry, but found her indignation lacked foundation. Why would she be upset when he had merely kissed her? Had she not been overly confident in herself during the day? Would such an incident have transpired? The disciple would not overstep. As long as Su Wanqing remained silent, he would certainly refrain from any impropriety. However, she had spoken, and thus the course of action was set. The disciple had grown remarkably strong, surpassing Su Wanqing's comprehension, now having ascended to the fourth realm. Could the disciple of the heavenly Shin sect match his speed? As for what had occurred moments ago, Su Wanqing felt a desire to slap herself. Had she not been reckless, Chunning would not have succeeded. Yet why had she not simply refused? Was it not the allure of his fervent sincerity that had captivated her? Turning back? Regardless of status, at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Su Wanqing was released, a result of Chunning's powers attained through the fourth realm. However, Su Wanqing did not exhibit anger or any overly intense reaction. Her face still bore an uncontrollable blush. She remained remarkably composed, which softened her demeanor. It was best to conclude the matter regarding the sword spirit. Yet, she could not help but let out a sigh. Chu Ning, with a mischievous smile, seemed to revel in his good fortune while feigning innocence. Would master not admonish him this time, perhaps allowing him to get away with it next time as well? Su Wanqing chose to ignore him entirely. In the absence of her silence, he took it as tacit approval, wondering if he could steal another kiss, as he had refrained earlier out of concern for her feelings. Su Wanqing firmly grasped Chu Ning's approaching face, her frustration turning into laughter. You worry about me being upset? I thought you had long ceased to recognize me as your master. Chu Ning promptly shook his head. The disciple reiterates, when I am indifferent, you remain my master. When I am invested, you become Wanqing. Su Wanqing was both exasperated and amused, managing a dry laugh for quite some time. Wanqing, this little rascal truly dares to utter it aloud. Why has it come to this? Logically, he should not have turned into a wayward disciple. The woman sighed, her tone cool. Are you still willing to listen to the matter of the sword spirit? Yes. Chapter 35, The Incurable Chu Ning. When discussing serious matters, Chu Ning adopts a remarkably earnest demeanor. Given the significance of their future plans, one must exercise a degree of caution, does one not? The immortal sword. Should it be left to the Taishan sect? No, no, that simply will not do. Observing her disciple's sudden seriousness, she found herself at a loss for words. Though she appeared quite admirable when serious, it was evident that she often lacked such gravity. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had quietly transformed into this state. If one were to speak of estrangement, it seemed there was little of it to be found. Let things unfold naturally. She had learned to be quite open-minded about many matters: cultivation, human sentiments, and affection. Her heart, so sincerely pure, evoked no shame or annoyance within her. However, encountering a disciple who regarded her not as a mentor but as a woman left her inexplicably flustered. Logically, one would expect her temperament to be indifferent. Perhaps, having lost her cultivation, she had subconsciously begun to rely on her disciple? No, since the day Chu Ning had not departed and had stood before her to protect her, it seemed that a shift had occurred. She chose not to dwell on it, for contemplation would yield little benefit. Su Wanqing had already laid her cards on the table. Let things unfold as they may, for she could no longer manage her rebellious disciple. Nonetheless, since this was a serious matter, Chu Ning would undoubtedly care. That immortal sword was acquired through the collaboration of numerous formidable beings from the three Xian sects during her master's youth. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's lips twitched, realizing that Su Wanqing's reference to her youth was entirely appropriate. After all, she had been raised by Su Wanqing. Oh, this behavior seems somewhat contrary to social norms. Yet it matters not. With age comes a greater capacity for compassion. The human domain was in turmoil, besieged by the combined forces of the demon domain, the monster domain, and the chaotic sky domain, all due to the emergence of a grand secret realm. Chu Ning seemed to recall something of that nature. It must have been about 10 years ago. At that time, Su Wanqing often ventured out for days on end, returning each time battered and bruised, only to recuperate before setting out again. Reflecting on those times, Su Wanqing continued, everyone sought to gain priority in exploring that secret realm, leading to a fierce contention among the various clans. However, the tactics employed by each faction were nearly equal, making it difficult to determine superiority. The Taoist head of the human domain, Tian Xuanzi, proposed a joint exploration, selecting suitable cultivators to enter, with the spoils dependent on their individual abilities. Curious, Chu Ning inquired. So, Master also entered at that time, but logically speaking, with the 6 great sects of heaven, earth, and humanity, and countless saint-level cultivators, it would hardly be your turn? With a wry smile, Su Wanqing replied, indeed, it was not my turn initially. Tian Xuanzi had suggested that each sect select 10 individuals to enter, with the Tian Xian sect being the foremost sect of the human domain, as the only celestial phenomenon realm in the world. Tian Xuanzi had more than a dozen elders at the 8 realms. Naturally, others deemed it unfair. Thus, the Taoist head of the chaotic sky domain rejected this, stating that while 10 individuals could enter, each faction must nominate 5, with an additional 50 chosen randomly from the remaining candidates. And the leaders of each clan were not permitted to participate. I was nominated by an individual from the chaotic sky domain, as at that time, among the participants, I possessed the lowest cultivation level, being in the late 6 realms. Chunning could not help but smile. So, did the master enter? No, it was a random selection. However, Taiyang Xuanzi was aware of my background and manipulated the process. Even if I entered under such rules, he undoubtedly intended to choose individuals who were formidable within his own faction. Su Wanqing's 6th realm is comparable to that of a sage. The foremost genius of the North region, a sword cultivator, is an existence coveted by numerous factions. Having once defeated a sage in battle, for the greater scheme of Taiyang Xuanzi, I entered, ultimately accompanied by 5 peak sages of the Tianxian sect, 2 7th realm sages from the Diguanzong, and 2 7th realm sages from the Rengshuanzong. Each faction ventured into the secret realm separately, fearing conflicts within and along the way. They acquired countless treasures. Among them, the celestial sword was also found in that secret realm. Due to my insufficient cultivation, I did not select any other treasures. Only that celestial sword, which I subsequently brought back to the Taishan sect. Chunning seemed to grasp the situation. An extraordinary origin? Su Wanqing squinted her eyes and smiled. Do you believe me when I say it's the greatest inheritance of the secret realm? Chunning certainly did not. A single celestial sword cannot be considered the greatest inheritance, right? Chun Xiantian also seems to possess a celestial weapon. What if I were to say that it is merely the tip of a sword, the pinnacle of celestial weapons, with its own intelligence? How would you respond? Chunning could hardly maintain his composure. No wonder the master had been contemplating that object. A mere sword tip. Yet it is the apex of celestial weaponry. Su Wanqing's own sword was merely at the peak of spiritual quality. Previously, She had crafted one for both him and Jiang Qingwei. His was broken by Jiang Qingwei, and Jiang Qingyue's was shattered by Chunning. However, the peak of spiritual quality is already formidable enough. A sword cultivator wielding a spiritual sword can enhance their lethality by at least 50%. Such treasures would hardly be relinquished easily by the three schools of heaven, earth, and humanity, would they? But since the master allowed that celestial sword to recognize its master, they would not be able to wield it, right? Chunning took a deep breath. It has already recognized its master? Wasn't it said to be a masterless object? Su Wanqing smiled knowingly. At the pinnacle of celestial swords, none exist in the human domain, yet I have brought it back. However, while the major factions in the human domain appear united, there are many internal conflicts. If I were to wield the celestial sword, they would undoubtedly seek opportunities to attack the Taishan sect. Therefore, I declared the sword masterless, allowing anyone recognized by it to possess it, placing it within the sword-forging peak to prevent the three schools of heaven, earth, and humanity from harboring any trepidation towards me. They can tolerate a genius sword cultivator who is not of their own sect. They can also accept such a cultivator achieving sagehood, as we are all part of the human race. However, they cannot tolerate a genius sword cultivator capable of becoming a sage while wielding a sword of such caliber. A sage wielding a celestial sword can slay the unbounded. Chunning nodded vigorously. So, this sword has already recognized its master, yet due to personal and sect considerations, it has not been used, remaining at the sword-forging peak. But why did the master say I should retrieve it? Su Wanqing rolled her eyes. Given my current cultivation, would it recognize me? Do you think it would willingly follow me? Chunning fell silent. It is unlikely, as the master has become rather incompetent, unable even to best their disciples. Su Wanqing chided with a smile. Oh, the oblivious Ninger, daring to speak such words. Yet there is indeed some truth to it. The disciples would not look down upon her, nor would they intentionally hide anything from her. The loss of cultivation is simply that, loss, but is it irretrievable? What does the master intend? I originally planned to instill a sense of ethereality within you, to make it believe you are my true essence, yet without spiritual energy it is a daunting task. However, since you have already grasped the essence of ethereality, go forth directly, it will follow you. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's gaze took on an unusual quality. In fact, what Chu Ning comprehended was not merely the essence of ethereality, but something of a higher realm. How, indeed, has this lad cultivated? Chu Ning suddenly understood and nodded. Tomorrow should be an opportune moment. I can use the excuse of unsuitable weaponry to seek out the sword-forging peak and then find that sword. Su Wanqing nodded slightly. Most individuals within the sect are rather arrogant. They believe that if I cannot claim that sword, neither can anyone else. Yet, these foolish people have no inkling of what that sword represents. It signifies that as long as Su Wanqing refrains from wielding it, the three sects of heaven and earth will hold no trepidation towards the Taishan sect. Even so, they would still revel in their ignorance. There is no remedy for such folly. In those days, the Taishan sect was unworthy of being called a sect. It was merely the Taishan gate. The Taishan sect ascended to the ranks of the 7 great sects of the human realm due to Chen Xiantian achieving sainthood. The Saint Su Wanqing vanquished was none other than Chen Xuantian's great adversary. She ought not to have joined the Taishan sect. She could have sought support from the Tianxian sect instead, but it was her master who saved her back then, leading to her lifelong allegiance to the Taishan sect. As for now, that is no longer the case. It is time to flee. For her own sake and for her disciples. The disciple understood. Those who are arrogant are easily dealt with. Simply leave it to me. After saying this, Chu Ning blinked. Master, it is getting late. Should we not retire for the night? Su Wanqing shot him a frosty glance, her demeanor icy. Do you dare to claim ignorance of what that implies? Do you truly believe I cannot discern it? Then does the master suggest we retire to bed? Su Wanqing smirked slightly, rising to approach the bed. In the presence of others, uttering such words would lead to a fate most dire come the following day, tortured beyond measure, not permitted to perish until 1,000 cuts have been inflicted. Chu Ning immediately followed with a grin. Surely the master does not wish for her disciple to endure such suffering? I would. With that, a garment imbued with a faint fragrance was tossed atop Chu Ning's head. The implications of this action were unmistakable. Yet, Chu Ning remained oblivious, instead donning the attire and performing an epic display before Su Wanqing. Upon witnessing this, Su Wanqing felt an urge to perish, unable to suppress a shiver. You are beyond remedy. Chapter 36. Neither agreement nor refusal. Chu Ning remained silent, pondering the unspoken words. He was acutely aware of his own lack of propriety. After all, what respectable person would harbor such thoughts about their teacher? However, Su Wanqing was not oblivious to his intentions. What was there to fear? Once he hung up his garments, he swiftly assisted Su Wanqing in removing her inner white attire. carefully draping it up once more. The warmth he had felt earlier was palpable, and as he settled onto the bed, he felt utterly overwhelmed. What a waste of resources. Su Wanqing did not even glance at Chu Ning, her cheeks devoid of color. With newfound abilities, could he perhaps reveal even more? He must not disappoint his teacher, right? Was the Master's reference to the essence of eternal spring, or something else entirely? Chu Ning approached with a smile, evidently capable of effortlessly invoking the essence of eternal spring. In an instant, he cultivated a magnificent aura, absorbing it entirely. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow in restraint. After a prolonged moment, she managed to maintain her composure. Now that her spiritual abode had been restored, it was no longer necessary to rise frequently as they had the previous night. As for Chu Ning's comments, which hinted at deeper meanings, Su Wanqing scoffed. What? Do you dare to propose something else? Is my sword truly dull in your eyes? Naturally, Chu Ning would not dare to do so. Their banter was merely playful. However, he was surprised that Su Wanqing was willing to engage. Master, there is something I have come to realize. Oh, the martial reverse techniques are methods of dual cultivation. Surely, after the restoration of your spiritual abode, you must continue your training? Su Wanqing nodded, glancing at Chu Ning. That is indeed the case. The swordsmanship of body cultivation pales in comparison to that of spiritual cultivation. Is there a problem with that? However, Master, consider this. It has only been 4 or 5 days since I treated your injuries. Is it fair that you should have to resume your physical training after such a brief period? The logic was sound. Su Wanqing would undoubtedly engage in dual cultivation, which would inevitably slow her progress on the path of enlightenment. Yet, should she persevere, she would undoubtedly dominate her peers in the same realm. There was no room for doubt. Su Wanqing chuckled upon hearing this. But Ning-er, what you fail to grasp is that without your martial reverse techniques, my resolve would not be so steadfast. If fate governs all, this is my destiny, and I am destined to tread this path. Moreover, who could have anticipated that our Ning-er would advance so swiftly? Achieving the 4th realm so soon is quite unexpected. She had initially sought a means of self-protection, wishing to evade fear when the time came to flee. Now, it seemed there was nothing to worry about. The transformation was indeed remarkable. Chu Ning blinked, remaining focused on healing. Am I a disciple of Master S family? I feel as though if I had been named with the surname Su, it would have been even more fitting. Then you would be half my mother. If that were the case, would you still dare to harbor improper thoughts? Su Wanqing's tone was laced with sarcasm, clearly displeased. Chu Ning, however, was unconcerned. As he had no intention of changing his name, Chu Ning suited him just fine. And as for Su Ning, well, he could do without that name. What if I were to call you mother in the future, Master? How would you react? Would you truly dare to utter such a thing? Su Wanqing was taken aback. After all, it was clear that Chu Ning was essentially pursuing her at this moment, though this matter was not overtly acknowledged and was rather a mutual drawing closer. The audacity of calling her mother was bewildering. The saying once a teacher, forever a mother held implications that were questionable in this context. Chu Ning's smile was laden with deeper significance. After all, she was not truly his mother, but rather his revered mentor, devoid of any blood ties. Was this merely a playful embellishment? Su Wanqing was left in a state of bemusement. Where did those peculiar thoughts in your mind originate? It defied all conventions of ethics. Logically, you should not harbor such feelings for your mentor, let alone utter such words. Are you perhaps a reincarnation of a demonic cultivator in your past life? The disciple, indeed, was the reincarnation of the mentor. Besides, generally speaking, demonic cultivators could hardly compare to the disciple. Indeed, demonic cultivators also respect their teachers. Chu Ning was met with a playful retort, and at present, the means of retaliating were quite straightforward. First, he gathered strength for a significant impact, suddenly exerting force. Su Wanqing let out a soft gasp. Chu Ning, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she glared at him, but Chu Ning remained unperturbed. Su Wanqing, do not forget that you rely on me to restore your powers. I can choose to wield as much energy as I desire. Do you believe I could make you cry out until dawn? Rebellious disciple, she said, attempting to kick him, only to be seized by Chu Ning, who deftly prevented her escape. With a sorrowful yet bitter smile, she warned, I advise you not to restore my powers. For the first person I would strike would undoubtedly be you. Chu Ning was well aware that Su Wanqing's words were jest. He chuckled, even if your powers are restored. You might not catch up to me. I am undoubtedly a prodigy surpassing you. Ah, a prodigy indeed. In a few years, when you step onto the grand stage of the world, you will realize the extent of your extraordinary talent. That much is true. Now, stop clinging to my feet. Continue with the recovery. From the soles as well. The disciple can approach from any angle, he replied. Su Wanqing chose not to engage further. This rascal dared to say anything, and if she teased him as she had before, he might genuinely take her up on it. Observing the scene before him, Chu Ning found himself parched. Initially intending to focus solely on healing, he soon realized that it was unnecessary. After all, he was simply too powerful. At this point, he and Su Wanqing had no lingering grudges, but she was still ignoring him completely. However, Chu Ning did not overstep. Her fiery temperament was unique, and had it been anyone else, she might have resorted to drastic measures. Previously, she had even carried a poison blade with her. To keep things in moderation, their moods were quite agreeable. Chu Ning had actually gained quite a bit from this exchange, but if he pushed too far, such opportunities would be lost in the future. Nevertheless, he could not resist posing a question that had just crossed his mind. Mentor, if one day we were to become partners, would I still call you Mentor or Wanqing? Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned by his words and erupted in indignation. Call you what? Chunning smiled cheerfully, stating that the disciple clearly did not wish for anyone else to become the master's partner. The master had two choices: either remain single and continue their master-disciple relationship or become partners. Become partners? Nonsense. Don't even bring this up. How did we end up discussing such matters? It was audacious to think in such a manner, devoid of any moral restraint. Yet previously, she had not perceived this at all. Had she truly let go? Was the master's temper getting a bit explosive? If you continue like this, no one will marry you. Do I need someone to marry me? I am perfectly content being single. People who are unloved often say such things. When someone eventually loves them, their thoughts will surely change. Do I need someone to love? Countless men have admired me through my cultivation, but it has never swayed my heart. And what about you, disciple? You haven't even fully matured, so what do you know? Let us see how you fare in the world when you grow up. Have you ever left the Taishan sect? So what can you say? Su Wanqing was practically cursing, her words laced with evident skepticism. How many women have you encountered to speak so boldly? There were countless women in the world, of every kind imaginable. Her simple suspicion towards Chunning stemmed from their prolonged companionship, but surely, in the future, she would encounter other women. What would she say then? Not to mention, Su Wanqing had no intention of seeking a partner. With her talent and character, it was impossible for her to share anyone with other women. Who could predict what the future would hold? Chunning smiled and stepped forward again, no longer teasing but earnestly focusing on healing her injuries. Even after seeing the world, she still believed the master was the best. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing scoffed. To say such things now is quite brazen. If you can remember my name in the future, that would be a great achievement, humph. With another light snort, Su Wanqing could no longer hold back and stood up to pull Chunning's ear. You little rascal, always using this trick to tease me. Do you think I am merely clay for you to mold? The master's words were not meant to belittle the disciple. She certainly did not think so. But was a little retaliation not permissible? Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes, evidently perplexed. Retaliation? Because of what I said? This is not directed at you. It is simply the truth. You have indeed never left the Taishan sect. The world is vast. And do you know that there is a scoundrel in the Tianxian sect who created a list of the most beautiful women in the world, and I was merely ranked among the top 10? When you finally meet these people, will you still dare to speak like this? Moreover, I am well aware of your feelings towards me. Over the years, I have taken care of you. You see me as an elder and a source of comfort. But that does not equate to affection or love. It is merely a long-standing attachment. Therefore, I say you are still too young and do not understand these matters. Refrain from speaking such words to me in the future. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful woman before him, Chunning smiled even more brightly. So, your implication is that after seeing and experiencing the world, if I still believe you are the best, then you will agree? Su Wanqing suddenly found her words caught in her throat. She could only place her hand on her forehead and smile wryly, utterly at a loss for words. This thought process was indeed peculiar. But soon, she devised a way to break the deadlock. Indeed, it is understood. Therefore, until you have encountered every woman in the world, I shall not acquiesce to your request. Chu Ning's lips twitched. I shall never be able to see them all in my lifetime. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing could no longer contain her laughter. Covering her face, thus, dear child, it is best to focus on your cultivation. Perhaps one day you may behold all living beings. After all, I have neither declined your request, nor is there any need for you to feel disheartened. Do not linger in confusion. If there are any remaining resources, present them without delay, lest I be left in a state of bewilderment. Very well, esteemed master, I shall reserve all for you. As soon as these words were spoken, the system suddenly chimed with a notification. Ding. Host detected that spouse is pleased, awarding 10,000 contribution points. System commentary. Appearing passive, yet skillfully maintaining control, leaving others with no avenue of retreat. Triggered system critical hit. Spiritual roots may be enhanced using contribution points. Chu Ning could not help but gaze at Su Wanqing. Oh, so the esteemed master is truly delighted? It is the first time a direct reward of 10,000 contribution points has been granted. However, the prospect of enhancing spiritual roots with contribution points. Chapter 37. Is it actually not bad to not bear the surname Su? The two individuals shared little conversation thereafter. One lay serenely upon the couch, occasionally emitting soft sighs, while the other remained utterly focused, not daring to slacken his efforts. Their discourse was conveyed through action. Each infusion of the essence of eternal spring reflected the thoughts of Chuning. In the early stages, he unleashed his strength with abandon, effortlessly achieving remarkable results. Detected that the host has restored 10 of his wife's cultivation. Reward contribution value, 100,000. Detected that the host has restored 8 of his wife's cultivation. Reward contribution value, 80,000. Su Wanqing's reactions were equally uncontrollable, sensing Chuning's restlessness. The waste of his master, a blade that could kill. However, as time progressed, the vigor gradually waned. Detected that the host has restored 6 of his wife's cultivation. Reward contribution value, 60,000. Detected that the host has restored 2 of his wife's cultivation. Reward contribution value, 20,000. Detected that the host has restored 2 of his wife's cultivation. Reward contribution value, 20,000. Not only had strength diminished, but so too had motivation. The waist was growing weary, and the physique was merely average, revealing little. Nevertheless, this endeavor had persisted for over 2 hours. From an initial quarter of an hour to the present 2 hours, this transformation illustrated Chuning's increasing prowess. Not a drop remained, master. Chuning felt a slight dizziness, yet he was not incapacitated. He even found time to tease Su Wanqing once more. At this moment, he checked his accumulated rewards and nearly suffered a shock. Detected that the host has cumulatively restored 30 of his wife's cultivation. Cumulative reward contribution value, 300,000. Cultivation restoration progress, 61. The journey ahead is long and arduous. Initially, he thought it would take considerable time, yet now only 39 remained. Once daytime arrived, he would fully restore Su Wanqing's damaged meridians. Together, they would be more confident in confronting the malice of others. Furthermore, the resources required could be sourced from the sect. Presently, Chuning possessed a contribution point total of 500,000. The possibilities were vast, yet he had no intention of frivolously using them for immediate enhancement. The elevation gained from restoring cultivation was the most significant, yet there was a personal limit. His future was still long, and these contribution points resembled savings in a bank. Depleting them all at once would be unwise. As long as his cultivation was adequate and his methods potent, there would be no issues. Perhaps he should reserve a few drops for future use? Su Wanqing, however, paid little heed to Chuning's teasing. Compared to their earlier conversations, this was child's play. The woman's complexion was rosy, her demeanor languid. The pallor of her earlier state had vanished, replaced by an alluring vitality reminiscent of the tide after spring. Slowly rising, she stretched in contentment, her expression one of pure satisfaction. Her disciple brought her comfort, allowing her to enjoy without worry. Those who harbor thieving intentions but lack the courage to act epitomize this sentiment. Simply relishing the moment without concern was more than sufficient. At this very moment, there was no longer any guard against Chuning, and Su Wanqing found herself observing his reactions with some amusement. Aren't you the one who enjoys watching? And now you still have the heart to look? Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled at him. She noted the desolation on Chuning's face, a look of utter despair that seemed to convey that he had been thoroughly drained of all energy. At this point, he was not merely gazing. It was evident he had seen through the mundane world, devoid of any thoughts, resembling a monk in deep contemplation. Seeing this, Su Wanqing was not taken aback. With a cheerful demeanor, she stood up to retrieve some medicinal pills and approached him. Open your mouth and take 2 spirit-nourishing pills. You need to rest well. Looking at the radiant Su Wanqing, who was flushed with vitality, Chuning felt a pang of bitterness. That is all my hard work, he thought, barely lifting a finger, passively accepting her offerings. With a smile, Su Wanqing placed the pills into his mouth without a hint of hesitation. Compared to before, he seemed to have improved significantly. Previously, he would fall asleep immediately, but now he appeared to have some energy left. Upon hearing this, Chuning's face turned pale, fearing that Su Wanqing intended to demand more from him. I can't do it anymore. It's truly over. Tomorrow, master, I promise. He didn't need to elaborate further, for she could see the fright in his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? With that, Chuning dove into the covers right in front of Su Wanqing, tucking himself in snugly. Su Wanqing's mouth twitched, her expression swiftly turning peculiar, as she felt the urge to strike him. Previously, he had fainted, and she could at least justify his sleeping here. But now, He was genuinely too weak to move, and yet still chose to burrow beneath the sheets. Grinding her teeth, Su Wanqing exclaimed, "What this, Lord Chu? Has this bed become yours? Should I sleep on the floor instead?" Chu Ning feigned ignorance, wearing a sincere expression. "I couldn't bear to let master sleep on the floor. It's perfectly fine for you to sleep in the bed tonight." In response, Su Wanqing raised her hand and delivered a swift slap, prompting Chu Ning to shield his head. "Assaulting an invalid? This is outrageous. After all the effort I put into helping master regain her strength, now that I am deemed of no further use, I'm to be cast aside," he lamented inwardly. Su Wanqing was both angry and amused. "Sleep? What nonsense is this? The moment you drift off, you'll be covering yourself with a blanket and engaging in dual cultivation, won't you?" At this, Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Su Wanqing's words were more provocative than he had anticipated. It was clear that an older woman could drive a harder bargain than he could withstand. With a resolute demeanor, Chu Ning replied, "Regardless, I have a clear conscience. If I wish to sleep, then I shall. Today, I declare that this bed is mine from now on." He added, "And if it comes to that, I wouldn't mind taking a loss." With that, he lay down flat, proclaiming, "I will sleep here. It's cozy and soft. I enjoy resting here. No one can stop me." Su Wanqing found herself at a loss. "You think you can take advantage of me?" When a person has lost all sense of shame, discussing morality with them is futile. It's one thing for a disciple to sleep on the bed of their master of the same gender, but with an opposite gender. Alas, who is truly taking advantage of whom? She had lost her own bed. With a resigned sigh, Su Wanqing shot Chu Ning a cold glance. Although her tone was frigid, her concern for him remained evident. "Your current consumption is so immense. Might it affect your foundation?" Chu Ning shook his head bitterly. "This phenomenon is akin to increased usage leading to greater production, which consequently enhances the cultivation technique itself. It is, after all, mutually beneficial." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing let out a slight sigh of relief. In this manner, there is no need to worry about her disciple's restoration of cultivation harming his foundation. Ning is destined to grow into a being far more formidable than herself. It would be troublesome if she were to ruin her own foundation for the sake of her current state of helplessness. However, it seems that the current Chu Ning has become far more subdued, no longer gazing about with reckless abandon, appearing rather despondent. Observing his demeanor, Su Wanqing could not help but chuckle softly. "With you in this state, I can indeed rest easy, no longer fearing that someone might suddenly come forth to take advantage. Especially a certain rebellious disciple." Chu Ning lifted his gaze towards the ceiling of the cave, feeling fatigued yet steadfast in his resolve. "I am indeed a rebellious disciple. Yet next time I shall certainly conserve some energy to seize an opportunity. After all, my master is reluctant to chastise me, so why not take advantage of the situation? You openly admit it. What is there to hide about my fondness for my master? Do not. I cannot bear such admiration from you. Your respect for the teacher is sufficient. Such desires are best left unaspired to. They are unattainable. You are not even pretending." Chu Ning chuckled. "Perhaps I have come to recognize my true feelings, realizing that concealing them serves no purpose." Su Wanqing gave a light huff and moved closer. "Might our esteemed Lord Chu lift his head?" Chu Ning looked perplexed, wondering why he should lift his head. Although lacking strength, he could manage it. However, as he rose, he realized his former pillow had been replaced by a knee. He could even distinctly feel the warmth radiating from Su Wanqing's leg. Even in his weakened state, he could no longer maintain his composure. Such treatment. Lifting his head, he found himself unable to see Su Wanqing's face, obscured from view. What was that saying? Lowering one's gaze hides the exquisite beauty of the world. Is it not so? Yet, despite the alluring scene, his heart remained as pure as a monk's. Truly, he lacked the energy to ponder further. In the next moment, he felt a pair of hands resting atop his head, gently applying pressure to the acupressure point on his crown. Instantly, he felt the headache induced by exhaustion alleviate significantly, and even the digestion of the medicinal pill accelerated. It was as if his fatigue was being dispelled. So this was the intention. Chu Ning wore a bitter expression. Despite the stirring scenario, he found himself utterly impotent, with intentions unfulfilled. He sighed and could not help but inquire, "Master, what prompted you to assist your disciple in such a manner?" Su Wanqing's face was devoid of expression as she replied calmly, "Every time you fall asleep, your forehead swells with meridians. I consulted some text yesterday and found that it is a side effect of excessive consumption. Such pressure will relieve it. It is merely a simple technique, far inferior to your capabilities. If the effect is not satisfactory, do not blame my methods." In an instant, Chu Ning felt as if his heart had melted, a smile spreading across his face. Such actions, would the disciple still blame the esteemed master? Yet, will it continue in this manner? How will one's performance unfold? The disciple shall certainly provide more for the master tomorrow. ensuring utmost satisfaction. Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, and with a sudden exertion, she nearly caused Chu Ning to cry out in pain. This mischievous lad seizes every opportunity to speak flowery words. He should sleep instead. Considering how fatigued he appears, a whole day spent like a simpleton. Is he foolish? Even if he conserved a bit of energy, she would not reprimand him. Yet, contemplating that the disciple's innocent desire is merely to linger here, it seems to provide some explanation. However, she is well aware that the disciple is not that naive. She can see through his little schemes effortlessly. Although Chu Ning did not collapse outright, it is far from a sign of restraint. Rather, it signifies the enhancement of his cultivation, enabling him to endure more now. Yet, when it comes to her, Chu Ning hardly holds back anything. How can one remain unperturbed? Upon uttering this thought, Chu Ning indeed became obedient. Being able to enjoy the master's lap and this massage, he considers himself quite fortunate, resulting in a deep, sweet slumber. Su Wanqing remained silent, continuing her ministrations. Yet her gaze remained fixed upon Chu Ning's face, unable to waver. It would have been appropriate to name him with the surname Su. Would he still dare to harbor such thoughts? Yet now, perhaps it does not seem so bad after all. Chapter 38. Ninger, allow me to refine your sinews. Chu Ning appeared to be in a deep slumber. Once Su Wanqing had organized her thoughts, she gently rose to tuck the covers around Chu Ning. As for what thoughts she had clarified, she herself could not ascertain. She felt that the present moment was perfect. To act in accordance with her heart's desires was sufficient. Regardless of what may transpire in the future, was it not all a matter of fate? Perhaps he was indeed her destiny. With such reflections, Su Wanqing let out a soft chuckle. Now that Chu Ning was asleep, it was time for her to commence her cultivation. She was determined to break through to the third realm of the willow muscle stage tonight, with careful movements so as not to disturb him. She stood at the bedside for a while after ensuring he was covered. When had this rascal come to believe that sleeping in her bed was a given? A rebellious disciple, certainly not worthy of her attention. Did he wish for her to sleep as well? If she were to truly fall asleep, she doubted he would remain obedient. That little brat. She would certainly teach him a lesson once she regained her strength. With such thoughts, her spirits lifted. Cultivation of the physical body required medicinal herbs, and a breakthrough necessitated them as well. She was not dressed, but since Chu Ning was still asleep, it would be troublesome to don her attire. At present, she retrieved a portion of herbal materials to concoct the elixir required for her breakthrough into the third realm. The herbs of this realm were exceptionally potent. Any ordinary person who ingested them would undoubtedly perish. They were not meant for the unworthy, and when concocted into a liquid, their potency would amplify exponentially. They were akin to molten lava, yet her physique had become remarkably resilient. With her garments cast aside, her exquisite form was revealed, an embodiment of celestial beauty. However, at that moment, Chu Ning was sleeping soundly, oblivious to it all. Without hesitation, Su Wanqing gradually immersed herself into the elixir. In an instant, she was engulfed by excruciating pain. The comfort she had experienced from restoring her cultivation vanished completely. The path of physical cultivation was such. Comfort was a privilege reserved for the deceased. Without enduring bone-deep agony, how could one glimpse the path to the heavens? The elixir began to boil, and even her current endurance faltered, prompting involuntary moans of distress. In that moment, her gaze fell upon her disciple, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. If destiny had guided her to this path, then it was her rightful place. To succumb was to perish. To endure was to embark on the road to transcendence. If her disciple could withstand such immense pressure, what was there for her to fear? As her sinews were refined, remarkable changes unfolded within her body. The third realm of physical cultivation, the willow muscle stage. This was not merely the result of condensing spiritual energy. It required prolonged immersion in the elixir. As midnight passed, she felt a pervasive numbness throughout her body, her mind blank. She reflected on the events of the past century. Yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Chu Ning, as if this focus alone was what enabled her to persevere. In the willow muscle stage of the third realm, Su Wanqing, propped against the edge of the bath, bore a bittersweet smile. It felt as though she had endured everything. Freed. She knew that what lay ahead would be even more arduous. Yet, how could any suffering she would encounter in the future compare to this? She had a disciple to consider. The path of a cultivator is inevitably fraught with hardships. After much effort, she finally rose to change into her close-fitting garments, her calves trembling as she nearly succumbed to tears. The pain was unbearable, far beyond what a human could endure. Lacking strength, she made her way to the straw mat by the bed. Exhaustion enveloped her. She could truly empathize with her disciple's fatigue. After all, he must have felt similarly after each healing session, right? Alas, there was little she could do to alleviate his burdens. Otherwise, there'd be no need for Chu Ning's assistance. With a heavy sigh, she soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, Chu Ning groggily opened her eyes. Perhaps due to the restorative elixir combined with Su Wanqing's head massage, her headache was not as severe as before, though it still lingered. Yet, the essence of vitality surged once more within her. Chu Ning felt invigorated, an unstoppable force. The weariness that had enveloped her dissipated as she caught a whiff of a potent medicinal aroma. Turning her head, she noticed the bathing pool filled with the infused liquid. Beside her, Su Wanqing lay soundly asleep, evidently having indulged in her own practice while Chu Ning rested. So, you practiced secretly while I slept, did you? Well, I shall take a peek now. Quickly, Chu Ning focused her attention on Su Wanqing. A simple straw mat, a pillow, and a thin blanket were all that constituted her resting place, clearly less comfortable than the bed. But the bed was now hers. Alas, her master was being rather sentimental. Why not just share the bed? What was there to feel guilty about? With a mischievous grin, Chu Ning rolled over to Su Wanqing's side, sharing half the pillow and slipping beneath the blanket. Master, you're hogging the blanket. I can't cover myself, and the pillow too. Could you scoot over a bit? Feeling overwhelmingly sleepy, Su Wanqing instinctively moved aside, allowing Chu Ning to tug a portion of the blanket away. On the floor, the two were nestled closely together. Chu Ning lay on her side, covered by a small blanket, gazing at her master. A delicate blush adorned Su Wanqing's exquisite features, her brows slightly furrowed, indicating she had perhaps experienced a troubling dream, or perhaps it was the lingering discomfort from her practice yesterday. Nevertheless, her breathing remained steady. From this proximity, the fragrance of Su Wanqing enveloped Chu Ning. She could not precisely identify its essence, perhaps rouge or perfume, but it was undeniably delightful. Chu Ning made no bold moves, not even daring to wrap her arms around her master. Instead, she stealthily peeked beneath the blanket. Huh? No inner garments, just a belly band? Well, that changes everything. Embracing her now felt entirely out of the question. She could glance, and Su Wanqing might scold her a couple of times, but if she touched, that would surely provoke a fierce response. So she continued to gaze. Oh my, a golden belly band? The dragon pattern stretched to fit, resembling a chubby dragon. This must be a size D, right? What exactly does D equate to? Is it like two little bunnies or something? The energy and weight were manageable, but the thought of being caught was daunting. How beautiful. How I long to kiss her. Kissing isn't a crime, is it? A sneaky peck wouldn't be discovered, would it? After much contemplation, the timid Chu Ning ultimately decided to forego his mischievous intentions. He ceased his lingering gaze and moved closer to Su Wanqing, feigning ignorance as if he had just awakened. Master, please do not tug at my blanket. The pillow is mine. Were you not the one who invited me to sleep upon your bed? The fatigued Su Wanqing, roused from her slumber, wore an expression of displeasure and lamented, Ninger, cease your antics. The bed is ample enough, and I am utterly exhausted. Hearing her words, Chu Ning found amusement in the situation. But master, you are encroaching upon my space, nearly pushing me off the bed. With a playful tone, he added, it's quite bothersome. Just come closer and stop the fuss. Without hesitation, Chu Ning obediently snuggled up to her, recalling her previous words, insisting he had not moved until she prompted him. He wrapped his arms around her and laid his head beside her arm, continuing to feign sleep. Oblivious, Su Wanqing adjusted her position, wrapping her arms around him, and drifted back into slumber. Chu Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. The embrace was quite comfortable, allowing him to reciprocate and hold Su Wanqing in return. He relished the moment, content to remain in this state without concern for being discovered. However, as sleep enveloped them, Su Wanqing began to sense something amiss. There was a warm presence beside her, radiating heat. Slowly opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Chu Ning grinning broadly and greeting her. Good morning, master. Did you sleep well? Su Wanqing was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. How had Chu Ning ended up here? She quickly dismissed it as a dream, convinced she could not have been so foolish as to share a pillow and blanket with him. It must be an illusion. With that thought, she shut her eyes again, attempting to return to sleep, perhaps still not fully awake. Yet soon after, she jolted awake. It was no mere illusion. It seemed she was indeed embracing Chu Ning as they slept together. When had this transpired? A smile crept across Su Wanqing's lips. This, it appeared, was not her doing. Chu Ning had nestled his way in. Ninger, is my bed not spacious enough for you alone? Must you intrude here? I merely wish to keep master warm and to ensure you do not catch a chill on the floor. Am I not thoughtful? Su Wanqing's smile broadened as she nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Ninger is quite considerate. Yet, in the next moment, a fist came hurtling towards Chu Ning's face. You shameless rascal. All right then, if that is how you wish it. Chu Ning attempted to block the incoming strike, only to realize the futility of his efforts. With the strength of a third-tier body cultivator, Su Wanqing's physical prowess was formidable enough to obliterate him with a single punch. How could a body cultivator possess such raw strength? Startled, Chu Ning sprang up and retreated, but Su Wanqing was clearly not inclined to relent. Ninger, you assisted me last night with my cultivation recovery, and as recompense, today I shall help you refine your physique. With a single strike, the gale surged with unprecedented ferocity. Even Chu Ning's dual-layered dragon elephant suppression technique could only be subdued. As for the third and fourth layers, he wasn't foolish enough to employ them against Su Wanqing. However, what followed was an array of martial techniques that left Chu Ning's third layer insufficient. He would need the fourth layer to withstand the onslaught. Yet, he remained firmly suppressed. Although his technique, the dragon elephant suppression, was superior in terms of combat experience, Chu Ning's could not match Su Wanqing. Having been thoroughly beaten and retreating in disarray, Chu Ning awkwardly chuckled as he stepped back. Master, I truly haven't done anything. It was you who said it. Haha. I know. Ninger, you need not explain. I am fully aware. The stunningly beautiful woman wore a chilling smile. This is not to assist you, but rather to temper your muscles and bones. You enjoy clinging to your master, do you? Well, the opportunity is right here. How can you run away? Come. Today, whoever flees is a grandson. If master, being a woman, were to lose, she would be the granddaughter. Su Wanqing, get lost, you little brat. Such a well-behaved disciple when asleep. How could you possibly wake up now? I truly must beat you into a state of eternal slumber. With a cold snort, Su Wanqing dismissed him. Stop dawdling. Go wash your face. Master, you're not going to hit me anymore? Su Wanqing, with a deadpan expression, coldly replied, with that shameless face of yours. What good would hitting you do? What did you have for breakfast? Observing this, Chu Ning immediately approached with a beaming smile, grasping Su Wanqing's hand. Master, I will eat whatever you prepare. I relish everything you make. Su Wanqing cast a frosty glance at Chu Ning. Truly, how thick-skinned can one be? What have I taught you? All my disciples are ungrateful. Sighing, Su Wanqing ceased her punishment, recognizing Chu Ning's incompetence. She had not truly anticipated this to be an issue. After all, it wasn't as if she had never seen him. A mere hug was inconsequential. Testing his current realm, Chu Ning dared not act otherwise. However, it was evident that Su Wanqing felt a sense of disappointment. While his realm had ascended, reaching the fourth tier at 18, his combat experience lagged far behind. He had remained too sheltered in the greenhouse for too long, and she resolved to intensify his training. Let go. I'm off to prepare a meal. From this day forth, you shall not only cultivate the sword path, but also allocate at least 2 hours each day to spar with me. Otherwise, you will never unleash your full potential. Chapter 39. The deep affection among disciples. The sky is vast, the clouds are high, and the mountain breeze is tranquil. A refreshing aura envelopes Chu Ning, causing him to pause momentarily as he gazes at the picturesque view of bamboo groves before him, filled with an array of emotions. With his current cultivation level, he can appreciate the unique qualities of Shaoju Peak more profoundly. The richness of spiritual energy here is extraordinary, which explains why the elders had previously taken an interest. What a pity it is to see such a splendid place. Soon, he arrived at the kitchen, where the diligent Su Wanqing cast a cold glance in his direction upon noticing him. Chu Ning approached with a cheerful demeanor. Master, may I lend a hand? Get lost. I specifically came to congratulate you, Master, on your breakthrough to the third realm. You've only been cultivating for 2 days, and here you are as a third realm body cultivator. I'm truly in awe. Su Wanqing responded with a cold smile. Are you here to congratulate me on my breakthrough, or to take advantage of me? Remove your hand from my waist. Realizing his indiscretion, Chu Ning coughed lightly and discreetly withdrew his hand. I genuinely came to convey my congratulations. Yet, it seems you have ulterior motives. Why do we harbor such doubts about each other, Master? If you hadn't appeared beside me this morning, would I have acted this way? I truly care for you, Master. With a sudden thud, Su Wanqing slammed the kitchen knife onto the chopping board. If you utter another word, I shall chop you up. Do you have no eyes? Go deal with those ingredients. You've been dawdling all day like a fool, and without me, you wouldn't even have a meal. With a cheerful demeanor, Chu Ning stepped forward to handle the ingredients. Master, you speak as if I would ever let you leave. I wish to enjoy your cooking for a lifetime. Su Wanqing's lips twitched. What sort of meal was he referring to? Was it necessary for her to expose him? She could hardly be bothered to confront him. He would say anything. Today, however, the elegance of Su Wanqing's red attire was overshadowed by a cold, striking demeanor. She needed to instill a sense of pressure upon Chu Ning, otherwise, he would become insufferably arrogant. Yet, even with this pressure, he seemed unfazed. As she chopped the vegetables, Su Wanqing found herself smiling bitterly several times. Rebellious disciple. The chopping board was nearly splintered from her frustration. Once the meal was prepared, the two sat across from each other at the dining table. Although Chu Ning was capable of fasting, he had no intention of doing so. With his master cooking for him, Why would he seek to absorb spiritual energy? That would be utterly pointless. His gaze remained fixated on Su Wanqing throughout the meal. No longer was she merely his master, she was now Wanqing. For her part, Su Wanqing refused to acknowledge him, maintaining a stony expression and offering no warmth whatsoever. If she ignored him, perhaps he would simply continue to stare. But if she responded, he would undoubtedly become clingy and distracted. What was there to be afraid of? Su Wanqing was confident enough in herself. What concern was there about revealing imperfections? After contemplating for a considerable time, Chuning finally remembered something of significance. I must not forget. He promptly sent a message. Master, by noon, I should be nearly restored. Shall I attempt to help you recover your cultivation? Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the transmitted voice. This technique, the ability to communicate over distances, was astonishing. She found it difficult to accept the changes that had transpired during this time as reality, yet they had undeniably occurred. Chuning's innate talent was nearly terrifying. In just a few days, he had mastered such a technique. She knew she could never achieve this level. So she lowered her voice and discreetly glanced over. After all, they were not in the kitchen but outside the abode, where the isolation prevented any prying eyes. Is it inconvenient, Ninga? It's fine. After we finish our meal, I will make a trip to the sword-casting peak to retrieve that celestial sword. By then, everything should be in order. By the way, Master, will you accompany me? Just use my absence as an excuse for your secret sword-seeking endeavor. That will serve me better. Then I shall go directly. Master, are you certain of what you said? Absolutely. The essence of the ethereal will recognize it. Even if it senses that you are not my disciple, simply claim you are a student of mine. Rest assured, Master, I will certainly bring it back. Even if I cannot, simply rely on your luck. It should not pose a significant problem. Chuning nodded. This plan was indeed the best at present. After the meal, Su Wanqing huffed and stood up. Rascals! Disobedient disciples! Clean up this mess at once. If I find even a trace left behind, you shall face my wrath. I am going back to rest. Do not let me catch you secretly using their medicinal pills for cultivation. If I do, you shall have no good fortune. Chuning could not help but laugh at her words. She was genuinely scolding him, using the guise of a performance to voice her true feelings. But it mattered little. He was not bothered by it. So you dare to scold me, do you? Just wait. Fuming, Su Wanqing returned to her dwelling, where she began to seethe in frustration. I truly want to strike him. He cannot even eat without gazing at my chest. You refused to look last night. Yet now you do it while acting as a disciple during the day? Alas. No, I must begin to discipline him. It matters not if I am reluctant, for he cannot be harmed, and my disciple possesses the essence of longevity. However, getting this lad to behave properly is another matter entirely. Outside the abode, after tidying up, Chuning did not rush to depart. Instead, he examined the current status of his system. Chuning, Realm, 4th level Ascendance, Progress, 7. Technique, Eternal Spring Indestructible Method, Progress, 4th layer. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, Progress, 4th layer. Ethereal Sword Technique, Progress, 4th layer. Heaven Swallowing Demon Art, Talent, Superior Spiritual Root, eligible for advancement. Chuning's gaze sharpened momentarily before he regained his seriousness. In matters of cultivation, he could not afford to be the slightest bit negligent. The spiritual root had the potential for advancement. Cultivators place immense importance on the quality of their spiritual roots. A superior spiritual root, within a colossal sect like the Taishan sect, merely serves as the standard for entry-level disciples. Among Su Wanqing's disciples, Chuning was the only exception. All others possessed celestial-grade spiritual roots or higher. The quality of one's spiritual root reflects their capacity for absorbing and comprehending spiritual energy. A spiritual stone, with a mere mortal-grade spiritual root that absorbs less than 10, can achieve a remarkable 100 absorption rate with a divine-grade spiritual root, even with higher ranks, such as Su Wanqing's pinnacle divine spiritual root. The speed of absorbing the heavens and earth's spiritual energy surpasses that of cultivating through spiritual stones. One can cultivate anywhere without ever worrying about a shortage of spiritual energy. Contribution balance. 523,000. With over 500,000, there is ample room for maneuver. As for advancing techniques, Chuning has no immediate plans. He is already utilizing third-level techniques, which suffice for his needs. The cost of advancement would yield little benefit in the current environment. System, enhance my spiritual root. The host may consume 10,000 contribution points to elevate a high-grade spiritual root to a celestial-grade spiritual root. Chuning was taken aback. 10,000 contribution points for a celestial grade? Without hesitation, he chose to enhance. The moment his contribution points were deducted, the world before him appeared transformed. When he possessed a mortal grade spiritual root, he felt the spiritual energy was violent and fierce, akin to absorbing toxic gas. The absorption through the devouring heaven technique would even affect and tear at his physique. Yet, after advancing to celestial grade, he perceived the current spiritual energy as gentle. Hesitating for a moment, Chu Ning activated the devouring heaven technique to absorb the spiritual energy. In an instant, boundless spiritual energy surged into his body. This time, there was no need for the eternal spring technique to alleviate the pain, because, astonishingly, there was no pain at all. This realm was indeed deceptive. It was no wonder that low-grade spiritual roots had no space for cultivation, as absorbing spiritual energy felt like tearing apart one's insides. But for the prodigious, it seemed they could absorb without consequence, completely unaffected. Damn it, let me advance once more. Would you like to consume 100,000 contribution points to elevate the celestial grade spiritual root to a divine grade spiritual root? Enhance. This time, Chu Ning felt even more exasperated. In the past, spiritual energy was elusive, hardly acknowledging Chu Ning's presence. Now, it seemed to rush towards him willingly. What the hell, with such a cultivation speed, Jiang Qinghua, with a divine grade spiritual root, spent 30 years only to reach the peak of the third realm? Such utter waste. Chu Ning's lips twitched in irritation. He had always despised those with high innate talent. Yet, if that talent belonged to him, he could endure others' disdain. He chuckled. With such a cultivation speed, combined with the devouring heaven technique, Chu Ning yearned to utter a grand proclamation. After much contemplation, the culturally challenged Chu Ning found himself at a loss for words. He could only exclaim, "Wow, that was enough." No further embellishment was necessary. 110,000 contribution points exchanged for 2 enhancements of his aptitude. However, there was no need to worry about being discovered. The effects of the concealment pill were too comprehensive, effectively masking everything with clarity. Off to the sword forging peak. At the sword forging peak, a grand and colossal longsword stood majestically atop countless mountains. Beneath the sword lay innumerable forges, where the fire attribute's spiritual energy surged violently. Any ordinary person entering would risk being burned to death. Forging requires the most tumultuous fire attribute's spiritual energy. At this moment, countless disciples were engaged in conversation, their discussions solely revolving around Zai's Yufeng. Have you heard? Yesterday, Chu Ning and that Su Wanqing visited Danfeng. The heir of Danfeng and the sect master's personal disciple, a fourth realm practitioner, was knocked unconscious by Chu Ning, while a third realm practitioner suffered a shattered wrist, likely rendering him incapable of wielding a sword for the rest of his life. What? Isn't Chu Ning supposed to be a useless individual? My friend, are you living in ancient times? This news has been circulating for quite a while, and yet you remain oblivious. He is now a third realm practitioner, an 18-year-old third realm warrior. Quite formidable indeed. However, Su Wanqing possesses little cultivation. She must be apprehensive that the sect master of Danfeng might strike without mercy. Hey, don't be surprised that sect master approached like a sycophant, even offering elixirs. It is said that our own sect master from the weapon forging peak intended to offer something as well, but was ignored. Is it true? Could this person be another Su Wanqing, another prodigy from the northern region? One must admit, the lineage of this sect is indeed fearsome. One Su Wanqing, one Chu Ning. And there was even an elderly woman who was quite formidable. Ah, look, isn't that Chu Ning? Arriving on his sword. By heavens, it truly is him. Countless heads turned skyward to behold a figure descending majestically. Clad in a blue robe, with hands clasped behind his back, he radiated an ethereal presence. Were it anyone else, one could not help but exclaim that we, as cultivators, ought to aspire to such greatness. Chu Ning's flamboyance instantly captured the attention of numerous deacons and elders from the sword forging peak. They all understood that wherever Chu Ning went, opportunities flourished for others. Haha, it's little Chu. A burly man descended, riding the wind, laughing heartily as he approached, as if greeting an old friend after many years. The disciples stood in stunned silence, bewildered. What is this? Our sect master has turned into a sycophant? This man is none other than Su Hu, the sect master of the weapon forging peak, known for his violent temperament, yet now he bore an uncharacteristic joyous demeanor. The large man clapped Chu Ning on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Little Chu, what brings you to my sword forging peak? Come in, we shall treat you well. Chu Ning, hearing this, wore a look of regret and sighed. It's not that he had reached the third realm now. Relying on the elixirs and artifacts from the elders had indeed brought some improvement, yet he still lacked a suitable weapon. Su Hu paused, realization dawning upon him. Is it that the sword from yesterday was inadequate? Not to worry, our weapon forging peak lacks nothing but suitable artifacts. Come, let me take you to choose. Pick whatever you fancy. At this moment, the disciples were instantly envious. Why should this be? The weapons they painstakingly forged required spirit stones for others. Yet Chu Ning needed not spend a dime. receiving everything freely. This sect master must have lost his mind. Countless disciples cursed under their breath. Yet Suhu paid them no mind, instead laughing even more heartily. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. He had already made some progress with the technique from yesterday, and the more he could acquire, the greater the rewards from the sect master. Pray tell, little Chu, what grade of weapon do you desire? Low grade or mid grade would not suit you. High grade might be inappropriate as well. Why not aim for a spiritual grade weapon? Only a 6th realm practitioner can forge a spiritual grade flying sword. Is that an easy task? Yet still, it shall be given. The Supreme Xian sect possesses but 10 exquisite flying swords, each a testament to unparalleled craftsmanship. Their purpose is singular, to provide anything that little Chu desires, as long as he regards them as family. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's spirits lifted, yet he hastily replied, while these are indeed splendid, I still feel somewhat hesitant. Suhu chuckled heartily. If it feels inappropriate, speak your mind. Whatever rank of sword you wish for, it shall be yours. In a hushed tone, Chu Ning murmured, I have heard that my master once brought back a celestial sword. I would like to see if I can bond with it. Suhu was momentarily taken aback. Celestial sword. What a fanciful thought. That sword is now the treasured centerpiece of their sword forging peak, and no one is permitted to take it. The reason being that none possess the qualifications to awaken it, and now here is Chu Ning, daring to. Suhu's expression turned complex. Little Chu, it is not that I am unwilling, but you know well that even your master could not awaken that sword, let alone. Chu Ning, having just taken out a book from his pocket, froze at those words and hesitated, putting it away once more. If Master Su is unwilling, then so be it. Though somewhat slow-witted, Suhu's keen eye caught on. This must be the cultivation method for later. His demeanor shifted instantly, a smile blossoming upon his face. Oh, of course. If you wish to see it, then come forth. I harbor no fears regarding this. The only concern is that the sect leader forbids others from gazing upon it, fearing it might be spirited away. Even Su Wanqing has never encountered it, let alone anyone else. But for Chu Ning, what is there to fear? Would I truly worry he might take it? Master Su, is it too much trouble? Not at all, not at all. On the contrary, it is only fitting, considering it was brought back by your master. Come, take a look, it is only reasonable. Chu Ning's face lit up with joy. Ah, it is a relief that it is not a burden. Then shall we go, Master Uncle? Indeed, let us proceed. My dear nephew. Chapter 40. The Enchanted Sword. Tianqian. The bond between these two individuals resembled that of long-lost brothers. Upon seeing Su Hu, onlookers were momentarily taken aback. How could it be that this fierce blacksmith, known for his explosive temper, was now grinning broadly as he escorted Chu Ning to the legendary sword that was no longer permitted for outsiders to venerate? Unbelievable. Throughout the journey, everyone was filled with astonishment, yet no one uttered a word. After all, they surely had their own reasons. Engaging in casual banter about mundane matters, the content of their conversation was largely lost on them. Nonetheless, Suhu's gaze remained fixated on Chu Ning's chest. That technique must be extraordinary. He should have accepted it outright. But alas, after viewing the sword, he would undoubtedly not be recognized. He could always exchange a few spirit swords for it. This technique was no trifling matter and would greatly enhance his cultivation. It was perfectly suited for his vigorous disposition. If he were to acquire the entire manuscript, how splendid it would be. As for Chu Ning, he responded with cheerful remarks, yet he never mentioned the technique he carried. He had effectively lured Su Hu into a state of intrigue. His thoughts were still consumed by the sword that his master had brought back. The Enchanted Sword, Tianqian. Why such a name? When Su Wanqing first obtained the sword tip, she discerned the imprint of the innate 7 stars formation upon it. The position of the sword tip signified Tianqian. This singular sword tip represented the pinnacle of the enchanted sword, a rare celestial treasure in this realm, revered by the 3 sects of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, due to Su Wanqing's remarkable contributions, it had not been seized. At this moment, Chu Ning's heart raced with excitement, yet he was also engulfed by anxiety. He feared he might not be able to claim it, as it rightfully belonged to his master. Yet, since his master had spoken of it, it must surely be within reach, right? Suddenly, a chilling sword energy surged forth, suppressing the cave of Tianqian. Just the proximity of it was enough to instill a sense of pressure in Chu Ning. He was certain he could not wield this enchanted sword, let alone the sword energy that could easily obliterate him. It even possessed a spirit of its own. Seeing Chu Ning under such duress, Su Hu chuckled and spoke. When Elder Su brought this sword back, no one within the sect could wield it. Initially, it was intended for future generations to venerate, to see if anyone could claim it as their own. Unfortunately, the sword's intent indiscriminately harmed those who approached, prompting the sect to seal it away. As time passed with no exceptional talents emerging, outsiders were forbidden from paying their respects. Little Chu, You are an exception. I have great faith in you. However, if you fail to gain its recognition, do not be disheartened. There are plenty of fine treasures at my sword forging peak. If you feel overwhelmed, you might consider choosing another sword. Opening this seal could be troublesome and may even cause you harm. Chu Ning shook his head, smiling as he replied. Now that I possess strength, the first thing I desire is this flying sword. If it will not recognize me as its master, then there shall be no sword worthy enough for me in this world. I would rather go without. Hearing these words, Su Hu's eyes crinkled with amusement. Such audacity. Even Su Wanqing could not achieve its recognition. How could you? Yet, Su Hu said nothing further, merely smiling. The number of disciples has dwindled due to the increasingly malevolent sword intent prevalent in this place. Chu Ning finds himself in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Su Hu, who is fixated on that technique, intends to directly present the flying sword to Chu Ning. The ground's restrictions and the array slowly activate. Something feels amiss. Logically, the Tianxian sword, having been taught by Su Wanqing, should remain here. Why is it encased in a sealing restriction? Perhaps they fear the sword's departure? As the formation gradually opens, an utterly dark entrance emerges before them. Chu Ning suddenly feels as if his face is being torn apart, with blood dripping down. The sword intent is ferociously violent. Without hesitation, he manifests the formidable power of the dragon elephant suppression, reinforcing his body and continuously healing his wounds with the essence of eternal spring. At this moment, Su Hu also feels immense pressure. The sword spirit's intent has grown increasingly fierce, and he is terrified. However, he cannot show fear, lest Chu Ning perceive his trepidation, jeopardizing his chances of acquiring the technique. Upon entering the cave, a ghostly blue flame erupts with a loud crackle. 8 exceptionally robust chains bind towards a central point, where a formation exists for refining and dispelling spirits, with a crystalline green long sword embedded within it. Something is amiss. The sword spirit was supposed to have recognized its master. Why is it locked here? Chu Ning furrows his brow. Simultaneously, the Tianxian sword, sensing the arrival of visitors, suddenly darts from the ground, hovering in mid-air, as if gazing down upon the two. I have already declared that most of you from the Taishan sect are worthless. You lack the qualifications for me to acknowledge you as my master. Be gone, or today shall mark your demise. Chu Ning cannot help but be taken aback. This character is strikingly similar to that of his master. Yet, the voice is indistinguishable in gender. After all, does a sword spirit possess distinctions of male or female? Su Hu, upon hearing this, feels a chill run down his spine and hurriedly bows with a smile, saying, Esteemed sword spirit, I mean no disturbance. My esteemed disciple, Chu Ning, has come at the behest of his master, wishing to see if he might be deemed worthy for you to acknowledge him. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Even a 6th realm practitioner like Su Hu must bow low, fearing the sword spirit's wrath. To prevent the sword spirit from going berserk, the sect specifically employed a formation to contain it. Otherwise, it would have fled long ago, terrified. The Tianxian sword retorts angrily, Do you not comprehend my intent? I have stated that none from the Taishan sect possess the qualifications for me to acknowledge them. Get away from me. As for your master, I care not who your master is. Chu Ning immediately interjects with a smile, My master is Su Wanqing. I wonder if the esteemed spirit recognizes her. Upon hearing this, the flying sword noticeably hesitates. Oh, this is different. Yet it clearly remains skeptical. Sneering as it speaks, why isn't the sword master here? Why has Su Wanqing herself not come, but rather you, sending her disciple instead? You must be a false disciple. I do not believe you. Without hesitation, Chu Ning recalls Su Wanqing's teachings and manifests a sword intent around him. The vast essence he exudes surpasses even the ethereal aura, instantly recognized by the sword spirit. Indeed, it is. The pure essence of the sword master. Hee. The sword master has come to seek someone. It is time to make an exit. This wretched place has become unbearable. But why is it not the sword master who has come in person? At this moment, the discerning Tianxian, sensing something amiss, inquired, I have recognized your sword intent. But why is it not she who has come? Fearing suspicion, it added, Your sword intent is lacking. Among your sect, only Su Wanqing possesses the caliber worthy of my acknowledgement. Let her come forth to meet me. It would only recognize Su Wanqing. Others need not apply. Chu Ning was taken aback. How swiftly the countenance changed. Although he could not see the sword spirit's visage, Su Hu expressed his regret, saying, Senior, Su Wanqing has long lost her cultivation. It is likely she sent her disciple, Chu Ning, to gain your recognition. In this case, it appears that no one else will suffice to earn your approval. Then, young Chu, let us depart. We must not disturb the senior's rest. Chu Ning, however, had no intention of leaving. The transformation was too remarkable. He recalled his master's words. When the sword emerges from the northern domain, it sweeps across the 8 wastelands. I wonder if you have heard this, esteemed senior? Tianxian abruptly halted. Upon hearing of the lost cultivation, it could hardly believe it, as it did not expect such a paragon to encounter any misfortune. It thought it might be a ruse, but upon hearing the subsequent words, it immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This was the promise made between it and Su Wanqing. In that instant, it truly understood that Su Wanqing might be in dire straits. How could it be? The sword master cannot lose her cultivation. No, I must go see. With that, it transformed into a human form, appearing as a young maiden, bound by 8 iron chains that seemed burdensome, yet she effortlessly severed them. The formation was as good as non-existent. She stepped out before Su Hu and Chu Ning without any hindrance. The two stood in stunned silence. What just happened? Did she truly walk out? What purpose did this formation serve? Youth, take me to meet Su Wanqing, so I may discern what has transpired. With that, she led the bewildered Chu Ning away. Su Hu remained rooted in place, utterly perplexed. Wait, what? This formation was established by the sect leader and several elders to prevent the sword spirit from causing chaos. Su Wanqing had intervened as well. Over the years, many had come to comprehend its workings, designed to avert any uprising from the sword spirit. Yet, how could it simply allow her to depart, as if it were nothing? How much of this formation had been compromised? No, wait. The divine sword has left with someone. This is serious. The divine sword has left with Chu Ning. He immediately interjected. Sword spirit, esteemed one. You cannot leave. This is. Tianxian glared at him, displeased. I have now placed great importance on this disciple and have acknowledged him. What of it? Does your sect dare to interfere with my decision? Su Hu found himself at a loss for words, his scalp prickling with anxiety. If Su Wanqing had not allowed the sword spirit to recognize her as its master, how had Chu Ning accomplished this? He looked at Chu Ning with a bitter expression. Dear Chu, you cannot take this divine sword with you. Chu Ning half drew a technique from his robe, causing Su Hu to pause, then promptly smile and amend his words. No matter, just take it with you. Chu Ning returned the martial arts manual with a smile and nodded. Then I shall express my gratitude. However, he was promptly whisked away. Su Hu was taken aback. You're not giving the manual? No, you truly want to part with it. Hurry and report to the sect leader. In an instant, the sword forging peak was thrown into chaos. The celestial sword had been taken away, yet the martial arts manual remained unclaimed. Chapter 41. The Disruption of Plans by Tianxian. Upon departing from the sword forging peak, Chu Ning was unceremoniously whisked away. At this moment, Chu Ning remained in a daze. Wasn't the senior locked away? How could they leave so freely? He had presumed the senior was compelled. The Tianxian sword spirit let out a cold laugh. Locked away? Would the sword master be willing to confine me? Since you are her disciple, it is acceptable to share this with you. I pledged my allegiance to her long ago. This formation was tampered with by her. For these years, I have merely been nurturing the sword's intent. How could this mere contraption possibly confine me? Chu Ning fell silent, realizing the truth. After all, it was his master's own flying sword, and she certainly would not wish to imprison it. However, Tianxian quickly pressed for answers. What exactly is happening? Although the sword master may not have come in person out of concern for certain individuals, why did that old relic claim the sword master had lost all her cultivation? To make a long story short, my master encountered some unforeseen circumstances, but it is not a grave matter. In due time, she will recover. You are the sword master's flying sword, so it is best not to divulge this matter. So you merely summarized a triviality? Never mind. I shall go directly to find the sword master. Senior, please listen. My master instructed us to put on a performance. I want to find the sword master. I care not for anything else. The two sped forth with astonishing swiftness, arriving at the bamboo peak in an instant. This velocity nearly made Chu Ning, who had only recently learned to ride a sword, nauseous. Is the level of celestial swords at such an extent? Sword master. Sword master. I have heard there is trouble. Is it truly so? Within the cave dwelling, Su Wanqing, puzzled, opened the door. Upon seeing Chu Ning and Tianxian, she was momentarily taken aback, her lips twitching. This was not how I had arranged it. This could expose everything. With a bitter expression, Chu Ning conveyed telepathically. Tianxian would not listen at all. Before I could say anything, she had already dragged me over, leaving me quite troubled. The crucial moment of exiting the formation was something I had never anticipated. I thought I would need to employ some method to discover that it was unnecessary. The Taishan sect had not truly confined Tianxian, but Tianxian paid no heed to such trivialities. Her youthful countenance filled with urgency. I have heard the sword master has lost her cultivation, yet I distinctly sense fluctuations of power emanating from her. Cease your prattling and come inside to speak. Sword master, you. Silence. Get inside and speak. Su Wanqing glared fiercely, causing the sword spirit to hesitate. And only then did it dare to enter, looking quite aggrieved. Am I not merely concerned for the sword master? Chu Ning, equally helpless, followed suit. Finding the situation not quite as he had imagined, who could have foreseen how today would unfold? It appears that he is not the only one receiving reprimands, is he? Anyone is liable to be scolded by Su Wanqing, including the sword spirit. While they may be observed outside, there should be no issues within, though it is likely Su Hu and others will arrive shortly. Inside the cave dwelling, Chu Ning sat quietly to one side, while Su Wanqing, clad in a flowing red robe, wore an expression of helplessness. She felt that this sword spirit was astonishingly foolish. You call me sword master repeatedly. If others catch on, they will undoubtedly discover that you are my flying sword. I have warned you time and again to remain discreet. The three sects of heaven, earth, and man are aware of your seal and have refrained from causing trouble because I have not acted. However, the three sects of upper clarity are certainly displeased with this situation, especially now that I have lost my cultivation. The trouble is immense. What is her current situation? She lacks cultivation. Years ago, her flying sword was sealed, and no one came to assist her. Now, still sealed, the sages of the three sects of heaven, earth, and man have shown little interest in intervening. They believe that they need not act until Su Wanqing has nearly perished, as she possesses merits that bind her. Within the sect, they merely view this sword spirit as unruly. Since they cannot test it, they treat it as a treasured artifact of the sect, avoiding any foolish displays that might provoke outside scrutiny. However, if news of this spreads, everyone will assume that Su Wanqing is the master of Tianxian. The three sects of heaven, earth, and man may remain relatively passive, but the three sects of upper clarity will certainly take action. With Su Wanqing having lost her cultivation, it will not be long before other sages covet the Tianxian and conspire to seize it. Will the Taishan sect survive this? It seems unlikely. They could easily relinquish the sword spirit and even cast Su Wanqing aside. This artifact is of such high caliber that it poses a great temptation to cultivators, becoming a source of trouble for both Su Wanqing and Chu Ning. Yet, Tianxian is now frantic, visibly agitated over Su Wanqing's loss of cultivation. In their helplessness, the master and disciple began to explain. From Su Wanqing's loss of her sacred cultivation to her gradual recovery, they found themselves in a state of uncertainty. The notion of having Chu Ning retrieve the sword was part of their plan to escape, ensuring that Tianxian would not remain in this place. Originally, they intended to stage a performance that would earn Chu Ning the sword spirit's recognition, but before Chu Ning could finish speaking, Tianxian had dashed out. After all, a third-level sword cultivator, especially one currently exploited by the world, would find no one willing to assist them, even should they seek to obtain the sword. It would only be after Su Wanqing's demise. Tianxian remained silent for a considerable time, listening intently. It became clear to her that the sword master had genuinely lost her cultivation. Yet, she distinctly remembered the promise made years ago to help find the other flying swords. Have you lost your mind? I've repeatedly mentioned my potential for recovery. Do you not perceive the fluctuations of power within me? Su Wanqing concluded her statement with a sharp slap to Tianxian's head, leaving the young girl cradling her scalp in a state of grievance. How can you be so fierce when you lack cultivation? I could easily retaliate against you. However, if recovery is indeed possible, then I need not worry about the other matters. Am I now disrupting the swordmaster's plans? Su Wanqing's expression remained impassive. What do you think? You keep calling me sword master, yet the instructions I gave you have clearly been forgotten. Yet, the sword master had once promised to take her along once she attained sanctity. And now that cultivation is lost, and you still dare to speak. If you find me displeasing, you are free to seek another. Do you think I take joy in accompanying you? When I first took you away, it was imperative that I flaunted your character to the celestial beings and the three sacred sections. Never have I encountered such a foolish sword spirit. If your strength were formidable, you would not need to worry about my being envied by others. So why do you seek me instead of someone else? The sword spirit, feeling quite aggrieved, stepped forward and said, the bond between your sword intent and mine is unparalleled. Who else could I seek but you, my sword master? What should I do now? It seems I have utterly muddled this situation. Whatever you say, I shall comply without question. As Chu Ning observed this exchange between man and sword, he thought to himself how exceptionally kind Su Wanqing was to him. Earlier that morning, he had nestled into her bed, and even during their brief spar, he had refrained from exerting himself fully. Oh, how wonderful it is to have a master. He longed to curl up in her embrace again that evening. At this moment, Su Wanqing sighed and gestured towards Chu Ning. My intention was for you to recognize him as your sword master, yet you disregarded my words entirely. This was the original plan, and since I have sent someone, you must cease your disruptions. If this behavior continues, you may leave and no longer follow me. Tianxian nodded vigorously, appearing obedient and docile. A stark contrast to the fierce sword spirit from earlier. However, a hint of confusion crossed her face as she couldn't help but inquire, "Who is he?" "Oh, right. Sword Master. His level of understanding surpasses yours. I sensed this connection and wondered about his identity. Who is this remarkably powerful individual? My disciple, or rather, her partner." They each provided their own interpretations, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The master and disciple exchanged glances. Su Wanqing glared fiercely while Chu Ning wore an expression of earnest sincerity. Tianxian looked utterly bewildered, pondering their relationship. Nevertheless, his understanding was indeed profound, and his talent appeared commendable. "Should I refer to him as my sword master publicly?" Su Wanqing's lips twitched as she affirmed with a reluctant Yet she continued to glare at the audacious Chu Ning. "Rebellious disciple. It would be one thing if it were someone else, but your thoughts are glaringly obvious, and I find myself unable to resist. Yet, do you dare speak so in front of others? Do you truly believe it is wise to appear so naive? Are you unperturbed by the potential ridicule?" After contemplating this, Su Wanqing opted not to confront him directly and instead coldly stated, "Regardless of the circumstances, this is how it stands. Although I have temporarily lost my cultivation, I shall soon regain it. If you wish to remain by my side, then for the time being, acknowledge him as your sword master, and do not expose this. If you do not intend to stay with me, the vastness of the world is yours to explore. Whether to remain in the Taishan sect or seek a new sword master is entirely up to your choice." Tianxian wasted no time in responding. "The sword master has said I can seek other sword bodies at will, and I trust him. It is merely a matter of cultivation. As long as I can restore it, I will surely follow him. Moreover, his sword intent is indeed high. Should the day come when my sword master is no more, I shall follow him." Su Wanqing's lips twitched again, acknowledging the truth in those words. The disciple's sword intent undoubtedly surpasses hers. One may wonder how such comprehension is achieved, as they seem to possess greater talent. Life is often replete with frustrations, yet perhaps things are gradually improving. Presently, even the desire to wield one's own sword has become a troublesome endeavor, requiring convoluted efforts to accomplish such a simple task. Indeed, lacking strength renders many aspirations unattainable. Within the cave, discussions ensue, yet at this moment, several figures have evidently arrived at Xiaozhu Peak. Leading them is Chun Xiantian, flanked by the elders from various peaks. "Elder Su, Xiaochu, we hope to meet you outside. The matter of the celestial sword pertains to the sect's grand strategy, and we must investigate thoroughly." The two exchanged glances upon hearing this. Tianxian directly transformed into a sword, with its sheath falling into Chu Ning's hands. "So it's you, Chu Ning. Since you both are acquainted, you may henceforth wield me. We must hasten, for we need to continue our discussion and not delay the grand design of the swordmaster." Chu Ning's lips twitched in response. "What is this nonsense? Do you think I'm particularly eager to use you? Besides, wasn't he at your presence that complicated matters?" Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the situation, ready to face whatever challenges may arise. Outside the cave, Chun Xuantian's expression darkened. The celestial sword has recognized its master. And that master is none other than Chu Ning. The shock this person brings grows ever more profound. Yet, the celestial sword must not be relinquished. If he cannot possess it, no one shall take it away. Chapter 42. The plan remains unshaken, even more secure. At this moment, Su Hu's scalp prickled with anxiety, rendering him unable to meet Chun Xuantian's gaze. Nevertheless, Chun Xiantian was seething with rage. After 10 long years, he had yet to seize the immortal sword, only to see it fall into the hands of Chu Ning, who had the audacity to claim it as his own. Had it not been for Su Hu's suggestion to bring Chu Ning along, such a calamity would not have occurred. The sect had already given explicit instructions. Why was Chu Ning permitted to accompany him? Everything could be bestowed upon Chu Ning, except for the immortal sword. That was absolutely out of the question. Su Hu hastily lowered his head, attempting to explain. "I had no such intentions originally, but upon seeing the cultivation technique that Chu Ning possessed, I brought him along for the sake of that legacy. I never anticipated that he would accomplish what even Su Wanqing could not." He lamented. "I had no knowledge of this. But now, enough. What of the technique?" Chen Xuantian's countenance darkened ominously. "I have yet to demand it back from him. Useless fool." He continued, "That immortal sword must be reclaimed, but the legacy must also be attained. Do you comprehend? Even if no one else can wield the immortal sword, it is utterly unacceptable for anyone other than me to possess it." At this juncture, an elder behind him chuckled and interjected, "Might the sect master be overly concerned? Even if Chu Ning has been recognized by the immortal sword, what significance does that hold?" Chen Xiantian was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "Elder Wang, what do you mean by that?" Today, should we confront Chu Ning regarding the theft of the sect's immortal sword? He would surely perceive us as miserly. The arrangements made yesterday were quite satisfactory. We have already secured part of the technique and earned Chu Ning's trust. Moreover, the immortal sword was brought back by Su Wanqing, and there was once a notion that it could be taken away if recognized. Presently, we lack the moral high ground. Since he has acquired the immortal sword, why not allow him to keep it? This would reflect our Tai Xian sect's benevolence towards them. Elder Danfeng, with a cheerful demeanor, added, for even if he has taken the immortal sword, he cannot utilize it. A commoner harbors the burden of possessing something precious. He remains bound to the Tai Xian sect. What can he truly achieve? Su Hu, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned before his spirit's sword, eagerly nodding in agreement. Yes, sect master, I initially thought the same. Wang Sheng grimaced, cursing inwardly, you fool. You've handed over the immortal sword without securing the technique first. Truly, those who forge weapons often lack wisdom. These words jolted the furious and envious Chun Xiantian back to reality. Was the immortal sword more important than the legacy? Both held equal significance, with neither taking precedence. However, the immortal sword was beyond their reach, serving merely as a decorative artifact. While the legacy was tangible and already in the process of cultivation, he was eager to obtain the subsequent techniques. Thus, reclaiming the immortal sword might not be as prudent as it seemed. Two figures emerged, a woman clad in red, exuding an air of cold elegance, and a solemn-faced man. Upon their arrival, the elders, having previously conferred, exchanged smiles. Qin Xiantian approached with a grin, his eyes narrowing slightly. Seeing this, Su Wanqing had already prepared the teleportation talisman. They needed to escape should trouble arise. Their lives were on the line. Chu Ning, too, remained exceedingly cautious. All members of the Tai Xian sect have gathered here. Could this be an act of intimidation? It remains unclear what the current situation entails. Yet it has evidently strayed from their originally established path. However, as Qin Xiantian approached, he did not strike but instead patted Chu Ning on the shoulder. Little Chu, have you truly obtained that celestial sword? Chu Ning was taken aback. What is this? Such friendliness from the outset? One might mistake me for the antagonist. In that moment, her mind raced, and a smile graced her lips. Indeed, sect master, I did not expect to acquire the celestial sword that even my master could not obtain. With that, she drew the celestial sword Tianxian before Qin Xiantian, its edge razor-sharp, radiating an icy sword intent. This was the pinnacle of celestial swords, a treasure coveted by all realms. Qin Xiantian, too, was unable to contain his expression, his gaze fixated intently. It was meant to be his. However, the die had been cast. He took a deep breath to quell his inner fury, forcing a smile. Excellent. I did not anticipate that even Elder Su could not recognize it. Yet you have achieved this. Truly, you are the pride of our Tai Xian sect. Therefore, our sect will fulfill our promise from years past. Whoever has the celestial sword acknowledge its master shall indeed be the master of this celestial sword. Chu Ning, do not disappoint this sword. Our sect believes in you. Neither Chu Ning nor Su Wanqing could hide their astonishment. They had expected to negotiate some techniques with the sect members. Was this an excess of self-confidence? Or was the allure of Chu Ning's techniques truly that great? What they thought was a disrupted plan had unexpectedly solidified. Yet, at this moment, there was no time for their dazed contemplation. Su Wanqing swiftly raised her arms, pulling her disciple close and denying Qin Xiantian any chance to approach, her face brimming with pride. My disciple is unparalleled in the world. Was it not previously claimed that I was useless, that my disciples were snatched from me, depriving me of my rightful resources? Yet here we are today, with my disciple seizing the celestial sword and breaking through to the third realm. You blind fools. Do take a moment to observe just how formidable my disciple is. Su Wanqing's spirit soared, relishing the opportunity to chastise them. Why not scold them when given the chance? None could escape her wrath. She berated them one by one, and remarkably, they remained silent. It appears we have been the blind ones. Elder Su is indeed no ordinary person. Well done, Elder Su. However, the conversation soon shifted, directing the achievements towards Chu Ning. Wang Sheng, the master of the Pill Peak, smiled broadly and slowly spoke. Elder Su is indeed an exceptional teacher. A disciple with neither resources nor elixirs has managed to cultivate to such heights. Truly enviable. The other elders laughed heartily, indeed. To cultivate to this level without requiring elixirs or resources, our Elder Su is the most remarkable person of both past and present. We are in awe. Upon hearing the words, Chu Ning's expression suddenly stiffened, and he hastily said, Esteemed elders, my master has always treated me well. I hope you will not. Su Wanqing, struck at a vulnerable point, immediately wore a rigid expression, but her gaze swiftly turned to Qin Xiantian. Master, given that my disciple is now so outstanding, should we not restore the resources of our Xiaozhu Peak, or at least allocate them as per the previous distribution? It was evident to all that Su Wanqing was becoming increasingly anxious, clearly unwilling to have her standing questioned. However, Chun Xiantian did not even glance at her, merely smiling as he regarded Chu Ning. In principle, the distribution of resources within our sect is based on the number of disciples engaged in cultivation. Currently, Xiaozhu Peak comprises only 2 individuals, Young Chu and Elder Su. Allocating resources to Elder Su would be of little benefit. Thus, it is only reasonable to restore the cultivation quota for 1 disciple at Xiaozhu Peak. Su Wanqing, do you wish to appear virtuous by seizing our sect's resources? What a fanciful notion. Having finally gained Chu Ning's trust, would they grant her even a fraction of an opportunity? Chu Ning, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and nodded vigorously. Thank you, master. Thank you. Yet Su Wanqing responded with a swift kick. You spineless wretch, a mere allocation of resources has bought your loyalty. If it were me in the past, I could have offered far more resources. You ungrateful disciple. Her scolding was genuine, a chance to reprimand him that she would not let slip by. Simultaneously, it only served to reinforce the impression of her ineffectiveness among the gathered elders. The elders all laughed, while Su Wanqing, filled with fury and despair, looked at the fallen Chu Ning, filled with a sense of disappointment and helplessness. Qin Xiantian sighed in resignation. Su Wanqing, what has become of you? You are becoming increasingly unrecognizable, behaving like a madwoman. Our sect operates according to its established rules. Can we truly make an exception for you? Moreover, young Chu must cultivate as well. With that, he personally helped Chu Ning to his feet, a gesture that left Chu Ning astonished. With the celestial sword in hand, the trust of the sect members deepened further. This legacy must be profound to have such an effect on a sage. Su Wanqing could not help but internally grumble, wondering what inheritance her disciple had received. Supported to his feet, Chu Ning looked up at his master with deep gratitude. Thank you, master. I will forever remember your kindness. Chun Xiantian smiled gently and said, It is nothing. Just do not forget to repay the sect in the future. Chu Ning immediately grasped Chen Xuantian's intent and nodded eagerly. Rest assured, master. I will certainly repay the sect. Chen Xiantian narrowed his eyes slightly. In that case, the resources will be delivered shortly. You will return the favor by presenting your cultivation techniques to the sect, while I will provide you the resources to enhance your abilities. The two exchanged knowing smiles, clearly conspiring together. Yet Su Wanqing was not foolish. She quickly discerned the underlying implication. Chu Ning, do you not realize that these people are my enemies? How dare you associate so closely with them? In that moment, emboldened by the support of the sect leader, Chu Ning felt fearless. He replied lightly, Master, I am only pursuing my own cultivation. Since you are unable to assist me, it would be best to refrain from interjecting. The sect leader has already proclaimed that my future is bright. Now that I have obtained the celestial sword, I am destined to soar even higher and further than you. Is there an issue with me considering my own interests? Su Wanqing's complexion turned pale as she staggered backward, pointing incredulously at Chu Ning. You, wretched creature. I entrusted you with my legacy, yet. Rest assured, master, I will ensure your safety. There is no need for concern. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! With those words, she indignantly turned and retreated to her cave dwelling. Meanwhile, the elders could hardly contain their amusement. Su Wanqing, if you do not create your own misfortune, how could we possibly seize this opportunity? Chun Xuantian's smile deepened, yet his gaze remained fixated on the flying sword. The sword could not possibly belong to anyone else. Its final value to you is thus. Little Chu, do not let our sect down. Haha, master, you can rest easy. I shall not disappoint. Chapter 43. To cut or not to cut. During the first delivery, trust was established with the master. In the second delivery, the celestial sword was obtained flawlessly, granting temporary usage rights without inciting the jealousy of the master and others. Now, he had completely earned the trust of those around him and had become a tool for their utility. It was time to commence the tasks at hand: resources, elixirs, spiritual herbs, and talismans. When departing, he refrained from presenting any cultivation techniques as Su Wanqing was still present. All were righteous individuals and would not engage in impropriety in plain sight. According to the original timeline, gaining trust and acquiring what he desired would have taken approximately half a month. However, it seemed that now was the moment. As he bid farewell to everyone, Chu Ning wore a smile. It was time for him to begin reaping the rewards. Yet, at that moment, the Tianxian sword spirit stirred. Chu Ning, which side are you truly on? The sword master just acted like that. Are you not a nefarious character? Hearing the celestial sword speak thus, Chu Ning could only reply with a hint of exasperation. And what do you believe? Am I a good character? Although you had some interaction earlier, I can't help but feel you do not seem like a good character, Tianxian retorted, contemplating that had it not overheard Chu Ning's conversation with Su Wanqing, it might have acted decisively. However, Chu Ning chose to ignore it, turning instead to enter Su Wanqing's cave, offering her comfort. Upon entering the cave, Tianxian realized its assumptions were misguided, as it heard Su Wanqing's uncontrollable laughter. Haha, Ninger, I didn't expect them not to even inquire about the celestial sword. It appears they are far too invested in your inheritance. She truly could not contain her amusement, especially upon witnessing Chun Xuantian's envious gaze and his forced calm demeanor, which only made her laugh harder, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight, captivating Chu Ning's attention. Nevertheless, Chu Ning smiled and remarked, regardless, the progress has exceeded expectations. We can commence our endeavors directly. However, they will inevitably uncover discrepancies. We will reach a dead end with the techniques. It would be prudent for us to depart beforehand. Su Wanqing produced a map, one she had meticulously prepared, and spread it out. The Tianxian continent. The human domain is where we currently reside, situated in the east. The chaos domain connects partially in the north and is our intended destination. There are also divisions such as the demon domain, the monster domain, and the central divine domain. But they are of no consequence to us. At this moment, Su Wanqing's laughter subsided, and she spoke earnestly. The chaos domain is rife with turmoil, a refuge for those burdened by sin from various powerful factions. It is also marked by a lack of order and protocol. Other major domains possess their own rules. Yet the chaos domain is the most suitable for our needs. The talismans, according to your description, can teleport up to 100,000 miles. But we are situated 1,000,000 miles from the chaos domain. Even with the assistance of Tianxian, the journey will take at least half a month. Thus, we must seize this time. Listening intently, Tianxian concluded that this rather handsome man was not truly a villain, and thus, it decided against taking action. Chu Ning nodded, stating that once he had acquired sufficient resources, he would retreat to break through to the fourth realm, having also prepared a justification for his master. He recalled what his master had previously mentioned about the immense allure of the immortal sword to the world. Thus, he would spread rumors to divert suspicion away from the Taishan sect, buying them time as much as possible. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of this plan. The Taishan sect could not be allowed to remain, nor could the entire human realm. Only the chaotic Tuanyu was suitable for them. To establish themselves here, one must possess at least the cultivation of a sage, for inevitably, they would reclaim everything in the future. Upon finishing these words, Su Wanqing's eyes gleamed with reluctance and animosity. Although they appeared safe for the moment, the reality was far grimmer. The matter of their inheritance could not be concealed for long. The sooner they acted, the better. Leaving would at least spare them from being slaughtered like fish on a chopping board, as their malicious intentions were all too evident. How could they dare to stay any longer? Unless Su Wanqing returned to the sixth realm, this dilemma would remain unresolved, and moreover, Su Wanqing had no intention of lingering in such a place. The 7 major forces of the human realm would inevitably conspire together, and soon they would mobilize to hunt them down. The longer they could delay, the better. At this moment, Tianxian seemed to grasp the situation. They were to deceive for resources and then flee, correct? But why not simply eliminate them directly? Tianxian inquired earnestly, only to be met with incredulous looks from the master and disciple. Who would kill? Me. A sixth realm cultivator could slay a sage. Who was in the sixth realm? Tianxian was taken aback, realizing that this question was indeed rather foolish. One was recovering from a complete loss of cultivation, and the other was merely at the fourth realm. They couldn't possibly win. Well then, let us flee and perhaps seek out the sword body while we're at it. With the significant matters discussed, Su Wanqing rolled up the map, yet Chu Ning's eyes sparkled with mirth. Master, I wish to inquire whether your earlier scolding before Qin Xiantian was a hasty decision or a deliberate act. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing smiled slightly, not hiding the truth. It was indeed intentional. What of it? Was my rebuke incorrect? Pray, enlighten me on what I said that was wrong. It was absolutely justified. A rebellious disciple deserves a tongue lashing. Chu Ning chuckled as he approached, his smile broadening. But master, have you considered one thing? Perhaps your disciple might seek to reclaim some interest from you? Tianxian was momentarily stunned, pondering. Master? So you are the disciple of the sword master? Why do you appear so lecherous? Tianxian did not comprehend, remaining silent and merely observing. It noticed that Su Wanqing bore no signs of panic. Rather, her smile deepened. Oh, is it that you intend to demand some interest from your master? I wonder what interest Ninger wishes to collect. From anywhere on your master, it seems. If not, perhaps your legs, which you seem to enjoy touching. Tianxian, huh? Did I hear that incorrectly? Something seems amiss. Chu Ning laughed, shaking his head. Never mind then. I actually prefer to share affectionate kisses with my master. Tianxian, is that truly how you express yourself? Who are you close to? Yet, Su Wanqing remained unfazed, her laughter unwavering. Kisses are rather trivial. Don't you aspire to greater things, Ninger? Perhaps we could reserve the kisses for later? That wouldn't be out of the question. With a smile, Chu Ning reached out to touch, and as expected, he was met with a forceful kick. But Chu Ning had already braced himself, fully aware that Su Wanqing would retaliate. Clearly, he was unperturbed. Their exchange was nothing to fear. Today, he was determined to reclaim the owed interest. Tianxian watched in disbelief, initially expecting a scene of utter depravity, only to realize it was a brawl. She was terrified, genuinely believing that a master and disciple could share such camaraderie. However, in the next moment, she witnessed Chu Ning indeed making contact. Then, she heard him cheerfully declare, "Master, your techniques are not beyond my grasp. It's merely that I lack the time for body refinement." Chu Ning withdrew his hand, a look of profound reflection on his face, pondering how this leg could be entertained for decades. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing transitioned from calm to flushed with indignation. She believed she could overpower him. Yet she had forgotten that the martial art of reversal was bestowed by Chu Ning. She had employed his own technique. The flaw had been exposed. At that moment, Su Wanqing, who had been observing intently, succumbed to despair, abandoning all pretense. Today, she was resolute in eradicating her wayward disciple, ridding the world of a menace. Tianxian remained in a stupor, utterly bewildered. No, he truly touched her. Was this not a master-disciple relationship? What on earth is the nature of your bond? Su Wanqing coldly retorted. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Go and eliminate him. Tianxian immediately nodded, affirming, yes, eliminate him. A wretch devoid of morality, a rebel against all that is right, must not be spared. In an instant, a profound sword intent filled the air with an overwhelming murderous aura. Even before striking, the pressure bore down on Chu Ning. Observing this, Su Wanqing grew anxious. You must indeed truly strike. But should we strike or not? Su Wanqing lamented in frustration. To fight was unfeasible, and scolding proved futile. It was maddening. Alas, what a predicament. Chapter 44. If the sword master is threatened, just blink. At present, Su Wanqing finds herself in a dilemma. Neither fully here nor there. The intricate situation she faces stems from a singular truth. Chu Ning's cultivation is woefully inadequate. The celestial sword Tianxian possesses the capability to unleash a six-realm killing force without the need for a sword master. A six-realm sword cultivator wielding the celestial sword Tianxian can transcend the boundaries of divinity and mortal, capable of slaying saints. Yet, Chu Ning lacks such power, remaining merely at the fourth realm. Consequently, Su Wanqing hesitates to send Tianxian to confront Chu Ning for fear of inflicting harm. If only his cultivation were higher, he could hold his own. Yet, she also seeks to vent her frustrations, albeit forgetting that the martial art Wu Nai Jue Fa was bestowed upon her by none other than this young man, leading to a rather embarrassing situation. Su Wanqing had initially believed her own prowess had grown to the point where Chu Ning could not possibly match her. However, the chaos that ensued has led Tianxian to begin questioning the nature of their relationship. It is no wonder Tianxian harbors doubts. Any sensible being would feel bewildered. Even a sword spirit is not devoid of understanding the distinction between a master and disciple. Are they truly a legitimate master and disciple? A master who allows her disciple to touch her leg? It hardly seems so. As Tianxian stood dumbfounded, pondering the complexities of their relationship, it witnessed Chu Ning approach Su Wanqing with a cheerful demeanor, taking her hand in his. Oh, master, please do not be angry. Tianxian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, human emotions are exceedingly intricate, and their relationships even more convoluted. On Chu Ning's side, he was acutely aware of his master's displeasure. He knew he must pacify her. Otherwise, the next time he might find entering the door a challenge, let alone the prospect of her allowing any casual intimacy. Master, please do not be angry. I assure you, I shall not behave in such a manner again. With a stern countenance, Su Wanqing's eyes still reflected embarrassment and indignation, observing Chu Ning's unrepentant, yet smiling expression only fueled her ire. She retorted with a mocking tone, Oh, Lord Chu, do refrain from calling me master. I could never raise a disciple like you. Unexpectedly, Chu Ning seized upon her words. So, master, have you already given this some thought? The idea of a Dao partner is not entirely out of the question, though it seems rather abrupt. However, since you have mentioned it, consider your nonsense. Discuss such matters elsewhere. Chu Ning hastily urged Su Wanqing to sit down, promptly pouring her tea. When the tea was presented before her, she ignored it, only accepting it when Chu Ning's mischievous grin transformed into sincerity. If there were no outsiders observing, perhaps the casual touch could be overlooked. But Tianxian was watching intently. Was he truly unafraid of others discovering their secret? Such news would surely invite ridicule. Look, that sword spirit is still staring, trying to decipher the nature of our relationship. Yet, despite her anger, Su Wanqing found herself at a loss. Was she not also partly responsible for this predicament? Would she truly consider harming Chu Ning? Preposterous. She would have to be willing to part with him. After downing her tea, she audibly slammed the cup onto the table, not sparing Chu Ning a glance. Aren't you still planning to exploit their resources? Why are you dawdling? If not now, then when? The words carried no hidden meaning. They simply conveyed that Chu Ning should quickly leave, as her presence was bothersome and irritating. She was still holding onto her hand, refusing to let go. Chu Ning shook her head and replied, "There is no rush regarding the resources. According to the plan, I intend to restore my master's cultivation first. And once I have nearly recovered, I will proceed." Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing became infuriated. "I am not in a hurry." The title of I had escalated to this seat, clearly indicating Su Wanqing's level of impatience. Chu Ning smiled and began to analyze the pros and cons of the current situation. "Master, if we truly wish to continue deceiving, we must consider that the scheduled time is limited. Moreover, Chen Xiantian and the others have only just departed. If I go now, it would appear too hasty and could easily expose our intentions. Additionally, Chen Xiantian has already arranged for someone to connect with me later. Would it not be better to wait until after that connection? Presently, I have nearly restored my own abilities, so it is indeed feasible." Holding Su Wanqing's icy hand, Chu Ning paid no heed to the peculiar gaze from Tianxian. What was there to fear? Avoiding others was one thing, but the sword spirit of the master? If it truly perceived them as master and disciple, its reaction would be even more pronounced. A direct confrontation with Tianxian would save them from further explanations. Indeed, a confrontation was delivered to Tianxian. The sword spirit's mind had already short-circuited. While what? Su Wanqing shot Chu Ning a glance, neither confirming nor denying the assertion, but immediately attempting to retract her hand. However, Chu Ning showed no intention of loosening his grip. This action elicited a cold laugh from Su Wanqing. "What is the matter, Lord Chu? Are you planning to use this as an excuse to take advantage of me before the sun even sets? You can hardly contain yourself." Once those words were spoken, the previously arrogant Chu Ning immediately recoiled, utterly at a loss for how to respond. If he claimed disinterest, it would belittle his master's allure. Yet, if he expressed desire, she would surely think he was taking advantage of her. Oh dear, how could he even consider such a thing? The audacity of such a thought was almost laughable. Had he not already taken advantage of her earlier this morning, sneaking into her bed while she was exhausted? Was that not an instance of taking advantage? Now he claimed he did not wish to exploit her. How noble! Su Wanqing was almost convinced. Chu Ning, caught in a continuous back and forth, found himself unable to retort, slowly retracting his hand to maintain a semblance of calm, though his voice remained awkward. At the very least, he had not taken advantage of her while restoring his abilities. If his master continued to insinuate otherwise, he would be utterly wronged. Virtue. Su Wanqing clasped her hands in her sleeves, leaving no room for argument. Having delivered her sarcastic remarks, she gradually regained her composure. The fire had already been ignited. Yet Tianxian, upon witnessing the exchange, was struck dumb, leaving her at a loss for words. To be honest, she was more embarrassed about being seen by outsiders. Initially, one would assume that Chu Ning would harbor some secrets in front of Tianxian, yet unexpectedly, Chu Ning had no intention of concealing anything at all. It was as if this forbidden relationship had been inadvertently exposed to an outsider, regardless of whether this outsider was affiliated with them. After all, this was her disciple. Tianxian might have even seen what Chu Ning looked like as a child, though she surely had no recollection of it now. If Tianxian were to mention this, it would truly drive her to despair. At this moment, Su Wanqing suddenly burst into laughter, a laugh tinged with bitterness and resignation, coupled with a certain clarity that comes from transcending worldly concerns. In the future, when out in public, she would undoubtedly be the subject of whispers, deemed a master whose disciple had resorted to such actions. As for Chu Ning, she would surely become a target for everyone's scorn. It is no wonder that the chaotic realm suited them so well, where moral constraints were minimal and one could wield power without fear of public reproach. Yet, the nature of their relationship was exceedingly difficult to articulate. How had things escalated to this point? She could hardly fathom it. Perhaps it all began with that kiss. Or perhaps it was Chu Ning's arrival during her moment of despair. But none of that mattered now. Discovered in this relationship, Su Wanqing could only mask her inner turmoil with a bitter smile, concealing her own bewilderment at why she continued to traverse deeper into this bond with Chu Ning. It seemed as though this absolute taboo had gradually begun to take on a semblance of reason in her mind. How had she come to this conclusion? when her upbringing had taught her otherwise? If the world were to follow suit, would it not descend into chaos? Did she, Su Wanqing, truly intend to be the pioneer of such moral transgressions, entangled with her own disciple? After much contemplation, Su Wanqing glared at Chu Ning with gritted teeth. From this day forth, whenever they were in public, you are not permitted to address me as your master in the presence of outsiders. At the very least, do not subject me to those peculiar gazes from others. I have my pride. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard. She had thought her master was contemplating how to distance herself from him, only to hear this instead. Indeed, if her master truly wished to reject him, she would not have allowed things to unfold in this manner. The disparity in her treatment of him versus others was truly vast. Then shall I call you Wanqing? Su Wanqing shot him an indignant glare. Chu Ning instinctively recoiled, aware of the terrifying authority of the master-disciple relationship. Clearly, addressing her by name was not an option. What then could serve as a term of endearment that would not raise suspicions? How about mother? Su Wanqing. Without a moment's hesitation, she delivered a resounding slap. This would only complicate matters further. Not only would they be subject to ridicule and scorn from those who valued the sanctity of the master-disciple bond, but even in the chaotic realms, they would certainly be met with hostility. No matter where they went, they would be scrutinized with those strange glances. Chu Ning quickly raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. My apologies, Sister Su. Good sister, may I call you sister from now on? With this response, Su Wanqing felt somewhat appeased. This title was at least somewhat acceptable. However, what would she do if it proved difficult to alter her address? Then just practice. Chu Ning playfully inquired, can I also greet my esteemed master and dear sister within the sect? If you continue to act foolishly, do you believe I will not discipline you? Everyone in the sect is well aware of his status as a disciple. If such words were uttered, it would indeed cause a significant stir. Fortunately, Chu Ning was merely jesting, chuckling as he suggested, let us not joke with Sister Su and instead focus on our serious business. The matter at hand was, of course, the restoration of his cultivation. Yet, having only just regained his strength the previous night, what urgency compelled him now? It was merely a day and a half, after all. The crux of the matter was that Chu Ning typically only acted frivolously when there were no pressing concerns. In moments of close proximity during cultivation recovery, he was decidedly earnest, refraining from any inappropriate gestures, which reassured Su Wanqing. However, she could not comprehend his urgency today. With the capacity to assist his master in recovering her cultivation as swiftly as possible, there was no need to wait until evening. This was his foremost concern. After a brief hesitation, Su Wanqing scrutinized Chu Ning for some time before giving a slight nod. Now that Tianxian is present, we need not worry about other matters. Very well, Tianxian, please step outside and ensure we are not disturbed. At that moment, Tianxian, who had been observing the two like an invisible presence, was finally assigned a task, acting as a sentinel. The vast range of topics discussed, from playful banter to reconciliation and the nuances of cultivation, bewildered the sword spirit, leaving it as stunned as a mere mortal. Tianxian, called upon multiple times by Su Wanqing, finally regained its senses. You want me to stand guard? Very well. I shall keep watch while the sword master continues her cultivation. However, as it turned to leave, it caught sight of Chu Ning assisting Su Wanqing in removing her outer garments. At that moment, Tianxian could no longer contain its outrage and refused to depart. What is happening here? Is there a disparity in our understanding? Are you both engaging in dual cultivation? What on earth are you doing? If this remains unclear, I might resort to a coup against the master and eliminate you both. To speak bluntly, this could be deemed a transgression of moral boundaries. Albeit there was no elegant way to express such sentiments. Tianxian's eyes brimmed with tears as it gazed longingly at Su Wanqing. Swordmaster, are you being coerced by Chu Ning? If you are truly in danger, merely blink, and I shall not hesitate to eliminate him, for in my view, this young man is undoubtedly a nefarious character. At this moment, the two individuals poised to commence their endeavor exchanged glances. While it was feasible to treat the sword spirit as inconsequential, it was unwise to truly regard it as such. One cannot treat Tianxian as the slumbering husband in a Japanese drama. A clarification was indeed necessary. Chapter 45, the most absurd in the world. Su Wanqing has seemingly come to terms with her situation. What is there to fear about her own sword spirit? Can the trivial matters of status overshadow the bond that exists between them? She is not the kind of person to be swayed by such superficialities. To disregard their current relationship would be to betray her own principles. After all, she no longer considers herself a paragon of virtue. Chu Ning originally intended to provide an explanation from his perspective, believing that his master might inadvertently create further misunderstandings. Are they not teacher and disciple? Indeed, they are. Yet the nature of their relationship is far from pure. There exists an undeniable mutual attraction. as human emotions are inherently complex. What if the sword spirit were to mischievously poke him? Who can ascertain the true intellect of this young girl? It seems rather low otherwise. She would have discerned the situation sooner. Yet, that may not be entirely accurate. Even a common person might struggle to comprehend, hence the need for clarification. However, Su Wanqing halted Chu Ning, her expression devoid of any other sentiment, radiating only a serene detachment from worldly concerns. For the sake of her master, it was acceptable for him to hesitate a moment longer. When the time came to address their relationship, he could elaborate. After all, explaining their current dynamic might prove challenging. Meanwhile, Tianxian was intently observing the two. Her gaze towards Su Wanqing was filled with sorrow and pity. Convinced that the sword master was being taken advantage of by her disciple, Chu Ning, she felt compelled to rescue her master from this predicament. And as for Chu Ning, his disdain was unmasked. How could he be deemed a good person? If the master could act so, surely her heart harbored darkness, for she was a teacher imparting wisdom. Thus, they listened in silence as Su Wanqing began to recount the events following her confinement at the sword-forging peak. With a deep sigh, she initiated her narrative. For her sword spirit should be informed of her circumstances. Years ago, due to the apprehensions of the three sects, I had no choice but to send you to the sword-forging peak, intending to retrieve you after achieving the Saint Realm, a move that no one could thwart. Yet, alas, the whims of fate are unpredictable. She reached the pinnacle of the sixth realm, grasping the essence of the saint through her sword path. On the verge of breaking through. Once she ascended, she would become a 100-year saint, the fastest to transcend throughout history. Not to mention her identity as a formidable sword cultivator. A sword cultivator at the sixth realm could contend with a saint, and upon entering the saint realm, she would be invincible within her tier, transcending boundaries effortlessly. However, the disciples of the sect praised her excessively, leading Su Wanqing's heart to waver and her focus to scatter. That fateful night, as she approached the threshold of the saint realm, she was struck down by the heaven's wrath, nearly facing annihilation. Subsequently, many events transpired. Initially filled with discontent and confusion, Tianxian listened to the unfolding tale, her expression gradually becoming grave, her eyes reddening, small fists clenched in frustration. Why did the sword master not seek her out at the sword-forging peak after losing her power? Had she been there, no one in the sect would have dared to treat the sword master so poorly, and her disciples would not have abandoned her, having nearly lost everything. How can Tianxian remain untroubled? It was brought back by Su Wanqing, the only one who acknowledged Su Wanqing's swordsmanship. It will undoubtedly protect her. Chu Ning remained silent, merely listening, having been a near witness to the events. Su Wanqing smiled and shook her head, gazing at the anxious Tianxian as she softly spoke. Years ago, I took you away, promising to help you find your true sword body. Yet after losing all my cultivation, how can I still claim the right to do so? At that time, no one could assist me, not even you. After my failed breakthrough, all my meridians were destroyed, and I could no longer gather spiritual energy. Without it, a cultivator must face the 5 declines of human life. It is likely that I shall perish within half a year. If that is the case, I would rather remain silent, sparing you the trouble. When I pass, you would naturally seek another worthy master. Tianxian fell into an immediate silence, realizing that even if Su Wanqing had called for it back then, it would have been of no assistance. The reason behind her actions had never been disclosed to it, only to avoid causing delays. In that moment, Tianxian found itself at a loss for words. Though a sword spirit, it was not devoid of human emotions. Observing the somber atmosphere, Su Wanqing lightened the mood with a gentle laugh, shifting the topic. While one may plan, it is heaven that determines the outcome. The failure to break through to the sage realm may indeed bear its own advantages, and besides, cultivation can be restored, cannot it? More importantly, I have come to understand the nuances of human emotions, and thus I have undertaken the path of heart cultivation. Upon hearing this, Tianxian immediately interjected, but to restore the sword master's cultivation at the cost of her integrity seems rather improper. I understand that the sword master seeks to recover her strength, yet being treated so lightly by Chu Ning. Chu Ning, bewildered, responded, "What nonsense is this? We are perfectly legitimate." Su Wanqing sighed, "Certainly not as you imply. Ninger is indeed my disciple, but I have long promised to accompany him for a lifetime. There are no convoluted implications here, nor does it entail sacrificing integrity for recovery. Do not presume he is of a certain character." Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, intending to speak further, but his master had been so forthright. Had she truly promised a lifetime of companionship? Memories of recent days flooded his mind. There seemed to be some truth to it, yet at the time, his intentions had been. Nonetheless, such details seemed trivial now. The significant matter was that his master had acknowledged it, openly, even in front of Tianxian. This was what brought Chu Ning the greatest joy. his gaze towards Su Wanqing now imbued with warmth. The fact that she did not deny their bond in front of others made him the happiest of all. Tianqian, hearing this, furrowed its brow, yet remained perplexed. Since the sword master has declared it a master-disciple relationship, does the notion of lifelong companionship not seem somewhat contradictory? Su Wanqing, maintaining her composure, replied slowly. Having made this choice, why should I concern myself with the opinions of others? Yet, the sword master's actions clearly suggested discontent. Was she referring to her own interactions with Chuning? Su Wanqing found herself in a state of bemusement. Tianqian, you fail to grasp the intricacies of human emotions. It's not exactly a matter of dislike, she remarked. Chuning interjected, she is merely shy. Su Wanqing shot a glare at Chuning but did not deny it. After all, it was indeed. Tianqian paused, glancing between Chuning and Su Wanqing, struggling to comprehend why this individual could make Su Wanqing abandon her reputation to utter such words. Chuning, however, was thoroughly amused. At this juncture, Tianqian began to piece together the nature of the relationship between Su Wanqing and Chuning. It was undoubtedly that of a master and disciple, but it appeared to have evolved into something more profound. Hence, it could not strike Chuning, for he was the significant other of its master. Yet, the situation remained perplexing. The little sword spirit's mind was overwhelmed with confusion. Suddenly, it sprang to its feet. So, the sword master willingly allowed himself to be so brazenly approached. Su Wanqing's face flushed crimson as she indignantly retorted, "What do you mean by brazen? I have been speaking for quite some time, yet you seem incapable of understanding regardless. The sword master is indeed willing, yes?" She cast a sidelong glance at Chuning and, growing weary of Tianquan's inquiries, replied, "Now that you are aware, step outside and ensure no one else enters. We shall discuss this further later. I am on the verge of regaining my cultivation, and I will fulfill my promise to help you find the sword body." Chuning, with a cheerful demeanor, added, "Since my master has pledged to assist, I shall gladly lend my support as well. After all, my talents are not inferior to yours, master. You need not worry." Upon hearing their exchange, Tianqian appeared to accept the nature of their relationship, which only fueled its bewilderment. "But you are a master and disciple. How can you behave in such a manner?" Nonetheless, given that Su Wanqing did not refuse, what could it possibly object to? Moreover, the man's sword intent was indeed commendable. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now and speak with the sword master later." Tianqian cautiously withdrew, casting one last glance at the two. Even a master and disciple can be like this. It was certainly not to be dismissed. Once the cave door was sealed, only Chuning and Su Wanqing remained. The woman let out a soft sigh. She had never intended to voice such sentiments. After all, this matter was something both of them understood implicitly, as it touched upon moral complexities that did not warrant explicit discussion. Indeed, it would be inappropriate to address. Yet now, due to Tianquan's presence, the truth had been revealed, and Chuning had heard it, leaving her uncertain of how her disciple would respond. It seemed likely that he would become even bolder in the future. However, Chuning did not act in any particular way. He simply gazed at the slightly flushed Su Wanqing with a smile. "What you said earlier, master, was it sincere?" Su Wanqing huffed softly, refusing to meet his gaze. "It was a mere pretense to deceive Tianqian. Did you truly take it seriously?" Chuning replied with a grin. "Regardless, I certainly perceive my master's words as genuine. I'll do as you please, for I..." Before she could finish her words, she suddenly saw Chuning step forward and embrace her without a second thought. This unexpected action instantly unraveled Su Wanqing's composure, prompting her to exclaim softly, "Rebellious disciple. The moment Tianqian steps out, you become unruly. This is hardly the time for your master to regain her powers. You are merely taking advantage of the situation. Do you dare call Tianqian back in?" Yet, Chuning simply held her gently, smiling as he replied, "Disciple has no intention of being disobedient. I merely wish to embrace my revered master sincerely. After all, before Tianqian, my master has never denied the bond between us, and I am quite delighted." A bittersweet expression flickered in Su Wanqing's eyes as she refrained from further resistance, her smile tinged with conflict. "Yet, despite your repeated declarations of reverence, engaging in such audacious acts, do you truly harbor no sense of guilt?" She found herself grappling with her own feelings of remorse, while the rebellious disciple seemed utterly untroubled. This was simply unacceptable, yet the disciple felt fortunate. Upon uttering these words, Su Wanqing paused, feeling the absence of any inappropriate actions from Chuning before her, and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "So now I am your master, and you are my disciple?" Hearing this, Chuning laughed and released her, moving forward to assist her in loosening her garments. "Then I am once again the rebellious disciple. Fear not, master, such matters need not trouble you. Leave them to your disciple." With excitement, He approached to untie her clothing. Su Wanqing suppressed her inner shame, seeing the truth, yet choosing to remain silent. What does it mean to say such matters need not trouble her? He simply wished to remove his own clothing. Being undressed by a disciple, this. She found herself among the few absurd individuals in the world. How increasingly absurd it had all become. Chapter 46. Cultivation Restoration Progress. At 100 outside the cave, Tianxian stood guard as per Su Wanqing's instructions. The intention was to prevent any disturbances during their cultivation recovery, wasn't it? Yet, the young girl was still perplexed by many things. Why had the sword master lost her cultivation? Despite the loss, she could discern from Su Wanqing's aura that it was indeed true. The loss of her cultivation must have occurred due to the shattering of her Dao veins after the tribulation, right? Such a condition seemed irreparable. Yet it seemed to have been accomplished now. Tianxian could only lament that she was not by Su Wanqing's side when the incident transpired. However, the sword master now had the chance to restore her cultivation. How joyous. She felt elated for the sword master. Yet, there was something amiss. How could a master and disciple engage in such behavior? Even with an explanation, it still felt rather unreasonable, leaving her with a lingering sense of unease. What was that feeling? Perhaps it was the proximity to the cave's entrance or her innate sensitivity that allowed her to hear the faint sound of a woman's soft moan emanating from within. In an instant, Tianxian sprang up and pressed herself against the cave door. Indeed, there was something happening. The sounds were intermittent, laced with both restraint and relief. Delicate like a cat's mewl, as if nothing significant was occurring. But Tianxian was no fool. She understood perfectly well what was happening inside. A dual cultivation session. No wonder she had been tasked with guarding the door. The sword master was being sullied. Oh, woe is me. She longed to burst in, yet it was mutual consent. How infuriating. Was there nothing she could do? I am merely a sword spirit. Oh, woe is me. Clearly, the two had not engaged in such acts. Even if Chu Ning attempted to, Su Wanqing would never consent. Holding hands and embracing posed no issue, but a kiss would require considering the circumstances. Dual cultivation. Such thoughts were too daring to entertain. Who knew when it would occur? Why did Su Wanqing emit such sounds? Because of Chu Ning's current prowess. The essence of spring he exuded was exceptionally potent. Though it was akin to last night, she had recovered a staggering 30 in one breath then. Master, please keep it down, otherwise, I cannot concentrate. On the bed, Su Wanqing's gaze, sultry yet displeased, turned as she huffed in annoyance. How can one control such matters? This action rendered Xiao Chunan and Chu Ning wide-eyed, leaving them momentarily speechless. Master, how has our conversation taken such a turn? It was because of you, ungrateful disciple. Chu Ning swallowed hard, realizing that his inability to act was precisely why he dared to speak so freely. Indeed, he truly dared not act. At this moment, he could hardly muster the courage to speak. After all, his master was older, and teasing him was akin to playing with a dog. He simply could not respond. The human body is akin to a microcosm of heaven and earth. Within this realm, the essence of longevity is solidified, a tangible existence within the spiritual sea. If the foundational roots are shattered, it equates to the fracturing of one's corporeal heaven and earth. Not only is cultivation rendered impossible, but survival itself becomes a daunting challenge. Without Chu Ning, Su Wanqing would not survive beyond 3 months, at most. She could cling to life with the aid of potent elixirs, yet even that would only sustain her like a flickering candle in the wind. Since the commencement of her cultivation, her complexion had gradually improved, returning to that of an ordinary person. After embarking on her martial journey, she began to harness the power of vital energy as her source of cultivation. However, without restoring her true strength, while her vitality might persist for a few months, the absence of spiritual energy would lead her skin to age rapidly. Su Wanqing pondered whether she should postpone her recovery. Perhaps she could transform into a wrinkled old woman, thus discouraging her disciple from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. She was confident that should she appear as a woman in her 70s or 80s, Chu Ning would undoubtedly uphold the principles of respect for his teacher. The beauty of a woman is the most potent weapon against men. She had at least secured a place among the top 10 in the world's rankings of exquisite women. Yet she dismissed the thought, recognizing that not only would her disciple find her unappealing, but she would also grow dissatisfied with herself. What is the purpose of cultivation? To achieve longevity. To roam freely without fear of the ravages of time. And indeed, one of the motives is to preserve one's youthful appearance. As her spiritual abode continued to mend, Su Wanqing felt increasingly comfortable and at ease. Her disciple proved to be quite resourceful yet. Would Tianxian misunderstand her intentions? She dismissed the concern. The young girl hardly comprehended the nuances. Even if she did misunderstand, what would it matter? The real concern was if she took it seriously and genuinely harmed, Chu Ning's sweat trickled down her back, and she noticed Chu Ning was drenched, clearly having exerted considerable effort. Ding. Post's progress in restoring the wife's cultivation detected at 85. Su Wanqing reached out and grasped Chu Ning's hand, shaking her head. If he was tired, he should rest. He must not jeopardize his foundation. Chu Ning shook his head, unconcerned. He was still fervent. What disciple would indulge in such weakness? Su Wanqing chuckled lightly, cautioning him to be wary of overexerting himself at such a young age, lest he find himself with ambition but lacking the strength in his later years. Chu Ning was momentarily speechless, mumbling that such a scenario was impossible, yet soon he fell silent. For at that moment, the essence of eternal spring seemed to converge, as if he had entered a significant threshold. The fourth layer of eternal spring appeared to unveil a glimpse of a higher realm. The essence of eternal spring was not merely a means to restore injuries through spiritual energy. Su Wanqing's spiritual abode had fallen into disarray, a state of decay. His understanding of the essence of eternal spring was, in other words, akin to the essence of life itself. Reviving with vigor, life endlessly begets life. In that moment, Chu Ning seemed to transcend into a profound state of comprehension. A brand new vista unfolded before his eyes. The landscape was vibrant with the spirit of spring, teeming with the essence of eternal renewal. Even Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Could it be a communion with the divine? He suddenly jolted, a shiver coursing through him. It is said that within the realm of cultivation, there exists a state of being where one directly perceives celestial intent, allowing a practitioner to engage with the very essence of their techniques. This phenomenon depends not only on one's aptitude, but also on their understanding of the methods. Could it be that during this period, his comprehension of the techniques had reached such a level? Amidst the flourishing greenery and the vibrant essence of spring, a grand voice resonated, echoing from afar. With the emergence of a singular intent, the world flourished, and spring birthed all living things. A single thought manifests, and the heavens and earth wither. Spring extinguishes myriad blossoms. Life and death, both arise from the heart. Both are born of the heart. Those words, akin to a sacred chant, instilled in Chu Ning an overwhelming sense of reverence. He had long recognized that this technique was extraordinary. Little did he anticipate that through cultivation, he would attain a state of profound understanding, even grasping the essence left by the creator of the technique. The fifth level of the everlasting spring technique. A single thought of life and death. The essence of spring can nurture all things, yet it can equally obliterate them. This everlasting spring is not merely a means of cultivation, it serves as an invisible weapon for assassination. At this moment, within the cave, the grand essence of everlasting spring had seemingly transcended the physical realm. The verdant vitality rejuvenated the wooden table, rendering it anew, and purified the spiritual spring within the bathing pool. Everything in the cave was influenced by this essence of everlasting spring. Su Wanqing was astonished, realizing that during the process of restoration, a breakthrough in the realm of the technique had occurred. How terrifying was this act of the disciple? What level had he truly reached? In an instant, an even more magnificent essence of everlasting spring surged within him. Chu Ning paid no heed to the incessant chimes ringing in the background. He was utterly fixated on the system panel displaying Su Wanqing's cultivation recovery progress. Bound object. Su Wanqing age, 112 years. Talent. Supreme grade heavenly spiritual root. Cultivation. First realm spirit movement. Physique. Third realm willow tendon. Progress. 30. Ding. Detected that the host's wife has recovered her cultivation. Progress reached 100. Cumulative reward contribution value 1,000,000. Remaining contribution value 726, 800. Witnessing this, Chu Ning's tense thoughts finally relaxed, and he erupted into laughter, rising abruptly. A shattered cultivation could indeed be restored. He couldn't help but wonder who else could accomplish this. From the beginning until now, had 7 days truly passed? No. In these 7 days, his cultivation had ascended to the 4th realm. While Su Wanqing's martial arts cultivation had reached the 3rd realm, her cultivation restored, she was now capable of practicing once more. Techniques for restoration, combat, and cultivation were all at his disposal, and over 700,000 in contribution value. Having completed all of this, Chu Ning immediately turned to Su Wanqing, exclaiming with excitement, "Master, how do you feel about your current cultivation?" Yet, he found Su Wanqing motionless, still lying there without any sign of movement. At this moment, Chu Ning was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Could it be? Hadn't the system declared her cultivation restored? This system couldn't possibly be deceiving him. He hurriedly summoned the system to investigate, only to find everything in order. Then why was Master still unmoving? Chu Ning rushed forward to assist Su Wanqing, but upon lifting her, he saw her eyes red-rimmed, silently weeping, tears cascading down her cheeks. A veritable picture of sorrow. Chu Ning was momentarily stunned, yet upon being noticed, Su Wanqing's gaze remained fixed upon him. It was something he had partially anticipated. After all, her foundation was indeed recovering steadily. However, when she truly sensed the spiritual energy circulating within her body, it shattered the last defenses of her heart. Though merely a few days have passed, they seem insignificant in the grand tapestry of her cultivation journey. Yet, this brief period has unveiled profound insights. After relinquishing her power, the perceptions of those around her, as well as the genuine emotions expressed by her disciples, have become vividly clear. At this moment, she stands once again imbued with unwavering confidence. She is a practitioner who has ascended to the pinnacle of the sixth realm after a century of cultivation, adept in both physical and spiritual arts. Thus, the need for another century to rebuild is utterly unnecessary. The tears she sheds now signify a release of burdens, a liberation from the deep-seated sense of crisis within her, and a catharsis over the tragic experiences that have befallen her. It is an outpouring of emotion in this exhilarating moment. However, upon witnessing such a display from Su Wanqing, Chu Ning's heart constricted with unease. Master, could it be that your cultivation has not yet been restored? If that is indeed the case, I find myself utterly powerless. He feared that even the system would struggle to provide assistance, for this was the most suitable technique available. Thus, he could only contemplate the exorbitantly priced Immortal King pill. Yet uncertainty loomed over when that might become accessible. After all, the lifespan of a physical cultivator pales in comparison to that of a spiritual one. In an instant, countless possibilities raced through his mind, but suddenly he beheld Su Wanqing laughing through her tears, embracing her disciple with fervor. Look at you, my dear Ninger, I have recovered. I can now circulate my spiritual energy. With a smile, Su Wanqing gently caressed Chu Ning's hair, fully embracing her release. Were it not for her disciple, she would have never returned to this state. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, taking a deep breath. The whirlwind of emotions felt akin to a roller coaster, nearly overwhelming him to the point of disorientation. That is wonderful, truly wonderful, he repeated, allowing the tension in his heart to dissolve completely. Waves of fatigue washed over him, yet he continued to murmur, "It is good that you have recovered. There is no need for worry now. This is destiny, a great responsibility bestowed upon us." His mind was awash with a torrent of thoughts, contribution points, his own cultivation, his master's progress, the people of the Taishan sect, future paths, and so forth. Su Wanqing sensed that Chu Ning was about to speak, patiently awaiting his words. However, in the next moment, he too embraced her. Su Wanqing was taken aback, her lips trembling slightly. Could it be that her disciple harbored deeper feelings? She was aware of his affections, as their interactions had grown increasingly direct. Yet, if this were to evolve into something more, they had never ventured into such territory before. For Chu Ning had always been cautious not to encroach upon her most vulnerable heart. A sense of urgency flickered in Su Wanqing's eyes. Ning'a seemed poised to solidify their relationship at this moment, though it felt perhaps too soon. Yet, how rare it is to find a kindred spirit. Her earlier words before Tianxian were indeed heartfelt. If he truly cared, perhaps their respective identities need not be a concern. What could he possibly wish to convey? Yet, Chu Ning merely tightened his embrace, holding her so firmly that it nearly took her breath away. After a lengthy moment, as if expending the last vestiges of his strength, his hands fell away without warning. He had found solace. The matter he cherished most had finally come to fruition. His master's cultivation had been restored. One can finally relax and indulge in slumber. After a prolonged wait, Su Wanqing found herself bereft of any words from Chu Ning, instead greeted by the rhythmic sound of her disciple's snores. Yet, despite the exhaustion weighing heavily upon her, she clung tightly, afraid to let go, haunted by the worry that she might once again encounter misfortune. A wry smile graced Su Wanqing's lips as tears welled in her eyes. Why had she not resisted allowing their relationship to evolve to this point? It was because Chu Ning had always regarded her as his revered master. Even his candid words and actions, though bold, remained comfortably within the boundaries she could endure, never crossing the line to evoke any sense of awkwardness or discomfort. This bond between master and disciple is intricate yet pure, hence she embraced it without hesitation. In this moment, Su Wanqing gently held her disciple close, feeling an indescribable stirring within her heart. He deserved to rest well. For Chu Ning should never have been a source of reliance. It ought to be he who leaned upon her instead. At this instant, the prodigious talent from the northern regions returned with an even more formidable resolve, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented calmness and confidence. Chapter 47. I am her child bride. Within the tranquil confines of the secluded cave, the woman exhibited an air of serene composure. Perhaps throughout her life, she had seldom encountered tribulation. possessing an extraordinary talent that allowed her to transcend the typical constraints of cultivation. Her only period of hardship occurred after the demise of her master, during which she faced a brief, yet challenging time from her sect. Nonetheless, that interval was fleeting, and her brilliance nearly consumed her entire existence. Consequently, her resolve began to wane, and she nearly perished during the tribulation of the Saint's lightning. It is said that those who attain enlightenment must endure trials. This past month served as a crucible for Su Wanqing's resolve. True strength requires an indomitable spirit, and in moments of peril, despair should never take root. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, one must remember that hope often lies just beyond the shadows. Her disciple was her greatest support during this journey in him. She found calmness, companionship, and the shared path of enlightenment. Their embrace lingered, as Su Wanqing simply savored Chu Ning's presence, her gaze shimmering with a myriad of emotions, gratitude, tenderness, perhaps even infatuation. Ultimately, no one bore witness to the true sentiments stirring within her heart at that moment. Once he awakens, they would converse gently. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, dark clouds amassed ominously, heralding a torrential downpour. Outside, Tian Xian lost interest in eavesdropping, for such matters did not captivate her attention. Instead, she muttered discontentedly about the questionable nature of the two individuals, lamenting how it was improper for a disciple to engage in dual cultivation with their master, after all. They were of a reputable lineage, not some licentious sect. An overwhelming sense of darkness and solitude enveloped Chu Ning, reminiscent of the day he first arrived in this world. His homeland was rife with superstitions, and tales of local deities ran rampant. On the day of his birth, whispers echoed outside, foretelling doom. This child bears an ominous fate. If one believes in my words, swiftly eliminate him, lest he bring calamity upon your household. The people, equally superstitious, nodded in fearful agreement, vowing to heed the warning. Ultimately, however, they could not bring themselves to end his life and instead abandoned him in the wilderness. Chu Ning felt as though his world had crumbled. He was forsaken before his vocal cords had fully developed, condemned to death by the very superstitions that surrounded him. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, he caught sight of two figures engaging in combat high above. One man appeared in a dire state, his golden aura dissipating as he fled in panic. His adversary, a woman clad in green, relentlessly pursued him with a sword, her gaze radiating an air of superiority that dismissed her opponent's might. Hearing the desperate cries of the fleeing man, Chu Ning realized he was witnessing Su Wanqing, the most gifted sword cultivator of the northern domain, relentlessly pursuing a saint. Astonishingly, she triumphed, slaying the saint in the process. As the battle concluded and a glimmer of hope flickered before him, Chu Ning instinctively cried out to capture her attention. Indeed, he succeeded in drawing her gaze. Moved by the benevolence of the heavens, Su Wanqing perceived this as a fateful connection and chose to bring Chu Ning back with her. In an unprecedented feat, a cultivator of the six realms vanquished a sage, elevating Su Wanqing's reputation to remarkable heights, marking one of the most glorious days for Shaozhu Peak. Initially, Chu Ning was assigned to the care of a menial cultivator who disdainfully treated him like a burdensome child. This individual, apathetic to his plight, allocated only scraps from their resources for Chu Ning's sustenance. Such a disheartening beginning for a transmigrator left Chu Ning in despair for a considerable time. However, this situation eventually came to light, leading to its discovery by Su Wanqing. The menial cultivator was executed for deceiving the peak master, and henceforth, a spirited little boy accompanied Su Wanqing wherever she went. Since fate has brought you to me, you may refer to me as your master, she declared. I initially intended for someone else to look after you, but it appears that no one else has the inclination. The menial disciple who took my resources. Didn't he even provide you with food? Truly contemptible. Thus, you shall stay with me. At least you won't go hungry. You are still quite young and can sleep in my cave dwelling, but not in my bed very well. I shall make you a small bed instead. Do not look at me with such eyes. Surely you understand the boundaries between genders. Ah, perhaps you do not, being so young, but we cannot share a bed. When I enter seclusion for cultivation, you must not disturb me. Should you cry, I shall abandon you to her surprise. The child remained obedient and did not weep. Su Wanqing had anticipated that children were prone to incessant crying, yet Chu Ning, as a reincarnated soul, was unable to shed tears. He settled in Su Wanqing's cave, observing and learning daily, though his aptitude for cultivation was not particularly remarkable. Occasionally, Su Wanqing noted peculiar behaviors, notably, the way the child seemed to gaze intently at her during her baths, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. However, she attributed this to a natural childlike fascination with maternal figures and chose not to dwell on it. As time passed, and Chu Ning matured, Su Wanqing began to teach him the art of swordsmanship, imparting the foundational technique of the ethereal swordplay, the Miao sword technique. After 3 years of diligent practice, Chu Ning found himself unable to comprehend the sword intent, prompting Su Wanqing to subject him to a spirit root assessment. Common grade spirit root, Chu Ning was disheartened. His beginning was indeed lamentable. Yet, Su Wanqing did not express disdain and reassured him that there were paths to cultivation beyond the sword. Thus, in the illustrious gathering place of Shaozhu Peak, known for its sword cultivators, Chu Ning became a fixture, diligently practicing martial arts from dawn until dusk. He began his training at the age of 7, enduring the elements for 18 years. Aside from his training, he faithfully followed Su Wanqing, who, in an effort to ensure he was well-fed, revived her culinary skills that she had neglected for years. After all, most were nearing the threshold of fasting, while Chu Ning remained at the first level of body refinement. When he turned 12, while assisting him with his bath, Su Wanqing realized the boy was growing up and subsequently established a separate dwelling next door for him to move into. Zai's Hufeng, a realm of countless prodigies, allows only Chu Ning the privilege to freely enter Su Wanqing's abode and to utilize the resources within the peak at will. Such a favor incites envy in many. A 4th-grade spiritual sapling was pilfered by a disciple, who was subsequently crippled and cast out, yet when Chu Ning accidentally crushed it, Su Wanqing merely remarked that it was of no consequence, as they had no lack of such things. Perhaps in his youth, due to his limited experiences, he relished the advantages of his childhood status, desiring Su Wanqing to embrace him, sharing in joyous laughter daily. However, as time passed, he recognized that this mentor, with no blood ties to him, treated him with increasing kindness, akin to a biological son, leading him to gradually adjust his mindset. With such a benevolent master, how could he not strive to be a person of worth? For many years, he adhered to the principles of respecting his teacher and valuing the path of cultivation. These years also marked the pinnacle of Su Wanqing's career. The leader of Tianqian sect personally praised her, while the leader of Dijuan sect expressed a desire to accept her as a direct disciple. Rinqian sect offered a significant price to unite their Daozi with Su Wanqing as partners in leading the sect. The elders of the sect were filled with reverence, and the disciples obeyed without question. A sharp sword pierced through the clouds, a hidden dragon in the abyss, poised to soar like a dragon in the heavens. Perhaps Chu Ning harbored some unconventional feelings for Su Wanqing, as exceptional women are undeniably captivating, yet he felt no compulsion to manifest them. In his eyes, his mentor was ever generous, with a demeanor that blended coolness and tenderness, sharp yet unrestrained. However, one fateful day, after they shared a meal, Su Wanqing announced her intention to ascend to sainthood. From that day forth, he never again witnessed that radiant expression on her face. Desolation, sorrow, a shattered will, and a loss of cultivation made her appear as though she had lost all spirit. Chu Ning had never been a prodigy, neither in his past nor in this life. All he could do was offer counsel, which ultimately served only to encourage Su Wanqing to seek her own means of recovery, proving futile. He believed he would never see that vibrant Su Wanqing again, yet fate allowed their paths to cross once more. If an opportunity arose to aid Su Wanqing in restoring her cultivation, it was imperative to cherish it. He never held back in this regard, as it was both a debt of gratitude and a reflection of his years of complex emotions. He felt compelled to act. Thus, even as the dynamics of his relationship with Su Wanqing began to shift, he never allowed her to feel awkward or burdened in such matters. The expressions of affection could wait. Light-hearted banter was permissible, but the progress of her cultivation could not be delayed. In his heart, he knew Su Wanqing would not succumb to despair. Indeed, he had succeeded. A profound sense of relief washed over him. A gentle coolness spread through his mind, seemingly the effect of a spirit-nurturing elixir, liberating his thoughts from the burdens of the past decade. His master had regained her vitality, returning to the formidable Su Wanqing of yore, whose gaze had always been commanding. Perhaps Chu Ning's feelings towards Su Wanqing were intricate. He had perceived her as a woman, a mentor, and even a mother, with a tapestry of complex emotions intricately woven together. Yet, one must never forget Su Wanqing's most significant identity, which is that of the revered master. Slowly opening his eyes, he was greeted by a shroud of darkness. Everything within the cave made it clear to Chu Ning that he was indeed in his own abode. Outside, the sky had succumbed to the night, and as he rose with the intention of seeking Su Wanqing, the girl Tianqian at the door uttered a remark laced with sarcasm. The sword master has instructed you to focus on your cultivation for the next few days. It would be wise not to seek her out for dual cultivation. It was evident that Tianqian had already concluded that he was a rebellious disciple, undoubtedly engaged in dual cultivation with the sword master. As he pushed the door open, he found Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed, a clear indication of lingering after-effects. It was inconceivable for her complexion to appear thus from merely restoring her cultivation. Hearing her words, Chu Ning could only manage a wry smile, choosing not to offer any explanation. So, what does this dream signify? Is it a reminder that my relationship with my master may be somewhat askew? To outsiders, it might not merely be askew, but an object of public scorn. Yet, so what? Due to matters concerning Su Wanqing's cultivation, Chu Ning had no intention of progressing further with his master's enhanced abilities. There was little left for him to worry about. Matters of the heart should not involve one party showing weakness, while Su Wanqing had her desires. If she were to agree to be his partner merely out of such desires, it would taint the essence of their bond. How long has your sword master been cultivating? Today is the very first day, she replied. Did you think you had been asleep for several days? The sword master has given you quite an assortment of elixirs. With a haughty huff, Tianxin couldn't help but mumble. You fainted. One can only imagine how demanding the sword master must be. Quite terrifying. I never perceived her as such a person before. However, it was at this moment that Tianxin posed an intriguing question. Having seen this cave before, she recognized it as the dwelling of the sword master's devoted follower. Now, with a look of incredulity, she exclaimed, Chu Ning, do not tell me that child who once trailed behind the sword master is you. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning chuckled heartily, responding, a childhood husband? How could I not have seen that coming? Tianxin froze momentarily, nearly choking on her words. So that was how it was? It seemed rather reasonable, didn't it? Then why do you still refer to her as master? We both find joy in that address. Tianxin replied. You two seem to have quite the domestic life, yet in the next moment, upon seeing Chu Ning rise, Tianxin immediately obstructed him. The sword master has commanded you to rest, and she is currently engaged in her own cultivation. I cannot permit you to engage in dual cultivation with her. Look at you, so anxious. Chu Ning chuckled as he stood. I have matters to attend to. If you wish to accompany me, after all, I am technically your sword master in the open. What are you planning? To deceive others. Chapter 48. The Sovereign Lord. Something felt amiss. It seemed that Chu Ning was preparing to flee. Was rest of any significance to him? Clearly, it was of no consequence. As he dozed, his physique rejuvenated automatically. Such was the benefit of the everlasting spring. The nuclear-powered donkey resumed its patrol of the territory. Outside the Shaozhu Peak, Chu Ning cheerfully examined a sprig of grass. Tianxin was uncertain of the specific methods of deceit. Yet it recognized the gross injustice of Taishian's sect towards the sword master. Had the sword master's cultivation been restored, it would naturally have followed Su Wanqing to eliminate each adversary one by one. However, witnessing Chu Ning's fascination with a mere blade of grass provoked its curiosity. What are you up to? Without uttering a word, Chu Ning activated the fifth layer of the everlasting spring, a thought of life and death. Life begets life, and it could also sustain the essence of mortality. The vividly blooming plant quickly withered, only to rejuvenate moments later. Tianxin was left flabbergasted, utterly astonished. What manner of technique is this? Before it could voice its query, Chu Ning's consciousness relayed a warning. This is not a place for idle chatter. You would do well to exercise caution and refrain from speaking frivolously. Feeling reprimanded, Tianxin became irate. I am the celestial sword. The Taishian sect ought to beseech me. Why do you treat me with such disdain? After all, I once aided you in guarding this place. Observing Tianxin's disgruntled expression, Chu Ning chose to ignore it. He had no use for such an attitude. Those who sought his favor were the ones who incessantly pleaded and flattered him with titles of seniority. He held no particular interest in the sword. The dragon-elephant suppression technique was his most formidable weapon. If you continue to prattle on, you may as well accompany your sword master and refrain from hindering my endeavors. Feeling belittled, Tianxin protested, asserting its utility in battle. Yet, it was undeniably curious about Chu Ning's intentions for mischief. Very well, I shall remain silent. However, should you dare to act against the sword master? Chu Ning regarded the young girl with a smile. You are quite the protector of your master. Are you not? Naturally. Chu Ning discarded the grass, effortlessly invoking the essence of the everlasting spring to allow the plant to take root once more, seemingly without straying. Tianxin was astounded. What kind of profound legacy could yield such strength? Yet, it soon sensed something amiss. Someone was observing. In an instant, it transformed into a sword and shot forth. Not far behind a tree, an elder from the sect who had been scrutinizing Shaozhu Peak was nearly pierced through by a single sword strike. Chu Ning, I am sent by the Sovereign Lord. Chu Ning's expression shifted instantly as he hastened forward. So, it was someone dispatched by the Sovereign Lord. Perhaps they bore the resources promised today? After all, Chun Xiantian and the others had assured a provision before their departure. The elder nodded with a smile, producing a storage bag. Even though Tianxin, in its sword form, stood behind Chu Ning, the elder remained apprehensive. After all, he was merely a practitioner of the fourth realm. The sword intent of the celestial sword could easily slay him, let alone the true form of the celestial sword. However, he did not relinquish the storage bag. Instead, He regarded Chu Ning with a gaze full of significance. Chu Ning glanced around with a smile and stepped forward, retrieving a scroll of martial arts techniques he had prepared earlier. This scroll was identical to the previous one, belonging to the lower volume. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow. Could it be that you have not yet acquired the complete inheritance? Chu Ning felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking, is this the best the sect leader could send? Just say it plainly. At least exhibit some depth, as it feels rather inappropriate for me to appear enigmatic. Nevertheless, Chu Ning maintained his smile. Of course, there are other matters, the elder continued. Then why not present them? Chu Ning smiled without a word, and the elder quickly sensed something amiss. This rascal, does he find these resources insufficient? The elder snorted coldly, though the sect leader promised a single share of resources. This is sufficient for a cultivator to reach the 6th realm. It contains 300,000 spirit stones and countless elixirs. Is this not enough to exchange for your inheritance? Seeing this, Chu Ning also smiled. If I were to refuse, you could certainly report back to the sect leader. After all, while I contribute to the sect, I also hope to acquire more resources. There was no point in conversing with such a fool. You think this meager amount of resources could exchange for my entire lineage of techniques? How absurd. The key issue is that this old man acts as if I must present all my techniques before he would grant me resources. How blind can he be to the current situation? Tian Xin's expression gradually soured, her sword intent revealing itself. What are you doing while the sword master cultivates? What inheritance? The elder scoffed. Yet my orders are to present resources in one hand and techniques in the other. Chu Ning silently cursed the man for being delusional. He could not believe that someone like Chun Xiantian would issue such orders. What kind of person did they send? Since the sect does not intend to allow me to acquire more resources to enhance my cultivation, I shall withhold what I have. After all, my Shaozhu Peak has already suffered from a shortage of resources, and this technique is one of the few the sect is interested in. If I do not obtain more resources, why would I willingly part with everything? This stubborn old man forced Chu Ning to lay his cards on the table. The core logic was simply this. It is you who require my inheritance. At that moment, the elder suddenly froze. Was it not agreed that resources would be exchanged for techniques? But if he could not bring it back, never mind. After all, this young man could not escape. I shall report to the sect leader first. The elder soon departed, but upon arriving at the sect, he was met with a barrage of scolding. Do you think that Chu Ning is a fool? Would he simply hand it over? What nonsense! Acquire what you can. What is resources to us? Does my Tai Xian sect lack in such things? But, sect leader, he is merely at the 3rd realm. Yet he dares to be so arrogant, insisting on not handing it over. Chun Xiantian was already exasperated with this individual's foolishness. Truly, his head must be muddled. Failing to recognize the current situation, I have already given him the immortal sword. Do I still lack these resources? What I desire is precisely this technique. If Chu Ning grows wary, wouldn't that lead to even greater troubles? However, Chun Xiantian soon received word. The peak master of the Dan Peak, Wang Sheng, sent a voice transmission. Chu Ning arrived at my Dan Peak, expressing a deficiency in the elixirs required for his cultivation. He claimed to need quite a substantial amount, and inquired how the sect leader intended to address this matter. Chun Xiantian was engrossed in contemplating the techniques, scarcely having the inclination to concern himself with such trivialities. What does it matter how much he requires? Your Dan Peak is certainly capable of providing. However, the sect leader was taken aback when he learned that Chu Ning demanded 106th grade Tai Xian Dan. Such elixirs were the fruit of immeasurable effort from our sect. And besides, he cannot possibly utilize them all. Chun Xiantian furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment. He had just received reports from our sect, indicating that Chu Ning was anxious about the potential recurrence of incidents at the Shaozhu Peak, thus seeking to acquire additional resources for cultivation. With the grand formation of the Tai Xian sect in place, there was no fear of him fleeing. He could agree to his request, but only in exchange for the techniques. He does possess the techniques, indeed. It appears as the sect leader has suggested. Yet after a few words from the sect leader today, he has grown quite audacious, daring to demand 100 Tai Xian Dan. Nevertheless, the elixirs have been provided, and I hope that the sect leader will take note of my contributions. At this moment, atop the sect leader's peak, Chun Xuantian's expression darkened. It was evident that Chu Ning had acquired a significant amount of inheritance. He could have simply resorted to seizing it directly. Yet it was uncertain whether Chu Ning had prepared any contingencies for destruction. Thus, why approach so brazenly to request resources? Is he planning to retain them for his own cultivation? Resources may be granted to you, but can you truly hold on to them and cultivate effectively? The man narrowed his eyes slightly, and soon, Wang Sheng arrived in person, presenting the techniques with both hands. Sect leader, I have exchanged 106th grade Tai Xian Dan, 300 bottles of 5th grade Ning Hai San, 500 stocks of 4th grade Changshan Chao, along with other techniques, for 2 scrolls of techniques. The elder felt a mix of excitement and pain, as the elixirs that Dan Peak could provide now amounted to less than 30% of what was previously available. Yet acquiring the techniques was indeed a significant gain. Chen Xiantian accepted the techniques and discovered that the 4 scrolls in hand corresponded perfectly with those he currently possessed. The lineage was seamless, encompassing the other methods of the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. A smile crept upon his lips, though he was acutely aware that this was not the end of the matter. At that moment, the peak master of Dan Peak, Wang Sheng, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Chu Ning's actions gave the elder a sense of urgency, as if he were preparing to flee. Otherwise, why would he be so decisive? Chen Xiantian shared this sentiment. However, our sect's grand formation was fully activated, preventing anyone within from leaving and anyone outside from entering, unless they were a sage. Yet, he possesses an immortal sword. Chen Xiantian was taken aback, feeling a twinge of apprehension. An immortal sword is no trivial matter. Yet could a cultivator of the third realm truly breach this formation? But why would he require so many resources for his own cultivation? Could it be? At that moment, Su Hu, a robust man from the artifact forging peak and a close companion of Chu Ning, arrived with a hearty laugh. Haha. Who dares claim I'm useless this time? I merely used 5 spirit-grade flying swords, 100 superior-grade flying swords, and 500 medium-grade flying swords to obtain a technique inheritance. Upon saying this, the burly man eagerly handed over the techniques, his face brimming with excitement. However, upon witnessing Chen Xuantian's grave expression and Wang Sheng's sullen demeanor, Su Hu was left bewildered. The sovereign appears unwilling, yet the martial arts. Wang Sheng cursed, foolish pig, given Chu Ning's unusual actions. He must be planning to abscond with resources. Moreover, the items you presented are nearly all the weapons that the forging peak can offer. And yet you exchanged only for 1 scroll, while I acquired 2. Su Hu was taken aback, astonished that his good friend would treat him thus. The giant's expression darkened instantaneously. Damn it, is there a double standard? Does he think I'm a fool? I must confront him. Yet at that moment, he was intercepted by Chen Xiantian. When Chu Ning procured resources, did he mention anything else? Su Hu paused, contemplating, and suddenly recalled. Indeed, I had asked him why he needed so much. That little brat. That scoundrel Chu Ning said he intended to visit the sovereign tomorrow to rejuvenate the Shaozhu Peak, ensuring its brilliance would not be tarnished. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiantian was momentarily taken aback. To revitalize Shaozhu Peak, does this imply he intends to recruit disciples anew? Many elders had previously coerced those disciples into taking all the resources they could carry. Thus, Chu Ning not only seeks elixirs, but also weapons to obtain resources for the revival of Shaozhu Peak. This perspective does lend some credence to his actions. Yet, Chen Xiantian remained uneasy, harboring a nagging feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, an elder from the Void Dao Peak arrived. Sovereign. The martial arts have arrived. However, upon entering, he found 2 elders already present, and Chen Xiantian cradling several scrolls of martial arts. Have I arrived too late? Has everyone received a scroll today? Su Hu scoffed, stating, I wonder what the 3rd elder gave to that Chu Ning in exchange for this scroll of martial arts? The master of the Void Dao Peak sensed something was wrong. I only produced the talismans from the Void Dao Peak to exchange for this. After all, didn't the sovereign say that as long as one acquires martial arts, anything goes? Could it be that a problem has arisen? Su Hu sneered, nonsense. If there were no issue, would I be saying this? You dimwit, you've been deceived by Chu Ning. He plans to leave the Taishan sect. At this moment, Wang Sheng could no longer tolerate the foolishness of this blacksmith. Did you not say that Chu Ning would personally come here tomorrow to meet the sovereign? Moreover, the sect's grand formation is in place, and the sovereign is present. What nonsense are you spouting, trying to draw attention to yourself? Before they could respond, the master of the Spirit Her Peak arrived. Of the 8 peak masters, aside from the Law Enforcement Peak, Shaozhu Peak, and the Deacon Peak, the other 5 peak masters each presented 1 scroll. The master of the Pill Peak delivered 2, along with the scroll given by Chu Ning earlier and another presented tonight. A total of 8 scrolls of martial arts had been amassed. It seemed nearly all the resources from each peak had been swindled. As Chen Xiantian gazed at the martial arts scrolls in his possession, an unsettling feeling grew within him. Was Chu Ning truly planning to abscond with the money? Hadn't he stated he would come tomorrow? He was determined to see whether Chu Ning would indeed arrive or not. If he failed to show, an explanation would be demanded. At this moment, Chen Xiantian began to question whether there was something amiss with these martial arts. He promptly took out the scrolls and scrutinized them alongside the other peak masters. Esteemed colleagues, now that we have acquired this martial art, our sect shall not withhold it. Let us all embark on our cultivation journey. The assembly was momentarily taken aback. Are we to practice? They sensed something amiss. This technique may harbor complications. And would it not be us who suffer first? Yet, confronted by the potentially unrecognizable Chun Xiantian, none dared to voice their doubts. After all, Chu Ning remained within the sect. One can escape the monk, but not the temple initially. This scroll of martial arts could only be deemed a fraction of its potential. Yet now, they possessed 8 scrolls. Upon examining the elucidation of the techniques and clarifying their intricacies, no one perceived any flaw in the martial art. Instead, they felt an overwhelming surge of formidable power. Among those present were seasoned practitioners of the 6th realm, each possessing keen comprehension. Soon enough, an elder commenced their cultivation. In an instant, atop the peak of the sect leader, the essence of the dragon and elephant converged, golden radiance cascading forth. The dragon-elephant confinement technique. Resolute in its lethality, a method of vigorous physical prowess. It could shatter myriad laws, capable of toppling cities and cleaving the heavens. Roar! An elder suddenly bellowed. The sound akin to a dragon's roar. Rising abruptly, the elder unleashed a series of punches, the essence of the dragon and elephant swirling around them. A formidable technique seemingly capable of overpowering the secret arts of Taishan sect, albeit not yet fully realized. Unable to achieve complete coherence of breath. Sect leader. We are still lacking a bit. This martial art is sound. Absolutely sound. It is genuine. At this moment, Chen Xiantian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed there were indeed no issues. Could it be that Chu Ning intended to revitalize the Shaozhu Peak once more? Even Chen Xiantian found himself momentarily stunned. Developing an appreciation for this talented youth. Setting aside past grievances, Chu Ning, an 18-year-old practitioner of the 4th realm, wielding such a core legacy and recognized by the immortal sword, could potentially rival Su Wanqing in the future. Moreover, could they not consider winning him over? If the sect were to set aside past animosities and embrace Chu Ning, what then? Chen Xiantian began to ponder these possibilities. As a hint of dawn rose on the distant horizon, not far off, a disciple approached. Sect leader, Chu Ning requests an audience, stating he wishes to atone. Chapter 49. He is the most astute individual in the sect. At the foot of the mountain in the early morning, Chu Ning and Tian Xian awaited outside. Tian Xian could hardly contain a grin. Having already exploited the resources of others, it now sought to persuade the sect leader further. Initially, it had presumed that Chu Ning intended to betray the swordmaster. Yet, considering their shared cultivation and childhood companionship, how could she ever forsake the swordmaster? At this moment, Tian Xian was truly unable to restrain itself. Upon receiving word that they could enter, it sensed something amiss. Chu Ning, what is that girl smiling about? Chu Ning cast a glance at Tian Xian, shooing it away. If their cover was blown, it would be troublesome. Go back to Shaozhu Peak and wait there. Can you see the sect leader whenever you please? Swordmaster, I too wish to meet the sect leader. Please let me go. Tian Xian quickly transmitted. Rest assured, I shall seal my sword spirit, leaving only my consciousness as a sword. I will not reveal anything. Since the previous night, after leaving Shaozhu Peak, Chu Ning had been visiting the other peaks to gather resources, nearly exhausting their supplies. Such a grand spectacle, how could Tian Xian not wish to witness it? It turned out that the so-called exploitation was indeed this. As for the cultivation method, it was rumored to be fraught with peril, while the initial stages posed little threat. Progressing further could lead to dire consequences. Naturally, Tian Xian wholeheartedly agreed to such a course of action. If only they could eliminate Chen Xiantian and his followers. With the sword master still in training, the matter would be resolved in an instant. But now, Chu Ning and Su Wanqing's elaborate scheming appeared to be far more intriguing than mere violence. With this realization, Chu Ning felt reassured. She immediately summoned her sword, swiftly heading towards the mountain gate. At that moment, before Chen Xuantian's cave, numerous elders had gathered, all awaiting his arrival. Each elder bore a countenance of confusion, yet were ordered to remain silent. Only Chen Xiantian seemed eager to decipher the meaning behind Chu Ning's request for forgiveness. Moments later, Chu Ning arrived. Sect leader, she proclaimed, presenting a scroll of cultivation methods. Disciple Chu Ning has come to plead for forgiveness. I hope the sect leader will show mercy. The elders were taken aback. Was he planning to flee? Yet, to seek forgiveness before fleeing seemed illogical. Surely no one would be foolish enough to announce their departure in such a manner. Especially while presenting a method. Chen Xiantian, puzzled, accepted the scroll for examination and soon realized its significance. The dragon-elephant suppression technique? Could this be the final installment? Little Chu, why this sudden turn? Speak slowly, Chen Xiantian urged. With a sigh, Chu Ning replied. Disciple has not succeeded in acquiring the complete transmission of my master's teachings. Presently, I have only reached the 9th level of the dragon elephant suppression technique. It was only after you and the others departed yesterday that I became aware of this. The assembly was momentarily stunned. To be so formidable without possessing the entirety of the teachings? However, Chen Xiantian remained skeptical, a faint smile gracing his lips. Little Chu, there is no rush concerning the matter of the cultivation method. However, I have heard that you intend to revive Xiaozhu Peak, seeking to exchange the cultivation method for resources. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's expression turned frantic, yet he still clasped his hands in respect and said, as a disciple, I do not wish for Xiaozhu Peak to remain in its current state. Before my esteemed master, Xiaozhu Peak was the foremost among the 8 peaks of Taishan. Its present decline is something I cannot accept. As a mere disciple, I fear I am unable to persuade the sect leader to allocate resources. Thus, I must resort to this desperate measure. The elders suddenly understood the situation. Chen Xiantian also exhaled softly, seemingly relieved. It appeared that the young man had no intention of leaving. Indeed, he could not depart. What could he achieve even with a celestial sword? The ambition to revitalize Xiaozhu Peak was commendable, yet this matter could have easily been conveyed to the sect. With him present at Xiaozhu Peak, could one truly fear its continued decline? Chu Ning thought to himself, if I were to disclose this, I could not possibly squander so many resources. After all, if Chen Xiantian were to issue commands for resource allocation among the peaks, there would undoubtedly be reluctance to share, likely yielding no more than a fraction of the current resources, let alone the current state of almost exhausting the resources of other peak masters. Chu Ning shook his head and said, I too have my own selfish motives, and I hope the sect leader can understand, for Xiaozhu Peak currently possesses scant resources, leaving me no choice. The corners of the elder's mouths twitched, realizing that he intended to exploit them. Yet, rest assured, once you are gone, the resources will return. Taishan sect does not require Xiaozhu Peak to rise again. It is sufficient to leave it to them. However, they remained silent, as Chen Xiantian had commanded. A middle-aged man, with a placid demeanor, gazed at the sincerely contrite Chu Ning before slowly speaking. Every cultivator harbors selfish desires. This, our sect can overlook, for you merely wish to rejuvenate Xiaozhu Peak. However, what is the matter concerning this cultivation method? Hearing this, Chu Ning sighed. After the incident with my master, I was the only one to remain by his side. My master, moved by genuine emotion, imparted to me the cultivation method, yet unbeknownst to me. It was ultimately intended as a safeguard against me. I wonder if the sect leader has practiced this method, although my progress has been swift during this period. I find that the essence of the dragon elephant is nearly condensed, but still lacks the final breath of realization. Yesterday, upon the sect leader's visit, my master, after expressing his sorrow, informed me that the cultivation method still has one last mental technique to be unveiled. The elders were taken aback. Indeed, this method was still incomplete. Who would have thought that young Chu shared this sentiment? Chen Xiantian was skeptical. He was not easily swayed and began to examine the method, confirming that it precisely matched Chu Ning's description. This volume elevated the realm once more, rendering the method entirely beyond the Taishan secret techniques. Yet it still lacked a slight opportunity for comprehensive integration. He suspected that Chu Ning was being secretive, for those who attain such a position seldom trust easily. Yet Chu Ning's words soon reached him. After my master spoke these words, he expressed his willingness to fully pass on the heritage, but did not wish for Xiaozhu Peak to decline in this manner. Hence, it is why I have acted thus. Everyone was taken aback, realizing that it was indeed for the sake of the heritage. Thus, the revival of Xiaozhu Peak. However, a smile crept onto Chen Xuantian's lips as he narrowed his eyes in amusement. Xiao Chu, if my conjecture is accurate, you have long since divided the cultivation method into various forms to exchange for these resources. The final technique is intended to garner our support for the revival of Little Bamboo Peak. Your plea for forgiveness today is not merely to invite punishment upon yourself, but rather to draw our attention to your cultivation method, thereby securing our agreement to this matter. Have you orchestrated this all along? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuantian's expression shifted dramatically. You possess great audacity. How dare you deceive me? Do you truly believe me to be a fool? From the very beginning, you have been manipulating us, enticing members of our sect with your techniques to extract resources, all for your own gain, solely for the sake of Little Bamboo Peak. At this revelation, the countenances of the crowd changed abruptly. They realized they had been duped. Instantly, they turned their gazes toward Chu Ning, who was already in a state of panic. Master, disciple only. Chen Xuantian's voice thundered with anger. Chu Ning, do you truly believe that my Xuanzone would eradicate its own members? Why did the disciples of Little Bamboo Peak depart? It was because Su Wanqing lost her cultivation and was no longer qualified to instruct. We have even agreed to provide her with protection. Does that seem cruel towards Little Bamboo Peak? Yet you believe that we would neglect it. From the yin yang xian long day into the elixirs and immortal swords. You have been scheming at every turn. Have we ever treated you unjustly? In that instant, Chu Ning's complexion turned pale, tears streaming down her face. Disciple acknowledges wrongdoing. Master, I recognize my errors. I grew up in Little Bamboo Peak and have indeed received the full inheritance of the disciples. However, I fear that presenting the inheritance now might lead you to forsake me and abandon Little Bamboo Peak. Seeing it in such decline pains me. And I do not wish for such an outcome. I acknowledge your insight into my heart, and I agree with your words. But I truly desire to see Little Bamboo Peak flourish. If you believe I have deceived the sect, then punish me. I am willing to accept death. Several elders widened their eyes in disbelief. This wretch has been deceiving us all along, tricking them and the sect. All for the sake of a mere Little Bamboo Peak. Indeed, such deep machinations. The crowd turned their eyes toward Qin Xiantian. Master, this Chu Ning possesses immense audacity. It is wholly inappropriate not to punish him according to sect rules. Master, please order his execution. Yet, having seen through everything, Qin Xiantian gazed quietly at Chu Ning, contemplating for a long while before finally speaking. Xiao Chu, I absolve you of any wrongdoing. Today, I shall restore all offerings to Little Bamboo Peak, doubling them according to the original provisions. The elders were left in a state of confusion. Master, he is deceiving you. Have you lost your senses? But Qin Xiantian paid no heed to the foolish words of the elders behind him. He merely patted Chu Ning's shoulder and spoke earnestly. You have done so much for Little Bamboo Peak. I believe you are a person of great righteousness, truly worthy of being Su Wanqing's disciple. Xiaozhu Peak, under your and Su Wanqing's guidance, shall be revitalized. I hereby proclaim to the world. The Taishan sect at Xiaozhu Peak shall once again accept disciples. Chu Ning, overwhelmed with emotion, was in tears. Sect Master, is this truly the case? I am but a humble disciple, I fear. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. Thank you, Sect Master. Qin Xiantian smiled faintly, recognizing this individual's exceptional nature. Though appearing weak, he had meticulously orchestrated everything, ultimately for the sake of Xiaozhu Peak. It was only now that Qin understood the depths of Chu Ning's cunning. Go now later. I shall send someone to escort you to the sect's treasure pavilion to collect resources. Thank you, Sect Master. Chu Ning left, visibly moved. While the remaining elders were left in bewilderment, they turned to Qin Xiantian, inquiring with confusion. Sect Master, why not directly eliminate him or probe his soul? He has deceived our sect. Even for the sake of Xiaozhu Peak, shouldn't he be punished? It seemed that you truly value him now. However, as soon as Chu Ning departed, Qin Xuanqian's expression darkened, his demeanor turning icy. That wretch, indeed, has deceived me. Lying to the entire sect for the sake of a mere Xiaozhu Peak. Curse be he. The elders were taken aback. Didn't you just say to provide him resources and support Xiaozhu Peak's recruitment? Perceiving their puzzled gazes, Qin Xiantian retorted angrily. Do you think that someone who dares to present all his methods and has deceived us for so long possesses a simple mind? He has the techniques. Yet if we do not present a facade of support, he would never yield them. What use is a severed technique? At this moment, Qin Xiantian coldly chuckled. I have now comprehended fully. The notion of seeking Su Wanqing to obtain techniques was merely a ruse, a complete faade. This beast has been nurtured by Su Wanqing, and they cannot harbor animosity towards each other. They surely believe that by acting this way, our sect would be deceived. Little do they know. We have long since their charade. They are performing for the sake of revitalizing Xiaozhu Peak, deceiving us all. But how could he fathom that all will be reckoned? Upon hearing these words, everyone present understood. These two had been manipulating them solely for Xiaozhu Peak. Yet at this moment, Su Hu voiced his concern. What if he possesses the means to escape? The crowd turned to Yuqi Peak, acknowledging Su Hu as the least astute among them. No need to engage. A mere third-tier cultivator, a cripple, where could he possibly flee? Even with a celestial sword, how far could he go? Truly foolish. Qin Xiantian chuckled, gazing at the distant figure, still agitated. Ah, little beast, do you not know that the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows? Xiaozhu Peak. You may not witness your revitalization. Instead, your current actions may pave the way for the sect. He was indeed the most sagacious individual within the entire Taishan sect. However, it is rather strange that the effects of the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill have yet to manifest. Chapter 50. Go speak with your Ninger. On the way back to the mountain. Chu Ning, may I laugh now? No. Arriving at Xiaozhu Peak. May I laugh now? No. Upon entering the room, Tian Xuan's flushed face, filled with suppressed excitement, fixed its gaze on Chu Ning. Can I laugh now? Chu Ning nodded, affirming with a soft sound. Yes, you may. At this moment. From the time she met Qin Xiantian until now, Tianxian burst into uproarious laughter, her joy unrestrained for a considerable while. Haha, that sect master is truly astute. He discerned your intent to revitalize Xiaozhu Peak and is willing to provide you with resources. He certainly believes that the heart method you mentioned would never be handed over lightly, and that Xiaozhu Peak is of little concern to you. Once you've plundered the treasure pavilion, you'll make your escape. Aha. That sect master is indeed perceptive, seeing through one layer, while those elders remain utterly clueless. Completely unaware of your current endeavors. Haha. Regarding Qinchuan's silly antics, Chu Ning chose not to engage. Look at you. Do you really care? Not in the slightest. After all, the greatest treasure vault is yet to be secured. Tianqian rolled on the ground in glee, leaving Chu Ning feeling quite exhausted. Sigh, how can my master, a woman of such aloof demeanor, have a sword spirit that behaves like a simpleton? It is quite bewildering. All right, enough of this foolishness in the house. Do not reveal any hints, for we are merely a breath away from the final act. What final act? The sect's treasure vault, of course. My master has already stated that the sect master's little treasury lies within, and those are resources of the sect. One cannot escape without taking some possessions. At this, Tianqian regained her composure, her face flushed with laughter, finally managing to settle down. She couldn't help but scrutinize Chu Ning, sensing that this individual was rather extraordinary. With profound sword intent and commendable cultivation, it was no wonder that he had garnered the favor of the sword master. You have performed admirably. I hold you in high esteem. Should the day arise when my assistance is needed, you may have my permission to utilize my power. Tianqian beamed with pride. Having acknowledged this fellow, you may take my sword master as your partner and cultivate together. I shall not hinder you. Yet, Chu Ning appeared entirely unfazed by this. The sword master's resources are undoubtedly the finest. He was indifferent, sheer strength sufficed. All right, you may check whether your master has emerged from her seclusion. We must prepare to leave at once. After our departure, we shall continue our cultivation. As for the sect's treasure vault and diverting calamity, arrangements have been made with Su Wanqing, leaving the final maneuver to Tianqian. The little girl remains quite dependable. Tianqian nodded vigorously, turning to observe Su Wanqing's cave dwelling. Noting the lack of response, then returning to find amusement with Chu Ning. After all, with only the two of them on the mountain, some distraction was surely in order. Yet now, it seemed that Chu Ning had also begun his cultivation. With time and opportunity at hand, he resolved to cultivate as diligently as possible. The Yin-Yang Xianlong pill and the medicinal potency of the four realms still lingered. But why couldn't he directly enhance his cultivation? Because ascending to the four realms required the forging of the eternal life tower within the spirit palace. The agony of forging each layer was unbearable, necessitating that other matters be addressed first. I recently visited the Sovereign and retrieved 9 volumes of the mad version of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, leaving only 1 volume missing. This has served to stabilize the minds of the sect. At least for now, they will not calm. As for Chu Ning, is the sword master also cultivating? Ah, you are cultivating too? Please assist me in safeguarding. I am grateful. Tianqian did not refuse, for she had already recognized Chu Ning's formidable prowess, matching the sword master's cunning, skillfully manipulating those within the sect. Very well, then let her watch the gate. However, today's events have stirred the spirit of the sword. Never before has it been this entertaining. Even accompanying Su Wanqing was not as exhilarating. After being confined to the sword-forging peak for many years, boredom had set in. It is a rare delight to witness such happenings. How could one not feel exhilarated? Moreover, let it be the one to tackle the greatest challenges. Tianqian is not only adept at combat, but also capable of handling tasks. Humph. Chu Ning, cultivation, 4th realm ascension, progress. 10. Talent, divine quality spiritual root, upgradable. Techniques, eternal spring indestructible art, progress. 5th layer. Dragon elephant suppression technique, progress. 4th layer. Misty sword technique, progress. 4th layer. Devouring heaven demonic art. Chu Ning had meticulously planned for today, and his mind quickly settled into tranquility, focusing on the condensation of his own eternal life tower. The medicinal power from the Yin-Yang profound dragon pill directly influences the realms below the 6th, reaching a mid-level stage. He now harnesses this power to rapidly commence the condensation of his eternal life tower. The sect, in his eyes, has been decisively assessed. It is not wise to provoke them at present, especially as the 7 sects of the human domain are intertwined. While he may be able to contend with the sovereign, what of the others? They may well come to strike him down, leading to a perilous situation on all fronts. Resources must be seized, for he is already being pursued. Why fear the unknown when resources are there for the taking? Advancement in realm is also essential. One never knows what time and space may offer for cultivation in the future. Therefore, he must seize every opportunity within his grasp. A pain akin to tearing surged through him. The condensation of the eternal life tower is fundamental to a cultivator's foundation, It must be approached with utmost caution. The more one condenses, the better it becomes. Outside the cave, Tianxian was in high spirits, humming a little tune while meandering about the small bamboo peak. When the sun rises, I bask in its warmth. When the moon rises, I revel in its glow. She occasionally glanced at Chuning's cave. Then at Su Wanqing's. Why have these two gone off to cultivate? The swordmaster remains unaware of the significant events that have transpired today. Just then, the door to Su Wanqing's cave suddenly swung open. Tianxian was taken aback and immediately rushed forward, demonstrating her newfound cleverness by pulling Su Wanqing into the cave. Swordmaster, you have no idea what we did yesterday. Where is Ning-er? Tianxian paused. What Ning-er? She means Chu-Ning. Upon seeing Tianxian, Su Wanqing quickly grasped her and inquired earnestly, has Ning-er awakened? Tianxian, bewildered, looked up at the swordmaster, whose expression had markedly improved. Surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, clearly having resumed her path of cultivation. Yet, what realm are we in now? Tianxian is uncertain, but speaking of which, one should inquire with Chu-Ning. The young girl felt a pang of jealousy, muttering, he has awakened, and we did venture out yesterday. I seek Ning-er. Tianxian, you may play for a while. Swordmaster, your Ning-er is in seclusion. It seems we must wait a considerable time. Tianxian chuckled. While Su Wanqing's face flushed suddenly, her expression turning sour as she seemed poised to strike, yet Tianxian deftly evaded her. It is merely cultivation. Why has the swordmaster become suddenly irate? What Tianxian said was not incorrect. They have both engaged in dual cultivation. Is he not still yours? It is said that he is your childhood betrothed. Your household is indeed chaotic. Su Wanqing was contemplating the passage of time. Yet she inadvertently exceeded her own limits in cultivation. Logically, she should have emerged last night to converse with Chu-Ning. However, the exhilarating sensation of a breakthrough kept her bound, leading to the second day. With this, she could only lament with a sigh, casting a glance at Chu-Ning's cave dwelling. If that is the case, when Chu-Ning emerges, let him seek me. As she turned to leave, Tianxian was taken aback. Swordmaster, I have yet to discuss matters with you. What matters? You have not listened to my words. You are fixated on that Ning-er. I am no longer merely the sword spirit of the swordmaster. If it continues thus, I shall run away. Su Wanqing seemed to realize that her concern for Chu-Ning was perhaps excessive, easily discernible to others, and she could not neglect her sword spirit. She could only muster a smile, gently ruffling Tianxuan's hair. All right, Tianxian, speak. I am listening. What would her disciple do upon awakening? Either seek her out or approach the sect. Tianxian's mirth indicated it was a matter concerning the sect. Su Wanqing could surmise as much, and the outcome was surely favorable. Yet, she yearned to hear the account directly from her disciple. Alas, it felt as if she and her disciple had hung up a large lantern. No, how could she think so? Their relationship as master and disciple remained unchanged. Such thoughts should not cross her mind. Swordmaster, you are unaware, in fact. Swordmaster? That Chun Xiantian at that time. Tianxian realized her words had not reached Su Wanqing at all. She had drifted off. The young girl, displeased, exclaimed, Swordmaster, Chu-Ning has arrived. Su Wanqing was suddenly jolted back to reality, looking up at the cave entrance, yet finding no one there. Her displeasure evident. Tianxian, how dare you toy with me like this? The girl wore a face of indignation. You both. One calls out master, while the other cries Ning-er, neither paying heed to me. The swordmaster has lost her focus, surely thinking of that fellow. Woe is me, I truly might run away. There is no place for Tianxian in this household. At this moment, Su Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, utterly embarrassed. How is it that now? Alas, she merely wished to converse with her disciple. Alas, Tianxian, do speak. This time, I shall surely listen. You may go and speak with your Ning-er, and disregard the swordmaster. With that, she stormed off in a huff, leaving Su Wanqing within the cave dwelling with a resigned smile. Logically, she should not have acted in such a manner, for the relationship between the two did not seem to have undergone any substantial change. The bond of master and disciple remained intact, and even during the recuperation of her cultivation, Chu-Ning had not taken the opportunity to solidify their relationship as soulmates. So why was she so fervently eager to see her disciple? Perhaps she believed that with her cultivation restored, her disciple would certainly attribute considerable merit to her efforts. Surely, she would seize the moment to make some gesture, perhaps a simple hand-holding or embrace, or even something more audacious. Yet, such audacity seemed ill-suited for her disposition. Why, then, this fervent urgency? Was she not merely rushing to offer herself? Contemplating this, Su Wanqing could only sigh in resignation. She felt somewhat disoriented, convinced that they ought to engage in conversation following her recovery. Alas, at that moment, Chu-Ning had succumbed to impatience. Oh, when will Ningo complete her training? Chapter 51. Su Wanqing goes to collect resources. Within the confines of Chu Ning's cave dwelling, he was forging his Four Realms Longevity Tower at an extraordinary pace. Prior to his ascetic practices, the ninefold body refinement served as the foundation for his cultivation. The Four Realms Longevity Tower, however, represented the alchemy of the spirit within the spiritual abode. Were it not for the potency of the Yin-Yang mysterious dragon pill, the resources required to construct the subsequent longevity towers would be exponentially greater than those consumed in prior realms. The agony he endured was nearly numbing, only to be alleviated by the essence of eternal spring. Yet, upon the completion of each tower, the exhilaration it bestowed was unparalleled by any other experience. Upon his physique, the dragon aura solidified into grandiose patterns, illuminating Chu Ning's visage and evoking the image of a divine slayer from a theatrical performance. The essence of life and death coalesced into a yin-yang diagram that resonated around him. Each tower represented a celestial expanse. The number of longevity towers directly determined the heights a cultivator could aspire to reach. For ordinary cultivators, attaining 4 or 5 towers was already a formidable limit, as it demanded time, immense resources, and unyielding perseverance rooted in a pure Taoist heart. Likewise, innate talent significantly influenced the quantity of longevity towers one could manifest. Within the spiritual realm, the medicinal power was entirely depleted in the final moment. The number of longevity towers rose to the 5th level, 9 being the ultimate number. He recognized that his current prowess was formidable, yet he was determined to challenge the legendary vision of the 9 towers reaching the heavens. Su Wanqing had once stated that entering the celestial realm necessitated the presence of 9 longevity towers. However, even with 9 towers, ascending to that realm remained an arduous endeavor. In a world teeming with prodigies, only a singular individual had ascended to such heights, reportedly due to a crisis in the human domain, forcing that individual to forcibly transcend a false realm. The Tianxin sect, under the guidance of the Tianxin Taoist, was the sole entity to achieve the celestial realm, the pinnacle of the human domain. Since he had already taken extraordinary measures, he intended to refine his abilities further. He continued his cultivation, solidifying his current foundation, seemingly oblivious to the extraordinary phenomena emanating from him, which would undoubtedly leave Chen Xiantian astounded. The duration of his cultivation yielded achievements that others could not attain in 4 or 5 decades. Would he regret the imprints he had placed within the Yin-Yang mysterious dragon pill, intending to master them? Would he change his demeanor? Yet, before the eyes of others, Chu Ning remained an inconsequential figure in the 3rd realm. Regardless of his strength, he was still merely in the 3rd realm. Tianxian, I harbor no intent to exclude you not listening. Go speak to your dear Ning. Outside the cave, Su Wanqing hastened to catch up, pulling the obstinate Tianxian. Her face a portrait of exasperation. This sword spirit, perhaps far older than her by countless ages, had experienced so many years, yet behaved with a childlike demeanor, seemingly more juvenile than her own disciples, who had now shed much of their childishness. However, she could not disregard him. Tianxian eagerly approached her to share his thoughts. While her mind was preoccupied with the fact that others were not receptive to his words, undoubtedly rendering him impatient, Su Wanqing gently consoled and explained, Tianxian, I have not shared much about Chu Ning with you. His efforts to restore my cultivation have consumed him greatly, and he undoubtedly cares deeply. This does not imply a lack of regard for you. At least in my heart, your position holds considerable significance. The girl, visibly displeased, turned and glared. Then tell me, who is more important to the swordmaster, Tianxian or Chu Ning? Su Wanqing smiled and responded, both are important. Yet the girl persisted, which is more important? This time, Su Wanqing fell silent. Wouldn't he speaking only dig her own grave? Turning to her disciples, Tianxian boasted about her perceived importance, thinking that next time she could comfort her disciples. However, upon reflection, Su Wanqing realized this might not be such a bad idea. If that were the case, her disciple would come to her directly, saving her from convoluted matters, and then they could delve into the current relationship between the two. Tianxian clenched her small fists and continued to glare. The sword master had chosen silence, implying that Chu Ning was indeed more important. A trace of a smile flickered across the woman's exquisite features as she reached out to ruffle Tianxuan's hair, cheerfully saying, of course, Tianxian is the most important, even more so than Chu Ning. Tianxian was taken aback, her disbelief evident, though she had heard it. She was acutely aware of Chu Ning's weight in Su Wanqing's heart, and she was keen to act a little spoiled for attention. But did the sword master truly say that? It seemed she was still quite significant. Tianxian continued to gaze up at Su Wanqing, her expression cunning. May I tell Chu Ning? Are you not afraid, sword master? I am not afraid, Su Wanqing replied softly. Regardless of anyone else, Tianxian is always the most important. Since I have said it, do you think I fear you telling others? Tianxian paused, scratching her head. The sword master need not say such things. She merely wanted to express her grievances, fully aware that the sword master currently valued Chu Ning the most. She could discern that Chu Ning was not only helping the sword master restore her cultivation but was also constantly considering her needs, even when procuring medicinal resources yesterday. The first thing Su Wanqing did upon leaving was seek out Chu Ning. Tianxian understood that if the two had no pressing matters, she would not be a mere bystander. Yet, even when Chu Ning was occupied, the sword master still pondered, indicating her genuine concern. Tianxian harbored no real resentment. She was merely being a little petulant. At that moment, Tianxian lowered her head in acknowledgement, still holding Su Wanqing's hand and murmuring softly, I won't tell Chu Ning. I know you're just trying to appease me. In truth, I am easily pleased, and when you come to fetch me, I am no longer upset. Su Wanqing was taken aback. Wait, she wouldn't divulge? Tianxian was surprisingly obedient. Perhaps her subsequent inquiries could be interpreted as childlike innocence, reflecting the extent of her concern for Tianxian. Ah, the psychology of children. Fortunately, I have cared for Chu Ning. Otherwise, I would be utterly perplexed. Su Wanqing chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Tianxian's hair, who responded with a beaming smile. But let us not dwell on that, sword master. Tianxian has sensed the aura emanating from you. I wonder to what extraordinary realm your cultivation has ascended. But does that mean Tianxian cannot disclose this to Chu Ning? Upon hearing this, Tianxian appeared quite bewildered. Isn't this a positive development? Why must it remain a secret? If you promise me, I shall reveal it to you, came the enigmatic response from Su Wanqing. Tianxian, still in a state of confusion, gazed at Su Wanqing, who wore an air of mystery. She pondered the reason behind this secrecy. Surely, her childhood husband would be eager to learn of her current cultivation level. But then it dawned on her. The intention was for her to convey this revelation personally, thus bestowing a delightful surprise upon her childhood husband. How intricate the human heart is. Reflecting on the myriad of thoughts, Tianxian realized that the matters she had previously undertaken with Chu Ning were perhaps meant for him to share with her directly. Yet, the complexity was beyond her comprehension, indeed. The emotions of humans are convoluted, often leaving one in a state of confusion. Very well, I shall remain silent. Perhaps you should speak, sword master? Su Wanqing's hand rested gently upon Tianchuan's shoulder. No one could perceive the true extent of her current cultivation, yet through this method, others could certainly glean its essence. During her recultivation, she faced little difficulty, and her progress surpassed even her own expectations. The affinity with spiritual energy was profound. First realm, agile and spirited. Su Wanqing smiled, remaining silent as she encouraged Tianxian to continue sensing. The manipulation of spiritual energy, second realm, subtle and refined. Tianxian was taken aback. Had she not just restored her strength yesterday? And now she had reached the second realm. Yet, Su Wanqing still held her tongue. As Tianxian began to discern something profound, her expression shifted dramatically. The essence of the sword path, the ethereal quality, could also be summoned. Third realm understanding fate. How could the sword master progress so swiftly? For an ordinary individual, reaching such heights would require decades, perhaps even 50 years or more. Though the sword master is a prodigy, and her cultivation has been renewed, such rapid advancement is still astonishing. Yet, Su Wanqing remained reticent, encouraging further exploration. Su Wanqing, what brings you here? A nearby elder suddenly noticed Su Wanqing and the spirited sword spirit, his confusion evident. Su Wanqing looked up, and Tianxian turned in curiosity. The elder, a steward under the sect master, observed Su Wanqing's radiant demeanor, perplexed as to how someone once deemed a failure could now exhibit such vitality. However, he had no intention of causing any disturbances today. With the small bamboo peak under the sect master's control, he simply stated, I am here on the sect master's orders to summon Chu Ning to collect resources from the small bamboo peak. Su Wanqing was taken aback. Had they progressed that far already? Her disciples were far more efficient in their tasks, even if she was the mastermind behind it all. A look of satisfaction graced her features. Indeed, there were many commendable aspects to acknowledge. Chu Ning is in the midst of cultivation. I shall go to him. The elder hesitated upon hearing this, but upon reflection, considering the words of the sect master, he realized that these two were indeed in collusion. Thus, there was no cause for concern. With a chuckle, the elder remarked, after all, they are all birds of a feather. What's the difference if one goes or another? Tianxian was displeased, yet Su Wanqing paid no mind. She promptly commanded Tianxian to transform into a sword and soared into the sky upon it. The attendant suddenly froze, his eyes widening in alarm. Su Wanqing, wasn't your cultivation lost? How is it that you can still command a sword? Su Wanqing smiled gently, her hands clasped behind her as she gazed into the distant horizon. Indeed, how could one wield a sword without cultivation? It was evident that her unusually cheerful mood led her to disregard the petty attendant. In an instant, Tian Xian's sword intent enveloped the elder, poised to strike down at any moment, as she coldly admonished, "Have your eyes gone blind? I am a celestial sword. Do you think I cannot fly on my own? You old fool?" The elder's complexion turned pale, and he instantly ceased to speak, fearing for his life. "I merely came to escort Elder Su to collect resources." "Elder Su, this way please." Even without cultivation, the celestial sword possessed the lethality of a sixth-tier cultivator. Ordinary individuals could not impede it. He did not wish to meet his end in such a muddled fashion. The elder, merely glancing at Su Wanqing, sensed a shift in her previously amiable gaze, now tinged with a hint of murderous intent, as though she sought someone to settle a score. However, that look was fleeting. He dared not inquire further and hurriedly led the way. Chapter 52. Su Wanqing in a state of serenity. At Taishan sect, the sect master stood atop the central peak. Two figures rushed forth with remarkable speed. The elder trailing behind gasped for breath, unable to keep pace with the speed of the figure ahead, who wielded their sword with utmost agility, despite exerting every ounce of their strength. The might of the celestial sword manifested in myriad ways, be it through sword control, lethal force, or even being regarded as a pure sword cultivator of the sixth realm. Thus, when the sect learned that Chu Ning had acquired the celestial sword, their immediate reaction was one of fury. Yet, it later transformed into this peculiar scenario. How could the once rebellious celestial sword now be wielded by Su Wanqing? The elder gazed at the silhouette of the woman clad in red, his expression marred by resentment. Yet he dared not utter a word. With the celestial sword as her protection, even a crippled man could not challenge her. Before the sect's treasure vault, numerous cultivators stood guard. After all, it was a sacred ground, replete with innumerable resources accumulated by the Taishan sect over the years. Countless spirit stones, medicinal herbs, magical artifacts, and more adorned the place. The vault opened once every 3 years, distributing resources based on the contributions of each peak. This year, it had already opened once. But Chen Xiantian had exceptionally agreed to an additional opening for the Shao Bamboo Peak. Could that be Su Wanqing? How could she wield the sword? Has her cultivation been restored? Unlikely. Under the Saint's thunder tribulation, survival was nearly impossible. This was well known within the sect. It was presumed that the celestial sword from Shao Bamboo Peak had fallen into her hands. Were they to collect resources today, perhaps even double? The sect master had just issued a decree, thus we need not obstruct them, right? No. Suddenly, the leader among the guarding cultivators curled his lips into a chilling smile. The sect master had commanded them to allow the collection of resources, but the manner of collection still lay in the hands of the elder. In the past, every time Su Wanqing visited, he would eagerly greet her with a beaming smile, practically begging for her attention, yet she never spared him a glance. Now, times had changed. She was no longer the most dazzling presence in the sect. The grievances of the past years now found an opportunity for retribution. At this moment, the elder sneered coldly and promptly initiated the formation's restrictions. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of the sect? Retreat at once, or face immediate execution without mercy. Yet, the formation posed no hindrance to Su Wanqing's speed. She cleaved through the array with a flash of sword light. Immediately following, a sword struck directly at the elder. The sword's aura swept away all obstacles, moving faster than the eye could perceive, and in an instant, it forced the elder backward. A sixth realm cultivator was utterly unrivaled before a sword cultivator, let alone when wielding a celestial sword. A body crashed violently against the mountain gate, causing chaos before the treasure vault. Elders, countless disciples rushed forward to assist the gravely injured elder as a glaring bloodstain marred the man's chest. Shock, astonishment, and fury coursed through the expression of the guarding elder. Su Wanqing, how dare you attack me within the sacred grounds of the sect? Oh, do you not recognize your superior? A mocking voice floated through the air as Su Wanqing smiled, gracefully alighting from her flying sword, the Tianxian held firmly in her grasp. The elderly man, with a hint of disdain, stated, "Today, I have come at the behest of the sect leader to collect resources. Do not feign ignorance with me. What is it? Has the perception of a six realms cultivator dulled to the point where you cannot recognize me from afar? Now that I have approached, do you still pretend not to know?" He commanded, "Activate the formation. Do you intend to provoke me into begging for your mercy? Am I mistaken?" His words pierced through the air, causing the old man's complexion to pale, yet he maintained a cold smirk. "Ah, you, Su Wanqing, have grown quite audacious. This is the territory of the sect leader. Do you still consider yourself the once great prodigy of the northern region? Someone, seize her." The crowd hesitated, exchanging bewildered glances. "But, to subdue her? She nearly struck you down with a single sword. You have acknowledged that it is a celestial sword. Can it truly be wielded by a cultivator of the six realms? We fear we cannot. The hesitation rippled through the crowd. Enraged, the old man shouted, "What are you waiting for? Move. Do you wish to abandon your post here?" Faced with his fury, the group finally rose. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they turned to the woman before them, though she was regarded as a failure. Her stance with the celestial sword exuded an aura of dominance, tightening the strings of fear in their hearts. "Oh, you wish to subdue me?" Su Wanqing had no time for their idle chatter. With the celestial sword in hand, she manifested the sword formation. In an instant, the essence of the celestial sword enveloped them all. The crowd was taken aback. They were well aware of the pinnacle of celestial swords at the sword-forging peak. Yet never had they witnessed such a sword formation before. Even the elderly leader's face drained of color as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Was it not said that times had changed? Why was she still so formidable? Was the celestial sword truly that powerful? At that moment, a law enforcement elder arrived. Bewildered by the scene before him, Su Wanqing has gone mad. Even wielding a celestial sword, she should not be so reckless. Elder Su, wait. This is the sect leader's domain. Such behavior is unacceptable. He had become numb to the situation. Had he acted sooner, this chaos could have been avoided. Allowing her to come alone was a grave mistake. Even with a celestial sword, such arrogance was unfathomable. Did she believe she had nothing left to fear as her end approached? Yet, they were terrified. If Su Wanqing perished, it would be one thing. But they still wished to live. The sect steward immediately intervened, positioning himself between Su Wanqing and the guards of the treasure pavilion. "Everyone, please refrain from violence. We are all part of the same sect. Is there not a way to resolve this peacefully? Do not speak nonsense. I am merely following the rules by questioning her identity." And without a second thought, Su Wanqing resorts to violence. Is this not her fault? The steward froze, taken aback by the accusation. He turned to Su Wanqing, who merely smiled and replied, "My name is known far and wide within the Taishan sect. How can a mere six realms cultivator fail to recognize me?" The elderly man's fury erupted, clutching his chest where he was wounded, and he cursed vehemently. "Even if I recognized you, what is wrong with my questioning according to the rules? How dare you? Su Wanqing, take action first. According to sect regulations, I have done nothing wrong. However, I, Su Wanqing, shall not abide by your rules. Wherever I go, I must be revered. I refuse to be intimidated by your group of insignificant beings. Is there a problem with that?" The old man was taken aback, and in an instant, his blood surged, causing him to spurt forth another mouthful of blood. Yet before he could utter a word, Su Wanqing's voice rang out once more. "I am the master of Shaozhu Peak, while you, a mere gatekeeper, are worlds apart from my status. Do you believe that your sixth realm cultivation allows you to prance before me? Do you dare to bark at me and activate formations to obstruct my path? What are you really?" As her words echoed, a sword suddenly descended. The old man's complexion turned deathly pale. He had not anticipated that Su Wanqing would be so deranged today. However, that sword was effortlessly intercepted by a figure. "Su Wanqing, indeed, our sect has promised to provide resources to Shaozhu Peak, but your audacity has grown too great." Chun Xiantian cast a cold glance at the woman. To attempt to kill him in front of his eyes? How far gone must one be? Yet, Su Wanqing remained in excellent spirits, narrowing her eyes, revealing no concealment of her disdain. "I am still an elder of Shaozhu Peak, and my status as an elder does not permit a mere gatekeeper to humiliate me. What right do you have to speak to me? Moreover, I am the very architect of the achievements of the Taishan sect. It was I who slew you. Chun Xiantian, the arch-nemesis of my path in those days. Now that you have attained sainthood, do you believe all your accomplishments are solely yours? Had you possessed such capability back then, would you have knelt before me, begging for my assistance in killing? How audacious of you, Chun Xiantian, to assert that I am the one being reckless." Back then, Su Wanqing was at the pinnacle of the sixth realm, resonating throughout the northern region. Chun Xiantian, also at the peak of the sixth realm, knelt and offered the entirety of the Taishan gate as a price for Su Wanqing to slay that saint. However, Su Wanqing, devoted to her swordsmanship, was disinclined to take charge of the sect. As for the saint she had slain, he had once wronged her. Hence he met his end at her hands. From that moment, Chun Xiantian attained sainthood, and the Taishan gate evolved into the Taishan sect, securing a position among the 7 sects of the human domain. At that time, Su Wanqing was utterly despondent, having not shared these thoughts with Chun Xiantian, as she had nearly lost all attachment to this world. Yet now, she holds far too many secrets against him. In an instant, the crowd surged, and the expressions of many shifted. The sect master begging Su Wanqing? Yet indeed, it was Su Wanqing who had slain the sect master's nemesis. How could such a thing be possible? Countless gazes turned toward Chun Xiantian, whose eyes instantly flared with fury, as he cultivated the dragon elephant suppression technique in his hands. Your inheritance shall be turned against you. But he suddenly realized that this inheritance was still a fraction short. Just that little bit. To publicly expose my shortcomings? Do you think that possessing a celestial sword renders you invincible? Endure. Just endure a little longer. It is only a matter of that small fraction. These two colluding to obstruct his cultivation, they were merely a step away from completion. Qin Xiantian took a deep breath to calm his emotions, speaking solemnly. Even after your cultivation was completely lost, I did not seek your annihilation. Furthermore, I have now promised to revive Xiaozhu Peak. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Sectmaster, kill her. How is it that you have endured to such an extent? Have you attained the profound enlightenment of the invincible ninja? Thus, Su Wanqing let out a cold laugh. Is it not evident that I have come to seize the resources? Is there a problem? Very well, very well. Qin Xiantian responded with a cheerful tone, repeating very well thrice. Then open the door. Let her take what she desires. Behind him, the gravely injured elder wore a look of utter astonishment. Sect leader, you. Silence. You worthless fool. You cannot even handle a mere cripple. Must I personally intervene? We are so close to our goal. His meticulous plans are but a hair's breadth away from fruition. How can we abandon this now? Do you not hear my command? Open the door. Allow her to take it. A disciple immediately rushed to open the door, while Qin Xiantian fixed his gaze intently on the figure passing before him. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of sword light erupted. The fallen elder's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the celestial sword piercing through his spiritual abode, sensing his spiritual energy and cultivation swiftly dissipating. All he could hear was a single phrase: be more cautious in your next life. Chapter 53. The disciple performs, and she takes the stage. The atmosphere seemed to crystallize in an instant. A cultivator at the sixth realm was slain before the sect leader's very eyes. Even Qin Xiantian initially believed that Su Wanqing was merely acting irrationally and paid little heed, only to witness the fatal moment unfold. The elder, whose spiritual abode had been pierced, now wore a countenance of despair and fury, unable to utter a word. Clutching his abdomen where spiritual energy flowed out in a crimson stream. My cultivation, my spiritual energy. He struggled desperately, acutely aware of the seconds slipping away from his life. Regret and despair surged within him. Why did he provoke Su Wanqing, who had become such a formidable force? Until the very last moment of his life, he remained unyielding, gazing at the sect leader, Qin Xiantian. Leader, avenge me. Panic erupted among the crowd. The elder is dead. The elder has been slain before the sect leader. Su Wanqing had completely lost her sanity, killing indiscriminately, even disregarding the sect leader. All eyes turned to the man, to the astonished visage of Qin Xiantian. They observed his expression, now shrouded in an icy darkness. The aura of a sage, overwhelming and unrestrained. The golden aura of the sage began to permeate the air, and the dragon-elephant suppression technique surged forth in an instant. Su Wanqing, how dare you commit murder before the sect? His figure appeared in a flash, unleashing the dragon-elephant suppression technique with a thunderous crash. Yet, this was not the full extent of his power, far exceeding the secret arts of the Taishan sect. What a ferocious technique it was. A punch that seemed fueled by unbridled fury, intent on obliterating Su Wanqing. However, the celestial sword Tianxian immediately came to her defense. At the pinnacle of celestial swords, it was as sharp as a sixth realm sword cultivator. The three sects of heaven, earth, and man all feared Su Wanqing wielding the sword, compelling her to draw forth the Tianxian for the sake of sect stability. Even without a sword in hand, she remained an unstoppable force. Two figures collided, and for a moment, neither could claim victory. Su Wanqing merely regarded him with cold indifference, her eyes filled with disdain for Qin Xiantian. What was killing an elder to her? There were many more she intended to slay. Otherwise, her heart would remain unsettled. As for why she dared to act so boldly before Qin Xiantian now, it was simply that her cultivation had yet to reach its peak. Su Wanqing, you wretch. This sect has tolerated your actions against this man, yet you dare to execute him on the spot. Today, if this sect does not deal with you, it shall surely. But in the next moment, Qin Xiantian's momentum abruptly faltered. The dragon-elephant suppression technique seemed to savage all the spiritual energy within him in a near-manic frenzy. And even at this moment, Qin Xiantian was sent flying by the Tianxian, crashing violently in the distance. It was only now that Qin Xiantian grasped the meaning behind Chu Ning's earlier words about the incompleteness of the technique. The technique was merely a step away from perfection, yet that step was crucial for the complete flow of spiritual energy. Chu Ning and Su Wanqing had conspired together, devoid of any barriers or gaps, merely playing a charade, with no intention of revealing this technique to them. Without a trace of breath, the more formidable the aura he wielded, the faster the depletion of spiritual energy became. Su Wanqing scoffed, you dare to use my legacy to attempt to slay me. Qin Xiantian, Do you truly believe me to be so foolish as to allow my disciple to hand over my techniques? In any case, I do not have much time left. If I do not unleash my madness today, I vividly recall how the Taishian sect treated me. I had originally intended to acquire some resources and let this matter pass, yet you persist in your incessant prattling. Have you now come to realize what my trump card truly is? If you wish to cultivate my legacy, you must kneel and beseech me. The fallen Shenxian, despite being in the realm of saints, quickly drew upon the spiritual energy of this realm, filling the air in an instant. His expression was one of unwillingness and resentment, yet it remained tinged with sarcasm. In that case, I shall not slay you by this method. Utilizing my Taishian secret techniques does not imply your demise is inevitable. This is all that your Taishian sect owes me. Su Wanqing's tone suddenly turned hysterical as she admonished in the past. I supported the Taishian sect to elevate it to the Taishian sect, vanquishing your adversaries and enabling your ascension to sainthood. How many disciples have I cultivated for your Taishian sect? I even offered my swordsmanship legacy, allowing any disciple to practice the ethereal sword technique. Yet what have you? Chun Xiantian, and your elders done? The elder of the 7 peaks deceived my disciples when I was in dire straits. Those disciples are no better than beasts. Especially your disciple Jiang Qinghua. I have nurtured her for 30 years. Even raising a dog for 30 years would not turn its back so easily. Yet she dares to call me a wretch? Near madness, Su Wanqing charged forward with her sword, yet she refrained from using spiritual energy. Chen Xiandian furrowed his brow, blocking her assault, gritting his teeth in a desire to strike her down, yet he feared most that Su Wanqing would reveal these words. If exposed, the standing of the 7 sects of the human domain would be jeopardized. Su Wanqing could perish, but she must not be driven to her demise. She still retained connections with the 3 sects of heaven, earth, and humanity, albeit tenuous ones. However, if used as leverage, should the Taishian sect defend the 3 sects in the future, this matter would surely be brought to light. At this moment, Su Wanqing's face was awash with tears. In any case, I do not have much time left. I might as well perish together. The onlookers were stunned, witnessing this scene. They saw no sign of Su Wanqing mobilizing her spiritual power, yet the intent of her sword was undeniably formidable. Remarkably, the sect leader had yet to intervene. Yes, these events were indeed true. The sect leader likely had no cause to act. Chun Xiantian spoke in a low voice. Su Wanqing, I am aware of all this. But if you had not recklessly intervened today, would I have been compelled to act thus? The contributions of the past are well remembered by my sect. Do you think we have not supported the bamboo peak? Yet, I am obstructed from acquiring what is rightfully mine. Am I not justified in slaying him? Chun Xiantian took a deep breath, his voice darkening considerably. But this also breaches the rules of my sect. I am facing death, thus I care not for any rules. An immortal cultivator with a shattered spiritual abode, bereft of spiritual energy, would inevitably perish within a certain time, even without a mortal wound. What has been said is not without truth. Thus, Su Wanqing's current state of madness stems from the realization that her demise is imminent. Chun Xiantian yearns for the inheritance, yet he is equally concerned about his reputation. Now, Su Wanqing holds the inheritance in one hand, while simultaneously seeking to shatter his pride with the other. The desire to eliminate her has consumed him, yet he is restrained by a thin thread of fate. The fact that Chu Ning and Su Wanqing have reached such a stage signifies their deep connection, deceiving their peers of Zai's Hufeng all along. Has she truly gone mad? What Chen Xiantian perceives is not merely the frenzied Su Wanqing before him. Instead, he sees the obliteration of his own standing after today, envisioning himself as a sect leader who has driven a distinguished individual to death. Though those beneath him may remain silent, he is acutely aware of the 6 major sects above him, harboring both adversaries and allies. Su Wanqing may choose to perish on her own terms, but she must not die at his behest, at least not in such a public manner. Su Wanqing, how long do you intend to continue this farce? Do you wish for me to take your life? With despair etched upon her face, her eyes reddened with fury, Su Wanqing retorted, but you, Chun Xiantian, only wish to slay me. Take your resources and leave. I do not wish to see you. Upon hearing her words, Chun Xiantian felt his composure shatter, and he dared not linger any longer. Were he to possess the power to suppress all of time, he would fear nothing. Yet, he found himself constrained by his status as sect leader, overshadowed by Su Wanqing's inheritance and the formidable figures lurking in the shadows. But heed my warning. I, as the master of Zai's Hufeng, can grant you and your disciples revival. I have proclaimed to the world that Zai's Hufeng will accept disciples once more. However, within 5 days. No, within 3 days. If I do not see the final volume of the technique, your Zai's Hufeng shall undoubtedly face annihilation. You may obstruct my cultivation, slay my followers. and humiliate me in such a manner, all because your inheritance is nearly terrifying in its magnitude. I must convey that my patience has but 3 days remaining. After 3 days, regardless of Su Wanqing's fate, regardless of Chu Ning's actions, regardless of whether the technique is given or withheld, all from Zai's Hufing shall perish. Not a single soul shall remain. Before the treasure pavilion, the lifeless body of the elder lay sprawled, while countless disciples, still alive, gazed upon the sorrowful and enraged Su Wanqing. In that moment, they felt an unexpected surge of sympathy. Elder Su, how could this be? That elder had the audacity to coerce Su Wanqing, attempting to play tricks. How despicable. As the grand doors of the treasure pavilion slowly creaked open, a disciple sighed. Elder Su, please obtain the resources. At this moment, Su Wanqing seemed to regain her senses, turning her tear-filled eyes toward the resplendent treasures within the pavilion. I have but a few days left to live. I only wish to entrust Zai's Hufing to my disciples. A sudden chuckle broke the tension, leaving the crowd momentarily bewildered. What was that sound? Who dares to laugh? Su Wanqing's lips twitched. She had almost forgotten about the sealed sword spirit. Thankfully, Chen Xiantian had fled. This Tianxian must be dealt with upon her return. Yet, she quickly redirected her focus, raising her gaze to the heavens. Heaven has wronged me. How unjustly have you treated me, Su Wanqing? At that moment, the hearts of the onlookers sank once more. They had believed it was Su Wanqing laughing or the sword spirit, but they were gravely mistaken. The Taishan sect's treatment of Su Wanqing is indeed unjust. This northern region sword cultivator deserves far better. As Su Wanqing entered the treasure pavilion, she collected her rightful resources, yet discreetly placed a talisman down. In that moment, her expression shifted dramatically as she surveyed the resources before her, revealing a look of disdain. Do you, Chen Xiantian, consider this treasure? Just wait, by tomorrow, you shall find yourself bereft of even a single spirit stone. When she schemes against someone, she will ensure their utter ruin, leaving no escape for the Taishan sect. Oh, how the heavens treat me, Su Wanqing, so harshly. Whoever provokes me shall meet their demise. After all, we are all destined to perish. You all deserve to die? Upon hearing these words, the disciples of the treasure pavilion could only sigh in response. This elder is truly a beast. Indeed, they are not mistaken. At this moment, the only deceased elder remains unable to rest in peace. Without vengeance from the sect leader, he shall find no solace. Chapter 54. The Sword Master. Your child bride has arrived. Ah, Su Wanqing, beast, scoundrel, you are destined to perish, this sect proclaims, you shall surely die. Atop the central peak, before the cave dwelling, a man was seething with rage, his grand aura surging forth, clearly pushed to the brink of fury. Today, the humiliation inflicted upon Su Wanqing must be avenged by both her and her master, with but a single celestial sword. A mere cripple had the audacity to slay before him. Before his very eyes, a practitioner of the sixth realm was slaughtered. Sixth realm. How many years of cultivation led to this opportunity? Yet he, Chen Xiantian, was unable to intervene directly, constrained by his position. Under the watchful eyes of superiors and rival sects alike, the heights bring coldness. This was the essence of the matter. In that moment, Chen Xiantian, with bloodshot eyes, summoned the elders from other peaks. Sensing the commotion, the young sect leader, Jiang Qingwei, hurriedly arrived, momentarily taken aback by Chen Xuantian's demeanor. Master, why such? Not waiting for her to finish, Chen Xiantian suddenly exerted force, gripping Jiang Qingyue's throat. In an instant, a fierce sense of suffocation enveloped her, leaving her gasping for breath. Master, why? Why? She desperately struck at Chen Xiantian, yet her efforts were futile. Even channeling her spiritual energy proved ineffectual. A wave of near-death despair washed over her as she heard Chen Xuantian's furious rebuke. You, Su Wanqing, are but an ant before this sect. Why should I not eradicate you? It is only because you still hold value. Wretched creature, your demise is inevitable. It is only a matter of time. At this moment, numerous elders arrived, perplexed. Upon witnessing Jiang Qingyue on the brink of death, they were instantly alarmed. No matter the transgression, she must not be slain. A divine-grade spiritual root. The hope for our sect's future. Sect Master, this cannot be. What crime has Qingyue committed to provoke such wrath from the sect master? This cannot be allowed. Immediately, some attempted to intervene, yet they could not halt the nearly explosive rage of Chen Xiantian. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingyue's struggles grew weaker, until, nearly devoid of strength, she was forcefully thrown before the cave entrance, gravely injured and on the verge of death. The elders stood in stunned silence, the leader of the medicine peak bewildered, only to hear Chen Xuantian's furious command. You, revive her. If Jiang Qingyue dies, you shall perish as well. The elder did not hesitate, rushing forth to assist. And moments later, Jiang Qingyue awoke, Confusion and terror etched upon her face, yet she knelt in submission. Disciple, what wrong have I committed? I implore you, master, enlighten me. Qin Xiantian did not even glance at Jiang Qingwei, merely stating in a calm tone, go and cultivate. Master, this sect commands you to cultivate. Jiang Qingwei, bewildered, departed swiftly, but she soon discerned that Chen Xuantian's fury was not directed at her, but rather at Su Wanqing. What could have transpired to subject her to such unwarranted calamity? Her cultivation had faltered, yet she was still subjected to such treatment, undoubtedly incited from within. The other elders, including Wang Sheng and Su Hu, dared not utter a single breath. They remained oblivious to the unfolding events, yet they could sense that Chen Xuantian's emotions were exceedingly volatile. Wang Sheng, the master of Dan Peak, immediately clasped his hands in salute. At your service, Chen Xiantian replied coldly, from this day forth, you and the other peak masters are to keep a vigilant watch over Shaozhu Peak. Any minor disturbance must be monitored and reported to me. Understood. Su Hu, you fool. The burly man stepped forward, bewildered, yet hesitant to speak, hastily stating, please arrange as you see fit, master. Chen Xuantian's gaze was icy. You shall gather your entire resources and discreetly establish the Tai Xian sword array at Shaozhu Peak. Remember, if anyone escapes, the penalty will be severe. Understood, I comprehend fully. He stammered, trembling in fear at the intensity of Chen Xuantian's wrath. The other elders were instructed accordingly. Those who needed to make arrangements were to do so. Regardless of the task, your sole duty over the next few days is to ensure Shaozhu Peak is secured. If they fail to present the inheritance within 3 days, they shall be exterminated without mercy. Yes, Master of Swords, may I smile now? Silence. You nearly revealed the truth just now. If you dare expose anything, you are dismissed. Never to return. Please, Master of Swords, I was merely joking. Upon returning to her abode, she pondered, can I laugh now? Laugh all you wish. What is there to be merry about? At this moment, Tianxian burst into uncontrollable laughter, despite having already laughed earlier that day. Yet, the urge to laugh persisted. Ha ha. Master of Swords, how did you manage to weep so convincingly, leaving Qin Xiantian utterly stunned? At that moment, Chuning was not nearly as convincing as you. I believe I have mentioned that before, yet it remains exceedingly amusing. Su Wanqing observed this with a sense of resignation. Is it truly necessary to react this way? Does it matter? I did not perform. I merely feigned in certain aspects, such as appearing to be on the verge of death. Today was merely a day for madness. It seems. Her character did not quite align with such madness, yet she had grown accustomed to it recently. There were indeed words she wished to express. Had it not been for Ninger, she would never have had the opportunity to voice them. She sighed, reflecting that the first act upon regaining her cultivation was to stir trouble within the sect, yet she found it quite delightful. Her mental state was remarkably well. However, observing Tianxian rolling on the ground, Su Wanqing felt exasperation again. You may laugh, but why roll about? Are you not concerned about getting dirty? It's all fine. I do not mind the dirt. Ha ha ha, Master of Swords, your tears were utterly entertaining. I truly could not contain myself. Su Wanqing let out a long sigh. Alas, why does the sword spirit have such a low threshold for humor, so vastly different from her own demeanor? How could a sword master of her temperament have a sword spirit that appeared somewhat unhinged? Glancing at the resources in her hand, the doubled resources amounted to merely 200,000 spirit stones, still a far cry from what lay within the sect's treasury. However, there is no cause for concern. Preparations have been made. The teleportation talisman, provided by a disciple, facilitates a directional transfer, albeit over a rather limited distance. Venturing to a treasure pavilion poses no challenge. All restrictions can be disregarded, and at the opportune moment, everything can be claimed. Throughout this endeavor, Su Wanqing found herself stifling laughter. She initially intended to return and chuckle leisurely, but upon witnessing Tianxuan's exuberant mirth, her amusement waned. This girl possesses a remarkable capacity for joy, able to sustain her laughter for such an extended period. Seated gracefully in her chair, Su Wanqing examined the storage ring. The resources contained therein are more than sufficient for both of them. Even with her dual cultivation of body and technique, there is little cause for concern regarding resources. Coupled with the treasures of the sect's repository, it seems she would lack for nothing until reaching the realm of a saint, provided she is afforded the opportunity. Now that her cultivation has been restored, she feels a profound sense of happiness, yet her visage is predominantly adorned with a gentle smile, as she yearns to share her joy with her disciples. Perhaps, when she was of a similar age to Chuning, she could have laughed unabashedly like Tianxian. But with the passage of time and the plethora of experiences she has encountered, she has grown more composed. The treasures she has handled far exceed these. And even the sight of the sect's treasure pavilion fails to stir her emotions. However, while acting, observing the reactions of others proves to be quite delightful. Tian Xin. Did Ningo not visit Qin Tian last night? She returned with a smile. Did she not? Tian Xin, finally regaining her composure, shook her head upon hearing this. No, Chuning. Much like the sword master, appears to be rather indifferent. He even jested that Tian Xin is acting foolishly. It vexed me to no end, yet I refrained from addressing it, considering his regard for the sword master. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. It seems her disciple's reaction mirrors that of the sword master. Indeed, she is worthy of the title of her mentor. She longed for an opportunity to discuss this matter face to face, and perhaps that moment is approaching. As he is still engrossed in cultivation. How vexing. Her heart is in turmoil, and the longer this drags on, the more uncertain she becomes about how to articulate her feelings to her disciple. She struggles to comprehend her emotions, which adds to her distress, leaving her little inclination for cultivation. Yet, the mere thought of broaching this subject with her disciple brings to mind a certain realization. He seems to have been raised by me. Su Wanqing let out a bitter smile, suddenly recalling this fact. After all, she had felt so weak during this period, often shielded by Chu Ning, and the weight of that responsibility almost made her forget that he is nearly a century younger than her. It appears that the day the disciples of Zais Hufeng departed was also his birthday. This realization only dawned on her now. Gradually, she became aware that she might be developing feelings for the disciple she had nurtured since childhood. Whether or not this constitutes affection is a truth she hesitates to acknowledge, as it delves into matters far too. If this were to be considered, would he not cease to be merely a disciple? Would this not equate to a child bride? Su Wanqing's complexion flushed, her hand tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. This notion is utterly absurd. Truly absurd. By the way, sword master, you have yet to disclose your cultivation level. It seems you had not finished speaking after releasing your sword intent. Had you? At present, my cultivation level is not merely at the third realm, which even I find somewhat surprising. Wait, sword master. Su Wanqing was taken aback, while Tian Xin suddenly became alert. There are individuals watching by the cave. They have been observing for quite some time. Su Wanqing furrowed her brows. Someone is watching? Has Qin Tian sent someone? If that is the case, she would not mind eliminating a few more, aside from Qin Tian. No one within the sect could stop her now. At that moment, Tian Xin abruptly rose to open the door, its sharp sword intent nearly spilling over. Who dares to lean against the sword master's door? This door belongs only to it. Regardless of who it may be, they shall meet their end today. With a sudden motion, the cave door swung open, and Tian Xin, face contorted with anger, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Leaning against the door? Today I shall oh?" Upon seeing the visitor, Tian Chuan's expression shifted instantly, and it turned to smile at Su Wanqing. "Sword master, your young husband has arrived. I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell." Su Wanqing was momentarily stunned, a question mark appearing above her head. What young husband? She had just been pondering whether her disciple could be considered her young husband. But how could Tian Xin possibly know? Who is it? Su Wanqing looked on in confusion, only to see a figure awkwardly stepping into the cave. "Hee, master. The little girl is being thoughtless. Please do not take it to heart." Chapter 55, Undressing? A matter of convenience. It was not as if Chuning was specifically standing at the door. After completing his cultivation, he ventured outside once but found neither Tian Xin nor Su Wanqing. He suspected the two had gone out together. What could they possibly be up to? Likely stirring up trouble. These two always took turns performing their little dramas. He could afford to wait a while, initially intending to wait directly at Su Wanqing's cave. Suddenly, a dream came to mind, evoking a sense of clarity within Chuning. How could it be that my master treats me with such kindness, and yet I harbor improper thoughts towards her? Though such notions were swiftly overwhelmed by others, after all, did not the master perhaps harbor some feelings for him as well? However, he was uncertain whether there had been any changes since his master had restored her foundation. In his memories, Su Wanqing was devoid of romantic inclinations, wholly dedicated to the sword path. Now that she had recovered, what if she were to say, "Ning, let us continue our master-disciple relationship"? Chuning felt a twinge of regret for not having spoken up that day, seizing the opportunity to solidify their relationship. He thought they could take their time discussing their identities as master and disciple later. He felt genuinely anxious, hence he refrained from lingering, contemplating how to broach the subject, for she would undoubtedly return. With the celestial sword Tian Xin in hand, his master would not come to harm. After pondering for a while, he heard some commotion from the neighboring room. It was time to see his master. "Master, let us have a chat." Although the disciple wished to be your student, his intentions were not entirely pure. She was simply too captivating, having drawn Chuning in since childhood. Whether regarding Su Wanqing as a mentor or as a woman, his perspective was rather muddled at present. Nevertheless, one should never act in ways that lead to regret. Thus, Chu Ning stood before the cave, preparing to knock on the door. His current level of mastery was formidable, the 5th level of the Eternal Life Tower. The potency of the 7th grade Yin-Yang Shin-Long pill was utterly terrifying. However, for the time being, Chu Ning did not intend to pursue further advancement. For a rapid increase in cultivation level brought with it an unfamiliarity with his realm and a deficiency in combat skills. Although he possessed many secret techniques, the execution of them varied greatly. Therefore, he planned to enter under the pretense of seeking guidance, hoping to engage in some casual conversation. But the door had yet to open. Tian Xian had already noticed. Pa, what nonsense are you spouting, little girl? Hurry and scram. Tian Xian exclaimed, utterly confused. Wasn't it you who mentioned a child bride? Were you deceiving me? You said it yourself. I believed you. She retorted. Could it be that you? Chu Ning felt a bit embarrassed at such a moment. Before he could further placate Tian Xian, he spotted Su Wanqing approaching. Chu Ning froze, pressing Tian Xian's head and pushing her toward the exit. Tian Xian was displeased. I can walk on my own. I do not need you to rush me. I know I am out of place here. Look at how insistent you are. After saying this, she stomped on Chu Ning's foot, nearly causing him to yelp in pain. She truly exerted some force. Chu Ning's face flushed crimson, yet Su Wanqing had already approached him, leaving him no choice but to suppress his feelings and force a smile. Haha, master, the little girl is simply naive. Initially somewhat troubled, Su Wanqing found her composure restored upon seeing her disciple. Her expression remained serene, adorned with a gentle smile. As they entered to converse, Chu Ning nodded vigorously, aware that discussing matters in public was inappropriate. He limped to his seat, pondering whether this little girl was being a tad too insistent. Su Wanqing slowly closed the cave door, seemingly with much to say, yet upon being alone together, both found themselves at a loss for words. Feeling somewhat flustered, Chu Ning sensed that this was not the usual dynamic between him and Su Wanqing. Should he perhaps engage in some playful banter? Would he be reprimanded for that? Surely, it wouldn't hurt too much. After all, his master would likely hesitate to strike him. But what if Su Wanqing deemed him suitable as a disciple and... Never mind, he decided against jesting and opted for a more serious approach. Master, my current cultivation. Suddenly, Su Wanqing spoke, catching Chu Ning off guard and rendering him awkwardly silent, wishing he could disappear. How had he been so bold before? It was all that cursed dream's fault. Reminding him of his origins, noticing her disciple's discomfort, Su Wanqing mused that perhaps he shouldn't be so anxious. Their relationship had evolved beyond its original purity, and there was no need for such trepidation. After all, she was older and should possess some degree of composure. Thus, she narrowed her eyes, a teasing glimmer evident within them. Do not tell me that Tianshuan is aware of that title. It would not know unless spoken by an outsider. Chu Ning awkwardly chuckled and replied, that was something I said. Why do you say that? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Because Tianshuan believes that the disciple and the master are engaging in mutual cultivation, he explained, struggling to articulate the situation. It could only be said this way, as Tianshuan recognized him as the young boy who had followed Su Wanqing 10 years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing could no longer maintain her composure. Her face quickly turned beet red. This was the very topic she dreaded being mentioned. It was absurd that Tianshuan had recognized her. A decade ago, he still resided in his own cave dwelling. Although they did not share a bed, their sleeping quarters were adjacent. She seldom slept, dedicating most of her time to cultivation. Occasionally, upon returning to her senses, she would catch sight of Chu Ning engrossed in some research within the cave, or perhaps nestled under her covers. At that time, she dismissed it as youthful innocence. In retrospect, however, Su Wanqing felt her lips tremble, her hand gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. This is not leading Tian Xin to misunderstand. Ever since that day we met, it has been under the impression, considering the disciple and master relationship. What is our current relationship? Su Wanqing boldly inquired, leaving Chu Ning momentarily at a loss. He lifted his gaze, taken aback by the flush on Su Wanqing's face and her anxious demeanor. Why is master blushing so? Back then, when the disciple restored your cultivation, you did not react this way. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ning decided to pose a question of his own. What does master perceive the relationship between disciple and master to be? Su Wanqing gritted her teeth. She was indeed asking Chu Ning directly. It might have been easier had she not brought up past events, but now she found herself at a loss for words. I am asking you, she exclaimed. Well, the question was thrown back at him. However, Chu Ning cleverly refrained from answering, sensing that any response could be misconstrued. To say they were master and disciple seemed inappropriate given Su Wanqing's current embarrassment. To label it as partners might be too forward, risking her pride. To suggest anything else would be absurd, certainly not a mother-son dynamic. Thus, with remarkable wit, Chu Ning proposed an alternative query. If the disciple believes it to be a certain relationship, does that define what the relationship is with the master? Su Wanqing glared at him, exclaiming, "You mumble something, and when I ask, you evade." Yet, it seems she also recognized Chu Ning's caution. This was perhaps more suitable for their current state. The disciple was no fool. He was perceptive enough to understand that calling it master-disciple posed issues. While the term partners might embarrass her, it appeared he had considered her feelings in this regard. At that moment, Su Wanqing contemplated his words. You believe it to be a certain relationship, therefore that is what it is? Just as you once stated, perceiving your master as a master makes it so. And if not, then it becomes another identity, allowing you to snuggle under her covers? She gazed at the self-satisfied Chu Ning, a smile suddenly gracing her lips as she cheerfully inquired, "Then what do you believe our relationship to be?" Continuous questioning ensued, a back-and-forth exchange of inquiries. This left Chu Ning utterly flummoxed. Women can be intricate in such matters, and he found himself outmatched. Another question, was it? Clearly overwhelmed. Chu Ning pondered for quite a while. He finally decided to say nothing. I remember Master stating that in front of outsiders, I should not call you Master, but rather Sister? Oh, so we are siblings then? That is not bad. Observing Su Wanqing's increasingly vibrant smile, Chu Ning immediately refuted. Then should I call you Mother? Would that not imply a mother-son relationship? Is that correct? A question mark seemed to materialize above Su Wanqing's head. What nonsense. A hand advanced and seized Chu Ning by the ear. Care to repeat that? Yet, Chu Ning remained undaunted, lifting his head with a cheerful smile. As of now, I have ascended to the 5th level of the 4th realm. What of it, Su Wanqing? Are you planning to spar? Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing chuckled lightly. So, you dare to call me by name? However, the 5th level of the 4th realm, achieved through the Yin Yang Shenlong pill? Even so, it appears you have only practiced for less than half a day. How terrifying. But what does that even signify? Su Wanqing's aura was no longer concealed. After a day of recultivation, she had reached the 1st level of the 4th realm, her physical cultivation at the 3rd realm, the Lu Jin being fully rounded. Why did she dare to commit murder in front of Chen Xiantian today, even daring to strike him? It was not merely a matter of technique. It was also due to her current training. Even if she couldn't win, she could rely on Tianxian to escape. Watching this unfold left Chu Ning utterly dumbfounded. Wait, you also have a card to play. Su Wanqing leaned closer, her smile broadening, almost whispering into Chu Ning's ear. Oh dear. I've heard someone wishes to spar with me. Shall we proceed? A waft of fragrant air brushed past, and at such proximity, Chu Ning could even feel the warmth of her breath. He looked up at her exquisite visage, unable to suppress a helpless smile. I can't believe this. Even a prodigy shouldn't be so brazen. Is the master planning to clear the ranks? Did Ningyo not suggest sparring with her master? Does she not think that victory could lead to some liberties? At this distance, even if he couldn't win, he could still indulge in some liberties. Do you dare? Chu Ning leaned forward, eager to show Su Wanqing that he had the courage, but Su Wanqing was already prepared, swiftly blocking his advance. Did she truly believe she was unaware of her disciple's nature? When he claimed he dared, he truly meant it. Did he consider the implications of their master-disciple relationship? Certainly. Yet this disciple was inherently rebellious. With no success, Chu Ning sighed in resignation. If you want to allow any intimacy, then why approach so closely? This is rather perverse. With a hint of disinterest, Chu Ning remarked, Congratulations on regaining your cultivation, master. I wish you joy in your resurgence of power. Hearing his tone, Su Wanqing could discern the underlying sentiment. What are you plotting? Master does not know. If you hadn't brought up your childhood, could things have escalated to this point? Yet, in truth, the current lack of awkwardness seemed to mirror their former interactions. Su Wanqing rose with a cheerful demeanor, stretching languidly as she sauntered toward the bed. Her foundation restored, yet her cultivation remained unstable. It would require time to stabilize. Today, however, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her back. Chu Ning looked up to see Su Wanqing already reclining on the bed. Ah, this posture, this demeanor, this tone. The implications are all too clear, are they not? Yet, Chu Ning would not be easily manipulated, not even by Su Wanqing. Oh, it seems master should take a well-deserved rest. Since you are already in bed, I shall not disturb you. With that, he prepared to rise. Originally, Su Wanqing, who had been waiting for Chu Ning to approach, was momentarily taken aback and abruptly turned her head. Is that not so? I see that you are not as upright as you pretend. Can't you discern her intentions? She never intended to let Chu Ning leave. But soon, she noticed the unmistakable smile curling at the corners of Chu Ning's mouth. He was deliberately teasing her, was he not? He didn't even bother to feign innocence. The game of cat and mouse required a sense of timing. Fine, then go ahead. She could continue her cultivation without a care. Then, to her astonishment, she witnessed Chu Ning truly walking away, not even glancing back. He was genuinely leaving. Chu Ning. Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself and spoke out directly. I've put up with a day of discussing matters with you, and you decide to leave just like that? I've been in a foul mood lately, having just dealt with a troublesome individual, and I plan to eliminate more unruly disciples. You better not find yourself on my list of wayward students. Yet, she clearly found it difficult to be so candid. The outside world was perilous now. Today, she had struck a few blows against Chen Xiantian, and he would undoubtedly send someone to watch her movements. If you go out, what if you attract unwanted attention? Chu Ning paused, momentarily lost in thought. He had indeed struck Chen Xiantian a few times. However, he chose to set that aside for the moment, deciding to address it later. But now, he feigned confusion and turned back. But if I appear in my master's cave during daylight, surely no one would misinterpret it? Su Wanqing inwardly cursed his naivete. Did he truly fear misunderstanding? He would rather others believe him to be a wayward disciple. Tianxian had been quite naive, and he had approached her claiming to be her master's man. The corners of her mouth trembled, forcing a smile. So, when they see you here in the evening, they won't misunderstand anything, yet now you seem to be afraid? Well, yes, but I can't shake the feeling that my master seems inclined to strike me. It feels more dangerous coming from you. If your conscience is clear, how could I ever lay a hand on you? Oh, so if one's conscience is clear, one wouldn't strike, would they? Su Wanqing felt that the situation was not quite so simple. Even if he crawled into her bed, he would find it justifiable and remain clear of conscience. If it were Su Wanqing, that would merely be following her true feelings. Thus, Su Wanqing added another definition: a clear conscience, pure and innocent. Chu Ning raised an eyebrow, deeply agreeing with her. What my master says is indeed profound, I understand. He then moved to untie Su Wanqing's clothing, but before he could even begin, she grasped his hand. Just now, we spoke of purity. What does this mean, Ning? If I feel pure, then it is indeed pure. What do you think, master? Su Wanqing let out a bitter laugh. It seemed that speaking or remaining silent made little difference. If she spoke, it would appear as though she were flirting. Yet, the moment she had opened her mouth to retain him, any definition she held before Chu Ning seemed to lose their binding power. She ceased to hinder Chu Ning from untying her clothing, but midway, she suddenly recalled something. This time, it seemed unnecessary to restore anything. There was no real need to undress. She merely mentioned that her shoulder felt a bit sore. Why did it feel so off? Su Wanqing turned to fix her gaze upon Chu Ning. Ninger, why would you need to undress to massage my shoulder? Chu Ning was taken aback for a moment, offering an awkward smile. Indeed, why was I massaging shoulders and taking off clothes? It was merely a matter of habit, a mere reflex. Chapter 56. Direct and unembellished inquiry. Alas, one cannot maintain decorum throughout the day. The reprimanding voice, laced with irritation and embarrassment, reached Chu Ning, who could only offer a sheepish smile while hurriedly fastening the loosened garment. Indeed, Master's cultivation had now been restored, rendering such actions inappropriate. Alas, what does it mean to take action? This is but a moment of clarity, a healing and restoration of one's essence, a topic worthy of being sung by the masses. The essence of eternal vitality initially relied upon physical closeness. However, later on, with a hint of Chu Ning's subjective initiative, it devolved into mere nonsense. In truth, healing from a distance is feasible, especially now that he has reached the fifth realm. Yet, at that time, Su Wanqing could accept it, for Chu Ning had his reasons. But now, without justification, what would such actions suggest? Would it not imply that they had truly engaged in dual cultivation? Who could overlook their overt identities? Although their interactions were thus, any substantial actions leading to other relationships were entirely absent. Master, I assure you, my intentions are pure and merely coincidental. Su Wanqing could hardly be bothered to unveil the thoughts swirling in Chu Ning's mind. If she were to compile a list of rebellious disciples in her heart, he would undoubtedly occupy the top position, without question, should this matter be divulged. There would be no need for Su Wanqing to intervene personally. There exist righteous individuals who would uphold the sanctity of the master-disciple relationship and would not hesitate to punish Chu Ning. Thus, Su Wanqing genuinely refrained from allowing Chu Ning to call her master in public. After all, there were still members of the sect acquainted with the Taishan sect. Those with slightly closer ties would not perceive any issues. However, should Chu Ning become more audacious outside, others might naturally draw conclusions akin to Tianxian. Not everyone would be like Tianxian, capable of comprehending the nature of their bond, nor could even Tianxian fully grasp it. She still whispered to herself about the notion of a child husband. Truly, how could one articulate such a concept? Reflecting upon her upbringing, How could a master have taken her under the guise of a child husband? Were they not all disciples? With a cold snort infused with the essence of yin and yang, Su Wanqing did not so much as glance at Chu Ning, remaining in her repose. Chu Ning, feeling awkward and at a loss for words, dutifully administered a massage. You're experiencing discomfort, are you? With your cultivation reaching the 7th realm, 4th in spiritual and 3rd in physical, how could you be suffering from aches? This statement was an implicit concession from Su Wanqing, almost explicitly declaring, I am aware of your ulterior motives. Yet, she did not wish to let Chu Ning depart so easily. Was she employing the tactic of feigned retreat to lure him in, or was she openly displaying her intent? Nevertheless, Su Wanqing chose to remain, indicating that she indeed had something to convey to Chu Ning. Chu Ning also harbored words for Su Wanqing, yet he felt an inexplicable hesitation to speak. Within the cave dwelling, the only sound was the gentle trickle of the spiritual spring, creating an unusually serene atmosphere. As silence enveloped the space, the rhythmic breathing of the woman before him became distinctly audible. From time to time, Chu Ning would steal glances, each time hesitating to articulate his thoughts, until he lost track of how long he had been holding his breath when Su Wanqing suddenly turned her head. You lie down. I shall assist you. Came the unexpected yet gentle command from the master. Chu Ning was taken aback for a moment, but swiftly removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, the soft mattress embracing him once more. This time, he found himself in the same position that Su Wanqing had previously enjoyed, still warm from her presence. His heart inexplicably raced as he remained silent, awaiting her next move. Before long, he observed Su Wanqing deftly unfastening his garments. Startled, he looked up to meet her serene countenance. Master, what are you? Remove your outerwear, otherwise it will be difficult to proceed. Are you truly afraid of this? Being a grown man? Chu Ning was not afraid. He merely found the situation peculiar. Just moments ago, when I undressed you, you were rather sarcastic. Ah. There is a distinction between men and women. A man being bare in public is not the same as a woman, she retorted, yet he felt a sense of unfairness. It seemed unjust that he could reveal his torso to Su Wanqing while she could not reciprocate with honesty. Yet, he knew such a notion was far-fetched. Soon enough, his upper garments were discarded to the side. Su Wanqing maintained her composed demeanor, but the moment she beheld his bare back, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. This is certainly different from childhood, she thought, yet she inhaled deeply, her delicate fingers resting upon his back, their coolness causing him to involuntarily gasp. Ah, master, your technique is quite akin to that of your disciple, the long spring technique, but it lacks the essence of long spring. You have not cultivated that. It was evident she had remembered the method, executing it with precision akin to Chu Ning's own, though the technique was familiar. The sudden indulgence in the sensation was rather delightful. Master, could you apply a bit more pressure on my shoulder? He encouraged. Yes, precisely that feeling. You can actually exert force with your thumbs. Relying solely on your palms will not suffice. The acupoint you are pressing would benefit greatly from thumb pressure. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him, followed by the resounding slap of Su Wanqing's palm against his back. If you have so much to say, find someone else to help you. Her face was flushed, reflecting on the time when she had been cared for by her disciple. She now felt a tinge of embarrassment in this role reversal, especially with him offering unsolicited advice. After her admonition, Chu Ning fell silent, feeling somewhat wronged by the slap. It was merely guidance. If he was to be critiqued for his technique, it seemed unjust, especially considering he had previously exerted effort without financial compensation. Remarkably, after his comments, Su Wanqing did indeed apply the technique as he suggested, mindful of his comfort despite her own embarrassment. A wave of tingling pleasure coursed through him, and he finally understood why some individuals indulge in foot massages so frequently. This treatment was nothing short of exquisite. Yet, he was acutely aware of the distinction. Behind him stood his master, evoking a myriad of thoughts. As Su Wanqing appeared to heed the advice, Chu Ning softly interjected, Master, typically, one sits behind during a massage. You could simply sit on your disciple's waist. It would facilitate the exertion of force. Su Wanqing retorted with a cold smile. Oh, who is one? Who has ever applied such pressure on you? Chu Ning fell silent, realizing he had only dug himself deeper into a pit. It was evident that she knew he had no experience, having grown up mostly in solitude, without ever having interacted with women. Yet, he wore a disgruntled expression, complaining, Master, I haven't studied that technique, yet you constantly impose demands on me. Just the other day, I asked you to take it easy, and you didn't heed my request. Chu Ning forced an awkward smile, thinking it was merely about finding a pleasing rhythm. Suddenly, he felt the weight of a person pressing down on him, and before he could utter a word, a powerful grip seized his shoulders. She truly had come to sit upon him. However, the price of this was a bit of torment. clearly embarrassed. Su Wanqing had no intention of allowing Chu Ning to enjoy the benefits alone. Indeed, her method was effective, as she had claimed. But do not think for a moment that I am unaware that this brings you pleasure. Chu Ning now felt a mix of delight and discomfort. His body felt good, yet his shoulders ached. He was utterly bemused. This was how his master chose to maintain her dignity, acting like a young girl. Wasn't she too old for such antics? He muttered silently, feeling helpless. However, the pressure from her hands soon diminished, becoming gradually gentle and soothing. Chu Ning could then quietly appreciate Su Wanqing's weight. Surprisingly, it was not burdensome. Instead, it felt rather unique, even instilling a sense of safety. His master had truly settled onto him, employing commendable skill in relieving his shoulder tension. The sensation of a woman sitting behind him carried a hint of intimacy, allowing him to feel her warmth and breath closely. Yet, at that moment, Chu Ning harbored no romantic thoughts. Instead, he began to ponder why Su Wanqing was doing this. Was it an act of restitution for a perceived debt? Or was it sincere? Or did she think that since he had just exerted himself, it was only fair to exchange roles, allowing them both to experience the other's effort? He was left to contemplate Su Wanqing's intentions. She was certainly aware of his thoughts, yet she proceeded regardless. Such actions made it all the more challenging for Chu Ning to decipher her mindset. In her moments of weakness, her intentions were transparent, but now, with her newfound cultivation, it seemed as though a veil shrouded her face, imparting an aura of mystery. Not only was her strength inscrutable, but so too was her heart, appearing equally elusive. What was she contemplating, both openly and covertly? Do not speak to me of the improper thoughts swirling in your mind. The prolonged silence caused Su Wanqing to feel a sense of unease. You were so audacious before, unafraid to voice anything, yet now, at this moment, you are utterly silent? With a cold smile, Su Wanqing remarked, "Oh, are you dissatisfied? Pray tell. Does our esteemed Chu have any further demands to make?" Upon hearing this, Chu Ning turned his head and smiled. Yet he did not catch a glimpse of Su Wanqing's face. Instead, his eyes fell upon the exposed corner of her long leg beneath the split of her skirt. In that fleeting moment, he had not even focused on her, but Su Wanqing, already on edge, could not help but let out a soft huff. As anticipated, no good thoughts crossed his mind. She resolved to leave hastily. The tension in her spirit had reached its zenith, and with Chu Ning remaining silent, she found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. She attempted to rise, yet her legs were unexpectedly ensnared by Chu Ning's thigh, rendering her unable to stand. With a flush of indignation, Su Wanqing cast an angry glare at him, but she heard Chu Ning chuckling. What harm is there in a mere glance? I have touched before, and besides, my master has not instructed me to remain silent, has she? Su Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Did I ever permit you to stare at me? You complied then, did you not? And when I forbade you from kissing, you obeyed. Now you wish to play these games with me? Enough. I shall take my leave. I no longer wish to engage with you. Go wherever you please. Seek out another to indulge you. Perhaps someone else might even remove your trousers while they are at it, or allow you the liberty to touch their legs. I can offer you none of that with this dreadful attitude. Suddenly summoning her strength, Su Wanqing found herself breaking free, and Chu Ning could scarcely restrain her. At this moment, he realized that Su Wanqing seemed genuinely agitated. Hastily, he chuckled. "Oh, master, I was merely jesting. I truly wish to spend more time with you. Let us linger a while longer, master." I have yet to fully relish this treatment. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing paused her departure and continued to press on, though the force of her grip revealed her brewing emotions, and it grew heavier. "Why do you remain silent? You are quite patient, aren't you?" Just as Su Wanqing prepared to apply more pressure on Chu Ning, he unexpectedly broke the lingering silence with a question that caught her off guard. "Master, do you have feelings for your disciple?" Su Wanqing was taken aback. Her movements halted. What? Chu Ning, not one to beat around the bush, directly addressed the matter at hand. "I ask, do you have feelings for me, master, in the sense of love between a man and a woman?" If you did not hear me clearly, I can repeat it. I inquire, does my master harbor romantic feelings for her disciple? Chapter 57. Willing or unwilling at this moment. The atmosphere within the cave fell into a profound silence. However, Chu Ning was not one to engage in convoluted tactics. He was not adept at such games. Since Su Wanqing was aware of his ulterior motives and had resolved to become a traitor, should they not discuss this matter? He had evidently assisted Su Wanqing in restoring her cultivation, yet he had no intention of leveraging this to exert pressure. Such actions were not in line with Chu Ning's principles. He sought to be forthright and honorable. What merit was there in using such leverage against others? Even Su Wanqing, when threatened by numerous elders, had not once mentioned her past contributions to the Taishan sect. The rapport between the two, having spent many years together, was fundamentally similar. Their temperaments aligned in both cultivation and dealings with others, as well as an emotional disposition. Thus, their previous relationship could be described as quite harmonious. Even though it had seemingly transformed into something more complicated, they could still interact without reservations or trepidations, fully aware that, despite their words, the purity and innocence of their prior connection remained unsullied. Now that they were alone, both had words to share. However, any embellishments would merely serve as a prelude to the central issue laid bare before them. This matter must be confronted. There was no avoiding it. So he decided to speak plainly. Chu Ning was at a loss for how to proceed, so he opted for a direct inquiry. His question left Su Wanqing momentarily speechless. Upon hearing his words, her heart raced, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. To ask so directly was rather. Su Wanqing attempted to rise but found her legs ensnared by Chu Ning. Master, is there a reason you are unwilling to answer this one question from your disciple? Su Wanqing's expression was fraught with confusion, her lips trembling as she gazed at her disciple before her. She realized that they needed to have this conversation. Yet the nature of their relationship was shrouded in ambiguity, tinged with a hint of romantic undertones. However, their boldest act had merely been a fleeting kiss. The Yin-Yang Xianlong pill certainly did not count. That later incident had been forced upon Su Wanqing, a situation she had been tricked into. Thus, they had recently been master and disciple, and now Chu Ning was bluntly broaching such a topic. She was uncertain how to respond, for she herself was unclear about her own feelings. A sense of guilt surged within her, yet she found herself strangely unopposed to this manner of interaction. She even contemplated their future together, thinking perhaps it would suffice if she simply asked him to stop addressing her as master and expelled him from her tutelage. But if they truly had to confront this, Master, I am asking you a question. Su Wanqing suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing Chu Ning's intent. Although he had turned his back to her, he clearly had no intention of letting her leave. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, her countenance remained flustered and perplexed, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Ninger, why do you suddenly bring this up? Allow me to calm you for a moment, and you should rest. Disciple asks, does Master have feelings for her disciple? Ninger, today I have successfully buried the teleportation talisman at Chun Xuantian's location, the one you entrusted to me. In the coming days, no, tonight we shall take action. At that time, Tianxin will remain here, while the two of us leave with the items, ultimately allowing Tianxin to deceive Chen Xiantian. Her tone grew increasingly urgent, her speech hastened, and her struggles intensified. Su Wanqing felt that this was not the right moment to address such matters directly. It could unfold naturally in due time. She would not refuse. Once their relationship evolved further, they could discuss these issues. Yet, Chu Ning persisted with her question. Does the master favor her disciple? Su Wanqing delivered a sharp slap to Chu Ning's back. Chu Ning, do you not know who I am? I am your master. I raised you. In her flustered state, she could no longer maintain her composure, resorting to feigned anger to mask her tumultuous emotions. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at the back of Chu Ning's head. When I first encountered you, you had only just been born, weighing but a few pounds. Over the years, I dare say I have treated you with utmost kindness. No other disciple has received such favor, and you have resided in my cave for 12 years. What do you make of this statement? Yet, all that returned was Chu Ning's unwavering response. The disciple merely inquires if the master holds affection for her. Her expression shifted again, forcing a smile. Ninger, although your talent was lacking in those days, I believed it was fate, and I have always regarded you as my disciple, naturally holding you in great affection. At that moment, she broke free, almost feeling a sense of relief as she sought to escape. She could no longer remain here, too unsettled to continue speaking. Su Wanqing's heart was in turmoil. However, in the next instant, Chu Ning grasped her hand firmly, having risen. Su Wanqing caught sight of Chu Ning's sun-kissed, golden-hued skin, the muscular contours pleasing to the eye, yet she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed, unwilling to let Chu Ning witness her current expression. Chu Ning gazed at the woman before her and spoke again. The master may refuse. The disciple is merely asking. In that moment, her heart was a whirlwind of confusion. How did their conversation veer into such territory, pushing her to the brink? Reflecting on Chu Ning, she could not ignore the experiences of the past years, which were undeniably significant. Su Wanqing was perplexed as to how Chu Ning could overlook such depth, uttering such words. She could certainly refuse, continuing their relationship as master and disciple, maintaining an air of purity. Yet, how could she, Su Wanqing, act against her true feelings? Genuine emotions are elusive, although this affection is intertwined with various elements: master-student respect, romantic feelings, and the gratitude of being saved in times of distress. If their identities were to be laid bare, Su Wanqing still dared not look at Chu Ning. Her hand still grasping tightly, yet held fast in an unyielding grip. Chu Ning remained silent, awaiting Su Wanqing's response. At this moment, it felt as if time had stretched indefinitely, before Su Wanqing finally managed a forced smile and said, "Ninger, whether it pertains to cultivation or any other matters, I implore you not to rush for success. One must lay a solid foundation. Your progress in cultivation has been excessively rapid, and your fundamentals are undeniably unstable. Even though you possess an inheritance that rivals my own swordsmanship, your strength still pales in comparison." She lowered her head and softly murmured, "What I mean is that it transcends mere inheritance." Chu Ning remained silent for a moment. Upon releasing his grip, Su Wanqing did not withdraw, but continued to stand with her back turned to him. "The implication of my master's words is that I still have much to learn, not merely in terms of strength or conditions, but my master believes you are too hasty. All you need to answer is a simple yes or no." Su Wanqing's body trembled slightly as she raised her gaze to meet Chu Ning's, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion, affection, and expectation. "Ninger, as your master, could you not place me in such a difficult position? I cannot disregard the bonds we have forged, be it through years of friendship or your feelings towards me. The experiences you have encountered are still far too few. The people you have met are not many. Perhaps our previous discussions have indeed transcended the boundaries of master and disciple, yet you must understand, Ninger, although it may sound like self-aggrandizement, I can unequivocally tell you that I am well known among the pinnacle powers of humanity, demons, and beasts across the chaotic realms. No one is unaware of my existence. And many formidable figures from various great factions are also familiar with you." Su Wanqing's face bore a bitter expression as she softly whispered, "You are still too young, and I cannot ascertain whether your emotions are truly pure. I wish for you to experience more of the world. My reputation is immense. All the talented individuals across the land recognize me. If I were to form a partnership with you, the burdens you would bear might include hostility from the myriad realms. You would undoubtedly find yourself pursued, with many of your adversaries being formidable beings far beyond the level of saints. The Taishan sect is far too small to accommodate a master who has lost her cultivation. Though the world is vast, it cannot harbor a pair of master and disciple bound as partners, like us." Chu Ning shook his head with a sigh. "I only seek an answer from my master. Yes or no." Chapter 58. Chu Ning, are you feeling rather pleased with yourself? Still questioning, still questioning. Su Wanqing's emotions were on the brink of collapse. Could it be that Chu Ning failed to grasp her intentions? She was genuinely concerned for his well-being. Why could he not comprehend this? Do you not understand? Tears welled in Su Wanqing's eyes as she exclaimed, "I have said it. The world will regard us as heretics, and your nature cannot be concealed. Tian Xian is a prime example. It could have remained oblivious, but now it knows and can accept it, for we share a long-standing relationship. But what of others? How will they speak of you? They will accuse you of defying humanity and moral decay, subjecting you to endless verbal abuse, or even worse. They may take action against you. You will suffer countless undeserved tribulations, severing the path that rightfully belongs to you. Do you believe you are strong? That is merely because Taishan sect is too small. One of the 7 great sects of the human realm, yet only one sage exists. Does Taishan sect realize this? Sages are as numerous as ants, with over 1,000 existing at the 7th level alone. A cunning mind may manipulate these fools of Taishan sect, for they are unworthy of the title among the 7 sects. But what about those others? They will not consider your connections, for they themselves are the greatest backing. If Tian Xuanzi wishes to kill you, the first in millennia in the Tianxiang false realm, even my protection cannot safeguard you. Why do you persist in your ignorance, thereby forsaking your path to immortality? I have never rejected you. I wish for you to understand the vastness of the world, the multitude of mountains, and the countless individuals you may come to love. There are so many women in this world, and with your cultivation, you may choose freely. I am but a fleeting shadow in your life. Perhaps you hold affection for me now, but what of a century from now, or a millennium? You may find me aged and faded. Believing your achievements could attract more beautiful women, who would cater to your every whim without the troubles I bring." Upon hearing these words, Chu Ning shook his head. "I am indeed aware that I have considered too little, even neglecting the future of my path." He was hastily elevating his cultivation at a speed so astonishing. Yet he knew his foundation would not be particularly solid. However, no matter how powerful a 3rd-level cultivator may be, they would still be crushed by someone at his 4th level. The disparity in realms would only grow. He was uncertain how many days remained for both himself and Su Wanqing. Tomorrow could herald his demise, yet today he had broken through to the 3rd level, leading the members of Taishan sect to believe they possessed a legacy to follow, thus keeping them under their influence. Tomorrow he might be slain. Yet Su Wanqing could recover to the 4th level, wielding her immortal sword to escape from a sage like Chun Xiantian. There were too many uncertainties. He could not afford to think too far ahead, whether regarding his cultivation or the future path. He could only grasp tightly to everything he had and strive to survive. The malice of this world had already burdened Su Wanqing excessively, and it was equally harsh on Chu Ning. Yet, I simply wish to inquire. What is the answer of my master? Su Wanqing was taken aback, her beautiful face contorted with anger. Why did he not truly consider these matters? A bitter smile crept onto her lips, for she had already spoken. The disciple undoubtedly understood her, though he chose not to voice it. It seemed he was unperturbed by the malice of others or the nature of their relationship. In that moment, Su Wanqing's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a faintly bittersweet smile. What is it that you truly admire in your master? Why is it that throughout this exchange, it has always been you inquiring of me rather than I of you? Not long ago, you were so audacious. Why now do you seek my counsel at every turn? Chu Ning replied with composure. Because the Su Wanqing of today is a woman who can shape her own destiny. One who can elevate her cultivation and is unbound by any constraints. The master in my heart has always been an unstoppable force, like a sword piercing through the heavens. Gazing down upon the myriad beings of the world, proclaiming that we, as cultivators, should aspire to such greatness. Su Wanqing's expression shifted, almost frozen in astonishment. She was not referring to the version of herself devoid of cultivation, but to the one who now treads the path of enlightenment anew. So, in the eyes of her disciple, there existed but one Su Wanqing, the renowned sword saint draped in azure robes, a woman with her own thoughts and plans, unshackled by any bindings. Is this the reason? Is this why you now inquire of me, whether I harbor feelings for you, unafraid of all that I may say? At these words, Su Wanqing felt a surge of anger, her gaze icy. You speak with such arrogance, it is hardly worth consideration. Surely, when you encounter other women in the future, you will dismiss this declaration as mere folly. Trust, or lack thereof, rest with the master. My feelings are thus. And as I gazed upon the resolute countenance of Chu Ning, Su Wanqing found herself both exasperated and amused. If, a century hence, you were to utter such words, I would believe you, and even acquiesce. Yet, Chu Ning merely shook his head. As cultivators, we strive for the present, a century? Who knows if I will even be around by then? Before he could finish, Su Wanqing abruptly silenced him. Do not utter such ominous words. Chu Ning blinked, refraining from further comment, choosing instead to quietly observe Su Wanqing. He perceived the complexity etched upon her face, the turmoil within her, and recognized that now was not the time for such discussions. Perhaps their relationship was destined to evolve into something more. Yet, as he had just articulated, we cultivators seize the moment. Su Wanqing fixed her gaze upon Chu Ning for an extended period, her fists clenched tightly. Are you truly so obstinate in your ignorance? I am aware of my feelings for you, master. I now seek to understand yours towards me. Su Wanqing scoffed at the absurdity of it all. And in a sudden movement, she stepped forward and seized Chu Ning, kissing him fiercely. Blood tinged her lips, the metallic taste flooding her mouth. Chu Ning's eyes widened in shock. No, a kiss is one thing, but why the biting? After this impulsive act, the unyielding Su Wanqing fixed her gaze upon Chu Ning once more. If you dare disregard everything else, then what do I have to fear? The greatest fear in a lifetime of cultivation is to act against one's heart. Disinterest is disinterest, and she had turned away many a proud hero. Yet, desire is desire. She has always been true to herself. Have you finished asking, speaking, and doing? After Su Wanqing completed her remarks, she continued to sneer coldly. Chu Ning, are you feeling quite pleased with yourself now? She fixed her gaze on Chu Ning, ready to unleash her fury at the slightest hint of amusement from him. It was evident that Chu Ning understood that under such circumstances, Su Wanqing was a powder keg waiting to explode. He had never witnessed her so utterly mortified. In the realm where mountains lose their peaks and the heavens unite, only then shall I sever ties with you. Su Wanqing, in a fit of rage, erupted into laughter, seizing Chu Ning by the neck and forcefully ushering him outside. Having never read more than 2 lines of poetry in your life, from where did you acquire such licentious rhetoric? I have no desire to hear it. All I require is for you to dedicate yourself to your studies. With that, she kicked him out with a swift motion. Once she was finally alone, Su Wanqing could no longer maintain her composure, covering her face with her hands, nearly suffocating from embarrassment. How dare you be so audacious? Clearly, I am the elder. Why have I found myself backed into a corner? How is this fair? You are the one I raised. Where did those words even originate? Bah, what nonsense about mountains losing their peaks and the heavens uniting. Once he leaves the Taishin sect, he will likely forget who I am upon encountering those breathtaking women. Such utter drivel, pure and simple gibberish. This boy was undoubtedly fixated on invading her personal space. What did it matter if he agreed? Did she fear him? If he dared to come, she would strike him down. In that moment, Su Wanqing, nearly driven to madness, leapt into the spiritual pool with a splash, desperately seeking solace. If she didn't calm down, her head would surely explode. Outside the cave, Chu Ning rubbed his backside. utterly perplexed. How could she kick me out after agreeing? This is not what I envisioned. Oh well, a promise is a promise. Not far away, Tianxian, crouched and toying with some grass, turned to glance at Chu Ning. The two communicated through thought. Oh, you've been kicked out too. I thought I was the only one. Chu Ning replied with a nonchalant also sitting down to play with the grass. Yes, I've been kicked out. Hee. You must have been rejected for dual cultivation. Who engages in such activities in broad daylight? I suggest you try again at night. The sword master has little influence. Indeed. It's no surprise coming from you. Tianxian, your insights are profound. Then why do you appear so unbothered? Oh. Didn't Tiu say it could still happen at night? Tianxian wore a look of disdain. Ah. You two are truly extraordinary. Your games are quite peculiar. In the distance, observing elders diligently recorded the events. Chu Ning, having been expelled by Su Wanqing, played with a blade of grass, tearing it into 19 segments. Elder, should we even be taking notes on this? Of course. If the sect master has not dismissed it, then it must be recorded. Otherwise, this fellow will surely lose his mind again. Chapter 59. The Trouble Arises. Within the Xiaozhu Peak, Chu Ning was not preoccupied with courting Su Wanqing any longer. After all, even his master had blushed at the thought. Having already made a promise, he felt no fear. He would ponder it further in the evening. While others might cower in the face of criticism, Chu Ning remained undaunted. Moreover, given the current state of his relationship with Su Wanqing, retreat was simply out of the question. As his master had said, as long as he acted with a clear conscience, it was imperative for him to be with Su Wanqing. Otherwise, he would find it exceedingly difficult to achieve inner peace. He continued to practice his swordsmanship, striving to comprehend the essence of the sword, for he still had much ground to cover. The first on the heaven ranking was his master, Tian Xuanzi, of the celestial realm. The first on the earth ranking was the Taoist of the chaotic domain, the unruly Taoist, at the pinnacle of the Wuji realm. Second on the earth ranking was the demon lord, Mo Wuji, also at the pinnacle of the Wuji realm. Third was the quiet Taoist of the Tianxian sect, again at the pinnacle of the Wuji realm. Fourth was the demon sovereign of the demon domain, Zhu Ke, at the peak of the 8th transmutation of the Wuji realm. In the realm of humanity, at the Tianxian sect, numerous disciples gathered in a study filled with hundreds of thousands of records from various locations, while a Taoist clad in a white robe meticulously examined the information. At this moment, a piece of intelligence was presented to him, causing the Taoist to frown upon reading it. Su Wanqing of the Taishan sect had lost all her cultivation, yet managed to withstand an attack from the sect leader. Chen Xiandian? The messenger of this intelligence respectfully explained, Su Wanqing wielded the celestial sword, Tianxian, which enabled her to do so. Furthermore, Chen Xiantian did not strike with full force, hence this report. The Taoist frowned even more deeply. As his master had stated, Su Wanqing, having lost her cultivation, was as good as dead. She should not still possess the celestial sword. How had she managed to endure the backlash of the sword's intent? This matter was unclear. Perhaps the celestial sword had recognized its master and actively suppressed the backlash. As for the Daozi, being at the pinnacle of the potential dragon ranking, should Su Wanqing be removed from it? The Taoist felt a headache coming on. Originally, this year was meant to update the heaven and earth rankings. But the potential dragon ranking was the most contentious, with no one willing to concede to another. Yet, Su Wanqing's achievements in slaying saints had long gone unchallenged. As per his master's words, she should be relegated to the human ranking, allowing room for other prodigies. However, with her lost cultivation, even the ancestors could not intervene, or else she would belong to the Tianxian sect. Yet, she had still managed to withstand a saint's attack, whatever the means. She had endured. It appeared that for this year's ranking, she would still be placed first on the potential dragon list. However, with her cultivation lost and unable to harness spiritual energy, she would inevitably perish within months. At that time, the rankings would naturally progress. Yet, the prodigies of the world might not accept this outcome. If they disagreed, they could come to him. Otherwise, they could challenge Su Wanqing directly and defeat her with that celestial sword before claiming the title of first on the potential dragon list. The subordinate immediately bowed and took his leave, but after a moment's hesitation, the Taoist added, Su Wanqing, wielding the celestial sword, has battled saints without defeat. To mitigate any potential troubles for her, for she had little time left, and a throng of challengers would only serve to hinder her final days. The subordinate hesitated, yet ultimately complied. After departing, another message arrived. From the esteemed Taishan sect, it was from Su Wanqing's disciple, Chu Ning. The Taoist squinted slightly. Those who could reach this place were undoubtedly the outstanding talents of the continent, due to the 4 lists of heaven, earth, humanity, and the hidden dragon, which have proclaimed fairness to the world for thousands of years. Even if the local sect leaders and powers sensed the hidden influence of the Taishan sect, they would not dare to eliminate it. Everything obtained was remarkably equitably distributed. The Taishan sect, of course, also possessed its own clandestine connections, deeply entrenched. Chuning? Who might this individual be? The Taoist scrutinized closely, narrowing his eyes further. 18 years of age, at the third realm of destiny. Remarkable. He was nearly at the same stage as the Taoist in his youth. Achievements. Defeated the young master of the Taishan sect's Dan Peak with a single punch across realms, and triumphed over the Taishan sect's junior master, Jiang Qingwei. In a critical moment. Evaluation. Unmatched among peers. Upon reading this, the Taoist could not help but narrow his eyes again. If this were true, it was indeed extraordinary. Yet he had never witnessed Su Wanqing's disciple showcasing such formidable prowess. The Taoist was perplexed, but upon seeing the subsequent record, he was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? The celestial sword Tianxian had recognized its master, designating Chuning as its sword lord. His mind nearly went blank, overwhelmed by a buzzing sensation. The Tianxian had recognized another master, first Su Wanqing, and now Chuning. No wonder Su Wanqing could command it. It had found a master. Yet the sword should have awaited Su Wanqing's demise for him to claim it. The Taoist chuckled in exasperation, shaking his head. He should not have heeded his teacher's words. Su Wanqing had already sealed the sword for herself, only for it to be seized by her disciple now. However, to snatch it away, well, a third-realm cultivator hardly warranted his personal intervention. It would be inappropriate to bully the weak. If Su Wanqing was not worthy of his action, how could Chuning be? Yet, these accomplishments were indeed dazzling. The Taoist squinted once more. The Tianxian has recognized its master, has it? Very well, let the world witness just how brilliant the second sword master of Tianxian truly is. Someone, record this. Chuning of the Taishan sect, at the age of 18. Third realm of destiny, noted at its pinnacle. Taoist, but the information is preliminary talents tend to rise rapidly. Perhaps he has already reached his peak. The Taoist scoffed, then composed himself. To have the celestial sword Tianxian recognize him as its master signifies a prodigious sword cultivator. On par with his teacher Su Wanqing. The fallen heroes of the past are succeeded by the waves of the future. We, the heroes of our generation, shall not yield. Hidden Dragon, 99. In an instant, the crowd surged, all gazing at the Taoist with near disbelief. The Taoist. The lowest rank on the Hidden Dragon list is the 5th realm, yet now a 3rd realm has entered, and even within the top 100. None in the top 100 are anything but the continent's 6th realm prodigies. Does this not imply? The Taoist laughed heartily. Back in the day, Su Wanqing made an exception to enter the list at the 3rd realm. How could her disciple not do the same? The great river of time pushes forward the waves, each wave surpassing the last. Moreover, the celestial sword rightfully belongs to the 6th realm. Is there a problem with the sword master? The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly finding no issue, yet it was indeed correct. At the Taishan sect, on Little Bamboo Peak, countless eyes were upon them, even with a sword formation set in place. Chuning had already learned from Tianxian, yet it posed no concern. He was diligently practicing his swordplay, for honing his foundational skills was the true path. Rapid ascension and cultivation could lead to significant shortcomings, leaving him far behind his contemporaries. However, in the next moment, the heavens and earth suddenly erupted with tumult. In an instant, four streams of light surged forth, originating from the esteemed Tianxian sect in the human domain. The celestial ranking, the terrestrial ranking, the human ranking, the hidden dragon. Countless gazes were drawn to the spectacle. Su Wanqing also sensed the commotion, hurriedly changing into a new attire before rushing out to stand beside the bewildered Chuning, who was gazing upwards in confusion. Master, what is this? Such a grand phenomenon, she inquired. Such a scale of disturbance must be visible to the entire world. Su Wanqing smiled gently, elucidating. This is the ranking established by the Tianxian sect, based on the prodigies of various domains and factions, initiated years ago by a wandering sage during a moment of ennui. It was gradually discovered that such rankings held immense allure for the people, thereby evolving into a tradition. The celestial ranking features only a single individual who has entered the celestial realm. The terrestrial ranking pertains to the limitless, while the human ranking signifies the breaking of void. And the hidden dragon ranking is for those below the 6th realm? Indeed, though most are at the 5th or 6th realm, unless they are exceptionally gifted prodigies. For example, my master entered the rankings at the 3rd realm, making him one of the few cultivators to achieve such recognition. Chuning nodded in understanding and glanced at Su Wanqing, noticing her gentle demeanor returning. He smiled as he observed her. However, Su Wanqing soon squinted her eyes, silently gathering spiritual energy before playfully striking Chuning on the rear. Behave yourself. Chuning chuckled, realizing she wasn't as gentle as she seemed and had reverted to her strict persona. But given that she had already made promises, why the sudden fierceness? Quite peculiar. Su Wanqing huffed lightly, but refrained from saying much more, aware that they were being watched and it was unwise to speak freely. Yet, as she gazed at the rankings, she cheerfully explained. The Tianxian sect's rankings are established every 3 years, and once set, they last for 3 years. Of course, there can be delays in their validity. However, for an ordinary individual, breaking through at such a rapid pace is rare, like Jiang Qingwei, who has cultivated for 30 years yet remains at the pinnacle of the third realm. Can she enter the rankings? No, despite her qualifications allowing her to be nurtured as an inner disciple of the Tianxian sect. Her current realm is too low for inclusion. Then what purpose do these rankings serve? Not much, in fact. Being ranked can even attract envy from others, leading to discontent. Why should you be placed above my master? What strength do you possess? They may come seeking trouble. My master, too, faced such challenges. Despite entering the rankings at the third realm, he was confronted by someone from the sixth realm who sought to provoke him, perhaps thinking it unreasonable. He merely stated he would wait until my master reached the sixth realm to engage. And then, Chu Ning inquired with curiosity. Su Wanqing chuckled lightly. Eventually, my master became the foremost of the hidden dragon, and that individual dared not confront him thereafter. Chu Ning smiled appreciatively. A sixth realm slaying a sage, unparalleled in history, both past and future. The eloquent words hold little significance, yet they offer a glimpse into the world of heroes. However, in the next moment, Su Wanqing was taken aback, unable to suppress her frown. The first place on the Qianlong list had been announced. The sword saint in a green robe, Su Wanqing, wielding the celestial sword Tianshu. She fought against sages and emerged unscathed. Even if the heavens are unjust, I still possess a sword that can compel all the world's prodigies to bow before it. First in Qianlong. Master, you are the first in Qianlong. Chu Ning exclaimed with excitement, though clearly puzzled. Logically, given that your cultivation is lost, shouldn't you be absent from the list? Su Wanqing too was perplexed by the thoughts of those from the Tianxian sect. Perhaps they had lost their senses? Perhaps it was due to wielding the celestial sword and battling Chun Xiantian? Nevertheless, she remained indifferent. Ninger, if there is nothing pressing, I shall commence training with you today to hone your combat skills. Chu Ning nodded vigorously, yet her gaze remained fixed on the leaderboard, seemingly disregarding Su Wanqing's words. Qianlong second place, Meng Yiran. Qianlong third place, Shun Lang. Qianlong fourth. Su Wanqing furrowed her brow, clearly captivated by the rankings. She had already mentioned that it was of little consequence. Her cultivation was gone, and yet she was still ranked first in Qianlong. What value could that hold? However, in the next moment, Su Wanqing heard Chu Ning's voice. Master, why am I on the Qianlong list? Su Wanqing had initially intended to retrieve her sword and practice with Chu Ning, but upon hearing this, she couldn't help but chuckle. Ninger, your third realm is still quite distant from my own, and your achievements are not particularly remarkable. If you were to make the list, it would be 3 years hence. With your talent and strength, it shouldn't be an issue. She certainly did not believe it. Although her disciple was outstanding, currently at the fourth realm, her cultivation was concealed, making it impossible to be listed. Furthermore, the rankings of the Tian, Earth, and Human lists had not yet been fully revealed. Only the top 100 had appeared. How could it be? Yet, Chu Ning abruptly grasped Su Wanqing's hand, her expression one of bewilderment, urging Su Wanqing to look. Master, it's true. In the next moment, Su Wanqing froze, her gaze fixated. Qianlong 99, disciple of the Shaozhu peak of the Taishin sect. Chu Ning, 18 years old, third realm of knowing destiny. The tides of time push forward, and Ning will not yield. Tianxian was momentarily stunned before exclaiming with excitement, Chu Ning, you made the list. It's truly you. But your realm. Cough, cough. I didn't expect you to possess some strength. Yet Su Wanqing's brow furrowed deeply. From 105 to 100, all were at the sixth realm. Without exception, they were all prodigies among the sixth realm. Only cultivators under 300 years of age could enter Qianlong, and those at the sixth realm under 300 years were exceedingly rare throughout history. As for Chu Ning, even if she were at the fourth or fifth layer, she would undoubtedly be crushed. This was a grave predicament. Su Wanqing's expression changed instantly, and she quickly transmitted a message. Prepare to leave the Taishin sect immediately. All arrangements remain unchanged, and Tianxian Hall shall provide cover. Originally intending to use her acknowledgement of Chun Xiantian as a pretext to deceive the Taishin sect, that plan was now unfeasible. For the world now knew that Tianshu had acknowledged her as its master. Everything is in order, proceed. However, if you do not leave now, you may find it impossible to depart. Chapter 60. We arrive at the Taishin sect to witness the hidden dragon in the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Those who grace the rankings are the most formidable beings in existence. At the pinnacle of the heaven list stands the singular figure of Tian Xuanzi from the celestial realm. The Earth list boasts 36 supreme entities, with even the lowest among them being peak level, 2-turn Wuji cultivators. Yet, the vastness of the world suggests that such Wuji masters cannot possibly be so few. The human list comprises 108 heroes, each a paragon of excellence. Regardless of their cultivation or achievements, they shine with exceptional brilliance. This list emphasizes accomplishments over mere cultivation levels, with most noted for their undefeated records against adversaries of higher realms. In an instant, Chu Ning became acutely aware of the immense expanse of the world, far exceeding his imagination. Yet, this knowledge bore little significance, for these rankings felt exceedingly distant to him and Su Wanqing. It was the hidden dragon that warranted his attention, a glimpse into the elite of the world. However, when he discovered his own name prominently listed, even ranking among the top, Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Hidden Dragon 99. Su Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. How could a disciple, based solely on those achievements, possibly attain such a high position? Her thoughts were not rooted in disdain for her disciple, but rather a realization that the Taishian sect had only uncovered information pertaining to a peak in the third realm. How could he be placed so high merely for having defeated Jiang Qingyue and another from the fourth realm? In her own time, she had only entered the ranks of the Hidden Dragon at 500, which had already brought her considerable trouble, and her disciple's true strength had yet to be fully revealed. After a brief contemplation, Su Wanqing suddenly grasped the implications. The rankings were compiled by the Taishian sect. The sect, wary of the immortal sword, coveted its power. Should they discover that the sword had chosen its master, it would appear as though Chu Ning had been elevated to a lofty status, yet in truth, it was a declaration of intent to target him. Clearly, this was a direct assault on Chu Ning, incited by their displeasure at his acquisition of the immortal sword. Within a day, Chu Ning's name would undoubtedly echo across the entire continent, attracting countless challengers. Thus, it was imperative that they do not linger at the Taishian sect. They needed to depart swiftly, as their very presence in the human domain posed a myriad of troubles, whether due to their current identities or the sect's pressure upon them. The two exchanged a brief but meaningful glance. Tian Xin swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation and offered to remain behind as a decoy, intending to reunite after their departure. The immortal sword's speed was unparalleled, beyond the reach of even saints, and for Tian Xin, traversing several 100,000 miles would take but a day or two. In an effort to ensure their safety, Chu Ning entrusted Tian Xin with a teleportation talisman. This artifact allowed them to bypass any formations and escape directly from this place, granting them precious time. At that moment, the master and disciple shared a knowing look. The ensuing matters were left in Tian Xian's capable hands. The trouble brought by the hidden dragon ranking was monumental if Chu Ning faced peril. Su Wanqing would inevitably encounter challenges as well. A fallen first-ranking hidden dragon would attract attempts on their life, as many would seek to eliminate him to ascend the ranks. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the Taishian sect, Chun Xiantan gazed in astonishment at the hidden dragon list, his eyes widening upon seeing Chu Ning's name. In the heavenly profound sect, there exists a belief that Chu Ning is worthy of entering the ranks of the 99 hidden dragons. Throughout his life, his cultivation, while not extraordinary, has been steady. Yet, he has never had the opportunity to be listed, be it among the hidden dragons, the human rankings, or even the custom list of the wandering practitioners. It appears that certain individuals from the human realm have commissioned a birth list, seemingly with intentions to nominate him. The man clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of hatred evident in his gaze. Su Wanqing, despite having lost her cultivation, remains the foremost among the hidden dragons, having faced him in a duel without defeat. Once a discarded individual, Chu Ning has now received Su Wanqing's legacy and has ascended into the top 100 of the hidden dragons. However, one might argue that there is a silver lining. The task of eliminating Chu Ning no longer requires his direct involvement. At this moment, many disciples, including Jiang Qingyue, gaze upon the list. Senior sister, could it be that you are among the hidden dragons this year? After 30 years of cultivation, the senior sister has reached the pinnacle of the third realm and is on the verge of breaking through to the fourth realm. Perhaps she too can, like Su Wanqing in her time, make an exceptional entry into the hidden dragons. Indeed, senior sister some disciples, being fellow students under Su Wanqing and others, disciples of the sect leader from the central peak, now all look to Jiang Qingyue for guidance. The young woman raised her head to behold the list. Though not particularly hopeful, aware of the disparity between her and Su Wanqing in the past, one cannot entirely suppress the competitive spirit, especially upon hearing their praises. Suddenly, a disciple spotted Jiang Qingyue's name. Senior sister, your name is indeed on the list. And you rank prominently. The atmosphere, once lively, fell into an abrupt silence. Indeed, Jiang Qingyue's name was present. Heavenly Profound Sect, Shaozhu Peak, disciple of Su Wanqing, Chu Ning, breaking through amidst the battle, defeating Jiang Qingyue. A pinnacle practitioner of the third realm, he triumphs. Chu Ning, 99 hidden dragons. At this moment, no one dared to utter a word, all eyes cautiously turning toward the leading woman. The appearance of the name was undeniable, yet it seemed to serve merely as a backdrop for others. Even the name of the fourth realm practitioner, who had been bested with a single blow, was absent. It appeared that Jiang Qingyue was placed there intentionally, to inform the world that it was not only Chu Ning who had emerged, but also a pinnacle sword cultivator of the third realm, who could not best even a temporarily elevated third realm practitioner. Jiang Qingyue, having endured in silence for too long, could no longer contain herself. Chu Ning, I shall kill you. She resolved to enter seclusion to break through. Are you not of the third realm? Then is one of the fourth realm. How could I not slay you? Yet now, it is known to all that Chu Ning may not even survive until her breakthrough. High places are fraught with danger, and she awaits his demise. As night swiftly approached, the elders observing from Shaozhu Peak had concealed and arranged lethal formations. Meanwhile, more elders were documenting every change occurring at Shaozhu Peak. The Sect S Grand Formation had already been activated, and any movement would be detected. Upon detection, as per the sect leader's decree, it would result in extermination. Yet, it seemed that Su Wanqing and Chu Ning had entered their cave dwelling in the afternoon and had yet to emerge by nightfall. What are these two individuals truly engaged in? Yet, no one suspects that this master and disciple would be involved in anything untoward, for their thoughts are rather conventional. Even though they harbor a dislike for Su Wanqing, they still regard her as not being of that ilk. At this moment, the celestial sword spirit, Tianxian, emerged, cheerfully conversing with those within the cave. Chu Ning, you continue your cultivation. I shall step outside for a breath of fresh air. Oh, Chu Ning, you are about to enter seclusion to break through to the fourth realm, so I shall keep watch for you. No one shall enter. She inquired. Shall we present this technique to the sect leader later? Very well. The elders were suddenly taken aback. Technique. The final barrier, the last technique. They had practiced all the preceding techniques, and indeed, Chu Ning was about to reveal it. After all, the sect leader was already impatient. If it was not procured within 3 days, he would resort to violence. Would they dare to withhold it? Yet, the young girl remained seated, showing no intention of directly handing it to Chen Xiantian. This left the elders feeling quite restless. That was the last part of the dragon elephant suppression technique. At this moment, the elders promptly reported this matter to the sect leader. Chen Xiantian soon arrived and, upon learning the news, his expression swiftly changed. When did the sword spirit convey this? Sect leader, just now. Just now? Why has the technique not been presented? Uncertain. Should we send someone to request it directly? Chen Xiantian hesitated for a moment. That message was conveyed solely to Chu Ning and Su Wanqing. If we intervene, it may provoke the sword spirit's caution. After all, the spirit is not foolish. In that case, we shall wait for him. We still have 2 days. If it is not provided, we shall take action. Just then, above the Taishian sect, countless figures converged. They walked through the air, standing majestically. Among the arrivals were not only the prodigies of the 6 realms of the celestial Tao, but also their elders. Chen Xiantian sensed something amiss. Why had they arrived so swiftly? At this moment, above the grand formation, numerous powerful figures were gathered. Among them was Tian Xuanzi, the disciple of the Taishian sect, the very mastermind behind compiling the rankings. The white-clad Taoist, with hands clasped in his sleeves, wore a broad smile as he surveyed the assembled might. Oh, the unruly Taoist has graced us with his presence. Have the rules been broken? Are you unaware that the strong from various realms must not disturb one another? A venerable elder in a long black robe, exuding an aura so profound it was almost daunting, was the Taoist of the unruly realm. He cast a glance at Feng Ming, his expression unchanged, and spoke mildly. You, a mere junior, lack the qualification to address me. Beside him stood a petite girl, cheerfully clutching the elder's arm. Father, do not bicker with them. We are not here to cause trouble today. After finishing with this 9-9 prodigy, we shall return. By the way, I also wish to meet the one called Jiang Qingyue. I wonder how incompetent they must be. Meanwhile, the other powerful figures remained silent. According to the rules, as long as there was no disruption, none had the authority to intervene, and they were not qualified to do so. Even Tian Xuanzi had not spoken. What could they possibly say? Within less than half a day since the release of the Hidden Dragon rankings, it is observed that at least half of the top 300 have brought their esteemed elders along. While some individuals are undoubtedly discontent, others find amusement in the spectacle. Upon Shan Xuantian's arrival, he perceives that the atmosphere has become tense, with the crowd visibly on edge. Esteemed guests, I am Qin Xiantian, the leader of the Taishan sect. Before he could finish his sentence, an elderly man struck him fiercely against the grand formation, causing him to cough up blood. Who in the world cares to know who you are? Quickly summon Su Wanqing and Chu Ning. Seeing as you represent one of the 7 sects of the human domain, I have no desire to provoke a conflict by shattering your sect's grand formation. Open it yourself. At this moment, Qin Xiantian felt a tumult within his very core, as if his internal organs were on the verge of disarray. Yet, he bore no resentment. Instead, a pleading smile graced his face. Very well, I shall open it, but once you all enter, I must close the formation, as my sect is currently engaged in certain matters to prevent some entities from escaping. A displeased young woman beside the Taoist of Chaos retorted. What do you mean by that? Who could possibly escape in front of my father? Just open it as instructed, and spare us your superfluous words. Chapter 61. The Technique in Hand. Qin Xiantian is about to ascend. Heavenly talents often possess an air of pride and defiance. Those deemed potential dragons are cultivators who have achieved the 5th or even 6th realm within the last 3 centuries. In the past, Su Wanqing was an exception, entering the ranks of potential dragons. Yet, Su Wanqing was genuinely formidable, having vanquished several 4th realm cultivators at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm and even withstood a 5th realm potential dragon without defeat. Her rapid advancement was nearly terrifying, allowing her to swiftly secure her position. But who is Chu Ning? No one has laid eyes upon him. Is another sword cultivator of the northern domain about to emerge? Thus, although many were displeased, they were eager to witness the unfolding events. A legacy passed down, a disciple of the same lineage. Does he possess the same spirit as Su Wanqing of yore? Soon, several figures arrived at the Shaozhu Peak of the Taishan sect. Qin Xiantian followed closely behind, hastily declaring, "This is Shaozhu Peak, their dwelling place." At this moment, Qin Xiantian was inwardly cursing. This was no jest. They had arrived far too swiftly. If they were to enact violence, ending their lives would alleviate a great burden from Qin Xiantian's heart. But the technique had not yet been acquired. With nearly 500 individuals present, either potential dragons or those on the human and earthly rankings were among them. Standing behind the crowd, the Taoist Tianqian, Feng Ming, wore a smile. The celestial sword, the master of the celestial sword, he was curious to behold such grandeur. Here, no one would bully the weak. Great cultivators seldom laid hands on lesser ones, for it would be deemed disgraceful. Yet, even if these formidable elders refrained from direct action, could Chu Ning possibly withstand their presence? Come, let this humble Taoist witness the might of your celestial sword. However, they did not see Chu Ning or Su Wanqing. Rather, they were greeted by a young girl squatting before the cave, playing with grass. Tianqian glanced at the crowd, recognizing many familiar faces. During the exploration of the secret realms across the 4 domains, it had encountered numerous individuals. What brings you here? In response, an elder spoke calmly. Celestial Sword Tianqian? It is said that you have recently acknowledged Chu Ning as your master. We wish to meet your sword master. Those of great stature possess their own elegance and certainly have no interest in bullying the younger generation, but as they had all gathered, how could Chu Ning and Su Wanqing choose to remain hidden? What did this signify disdain for them? Tianqian was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "Oh, but my sword master is currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the 4th realm. If you wish to challenge him, would it not be prudent to wait until he emerges?" The crowd was taken aback. Even Taoist Tianqian, Feng Ming, furrowed his brow. A breakthrough to the 4th realm? Wasn't he the information suggesting he had only just entered the early stages of the 3rd realm? Had he been fabricating tales of his peak in the 3rd realm? Or could he genuinely achieve such rapid advancement? This pace surpassed even that of his own past. Even the most formidable cultivator present, the chaotic heaven Taoist, frowned. Tianqian, are you speaking the truth? What reason would I have to deceive you? My sword master cultivates at an exceptional speed. Tianqian replied cheerfully, entirely unperturbed in the presence of these esteemed figures. If it were a cultivator, they would undoubtedly feel anxious, but as a sword spirit, it remained unfazed. Everyone yearns for a celestial sword and understands its rebellious nature, making it incredibly challenging to truly possess. In essence, no one would concern themselves with the words or actions of a sword spirit, provided it refrained from provoking them recklessly. After all, their descendants may one day inherit the celestial sword, and the origins of the immortal blade are far too significant to incite dissatisfaction. The crowd remained silent, while the Taoist of Chaos contemplated deeply, his fingers deftly calculating. The forces of heaven surged with a tumultuous energy, yet no insights were gleaned. Strange. He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, but did not dwell on it. merely inquiring with a nonchalant tone, "How much longer will it take?" "I'm not sure, but my sword master progresses rapidly. Would you care to wait for 2 days?" Wait for 2 days? Some expressed their discontent. Why should Chu Ning have such privilege? Even Su Wanqing lacked that qualification. Just as someone was about to voice their objection, the Taoist's daughter chimed in cheerfully. At 18, he is on the cusp of breaking through to the fourth realm, and he wields the celestial sword. Father, my interest is piqued. Then let us wait for 2 days. The elder hesitated momentarily, his curiosity now ignited. Although he had not divined anything about Chu Ning, he had sensed the recent happenings within the Taishan sect. His gaze fell upon Chun Xiantian, who instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Why was he being scrutinized so suddenly? The Taoist of chaos let out a scoff. At the pinnacle of the third realm at merely 18, and yet he possesses such cunning? Which faction would not nurture such talent? If he truly can break through to the fourth realm, I could indeed make an exception and cultivate him in the realm of chaos. Since the Tianxian sect has no use for him, I shall claim him for myself. However, upon hearing this, no one dared to utter another word. The Taoist of chaos had declared they would wait. Who would dare defy him? With just a glance, he could extinguish you. Behind him, Feng Ming's lips twitched, clearly displeased. Is this a prophecy I've uttered? Has he truly reached the pinnacle of the third realm? If you possess the capability, why not attempt to break through to the fourth realm? Yet, after saying this, he quickly slapped himself twice. If he were to be accurate again, trouble would surely follow. Was this not a sharing of his own fortune? Best to remain silent. Suddenly, the Taoist of chaos frowned. Observing his reaction, the girl could not help but ask, "Father, what troubles you?" The elder shook his head. I sensed a ripple in space. Could it be from here? If so, he might have fled. No, it is from afar, several dozen miles away. Nevertheless, the Taoist of chaos remained uneasy, fearing that Chu Ning might indeed escape. This person, could he be breaking through here? Tian Xian nodded vigorously, while Chen Xiantian stepped forward to corroborate. I have stationed people to watch them. They have not exited since they entered today. Upon hearing this, the Taoist of chaos finally nodded and proceeded to a vacant area to meditate. Before Chu Ning exits his seclusion, no disturbances are permitted. Chen Xiantian was indifferent. Whether Chu Ning lived or died mattered little to him, as it appeared he might not retain the celestial sword. Nonetheless, it was imperative that he acquire the technique. At this moment, Chen Xiantian approached Tian Xian. His urgency evident, yet his demeanor remained pleasant. Tian Xian, what did your sword master leave you before entering seclusion? Tian Xian was taken aback, puzzled. What do you mean? Sect master? I know not. Shan Xuantian's lips quivered in trepidation, fearful of detection, as he whispered. It is the cultivation method. Are you not aware? Oh, I remember now. The sect master entrusted this to you. It is the illustrated book you so adore, as conveyed by my family's sword master. The crowd cast a fleeting glance, but paid it little heed. At that moment, Chen Xiantian was overwhelmed with uncontainable joy, nearly brought to tears by his excitement. After such a prolonged wait, it was finally in his grasp. Should they deceive him once more, he would ensure their utter obliteration. Even Tian Xian had kindly altered his phrasing to evade suspicion. After acquiring the cultivation method, Chen Xiantian respectfully addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, I must take my leave to attend to some matters concerning the sect. Yet, the others were engrossed in their own conversations. Did the Chaos Sky Taoist perhaps harbor a fondness for talent? Perhaps, in which case, we may find it challenging to confront him. What is there to fear? If the Chaos Sky Taoist can traverse the human realm, we too can venture into the Chaos Sky domain. At worst, the sect master could accompany you personally. It is merely a sparring session, nothing more. Besides, even if the Chaos Sky Taoist were to take on disciples, with his disposition, he would certainly not coddle Chu Ning. After all, that little demoness was cast out at the third realm and nearly met her demise, yet the Chaos Sky Taoist refrained from intervening. We still have a chance. Chu Ning is unworthy of the potential of a hidden dragon. Speaking of which, who exactly is Jiang Qingwen to be so utterly inept? Is it conceivable that Chu Ning possesses an unfathomable strength? After all, as the junior sect master, how can the Taishan sect be reduced to such a state? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Xiantian again cupped his hands. Esteemed guests, I must take my leave. The first time, no one acknowledged him. The second time, someone noticed and sneered. What are you chattering about? If you wish to leave, do so promptly. Who do you think you are? Chen Xiantian was taken aback and quickly offered a flattering smile as he departed. Without a moment's delay, he summoned the elders of the sect. He remained exceedingly cautious. He decided to allow only the sect members to train first, fearing potential issues. Otherwise, he would never initiate his own cultivation. Within the Taishan sect's upper peak, numerous elders were drenched in cold sweat. Observing their nearly frantic sect master, they too felt trepidation. Today, Such a formidable group had arrived, instilling fear even among their juniors, who were mightier than they. Yet, those individuals, secure in their superior cultivation and status, were genuinely disinclined to engage with them. But Chun Xiantian was different. The sect master had become utterly obsessed, fixated on that cultivation method. The critical point was that Chu Ning had indeed delivered the final scroll. The mere thought of that crafty boy filled them with dread. What if there were complications? Su Hu hesitated for a moment before whispering. Since the sect master has acquired this cultivation method, perhaps it would be prudent to cultivate first. After all, it is wise for the sect master to test good things. In the next moment, Su Hu was forcefully slammed to the ground. Teetering on the brink of death, Chun Xiantian, long harboring pent-up resentment, bellowed, "I instructed you to cultivate, so do so without any more chatter. Speak another word, and you shall perish here." The assembly fell into stunned silence. The sect leader, who had previously bowed and scraped before outsiders, now leapt forward with newfound vigor. "Why do they look down upon you? It is because you humbly submit, willingly playing the role of a dog. As the leader of the 7 sects of the human domain, you should stand tall. They would not dare to harm you if Tian Shuzi were present to protect you. The loss of dignity is a personal issue, yet you seek to rectify it through them." However, at this moment, Chun Xuantian's demeanor suggests he may genuinely seek to eliminate them. The numerous peak masters exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. Perhaps it was best to focus on their cultivation, especially with Chu Ning still present. Chun Xuantian's gaze was fixed intently upon the elders gathered. His own lineage may be insufficient, yet Su Wanqing's inheritance is ample. The dragon elephant suppression technique. He no longer wished to be a mere beast of burden. He aspired to become a figure of reverence, akin to the very beings who scorned him. Suddenly, he sensed one elder's aura flowing seamlessly. That essence resonated with the feeling of the dragon elephant. Indeed. How do you perceive this? The elder, after a moment of reflection, responded with unwavering conviction. "Sect leader, the technique is genuine. I have nearly completed the final volume of the heart method. This is a treasure." The crowd erupted in joy, and Chun Xiantian was no exception. The man laughed heartily. This is my opportunity, Chun Xuantian's fortune. Whether it be Wu Jie, Tianxiang, or the human and celestial rankings, there shall surely be a glimmer of hope for me. Without hesitation, he seized the technique and retreated into seclusion, disregarding all else. Within the sect, those individuals were merely seeking Chu Ning and Su Wanqing. What concern was it of his? It was time to cultivate. It's finally within my grasp. Chapter 62, Cultivating Divine Skills. Is it truly cultivation if one does not spit blood? The night swiftly passed. Thanks to the presence of Tianxian, no one questioned the departure of Chu Ning and Su Wanqing. Yet, some could not refrain from asking, "Tianxian, why are Su Wanqing and your sword master Chu Ning in the same cave?" Tianxian mused to herself that these two often engaged in dual cultivation. Nevertheless, she maintained a cheerful demeanor. After all, the old sword master was here to guide the new sword master. Little did they know the true strength of my esteemed sword master. The crowd nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. Su Wanqing was undeniably the foremost among the potential dragons, and we had no objections to that. However, given her current loss of cultivation, she was no longer worthy of that title. Thus, why not deal with Chu Ning first before challenging Su Wanqing? Upon hearing this, an elder scoffed. No matter how strong Su Wanqing may be, her cultivation has been utterly diminished by the saints' thunder tribulation. What can she do now? You are all potential dragons. Do you not fear ridicule for attacking a dying person? At his words, the disciples lowered their heads in contemplation. Indeed, as prodigies, they should not take advantage of another's misfortune. After all, she was bound to perish soon, and once the news spread, the position of potential dragon would shift. The title of first among potential dragons belonged to the daughter of the Chaos Celestial. Thus, was it not more appropriate for us to confront her? At that moment, the little demoness Meng Yiran evidently overheard. With a disdainful expression, she surveyed the crowd. "What is it? Will you all attack together, or shall I face you alone?" The crowd shuddered at her words. The Chaos Celestial would undoubtedly refrain from intervening. Yet this young woman had once rivaled Su Wanqing herself. However, due to her cultivation techniques, she was currently suppressed by the sword path. For how many years had she remained the second among potential dragons? No one dared to challenge her standing. Yet, a young man stepped forward. Shen Lang, the third among potential dragons, had also arrived. He drew his long sword and smiled at the seated elder. "Esteemed elder, I wish to spar with Taoist Meng. May I proceed?" The Chaos Celestial did not even glance his way. Meng Yiran rose with a smile. "No problem. My father is quite eager for me to engage in such matters." After all, her ambition, perhaps the one bestowed upon her by the Chaos Celestial, was to ascend to the human ranking immediately after reaching the saint level. on the side of Shaozhu Peak. The action commenced, while a layer of barrier was subtly placed before the cave where Su Wanqing and Chu Ning were in seclusion by the Chaos Celestial. At 18. If he could truly break through the four realms, he would certainly take action. Unless Taiang Xuanzai personally came to retain him, what face would he have to do so? Given the current predicament of his disciples, waiting for a while posed no issue. Meanwhile, at the central peak of the sect, the elders were all seated in meditation, having reached the level of operating the dragon elephant suppression technique. Suddenly, an elder began to spew blood from his forehead. Why does my head feel so warm? Su Hu touched his forehead, discovering his hand covered in hot blood. He was stunned for a moment, even lifting his head to see if someone else's blood had trickled down. At that moment, the peak master of Dan Peak, Wang Sheng, opened his eyes and was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Su Hu's bleeding forehead. Su Hu, have you dared to cultivate without recovering from the injuries inflicted by the sect leader? The leader did not deal a fatal blow, so it seems trivial. Why do I say this? Because blood is gushing from your forehead. A jest, yet how did I not perceive it? I even remarked upon your bleeding. Wait, you truly are bleeding from your head. Su Hu was taken aback. By heavens, I too am bleeding from my forehead. Esteemed colleagues, there is something amiss. There must be an issue. As soon as these words left his lips, it appeared as though everyone had reached a certain level of cultivation, for blood began to surge from their foreheads in frenzy. It was the peak master of the spiritual medicine, Peak, who first sensed the change within himself. Discovering that the meridians atop his head had shattered, unbeknownst to him, by half. A normal person would have perished long ago, yet a cultivator could withstand such a fate. Cease your cultivation, all of you. The technique is flawed. Nonsense. What of a little bloodshed during cultivation? I am on the verge of breaking through to the next level. The peak master of the void path refused to heed the warnings, continuing his practice, only to find that not only was blood erupting from his head, but his entire body began to bleed as well. This is not right. Summon the sect leader. No. Quickly, save me. My meridians have ruptured by half. Meanwhile, Chun Xintian, in seclusion, remained indifferent to worldly matters. Those who looked down upon him, those who regarded him as nothing more than air, will soon come to realize his true worth. Just wait. He shall compel them not merely to acknowledge him, but to revere him. A sudden geyser of blood erupted from his crown, prompting Qin Xiantian to frown and take notice. What is happening? The other elders seem unaffected in their cultivation. Why does blood spill forth in my case? Yet, at that moment of bleeding, he felt no discomfort, merely perceiving that half of his meridians had shattered. Perhaps the might of this dragon elephant chi is too fierce? Chun Xiantian was uncertain, but suspected the issue lay within the technique itself. After all, such a divine art could hardly be practiced without shedding some blood. Resolutely, he halted the bleeding and continued to channel the dragon elephant suppression technique. However, he soon discovered that, while the energy flowed, its velocity within his body was excessively rapid, causing his meridians to shatter, and his entire being began to bleed. Chun Xiantian sensed something was amiss. However, Chu Ning was still at the small bamboo peak. With significant figures observing, how could he dare to employ a different technique? Was he not courting death? Regardless, he pressed on with his cultivation. He refused to believe that Chu Ning had provided him with false teachings, unless he wished to throw away his life. Yet, the more he practiced, the more he felt something was wrong, until he coughed up a mouthful of blood, accompanied by fragments of his shattered meridians. At this moment, even Chun Xiantian could not remain oblivious. Moreover, it was a grave issue. This technique is flawed. He had been led astray. He rose immediately, intent on confronting Chu Ning. But before he could take a single step, darkness enveloped him. He collapsed, realizing that the dragon elephant chi was violently assaulting his internal organs. This technique is utterly unsuited for human cultivation, unless one were to shatter all meridians and reconstruct them according to this version, yet there was no time. And he was utterly unaware of this. Within the confines of the spirit mansion, the seven-tiered longevity tower suddenly shattered a level. The culmination of 5 centuries of a sage's cultivation lay in ruins in an instant. Blood erupted violently from Qin Shuantian's mouth, for at that moment, the spiritual energy felt almost like a tempestuous force to him. If he did not act swiftly, he would surely meet his demise today. Without hesitation, Chun Xiantian bore the excruciating pain of the tower's destruction and severed all of his spiritual meridians. At that moment, the potent energy of the dragon and elephant ceased its flow. Without uttering a word, he retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it immediately, striving to reconstruct his meridians. The spirit mansion had not been obliterated, merely injured. It was not the heavenly tribulation that shattered his cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, this was termed as going astray in one's practice. Yet, upon completing these actions, his sage-level prowess had evidently vanished. He was left at a mere mid-6th realm tier. With a fierce roar, the man struggled to muster his strength and stepped outside, only to be met with a scene of bloodstains strewn about, alongside an elder who lay incapacitated, as well as others in a meditative state. They had discovered their heads bleeding and, realizing the severity, had ceased their practices, resulting only in damaged meridians. The fallen elder lamented, claiming that without bloodshed, one could not attain divine prowess. Yet his meridians had now been utterly shattered and were in the process of reconstruction, otherwise, death was inevitable. Upon witnessing these elders, Chen Xiantian bellowed. Though his voice was notably feeble, this technique, was it not proclaimed to be flawless? The elder, filled with grief and anger, responded, "The one who composed this technique first lures us in with promises of success, only to present problems later. Those who cultivate to the end will inevitably go astray. We must summon the sect leader, but he seems indifferent to our plight. Leader, are you unharmed?" "You." Chen Xiantian raised his hand to strike, but the force was too great, and he instead coughed up blood. Had he not lost his status as a sage, could he truly be unscathed? There were flaws within the technique. Those two wretched beings. Yet, as these words escaped his lips, a sudden realization dawned upon everyone. Was the technique presented by Chu Ning indeed flawed? Did he not fear their retribution? Unless, hurry to Shaozhu Peak. They may have fled. Chapter 63. Chen Xuantian's noble intentions to protect Chu Ning's departure. On the peak of Little Bamboo, numerous prodigies gathered, an extraordinary sight indeed. They suggested engaging in friendly sparring while awaiting others. Night had fallen, and they had fought throughout the day. Meng Iran, undeniably the second among prodigies, had bested Shen Lang in 3 exchanges, leaving him unable to lift his head in shame. Shen Lang, feeling helpless, sought to challenge others. But everyone was acutely aware of his current predicament and refused to engage him. How infuriating. Unable to defeat Meng Iran, and now seeking us for a duel? Why would we grant you a free bout? They are not fools. At this moment, Tian Xian stood aside, clapping with glee. Sister Iran is truly remarkable. Worthy of being the second of the hidden dragon, though she pales slightly in comparison to our esteemed swordmaster. The little witch smirked. Her cultivation is now in ruins. What significance does that hold? Once she perishes, I shall ascend to become the foremost of the hidden dragon. Yet, there was no denying the truth of her words. After a century of cultivation, she was on the verge of becoming a saint. Once one reached that level, they would surpass all others in history, leaving even Tian Xiandaozi in the shade. Yet, such a person had fallen victim to the heavens' jealousy, now left with nothing. Among the hidden dragons, while everyone felt fortunate, they also lamented the loss. Sister Iran, I have a matter to attend to. Could you please watch over my swordmaster for me? Meng Iran smiled and replied, no problem. I shall go. My father is watching. No one can break through. Tian Xin nodded cheerfully and turned to leave. However, at that moment, several figures suddenly rushed in. Chu Ning has fled. Chu Ning did not enter seclusion at all. The leader was none other than Chen Xiantian, who had nearly perished from his practice gone awry. Upon hearing this, everyone turned. Even the erratic Tian Daoist opened his eyes in surprise. Fled? Fled to where? They gazed on, incredulous that he could possibly escape. Chen Xiantian sighed in despair. In truth, today was meant to be the day we obtained his inheritance. He spoke hurriedly, almost wishing to tear Chu Ning apart. And the crowd fell silent upon hearing him. According to their understanding, after Su Wanqing lost her cultivation, the disciples of Little Bamboo Peak were divided among the various peaks, clearly intending to discard Su Wanqing's contributions. Now, due to Su Wanqing's inheritance, they were under surveillance, yet the two of them had presented the inheritance. Albeit with complications, was it an act of revenge? Currently, it seemed the techniques had been bestowed, but revenge was anticipated. However, once that was executed, they would undoubtedly be slain. Thus they had fled. Yet, the erratic Tian Daoist stood up, displeased. I have been watching since yesterday. No one has been able to leave. A saint can perceive the void, and there is simply no possibility of Chu Ning and Su Wanqing escaping. Moreover, did you not explicitly state that they are definitely inside? Meng Yiran nodded in agreement. Indeed, the sword spirit was just present. It could not possibly be foolish enough to flee. The crowd fixed their gaze intently on Chen Xiantian. If this were true, they had waited an entire day for him. A day and night. Could their time be so squandered? Chen Xiantian grew anxious. These two wretches are far too cunning. They likely learned of your esteemed presence here for sparring and intentionally departed. Perhaps even having planned their escape long ago. The resources, techniques, and elixirs have all been taken. But how did they manage to leave? The great formation remains intact, and no trace of their departure has been detected. The crowd furrowed their brows upon hearing this. If it were merely a ruse to disguise their escape, it could be somewhat understandable. At this moment, the unruly celestial, losing patience, directly dismantled the barrier and forcefully overturned the cave dwelling. Yet, upon breaching the cave, they found it contained nothing but a wooden bed. The bedding had been rolled away, as if they had hastily packed up and left. The crucial question remained: when had they departed? The unruly celestial was taken aback. After years of cultivating his energy, he could still endure, for who does not fear death? Having entered the dragon ranking, it was only natural to flee. However, the elder suddenly noticed a letter and furrowed his brow as he approached to pick it up. Esteemed sect master, Chen Xiantian. The crowd frowned and turned their gazes toward the letter. Disciple Chu Ning, having inadvertently entered the dragon ranking, is unaware of the reasons. When the sect master visited, he personally informed the disciple that entering the dragon ranking would incite jealousy among others. Moreover, as a disciple of the third realm, I had no choice but to leave. Yet, if I were to depart, I would surely be discovered and subsequently pursued. Thankfully, the sect master, possessing profound wisdom, is willing to help the disciple stall the many who covet the dragon ranking. I am at a loss for words and can only leave this letter to express my gratitude to the sect master. Please rest assured, by the time you read this letter, the disciple has already departed safely. There is no need for concern. A drop of kindness shall be repaid with a fountain of gratitude in the future. Upon finishing the letter, the unruly celestial's expression darkened. The countenance of the many powerful beings grew grim as they clenched their fists. All eyes fell upon Chen Xiantian. The elder flung the letter at Chen Xuantian's face with a snap. You audacious young one. I believed you, the leader of the 7 sects of the human domain, and stayed here for an entire day based on your words. Now you dare to deceive me, granting them time to escape? Well, this is indeed intriguing. Very well. The unruly celestial was furious, grasping Chen Xuantian's throat after reading the letter. In this world, no one dares to toy with me. You possess immense audacity. You may claim he fled, or that he was unfit for combat, but today I came to protect my daughter. I even held a sense of appreciation for talent, planning to evaluate Chu Ning's strength after her breakthrough and consider taking her along. Who would have thought I was deceived? Who dares to deceive the first of the earth ranking, the second in the world? At this moment, Chen Xuantian's face was filled with terror as he hurriedly spoke. No. No. Senior, you misunderstand. Just then, a disciple rushed in from afar. Sect master, the sect's treasure house has been robbed, leaving not a single spirit stone behind. However, a letter was found, seemingly from the sect master, regarding the resources taken. I came to inquire if it is true. The unruly celestial suddenly seized the letter and opened it. The sect master possesses profound wisdom. The disciple is immensely grateful. It appears he knew the disciple would need resources while outside, and thus sent all the resources of the Taishan sect to the disciple. In the future, when the dragon emerges from the abyss, the disciple shall surely repay this kindness. At this moment, the crowd was filled with rage. The sect master of the Taishan sect truly believed we could be so easily deceived. Buying time? Though Kuchun and the others have departed, what of you? Chen Xiantian? My rage knows no bounds. I long to rid myself of him, as I have never held him in high regard. Gazing upon the throng that continually draws near, Chen Xuantian's countenance turned ashen, yet no matter the explanations proffered, they bore no fruit. How did it come to this? Why must it be I? My sanctified prowess has vanished, and the treasury is lost. It seems that heaven seeks my demise. Chen Xiantian, will you not provide us with an account? Chapter 64, a special edition from MTF Sinway 10, Yin Siu Fei Hua, Master, or rather, Sister Su. By the way, ISNT at about time Tianxian made her way over to us? You mentioned that the hidden dragon enters the Taishan. While we can rely on Tianxian to delay matters, 1 or 2 days must be the limit. It's already the second night. Surely, nothing has befallen Tianxian? What is there to fear? Tianxian still possesses a teleportation talisman of yours, allowing her to sense her master's presence wherever she may be. However, before Su Wanqing could finish her thought, Chu Ning cheerfully interjected, Sister Su, you often chide me for my mispronunciations, yet you too have made your share of mistakes. Perhaps it would be better to adhere to our previous forms of address. After all, we have left the Taishan sect, and with the two of us concealing our identities as cultivators, it is unlikely anyone would recognize us. In the dilapidated temple nestled within the forest, a flickering campfire sprang to life between the two. The temple, once a place of worship for some land deity, had long been forsaken, its structure crumbling, and the idol fragmented beyond recognition. Who could tell how many years had passed since the shrine was last tended to? Having arrived here through the teleportation talisman, the pair did not rush to depart, as they awaited Tianxian. In essence, they had entrusted the most perilous task to her, and the young girl's current state was a mystery. Opposite Chu Ning, Su Wanqing, clad in a flowing blue garment, furrowed her brow, casting a displeased glance at her disciple. I instructed you to change your form of address to prevent others from easily discerning our identities. Even I must conceal my appearance when venturing into town. Do you think I jest? Chu Ning replied with a hint of exasperation. Yet I believe I have done fairly well. In contrast, Master seems unable to alter her habitual expressions. With a sigh, Su Wanqing lamented. Some things cannot be changed on a whim, especially after so many years yet. As she finished speaking, her gaze playfully chastised Chu Ning. He understood her unspoken message and contemplated reaching out to hold her hand, only to be rebuffed by her piercing stare. Step aside. Do you not see what your master is engaged in? If you dare to act inappropriately again, you shall find yourself without attire. Indeed, Su Wanqing was preoccupied with something. Since their arrival the previous night, she had been focused on preparing for Tianqian's arrival. Observing Chu Ning with an air of discontent, she measured his height and dimensions, leaving him bewildered. Eventually, she declared that he should discard his ragged clothing. Now that we have departed from the Taishan sect, why cling to such garments? Do you fear that others will not notice you? Thus, the worn robe from Shaozhu Peak was deemed kindling, and Su Wanqing retrieved some materials from her storage ring. It appeared to be celestial silkworm silk, a rare find from her past, and she intended to craft a new garment for him. Chu Ning was taken aback by this unexpected favor and, sensing the gravity of the moment, refrained from interrupting, quietly observing the woman before him, her brow furrowed in concentration. Under the dim night sky, the candlelight danced upon Su Wanqing's exquisite features. In that instant, Chu Ning felt as if he could view her from an entirely different perspective, and expressing his thoughts felt entirely appropriate. However, it seems that the master has refrained from even offering a hand since agreeing to the matter. He does not believe that the master has regrets. For every time he attempts to get closer, Su Wanqing's cheeks turn a deep shade of crimson. The distinction of their identities remains a barrier, and there are indeed advantages to not addressing the master. Suddenly, Su Wanqing gasps, her fingertip pricked by a sharp instrument meant for sewing the ceremonial robe. Just as she is about to tend to it, she notices Chu Ning approaching, taking her finger and placing it in his mouth. Master. This is how it is when a finger is pricked. Su Wanqing, already uncomfortable under Chu Ning's gaze, finds it unbearable to have her finger in his mouth. Do you think I would allow my finger to be injured for such a reason? Chu Ning, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, continues to hold her delicate finger, a smile playing on his lips. Is the master feeling shy from being observed? Su Wanqing would never admit to such a feeling. She swiftly retrieves her finger, only to notice the moisture upon it, and feigns disgust by rubbing it against Chu Ning. How unsightly. Do you think I am like those ordinary mortals? Who would need such fuss over an injury? Chu Ning chuckles. I observe that most mortals would indeed react similarly. Furthermore, that needle is a magical tool. What if the injury worsens, making recovery difficult? What are you implying? Do you need me to point that out for you? Su Wanqing's brows furrow as she gestures towards the outside. If you are so idle, go practice swordplay. The fundamental techniques should be repeated 1,000 times. Do not trouble me. If it were not for the awareness of Chu Ning's gaze, her heart racing, she would not have become so distracted. In response, Chu Ning sighs in resignation. During the day, I practiced the basic sword techniques 3,000 times as per your request. I have been far more diligent than in my fish training, and I merely wish to spend the evening with you, yet you still drive me away. If you wish to accompany me, I would never chase you off. Then why do you push me away? Su Wanqing falls silent, resuming her sewing of the ceremonial robe. Yet, Chu Ning persistently leans closer, wrapping his arms around her. This gesture causes a flush to rise on Su Wanqing's cheeks as she raises an eyebrow, displeased. I have already agreed to your requests. What more do you desire? Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. I tell you, we are bound by circumstance, and it is not the time for you to contemplate matters that should remain unexamined. Master, I have not said anything. Then why are you holding on to me? I simply wish to spend time with you. Su Wanqing's lips quiver, her heart racing faster. Yet her expression remains sour, glaring in annoyance. Chu Ning, equally helpless, responds, in matters of cultivation, I am not without my own practice. Following your guidance, I have been focusing on strengthening my foundation rather than enhancing my cultivation level. I have also begun my training in the sword way. Su Wanqing replies calmly. You should have done so long ago. It was merely that I did not provide you with the opportunity to refine your foundation. I will personally oversee your progress in the future. But master, you no longer call me Ninger, only my name or wayward disciple. Su Wanqing seems to sense Chu Ning's feelings and cannot help but smile despite herself. It appears that such a form of address might not pose any issues after all. The disciples heed the teachings of their master regarding cultivation, techniques, and the way of the sword. How can one be deemed a wayward disciple? Su Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at the arm that Chu Ning had embraced and spoke coolly. Then enlighten me. What does this signify? with a cheerful smile. Chu Ning replied. The disciple merely embraced an arm, nothing more. My conscience is clear, and others will perceive it as innocent. Su Wanqing found herself at a loss for words, realizing that her own statements had been turned against her by Chu Ning. As for his inquiry, she was aware of the underlying concerns. She could not approach it with equanimity. Her agreement had been tinged with a hint of defiance. You have never encountered the world, nor have you experienced the affections of several women. How can you assert that your heart will remain steadfast? Can you endure the peculiar gazes and pressures from outsiders? Very well, she would ascertain whether Chu Ning could indeed uphold such a claim. What if he faltered? She would not hesitate to reduce him to mere minced meat for dumplings during the festive season. Initially, the intention was to proceed gradually. Yet she was unaware of why the disciple had felt compelled to seek an immediate answer. After much contemplation, it became evident to her that Chu Ning feared she might transform into someone entirely different upon regaining her powers, worried that their bond could lead to complications. Yet in Chu Ning's eyes, those complications were negligible, primarily concerning Su Wanqing herself. He feared that she might feel compelled to forsake her true self, the once proud genius of the northern region. But she remained unchanged. Her lack of refusal spoke volumes, indicating her acceptance. The crux of the matter was whether she would be willing to pursue their aspirations together. Should Su Wanqing decline, Chu Ning would respect her decision and continue to fulfill his role as a dutiful disciple. Chu Ning was overly concerned with her, whether motivated by romantic feelings or the bond of mentor and disciple. However, the disciple seldom contemplated such matters. Su Wanqing sighed softly, setting aside the nearly completed robe and gently stroking Chu Ning's hair. Would you care for something to eat? Chu Ning blinked and looked up. Where in this desolate wilderness could one procure food? Simply respond. If you wish to eat, nod. If not, shake your head. Why the unnecessary chatter? A moment later, Su Wanqing returned, dragging a pig along with her. She proceeded to handle the creature right before Chu Ning, instructing him to observe. Let us begin with the castration. After completing the task, her expression radiated satisfaction. She then inquired if Chu Ning desired to partake in the same. Chu Ning promptly covered his eyes, indicating his disinterest. Su Wanqing chuckled teasingly before extracting another pig's testicle. Her wilderness survival skills were impressively adept, leaving Chu Ning momentarily dumbfounded. It was as if he had forgotten that half of Su Wanqing's century-long cultivation had been spent honing her skills outside the sect. Would you eat this? Too grotesque. I shall pass. Such a nourishing delicacy. Even so, I have no need for it. Su Wanqing sighed inwardly. She would not tease him further, for ultimately, she would be the one to suffer the consequences. In truth, she had no habit of indulging in such fare, having specifically chosen a male pig today. The meaning is quite evident. Those who dare to approach will meet with swift retribution. As they continued their task, Chu Ning also assisted. Observing that Chu Ning had made considerable progress, Su Wanqing stepped aside, allowing her to handle things personally. After a prolonged period of effort, they finally prepared the meat by skewering it with a wooden stick and directly charcoal grilling it, sprinkling it with the seasonings she always carried, releasing an enticing aroma as it sizzled and oozed with oil. After cleansing her hands in the spiritual spring, each took a piece. Chu Ning chewed heartily, her face reflecting astonishment. The disciple had previously tried grilling this, and it had been unappetizingly greasy, but how could the dish prepared by her master taste so delectable? There was no need for such remarks. It was simply that one lacked the skill in grilling and seasoning. Su Wanqing regarded her with disdain, while Chu Ning remained earnest. She earnestly sought her master's guidance. The woman shot a glance at Chu Ning, chuckling softly. When dealing with such things, one must bleed them first. Otherwise, they will emit a foul stench. Even after bleeding, one must use seasonings to suppress the meat's scent. Comparatively, it's far less palatable than rabbit or mountain chicken, though it is sufficient in quantity to satiate hunger. Oh, will it be permissible to have rabbit tomorrow? Chu Ning inquired. Without finishing sword practice, there shall be no food. Tonight, I shall complete the stitching of your robe, and tomorrow I shall spar with you. Did the master sew it for the disciple? For a dog? Is it for a wolf dog or a pup? Suddenly, Su Wanqing struck out, her finger pressing against Chu Ning's forehead. You foolish dog. Asking questions you already know the answers to. Eat your fill, and then go practice your swordplay. Do not cling to me like a burr. It is utterly exasperating. Shall we practice tomorrow? Yes. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Did she just agree? Su Wanqing, noticing Chu Ning's reaction, furrowed her brow. Today, you should have practiced your sword at least 3,000 times, for no less than 7 or 8 hours. Your cultivation foundation is already sufficiently stable. Do you truly believe that I would have you practice from dawn till dusk until you drop? I remember that back in the day, you had Zhang Qingwei and the others train in such a manner, because they were rather dim-witted. After practicing for over a decade, they merely grasped the concept of sword intent. They were negligent in their training, dreaming of sudden enlightenment to become sword immortals without diligent practice. What could be achieved without effort? Chu Ning, with her mouth greasy from the roasted meat, inquired with curiosity, "But master, isn't it possible that excessive pressure could lead to breakage?" Su Wanqing shook her head. "In those days, I treated them quite well. If they were unwilling to train, I did not force them. I guided them patiently, yet later, they would merely complain of fatigue and cry out not to practice." Jiang Qingwei, after a decade of cultivation, had only reached the first realm. Can you believe that? I was left with no choice, for their potential was indeed commendable. Yet talent is of little worth without diligent study and hard work. Her tone carried a sense of helplessness. Thus, they harbor such resentment towards me. And I share some responsibility. Had I not pushed them, their progress would have lagged. Chu Ning was even more perplexed. Isn't that how the major sects operate? With even greater severity, disregarding life and death. Disciples of the Tianxian sect must be expelled for 10 years of practical experience if they fail to reach the third realm within that time frame. If they cannot break through, they lose their status as disciples, and even those who are not permitted to claim they are from the Tianxian sect face execution if discovered. Finally, Su Wanqing revealed the words that had long been concealed within her heart. They regard me as neither a saint nor particularly esteemed, as I am merely at the sixth realm and not significantly older than their elders, leading them to question my qualifications. Yet, they yearn to learn my swordsmanship. Even as a first-realm dragon concealed within the depths, what does it matter? Beneath the saint, all are but ants. Thus, during her years as a mentor, when she displayed tenderness, the disciples perceived her as easy to manipulate. When she was stern, they deemed her unworthy. Ascending to the realm of the saints involves far more than merely transforming from ant to sage. It encompasses a multitude of dimensions. Chun Ning remained silent for an extended period, offering no words, merely drawing close to Su Wanqing and gently embracing her. In response, Su Wanqing refrained from further commentary, feeling instead a warm current suffusing her spirit. At least there was someone who understood her, someone to accompany her. A significant reason Su Wanqing valued Chun Ning was his unwavering tenacity. Once he committed to his practice, he pursued it relentlessly. He mastered the ethereal sword technique in 3 years, while Jiang Qingwei languidly took a full decade. Why would a senior disciple harbor jealousy towards Chun Ning, even seeking opportunities to shatter his spiritual sword? She was fully aware, having observed that while some possessed exceptional talent, their dispositions were flawed, precluding them from advancing far. Conversely, others, despite lesser origins and abilities, could still encounter their own fortuitous opportunities through perseverance. Yet, should one succumb to despair, all hope is lost. Su Wanqing, having lost her cultivation, comprehended the intricacies of character only then. Chun Ning quietly savored his roasted meat, at a loss for words. He could not comfort Su Wanqing in such matters, as her greater age endowed her with deeper understanding. She could discern the truths herself, yet would still feel frustrated. Which was why Chun Ning accompanied her. In the next moment, he sensed Su Wanqing tilting her head, resting against his shoulder. "Ningo, as you age, the matters you must consider multiply. You remain naive, seldom contemplating your future and the greater path. I, as your mentor, will enlighten you on these matters. A solid foundation and steady progress are essential for a journey that extends far into the future. A true prodigy is not solely defined by the elevation of their cultivation. Even the most gifted disciples endure trials of life and death. What of us, who share a humble origin? I too am beginning to see clearly. The setbacks I have faced in these years are minimal. The challenges I encountered scarcely qualify as obstacles. Yet, such realizations nearly led to my demise. There are many lessons I will impart, but the greater understanding must come from your own insight into humanity, cultivation, and action. There remains much to learn. I have immense faith in you, hoping you will venture further. At 18, you are a concealed dragon, regardless of whether the heavenly Xian sect harbors animosity towards us. In the eyes of the world, you are already a dragon poised to soar. As the concealed dragon ascends from the depths, its scales and claws unfurl majestically. One day achieving enlightenment, gazing upon the heavens. Listening quietly as Su Wanqing spoke for an extended time, Chun Ning suddenly chuckled. "But master, you are also a concealed dragon." Su Wanqing turned her gaze to Chun Ning's face, a smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, and that is why I shall walk this path with you. We made a promise." Chapter 65, New Garments. Handcrafted. As the night descended and the moonlight illuminated the scene, 2 individuals seemed to be forsaken by the world, huddled together in the dilapidated temple. Su Wanqing was intent on stitching the ceremonial robe, prompting her to gently push away Chu Ning. "Ninger, dispose of the leftover bones properly. Do not discard them carelessly, lest they attract wild beasts. Use the exquisite powder from the storage ring." Upon hearing this, Chu Ning could not help but inquire, in this setting, Who among us is the beast? Su Wanqing paused for a moment. It's not the demon domain, though perhaps there could be a few wandering spirits or ghosts. That is inconsequential. She resumed her task, focusing on the collar of the robe, which still required her attention. Chu Ning chuckled softly, choosing not to intrude further. A thought crossed his mind about a pair of mother tigers meandering in the snow at night. One might wonder if they feared other beasts. Generally, such musings lead to trivialities. After completing his task, he intended to step outside for some fresh air, but Su Wanqing's voice rang out behind him. Do not practice tonight. If you feel cold, come and lean against me. Just do not let it hinder your progress. I did not imply that you should continue practicing. You've been at it too much, and that could lead to complications. After all, one must truly experience the essence of the practice. Mindless repetition may render one ineffective. With a smile, Chu Ning gently declined. I merely wish to clear my mind for a moment. I shall return to embrace the task at hand. Thus, silence enveloped the temple, as Su Wanqing evidently preferred to disregard him. Her suggestion was to lean outside the temple, although he had not practiced swordsmanship. Chu Ning retrieved an ordinary sword. The essence of a sword lies not in its rank or quality. A true swordsman can wield an ordinary sword as if it were a celestial blade. It is merely that the latter can better manifest one's potential, not that one relies solely upon its inherent power. Su Wanqing had remarked that he overly depended on external tools. In the pursuit of cultivation, be it martial techniques, combat skills, or recovery arts, excessive reliance can easily lead to a dichotomy of failure. As a practitioner, one must forge their own path, rather than adhering strictly to another's method. How does one become their own? It requires understanding and a harmonious mind to traverse one's unique journey. The notion that blue surpasses indigo embodies this principle. Walking the paths of predecessors does not equate to being one of them. It is about pioneering new paths in the wake of lost arts. Yet, for Chu Ning, such a realm felt exceedingly distant. In this world, few possess the ability to achieve such heights, but that does not diminish the pursuit. To forsake the quest is to resign oneself to nothingness. Chu Ning caressed the blade, delving deeper into the profound meanings of the sword's essence, allowing techniques to intertwine and the sword to merge with his heart. With a casual thrust, the sword sang, resonating with a resounding intent that surged forth mightily, as if to wither all in its path. Is this the essence of the sword? Chu Ning grasped a semblance of understanding, yet he clearly could not yet sever mountains or rivers. Thus, he resolved to continue pondering. As for fatigue and weariness, they posed no concern. Vitality endures. Though one may claim independence from external aids, this particular endeavor resembled a nuclear-powered engine. Perhaps reliance here was permissible. Within the temple, Su Wanqing had been discreetly observing the outside. She did not mention to Chu Ning that she had been practicing this sword intent for several years. If she were to speak of it, would it not lead to pride and arrogance? The young often behave thus. When weary, they seek solace in affectionate embraces. As long as it remains within reasonable bounds. Ah, how is it that I am so instructive? It seems somewhat amiss. Nevertheless, they are no longer mere disciples. She may teach as she pleases. Su Wanqing let out a bitter smile and continued to sew, while outside the dilapidated temple, Chu Ning was engrossed in his sword practice. They both awaited Tianqian. Tianqian, sensing their presence, swiftly approached, heading southward. The northern region of the Tianqian continent belongs to the realm of humanity. Proceeding south leads into the chaotic domain. Just as Chu Ning was contemplating the sword intent, a fragrant breeze suddenly swept past him. Behind him stood a woman of exquisite grace, voluptuous and enchanting, a smile gracing her lips as she appeared before Chu Ning. My lord is a sword immortal. It is my first encounter with a young sword immortal. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, turning around, bewildered, as he initially thought it was his master speaking. Upon turning back, he felt a wave of disappointment. My lord was merely a term of endearment for a young man, not a romantic implication. Observing the woman before him, Chu Ning quickly discerned her origins. She was a ghostly spirit from the mountains, a practitioner of ghostly cultivation at a mere first-realm level. Examining her aura, he noted the lack of malice, instead perceiving a hint of golden energy, reminiscent of incense offerings. Even a mountain deity would not be so brazen. Yet she was undoubtedly not an ordinary spirit. What is your purpose? The ghost woman asked, momentarily surprised. Previously, others had been unable to tear their gaze from her bosom. Yet this sword immortal displayed remarkable restraint. Feigning modesty, she said, My lord, I notice you are residing in the temple. However, it has long been abandoned. Why not come to my home instead? There, food and drink abound, and you may indulge in my company. Chu Ning chuckled. So you wish to drain my vitality and reduce me to a mere husk, do you? You have recognized me as a practitioner. My mood is quite favorable today. You carry little resentment, which suggests you are not one to seek wealth through harm, so I shan't hold it against you. What are you implying, my lord? I merely press further, and I shall pierce you with my sword. The ghost woman fell silent, unable to gauge Chu Ning's cultivation level. After a moment's hesitation, noting his swordplay and intent, she realized it would be unwise to provoke him. Who is the woman in the temple to you? May I attempt to entice her? She abandoned her pretense. If she could not win in battle, she would seek knowledge instead. Chu Ning replied with curiosity. You wish to entice women as well? Are fox spirits so desperate for results these days? The ghost woman did not comprehend the term results and was disinclined to explain, likely considering him just a passing stranger. With that, she vanished without a trace, leaving Chu Ning bewildered as to how she had disappeared. Excited by his encounter with a ghostly spirit, he rushed to share the experience with Su Wanqing, who had clearly observed the entire exchange. The vengeful spirits that have perished transform into ethereal beings of the mountains and wilderness. Yet it is likely that they have been gathered under the auspices of the orthodox deities of the landscape. These deities, in their concern over the potential mischief of these spirits, often confiscate their tokens of belief. Master, what is a token? It is an object imbued with resentment, such as the noose of one who is hanged, or a belonging of someone who drowned. These can be easily identified. Some cultivators even tend to these spirits, though such practices are rare in the realm of mortals. Su Wanqing elaborated. In the realm of mortals, we emphasize the concept of transcending death, where souls return to their homeland. Thus, such measures are typically undertaken by the deities of the mountains and rivers, as orthodox cultivators disdain to engage in them. Why do they do this? Because these deities also require servants. Do you understand? Chu Ning nodded in comprehension, sheathing his sword and sidling up to Su Wanqing, wrapping his arm around hers. Master, you possess such vast knowledge. Let go. I'm almost done sewing. We can discuss this later. Su Wanqing replied with a look of disdain, retracting her hand. You had your chance earlier, but you insisted on practicing your swordplay. Now that I'm busy, you come over. Chu Ning chuckled as he squatted beside her, watching until she completed the sewing. The entire garment was crafted from a single strand of silk from the celestial silkworm. It resembled the meridians of the human body, emphasizing the flow of vital energy. High-quality robes have always been thus. Su Wanqing glanced at Chu Ning, contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a material, refining it before placing it atop the robe. In an instant, the robe shimmered with a faint platinum hue, resplendently radiant. Chu Ning was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had never witnessed such grandeur. Su Wanqing chuckled softly. When you were younger, your complexion was dark. Wearing white would only accentuate that. Now, it suits you. Try it on. If it doesn't fit, we can alter it. Chu Ning felt a surge of emotion, gazing at Su Wanqing with gratitude, eager to embrace her. However, she promptly pressed his head down. Don't take advantage of the moment. Just try it on to see if it fits. Chu Ning, scratching his head in exasperation, protested. It's not like that. I was simply moved, unable to contain myself. Su Wanqing smirked. Is your way of expressing gratitude merely to embrace me and snuggle up? While such behavior may not be appropriate for a disciple, in other contexts, it might not be excessive, would it? Will you try it on? If not, I might as well give it to a dog. Chu Ning quickly shook his head. His outer garment had already been burned to ashes, leaving him with no choice but to change. Chapter 66. The art of complimenting women. A long robe, exquisite and smooth from top to bottom, flowed with a gentle coolness, infused with a hint of Su Wanqing's essence. Chu Ning took a deep breath, finally calming his emotions. This handcrafted robe was truly one of a kind. Turning to glance behind him, he found Su Wanqing nodding slightly, clearly satisfied. This indeed exuded the demeanor of a sword cultivator. The previous attire had merely suggested a disciple. But now, clad in this garment, his bearing had notably elevated. The hairstyle, however, still required alteration. While tied hair was acceptable, binding it all up diminished elegance. Alas, he seemed still too young to don a crown. Su Wanqing, half amused and half exasperated, rubbed her forehead, realizing he was still a child. Not yet of age. What had she been thinking? Chu Ning, puzzled by Su Wanqing's wry smile, inquired innocently, "What is it, master? Is it not to your liking?" With an arched brow, Su Wanqing retorted, "How could something crafted by my own hands be anything less than splendid?" Indeed, she had reason to believe her disciple was not lacking in appearance. Otherwise, she would have dressed him in black. The white suited him remarkably well. Having dedicated herself to the path, she had encountered various styles and understood which would best complement her pupil. Suddenly, a hairpin appeared in her palm, beckoning Chu Ning closer. Confused, he approached. "What is it?" "Stand before me," she instructed. Chu Ning hesitated, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Oh, Su Wanqing's lips twitched, her expression reflecting mild disdain. Why is your mind always wandering in that direction? Can you not focus on something more serious? Her statement lacked merit. He had been diligently practicing all day, purely focused on cultivation, with nary a thought beyond that. With a light laugh, Su Wanqing teased, "Have you not thought of your master?" Caught off guard, Chu Ning was momentarily speechless, yet Su Wanqing approached, gently pressing his head down. Stay still. Though taller than her, he had to bow deeply, and from this angle, he could see nothing beyond the obstruction before him. Inhaling her fragrance, he finally understood her intentions. Was she going to style his hair? As Su Wanqing deftly arranged his locks, she wielded not only the hairpin but also a comb and some sort of styling wax, meticulously shaping Chu Ning's hair. After some time spent in her artistry, she finally achieved the desired look, with a few strands framing his face and the longer hair gathered at the back, leaving a few wisps to dance behind him. The transformation was striking. What had once suggested a dutiful disciple now embodied the charm of a rebellious pupil. Uncertain why she had styled him thus, perhaps simply because it was pleasing, Su Wanqing admired her handiwork. It was indeed captivating. One's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. And coupled with this hairstyle, admiration gleamed in her eyes. Observing her creation brought her immense satisfaction, and beyond that, there was him, Chu Ning. Not even glancing at the mirror, sensed he might indeed appear exceptionally handsome, at least from Su Wanqing's perspective. Undeniably charming. Su Wanqing sincerely expressed her admiration, and Chu Ning, gazing at the woman clad in azure before him, echoed her sentiments. Master is indeed quite beautiful. Su Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, a surge of joy blossoming within her. Yet she concealed it, instead allowing a smile to grace her lips as she countered, "Oh, how beautiful." Chu Ning pondered briefly before unabashedly reciting. Like the gentle clouds veiling the moon, drifting like the returning snow in the flowing wind. Esteemed elder, it is your turn to shine. The younger generation has drawn upon your words. With eager anticipation, Chu Ning fixed his gaze upon Su Wanqing, eager to witness her reaction. However, she remained unresponsive. She merely returned quietly to the fire, gradually adding wood to the flames. Once Tianxian arrives, we shall set forth. Indeed, Chu Ning replied, taking a seat beside her and attempting to grasp her hand. To his surprise, it required little effort to entwine his fingers with hers, holding her delicate hand. So soft it felt almost boneless. Chu Ning's heart swelled with tumultuous emotions. Yet, he wondered if Chaoji's poetry had truly resonated. Master, what do you think of that poem? Su Wanqing shook her head. I cannot comprehend it. Chu Ning realized then that she simply did not understand. Shall I recite a couplet that you might grasp? I have not been educated. What you say is beyond my understanding. Chu Ning hesitated, incredulous. Surely you must understand some of the writings from those who have visited your abode. He observed Su Wanqing's profile, searching for a hint of acknowledgement, but found none. Could it be true that she genuinely did not comprehend? Very well, I shall refrain from speaking further. Why cease your words? Su Wanqing suddenly inquired, leaving Chu Ning momentarily stunned. Su Wanqing continued to gaze into the flickering flames, poking at the coals with a nonchalant tone. It is rather dull. It would be pleasant to hear more from you. Continue. Upon hearing this, Chu Ning's mind began to race. Ancestors, come to my aid. How I lament not having dedicated myself to my studies. I realize now how little I have learned. Nevertheless, a few verses came to mind. Praise for the myriad gods. The ethereal dance of celestial maidens. This line suits you, master. Why is that? Because it speaks of the admiration of all beings, transcending the mundane, possessing an air of divinity. I do not dance. Your swordplay is akin to a dance. Do you have more clever words? Gazing at her fair, delicate hand, Chu Ning contemplated for a moment. In the temple, one resembles the moon, with wrists that glisten like frost and snow. Su Wanqing appeared momentarily stunned, even casting an incredulous glance at her own wrist. Is there such high praise? Chu Ning quickly discerned that she was not truly unable to comprehend. She was feigning ignorance. His spirits lifted, he chuckled. In the northern realms, there exists a beauty, unparalleled and solitary. With a single glance, she captivates the city. With another, the nation. Su Wanqing was once again taken aback, her composure slipping. No such flattery exists. You speak nonsense. Yet, before she could finish, Chu Ning swiftly added, with a backward glance and a smile, 100 charms awaken, rendering all cosmetics pale in comparison. With this declaration, even the composed Su Wanqing could no longer restrain herself. Her cheeks flushed deeply, and her elegant brows arched in surprise. From whence did such flirtatious words arise? Unexpectedly, Chu Ning exclaimed. Beauty contends with the willows for their verdant hue, and the visage vies with the peaches for their rosy blush. At this, Su Wanqing could no longer maintain her composure. She immediately rose, intending to step outside for some fresh air, refusing to listen further. Who dares to articulate her reactions so explicitly, especially in such an exquisite manner? Yet, almost instantly, another phrase drifted to her ears. The delicate maiden is shy, and time knows no sorrow. Su Wanqing found herself momentarily stunned, smiling wryly. Was she yet again being called shy? Yet, the description of a maiden was utterly unfitting. How old was her esteemed teacher? What maidenhood was there to speak of? She felt as though time had rendered her past her prime. Chu Ning, observing the flush that adorned Su Wanqing's cheeks, chuckled gently. There is no such thing as a faded beauty. What remains is only the captivating allure of a fair visage. With this final remark, Su Wanqing was left utterly speechless, caught in a moment of indecision between laughter and tears. Had this discourse resolved her previous musings on the multitude of beautiful women in the world? His eloquence was undeniable. Although it was clear he did not possess the scholarly depth she had imagined, his words stirred something within her. Which woman would disdain the praises of a beloved man? Though the verses might not align perfectly, they were nonetheless pleasing to the ear. In the next moment, Chu Ning exerted a gentle force, pulling the nearly escaping Su Wanqing back into his embrace with ease. Witnessing this, he leaned closer and whispered with caution, "Master, it is quite late. The outside is not safe. I see someone else here, thus my safety is compromised. Go away, if rest is needed. One should retire early. Why draw so near? Did you not say I could hold you? I asked you to lean against me, not to embrace me. You may rest your head upon my arm. But, isn't your arm part of you?" Su Wanqing replied with a cold smirk, "If you overreach, I shall kick you out. You may seek comfort from that prior female specter instead." "Oh, enough of that. What ghost could compare to my masteress beauty? You dare to say more?" "No more, no more. I shall lean." In truth, leaning was akin to an embrace, though the terminology differed. With a mere change of phrase, Su Wanqing found herself enveloped in his arms. Her master was indeed caring. Though her pride was substantial, still, it was surely better than having nothing at all. Chapter 67. The transformation of Tai Xian. In the profound darkness of the night, the once vibrant bamboo peak lay in ruins. The sect leader, Qin Xiantian, resembled a lifeless dog, nearly tortured to death. His body bore the scars of battle, and the turbulent flow of his vital energy served as testament to the assaults from formidable beings. Scattered around him were shredded letters, one expressing gratitude from Chu Ning for his efforts in holding back the lurking dragon, and another commending Qin Xiantian for his selfless act of offering all his resources. Such noble deeds were truly commendable. Yet, Qin Xiantian felt a deep anguish within. The sect's resources had been squandered. The resources from the 8 peaks